in physics, that mass is the resistance to acceleration. And when we talk about mass attracting mass, are we talking about physics?
Yes, but mass attracting mass is not necessarily resistance to acceleration. You could
just
measure
told
that.
us what mass was. You just told us what mass was.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, it didn't.
So does mass not mean that what you just said it meant anymore, or now is it something else?
I don't know. It's defined. You can look it up. I mean, I don't.
Sure,
I can explain it to you, but I can't help you understand it.
You did explain it to me, and I do understand. Hold on. You did explain it to me, and I do understand. You did explain it to me. I do understand. You said it means resistance to acceleration. It's physics. Now, in physics, we have mass attracting mass. That would be resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
No shit. No fucking shit.
No, it doesn't make sense because
I agree with you too,
misrepresenting
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's right. Because that's not what it is.
You just said that's what mass.
What is it then? Left lane. What is it then?
It is resistance to acceleration.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Ask him the question again.
And mass attracts mass, right? And that's physics.
Yeah, two different things though.
What's
two different things?
So it's a different type of mass?
Go ahead, what's it? You got
Left lane, is it like a different type of mass? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, left lane, you're saying resistance to acceleration, that's mass, correct?
Yeah, it's like if there was like a tennis, like a ping pong ball hanging on a string. You know, you could smack it and it would go around. Or you could hang a bowling ball on a string. It wouldn't be quite as easy to smack around. That's resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, and that's mass. That's how you define mass, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the understanding of
because of its mass, it's difficult to smack around. That's kind of the measure of it.
Gravity, and the understanding of gravity. Isn't that mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
So resistance to acceleration attracting resistance.
No, y'all are mixing that up, and it doesn't belong there.
Wait, how? Levlin, how are we mixing it up? Right? We're just asking.
You define the terms. You agreed, and then
like, are you saying?
I knew this was gonna happen.
Are you saying that the mass in mass attracting mass is a different type of mass than when you defined it as resistance to acceleration?
No, resistance to acceleration is a different quantifiable thing than mass attracting mass. It's two different things.
Dude,
if you're going to measure it, you would measure it.
We're asking about mass.
We're not talking about quantifying it. We're talking about if it's mass attracting
defining
mass.
it. Yeah,
and that would be the resistance of acceleration attracting another resistance to acceleration.
No, that's not correct. That's just incorrect. That's all. You
can't just say
it is not that. Well, you can find me a source that agrees with you, and I'll look at it.
It's your claim.
You just told us.
No, that's a straw man. It's not my claim. I'm explicitly separating the two and saying that's not the same thing. So if you say that I am saying the same thing, you are strawmanning me.
We're asking you what's the difference.
Yeah.
You can't find a description or a citation to something that doesn't exist. It's so stupid that it doesn't exist. But the thing that doesn't exist and that is stupid.
Go ahead.
He already agreed for the definition. That's why I'm confused. I'm asking him, what are the two definitions that are opposing his view?
It's both physics. We're keeping it in the realm of physics, right? Mass defined in physics, resistance to acceleration. Cool. Now we have mass in physics. We're going to use that definition, right? Or do we not use the physics definition for mass when we're using mass in the physics world? Left lane, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
this is weird.
Yeah, but
getting weird.
Yeah, but if you're going to measure the attraction, it is a different measurement than measuring something's resistance to acceleration.
We're not talking about measuring the acceleration. What we're talking about is
hold on,
what's
guys.
the mechanism for
He's just
attraction?
admitted. So mass can be defined in at least 2 different ways in physics. In your realm.
Didn't I say that at the beginning, guys?
There's
left lane.
No, I started that. I started that with saying colloquially we could talk about
No,
how much is
not
that? How much
colloquially.
does that
I
load
said
weigh? I
in
could
science.
say.
In
I could
science.
say. Well,
let's
that
try
load
not
was
to interrupt
massive.
him, please.
Yeah,
Science.
yeah.
Science.
Yeah.
Hey, brother, can you not
turns.
interrupt him, please?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I said in the front that you could talk about hey Howard, how much did that load that load weigh? And I could just say it was massive, and that would be colloquially referring to weight. But
but it wouldn't be answering the question.
No, but
we
were talking about in the science realm, right? And you defined it as being the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah,
physics,
mass.
Yeah,
Scientifically.
physics, yes.
And physics.
Yes.
The physics definition, yes. And then we're gonna go to this other physics thing where they got mass attracting mass in physics. Remember that, left lane?
Yeah, but that's not the same thing.
Let me just go ahead and correct.
You just defined it as we have the definition for mass in physics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we're going to have this other physics thing where they're using mass, so we already know what it is. We already know the definition of it, so we're just going to insert that definition, and we come up with the resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, it's not. No, that's not correct. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I know that doesn't make any sense to anyone.
Well, I mean, but you're the one saying it, and you're saying obviously.
No,
and you're the one saying what doesn't make sense.
That's what
and you're turning it around as though I'm saying it, and I'm not saying that.
I'm trying to help you out here. The logical implications of what you're saying is that mass is defined as resistance to acceleration. So if we have something that has mass, that mass is as resistance to acceleration. If we have another thing that is mass, that is also resistance to acceleration. If we have these two things that we just defined and denoted as resistance to acceleration, and they're supposedly going to attract to one another, right?
No, I would say one of the masses has a value that could be calculated as its resistance to acceleration, and that would be a value. And then the other mass would have maybe that same value, but their attraction to one another is not. I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Is the attraction to one another?
Well, I mean, it does, but indirectly.
Is the attraction to one another relative to how much they resist acceleration?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, come on, man.
We got I don't know.
That's the question, though. Just keep asking that question. That's the end of the discussion.
That's
to
a
be
good
fair,
answer.
To be fair to Left Lane, he just said he didn't know. We've all been caught in these spots. Left Lane's cool, yeah.
Left Lane is
it sounds like a flat Earth answer. I don't know. I mean,
I think he just got caught, and like 3 or 4 people were coming after him. It's difficult, but in the end, he said, "I don't know." That's a good question. That's as fair as it gets, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's
good answer.
He's an honest Glover. I will say, Left Lane, when you ask for a citation, though, right? Like, you're going to be hard pressed to find any university citation that says that gravity is mass attracting mass. Like, I just looked for it for you. It doesn't exist. Like, if you look it up, it'll say, the reason mass is proportional to gravity is because everything with mass emits tiny particles called gravitons. That's Northwestern University. You got the attractive force called gravity does not extend beyond galaxy groups. If you look at Newton's law of universal gravitation, then it's old. It's no longer what gravity is considered. That's I can't tell. Western A&M University. So, yeah, like you're not gonna find, like, when you ask for a citation for that, can you give us a citation of gravity being mass attracting mass?
Let's see.
It doesn't matter what they say gravity is. They say this mass attracts mass thing, and if you're gonna define mass in physics as resistance to acceleration, it's gonna sound fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say what I'm asking for is pedantic. You don't have to look it up, Left Lane. We all know. Like,
oh, here it is. Number one, physics. The force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth.
Okay. And that's a university?
This is
Cora.
I don't know. It doesn't say right here where I'm looking. It can't, and I can't dig because I'm driving.
It's okay. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to look it up, but like the way you look it up is obviously you just throw .edu in the Google search bar, and that's how you'll get the university results. And that's. I mean, I'm just saying that's not what it is anymore. So, and it's also not considered a force, right? Like, gravity is not a force according to relativity. So, I mean, I know the Glovers want to say, well, that's pedantic or semantical. No, not really. It's just accurate.
Oh, there's one from NASA. Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center.
So NASA's calling it a force.
Yeah, F equals G times M1 times M2 over R squared.
Now, don't you find it perplexing that relativity actually claims that it's not a force technically? So, I mean, they're just using that word colloquially. It's a fictitious force. It's not a force, but it can be thought of as a force.
I think that the fictitious part is that things aren't attached to one another. It isn't like there's a rope dragging one object to the other. But like centrifugal force is also called fictitious. When you make a turn going pretty fast, that force that throws you out to the outside door is centrifugal force, and it's very real.
Okay, so here actually it's called fictitious, but here's Illinois University physics department. Question and answer, right? Is gravity a force? Einstein said there is no such thing as a gravitational force. Mass does not attract mass over a distance.
Go on.
I'll drop the citation.
In physics, gravity, from the Latin gravitas, meaning weight, is a fundamental interaction by which causes mutual attraction between all things with mass or energy.
So mass is weight.
I'll just read it again.
Is that what you're saying? Left lane. Mass is weight.
Yeah.
It's what causes weight. So
mass requires an acceleration to have weight.
Let left lane answer. So left lane.
Yeah, mass requires an acceleration to have weight. Otherwise,
so basically
it's just
saying
a mass
everything that has weight inherently has this some sort of reason to be attracted to each other fundamentally.
Oh.
One of the biggest begging the questions I've heard all day.
Well, yeah. Of course,
the so-called attraction that you guys are talking about is not really attraction. What it is it's a reaction to the curvature of space-time itself. Objects will naturally move towards each other because of the curvature of space-time based on their mass. Mass itself is just the resistance to acceleration, and it's just the size of the object and its density. And as a result of that mass,
why do you always interrupt him, though, man? Like, to be fair, we have a bunch of flat earthers here. So if there's a Glover trying to give their position, the least we can do is let them give their position.
Sorry, bro.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm just saying, I mean, you got most of it out. Are you satisfied with how much you got out, or you want to say anything else?
Well, if everybody heard everything, then I would say, yeah, I'm satisfied. But if I got cut off and nobody heard it, then speak up.
We heard most of it, yeah. Go ahead. What's the other guy? What do you want to say? Okay, well, anyway, great, Angelo. That's what I was just saying, right? That's what I just said. I even cited it for the room. The question is gravity a force? Einstein said there is no such thing as a gravitational force. Mass does not attract mass over a distance. Instead, it curves space-time and then follows the curved space-time geodesic as if there is no force on it. So... Now, I mean, Therefore, when Globers say mass attracts mass, they're not even defending their actual position. Like, they've all heard the flat earthers say it's not mass attracting mass anymore. That's that's been superseded since 1915, over 100 years ago. Gravity is no longer a force. And they get real mad and they say that flat earthers are stupid and that they're wrong. But no, we're just trying to be accurate, right? Like, you need, if the debate is whether or not what you hold to be true is true, then you need to know what it is you're claiming is true and accurately represent it in order to have intellectual exchange. It was not just changed because of wording or vernacular. It was changed because the theoretical backing, the conceptual postulation itself was different. It is fundamentally different.
Well, I think what we should do is take a look at this possible example. If you have a tennis ball and you drop it, you observe it falling to the earth or falling to the ground. That observation could be interpreted as an attraction. It could be interpreted based on the observer's interpretation of what he's visually witnessing. The actual physics behind it describes it differently. And if you want to go ahead and when Globers say they use the word massive objects are attracted to each other, they're just using what's observed visually as an example. But to discount them because they make that what I consider as an incorrect statement is wrong and absurd. It still doesn't take away from the fact that something out there is causing bodies to come together. And as a result of that, that description is Einstein's description of in general relativity.
Which is why it's inaccurate when Globers say it's mass attracting mass. You basically said, oh, well, you can look at it and think of it like that. That doesn't mean anything. I can look at a shooting star and think of it as Superman flying. It doesn't matter what you can think of it as.
What bodies come together?
The resistance, a body coming together would just simply be that tennis ball example, because that's on a small scale. The ball is obviously way too small to be out somewhere and pull the earth towards it. So in this instance, we're observing a ball coming to the earth. Now, is it being attracted to the earth, or is it the earth being attracted to it?
Neither.
I'm not going back to relativity, because the whole point is when a Glober makes that description, it's based on an observation. He's not stating it as a fact of life that mass attracts mass. He's stating because either he doesn't understand relativity and doesn't matter anyway, because the point that they're trying to get at is there's an observation of some force of some kind or some kind of action, which is the relativity action, that happens that we can see every day.
Okay.
And is explained through relativity.
Textbook sophistry, man. Okay. And for one, they don't do that. They say mass attracts mass, and we correct them and say, no, technically speaking, that's not what your model claims. And they say, yes, it does. Mass attracts mass, and Cavendish proves it. Okay. So this is sophistry, where you're trying to pretend that we're being semantical or pedantic, but no, we're just being accurate, right? Like, and for example, with your claim about what you're saying is that we see it, we observe this. No, we do not. What we see is that something accelerates to the ground, okay? We do not see curvature of space-time. We do not see space-time bending and warping, creating a gravity well due to the displacement of mass, and then it falling down that gravity well towards the center of the Earth. We do not see the Earth pulling down the tennis ball, which is over 100 years old anyway. What we actually see is that some things accelerate downwards. Not all things, but some things. That's the actual observation, is the effect of downward acceleration. Now, you're claiming the cause is gravity, so do not say that we see gravity happening. No, the naturally occurring observable phenomena, the dependent variable, is downward acceleration. Okay, now you're claiming the cause of that. So you say you're saying it's just dishonest to say like you see it and we know it's true and all this. Like, that's not accurate.
Okay, when you see a flower in the morning open up and become a flower, and you visually see that and you observe it, you could make a lot of speculation as to why that flower is doing that, but you actually see it happening. You see a tennis ball coming to the earth, you can have a lot of descriptions, And that's not the point. The point is that you guys totally want to go ahead and live on this idea that gravity is not the force that's causing things to come together. I have heard just about every possible explanation as to why that tennis ball falls to the ground in the flat Earth world. What I don't understand is how is it that you can look past what mathematically has been proven, what scientific observation has proven, has shown the real reason as to why that ball falls to the Earth, and why all objects, from the lightest objects, the least dense objects, would, in a vacuum, fall to the Earth.
Once again, you're just saying things, right? You're just begging the question, and the fact that someone that sees something fall down, that's the effect, okay? We have an agreed upon average of rate of fall when things go down. That's 9.8 meters per second squared. It's actually just an agreed upon average, okay? Now, you say you've heard all the explanations. Well, I'm sure you maybe haven't, actually, because I say that it's incoherent dielectric acceleration or electrostatic acceleration, and that it could be called incoherent magnetism, right? And everything's intrinsically, and what I'm saying is provable, by the way, to give you a heads up. Everything's intrinsically...
You have paper on it?
Listen, bro. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, meaning all matter that exists is electrostatic. The Earth is electrostatic. The air is electrostatic. Electrostatics is an attractive force. In fact, on the smallest scale, electrostatics is known to be 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. Now, this can be proven. Now, like in science, we have an observation, and then we propose a cause and effect relationship test, right? A hypothesis. So, okay, things have weight, things go down, right? We're going to propose that the cause of that is electrostatics. So the way that we test it to prove that it's the cause of the effect is we manipulate it. Okay, we manipulate and vary the proposed or presumed cause to see if it is in fact the cause of the effect. So when we go over here and we manipulate electrostatics, we can make things float. So we can manipulate electrostatics and make things float. What that proves is electrostatics is 100% a contributing variable that causes the effect of acceleration, because we can literally make things slow down or even go up in floats by manipulating it. So we've proven electrostatics. Okay, that's one of our options. Now you're claiming that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and that the reason things go down is that space-time bends and warps. So can you give us explanation supported by an experiment as well? Can you manipulate the bending and warping of space-time and make something float?
Okay, first things first. What you said was a brilliant description of what the scientific method is all about, but you didn't back it up with any data showing that you have done these experiments, or anyone has done these experiments, as far as showing that static electricity, or the electrostatic effect, contributes to the acceleration of an object. In fact, contributes to the gravitational constant. That's what
I just told
done.
you.
No,
Wait.
you haven't shown me anything. All you've done is told me the process, and
Okay.
I'm an experienced scientist with 50 years of experience, so I know the scientific method very well. Use it every day. So, great.
Okay.
Congratulations. You understand the scientific method. Now show me your data.
Okay, I will. So what you're doing right now, just to clarify before I show it to you, is you are challenging the claim.
I didn't challenge your claim. I asked you to just show me your data. I did not challenge your claim. I'm
just trying to clarify.
Give you an open mind and listen to what you have to say if you have data to back it up.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to clarify that the data you want to back it up is the claim that electrostatics being manipulated can make something float.
But that doesn't answer the question of gravity, or the question of the effect that we all observe. You said it has everything to do with why that ball falls to the earth, and I'd like to see the experiments that were done to show that.
How does it have nothing to do? The effect being observed is something falling down. So if we manipulate electrostatics, we can make something float. How does that have nothing to do with
it? Tennis ball float in midair.
Okay, well, tennis balls would require a lot of electrostatics, but you could. So I'll cite it for you now, okay? It's called a Van de Graaff generator. I'll drop it in the chat in just a second. And if you use a Van de Graaff generator, you can introduce electrostatics and you can make things float. So if you put it on the scale and it has a certain weight, right, you claim that that weight is because of gravity. Right? Now, if I introduce electrostatics, how much does the thing that's floating weigh?
The hole in your hypothesis is that your electrostatics only works on certain objects, and not all objects will be affected by it, and they will all fall at the same rate. That's the problem you have. And you
now
cannot
that's what
you can't when you have a theory.
Wrong.
When you have a theory, the first person that comes along and disproves your theory based on taking any object that you cannot use electrostatics on, something that basically is not very conductive would be a perfect thing to use. And then once you've done that,
Left Lane, don't save him. Don't save him.
Once it falls to the earth, then you've suddenly lost your argument.
Okay. So you're claiming that there are certain materials that we cannot do this with if they're not conductive. Can you name one?
That's not my responsibility. But my responsibility is to ask you, what have you used for objects to show this?
Yeah.
And you're not giving me any, I gave you a tennis ball for an example.
Everything. You can use wood. You can use glass. You can use rubber. These are all insulators.
So go ahead and get something that is very conductive, and then something that's not conductive, and compare the two and see which one floats.
They all float. I just explained that to you.
In midair.
Yeah. Hence float.
Okay, so now how does that deny, or how does that show that the electrostatics causes things to fall? All you're doing is saying electrostatics stop things from falling.
Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So that means that all the matter is electrostatic. The surface of the Earth is electrostatic. So when something falls down to the ground, it's electrostatic acceleration just objectively. And so if we manipulate electrostatics, we can make something fall down slower, and we can make something even reverse direction and go up, because electrostatics is causing the direction of acceleration. Okay, now you've grasped at straws this whole time, and you've said that I was wrong because there are material.
You haven't given me any data. That's the thing I'm asking for. I don't care about I hear the hypothesis. I hear the theory that you're trying to go for, and I want the information of what you've done to test it and who's done the testing. And then I will test it myself. I'll do the same damn tests.
Okay,
and
cool.
If we come to the same conclusion, you win your argument.
Right. Okay. And so now this is the point, and I'll drop it. It's called a Van de Graaff generator. It's not complicated. I'll send you a video of my friend doing it. I'll send you information on the Van de Graaff generator and how to purchase one, blah, blah, blah. I'll cite for you right now Purdue University explaining that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. But here's the most important part. And by the way, this is where all the Globers never respond. So you've been very critical of the postulation of electrostatics. You've even tried to preemptively hand-wave dismiss it. You've made unfounded claims about how it doesn't work on all matter, even though you didn't actually know that. You've said, you need to prove it is doing this and this. I need to test and verify it. You've been very, very critical about us verifying the independent variable of electrostatics. Now, my question for you is, have you applied that same level of critique to verifying the independent variable of space-time bending and warping?
First things first, you kind of been dishonest. I didn't criticize your thing. I said these are the holes that you should be looking at, because these are problems that are going to affect whatever experiment you're trying to do, that I know just from basic classical physics will tell me this. And the classical electromagnetism will tell me right now that these are holes in it, and you should try to look at your data and make sure you haven't missed that point when I talked about did you compare the two kinds of things. I'm doing what a scientist would do. I'm not even thinking about from a globe or from a flat earth point of view. I'm just pointing those things out. So when you say that I'm being, I'm I'm literally attacking you or criticizing you. No, I'm trying to make sure that your data is going to be sound. First, you haven't presented any data. Telling me there's a video is not data. I want to see the sheets of, what exactly does this generator, how much electrostatic,
Go Google it, bro.
Hang on. He brought it up. He needs to put out the information so I can.
You guys always brought up shit and never bring anything to the table.
Oh, come on.
Wait, just calm down, man. Don't get so contentious, man. Like, what's happening right now is the exchange is really elucidating the hypocrisy in the position that they want to try to pull it apart. But they do not apply the same. They do not apply the same critique to their claim, which is by definition hypocrisy. And that's my point. Now, I just dropped for you, Purdue University. I'm about to drop a lot of information from the Venn diagram generator. I'm going to drop the video where we made wood, styrofoam, rubber, and glass. So these are insulators that you would claim aren't very conductive, right? That's why they're insulators. And all those things float as well. And to rebut that specifically, that's why I dropped the Purdue University, which explains all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, meaning there isn't one piece of matter in the entire world that isn't electrostatic. J. Ace wants to jump off me right now and say that neutrons or
These
neutrinos
interactions are over angstroms in distance. They aren't macroscopic interactions. They're between atoms and molecules, dude.
What is the relevance of that? Is there any matter that's not
you're
made of atoms?
attributing it to macroscopic scale, and that's not what they are. They're chemical interactions between atoms and molecules. They happen. The van der Waals radii is like 1 to 3 angstroms. That's not even a nanometer, dude. It's not large scale stuff. It's not macroscopic.
They
aren't macroscopic effects.
Strawman.
And I've pointed this out to you many times.
Okay, and that's sad that you've had this conversation many times.
And you keep repeating the silly wrong stuff.
I'm pretty sure only people that are not able to debate have to fundy mute people. So
I've got a question about this levitation thing. What happens when you unplug the generator?
It's gonna go down.
Yeah.
You think that was a rebuttal, Left Lane?
Explain that.
No, I just had to ask the question. Yeah.
That you have to have a source that ionizes the molecules in the air. It's not just magic. It doesn't just happen just because there's protons and electrons in a molecule. You have to have a mechanism that actually ionizes them first.
Look, okay, so another strawman fallacy. Now it's the next Globers. Is everyone watching what they're doing right now? They're trying to make sure I don't get to actually rebut their bullshit claims.
No.
Yeah, you are, because it's you, J. Ace, and Left Lane.
They always do, bro.
Dude, you're literally trying to fundy mute me and tout victory with strawman fallacies, but then not let me come in and critique and correct the inaccurate representation of my position. It is one of the most dishonest tactics in debate known to man. Now, Jace, I did not say that it wasn't a microscopic level of a phenomenon. I never said that, right? What I said was that what actually holds the matter together itself is electrostatic. So what we know is that all matter is held together by electrostatics. So when you say you're trying to conflate it to a macroscopic position, no, I'm explaining that objectively. Everything's electrostatic.
Back to my first question that I asked
that's
what causes
a
the ball fall to
macroscopic
the earth?
position.
What causes the ball to the earth? It's not electrostatic because they're too far apart. We're dealing on a molecular scale. That's impossible.
Okay,
the electrostatic interactions have distances that are well known and well measured. They don't apply to what you're trying to apply them to. Yes, they hold matter together because they work on the atomic and molecular scale that the matter is made of. It doesn't. You can't extrapolate it to the macroscopic scale. It doesn't work.
Okay, so again, you guys are basically trying to say that I'm saying electrostatics pulls things down from miles up in the air, and that's not what's being said. So per usual, you guys don't actually understand the position, and probably because you're not trying to. But the point is that everything that exists is electrostatic, right? So if we have a vacuum chamber, we still have electrostatics. If we have a Faraday cage, we still have electrostatics. And if we ground it, we still have electrostatics, which means you can't even have the phenomena of downward acceleration without the variable of electrostatics presence. That's just the first part that you cannot in any way refute, okay? Now, you're claiming something additional is there. You're claiming that gravity's there. Now, on the one hand, we can prove electrostatics, and then we have density, which is the compactness of matter, right? And so, well, what's holding the matter together? Electrostatics. So one cannot say that you can have density without it, because you can't have the composition of matter without it. Now, if something's more dense than the air, then it goes down. If something's less dense than the air, it goes up. The air is electrostatic. Whatever goes up or down is also electrostatic. So the question is, what creates the up and down? What sets up and down, right? Now, you guys claim there's really no such thing as up and down, and that's just relative to center of mass, right? So
yeah, it's not the electrostatics that work on a molecular scale, angstroms and distance. That doesn't create up and down, especially when you need electric charges for that.
Okay, so another straw man, but you'll get there. So if the molecules themselves are held together by electrostatics, that means that matter internally is electrostatic. Now, we also have electrostatics on the surface of matter. We also have electrostatics on the surface of the Earth, and the air that it falls through is also electrostatic. And even if you put it in a vacuum chamber, there's still electrostatics there.
Yeah, but a molecule a millimeter up in the air doesn't feel the electrostatics from a molecule on the Earth, right? They
so
don't transfer over those distances.
Right,
what you're
because
not getting.
You think
You're
that the
not seeing
molecule is
this
being...
and that.
You think that molecules are being attracted to each other by gravity? Because on the molecular scale, it's known that electrostatics is way stronger than gravity, and they claim that gravity is scalar. So whenever you invoke the entire mass of the Earth, then you get to now have the phenomenon of gravity being the prominent force that isn't really a force, but you can think of it like a force. And then that's just begging the question. But the point is that we can manipulate electrostatics and make things float. So that proves that it affects downward acceleration. The fact you want to talk about how you have to...
What? You can manipulate it all you want. You can make the whole Earth electrostatic. Put a molecule a millimeter, a few millimeters above the Earth, it won't feel that because the force doesn't, the interaction doesn't transfer over those kind of distances.
Okay, but I'm not claiming that it does for like the 50th time. So
actually, Witsit, you're wrong. You are claiming it. Here's when you did that.
Oh,
I specifically said at the very beginning. Hang on, JC. At the very beginning, I said that the flat earthers have a whole myriad of different ways of describing why things fall to the earth, and you jumped in and said, I think you probably haven't heard mine. And that's when you claimed that things fall to the earth because of electrostatic.
But you still don't understand the actual postulation. You think I'm saying that the Earth is pulling objects down to it via electrostatics over immense distances. I've corrected the straw man numerous times. You guys just keep saying it because you can't actually debate me or my actual position.
So I've corrected it. You just say matter is intrinsically electrostatic. That doesn't mean anything, dude.
Well, you're going to maybe catch up. I said that what we're discussing is what creates the intrinsic up and down that we experience. Okay?
Yeah, the electrostatic vector in between molecules is between the molecules. It's not up and down.
Okay, so we have an electric gradient on the Earth. Right? Now, the thing is that the phenomena of downward acceleration, it has a variance of factors that contribute to it. And so as what the globers want to do is impulsively jump in as soon as you start to discuss one part of it and try to straw man you as if you're saying that's the entirety of it, then take their victory lap, then not even get close to pretending that they can prove theirs. They just get to assume and reify it. Now, there's a variance of factors. One of them is, the primary one, is density, right? The density of an object relative to the density of the medium that it's within. The question is just, why do things go down? Why don't they go side to side? Well, we have up and we have down. There's an electric gradient on the Earth. all things are electrostatic, which means not that the Earth is pulling it down over immense distances. Electrostatics is very, very weak. No one's claiming that. We're claiming that there's an intrinsic up and down set on the Earth, and this is intrinsically electric in nature, right? And so we have equipotential increase of electricity going up 100 to 120 volts per meter. So we have positive charge accumulating as you get higher above the surface. We have a negative surface charge on the Earth. We have an up and down. We have an up and down. And then if I take a balloon, for example, and I rub it on my head and increase electrostatics, I then put it on the wall, right? It's going to stick to the wall. And then eventually it's going to run out of the electrostatic charge. It's going to decrease, and it's going to fall back down to the ground. Now, when it falls back to the ground, it didn't all of a sudden stop being electrostatic. You just had the surface charge decrease. The point is that everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It goes and finds its equilibrium and finds its rest on the surface of the Earth, which is electrostatic. That's the point.
None of that works with reality, man. You have to have ions in that case. The potential you're talking about is a potential. It's not a kinetic energy. You have to actually ionize the molecules in the atmosphere to have any kind of electrostatic go on. Right? When you rub the balloon on your hair, you're making ions on the balloon, and that's why it can stick to the wall. The atmosphere is not a bunch of ions floating around. So what you're saying makes no sense.
We'll try again. So, no, I'm going to respond to him. So, you're really not listening, but the primary factor is density. Okay, so helium balloons, for example, they go up. Now, what you guys claim is they're going up, but they're simultaneously being pulled down. The buoyant force just overcomes it being pulled down, as in it's going up but being pulled down simultaneously. That's what you claim, right? Now, what we actually observe is that if something is less dense in the air, it goes up. If something is more dense in the air, it goes down. So we know that's the primary factor. The relationship between the object and the medium regarding density. That's the primary factor. My point is, via science, we can prove these two things, that everything's electrostatics and the manipulation of electrostatics can make things go up and or down, and that everything is relative to its density, and with the manipulation of the density of a medium, we can make things go up or down. These are two verified causal agents of downward or upward acceleration. Okay, now these can be scientifically validated. Now we have an additional claim on the table, which is that gravity causes things to fall down due to the bending and warping of space-time. Now, can we independently manipulate and vary the variable of curvature of space-time so that we can prove that it's what's causing things to fall down? If we could do this, then maybe we could
just on and on.
You're not going to respond.
You're going on and on about a million different things, man. Stick to one thing, right? Density, you can easily observe this. It doesn't work the way you're saying. You can easily observe this with liquids. You pour a more dense liquid on top of a less dense one, and you will see the more dense liquid push the less dense one up. That's the same thing that the air molecules are doing with a helium balloon. The air molecules have a higher molecular mass than the helium atoms do. Thus, they go underneath the helium balloon and they push it upwards. That's why it goes up. It has nothing to do with electrostatics. It's easily observable with liquids.
Now you guys see, remember when I told you what he does, what he's going to want to do? He's going to want to try to isolate the claim, pick one part out, and say, this can't explain it. When the truth is, I'm acknowledging all the variables. You said it has nothing to do with electrostatics, but you're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're wrong. The liquid is electrostatic, Jace. The liquid is electrostatic, buddy.
No, it's not.
Really?
Yes.
Cite the liquid. Cite it.
Each other are being held together by electrostatics, but they're not electrostatic. They're not charged.
They're held together by electrostatics, but they're not electrostatic.
Yes, water molecules are neutral.
Are they conductive?
Sure.
Okay, so it has electrostatic resting potential?
Yes, you can polarize
the water molecule.
You have to
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. The water molecule is a dipole.
No, it's got a formal charge of 0.
It's a dipole, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, but it has a formal charge of 0.
What's the electrostatic?
We can go with something like methane. Methane is not dipolar.
Electrostatic?
No, it's not dipolar.
Is it electrostatic?
I mean, you can pick out one electrostatic fluid, but there's many non-electrostatic fluids.
Cite one of them.
The atoms. Yeah, I just said methane.
Yeah, give me a monopole.
Okay, I'm about to cite that methane is electrostatic.
Do you not understand what I'm saying? The bonds, the CH bonds, are held together through the sharing of electrons. Yes, that's electrostatic. That has nothing to do with its environment. That doesn't extend to its environment. You then use that. Those electrons are caught up in that bond. They can't be caught up in anything else.
Caught up in anything else. Caught up in anything else. You're claiming that it's not electrostatic, but what actually holds it together is electrostatic. That's your claim.
Yes, the sharing of electrons is an electrostatic interaction. They share between the two atoms, and that bonds them together. It can't then be used for something else because it's participating in that bond.
It's not being used for anything else. The fact of the matter is that it is electrostatic. Okay, that's the fact of the matter.
Yeah,
and things seek their equilibrium relative to density, and they're all intrinsically electrostatic. You're claiming an additional causal agent. I'm going to have to just talk through you because you keep trying to funny mute me with nonsense and sophistry.
You're trying to extend that to other things that it doesn't apply to, as I've explained.
You haven't explained shit. You haven't explained shit. So this is what you're claiming, that things go down because of the bending and warping of space-time. That's what you're claiming, okay? Now, what I'm claiming is what we can prove, which is things go up and down relative to their density. Everything that has density is intrinsically held together and given that density by electrostatics because it couldn't have the composition of matter that it has without it being held together with electrostatic charge. Every single medium that anything goes up or down in is also electrostatic, and when something falls down to the earth is also electrostatic. So what we know objectively is that anything that falls down is electrostatic acceleration. By definition, the acceleration that happens is electrostatic.
Yeah, that's a nice dream there, Witzer, but let me
I know, man.
When you have an object
mechanisms and why it doesn't work doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
The only thing I can think of that Witz's trying to say, and
stop pretending you have some intellectual high ground, dude.
Well, let me explain something. As you have that object falling through the atmosphere and falling down to the earth, and you say electrostatic, electricity is basically causing that to happen. You might as well say it's electromagnetic. You basically have two poles, opposite poles, being pulled along, or like a train rail does.
I might as well say that
a train would do that. But that's not what's happening in the atmosphere. You can prove that so easily with any object. Just change the material of the object, have an object of a different material, and it's going to fall at the same rate. The only thing that doesn't fall at the same rate is anything that has, resistance to the air. In other words, the air it resists it. And then
so that's a straw man fallacy. No one's claiming that the rate would change. That goes to show that you don't actually understand it.
Well,
when something goes down, right? The whole thing that's in question is what causes it to go up or down, right? It's either going to go up or it's going to go down, okay? When something goes down, once that vector is determined, right, it's going down, then we have downward acceleration. It's a rough average of downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared. It just goes down. When something goes down, so the whole thing that's in question is if it goes up or down. Once it goes down at the same general rate. Right?
The vectors in the molecules, though, that you're claiming aren't facing down. They're facing the electrostatic vectors are pointing at the atoms of the molecule between each other because they're bonding the atoms together.
Yeah, no one said they're not for the 17th time. No one's saying differently than that for the 17th time in a row. See, all you have is a script where you want to straw man me where I'm saying that electrostatics is pulling down the object from immense distances. But that's not what's being claimed at all. The question is, why do things have a tendency to go down? Because, not everything does go down. And it's because we have an up and down set. So the question is, what sets the up and down? That's the question for both of us. Now, your answer is that what sets the down is the bending and warping of space-time creating a gravity well. So things fall down the gravity well relative to the center of mass. That's your claim, okay? My claim is that we have an electric gradient on the Earth with equipotential increase, 100 to 120 volts per meter increase up. So we have positive charge, then we have a negative charge on the surface, right?
Is that in a vacuum? Can you do that in a vacuum? Because you don't have any atmosphere or anything in a vacuum.
Wait. You think that there's not any electrostatics in a vacuum?
Not in, if the ball is by itself in that vacuum, what's it going to be charging off of? And also, anytime you have electrostatic exchange of energy of any kind, you're going to create heat. So all objects should warm up as they fall.
Oh my God, dude. It's like, it's so ridiculous. So in a vacuum, is there electromagnetic energy?
You can make electromagnetic energy using an electrical force. Yeah, of course.
So if we don't make it,
spark, you can do all sorts of things.
So if we don't make it, then there's no electromagnetic energy.
There won't be any. You release the ball from the top of the vacuum, chamber to the bottom. It'll fall all by itself without any electrostatic help.
Okay, so if we don't introduce it, then the vacuum has no electromagnetic energy. That's your claim?
Correct.
Oh, well, I hate to break it to you, man. That's just objectively not the case, and everyone in physics knows this. So in a vacuum, we have electromagnetic fluctuation. It doesn't require us introduce electricity.
You said electromagnetic, not electrostatic. There's a difference.
I asked you, is there electrostatics by definition is an electromagnetic phenomena according to your mainstream paradigm.
Correct, after you have applied a force to it. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay, there's electromagnetic energy in a vacuum. No matter what you do, you can't get rid of it.
I didn't say electromagnetic energy was the thing. I was asking about electrostatic. Can it fall? Because you said electrostatics is what's causing the falling of all objects going through this gradient of yours. And when you have a vacuum, you don't have a gradient. So that object shouldn't fall.
Again, so when you say cause, you want to say, I'm saying that it causes it so you can strawman me and say that the electrostatics of the Earth is pulling down the object.
No,
because you have a mental block here where you don't seem to understand things, okay? I said that there's a variance of variables, a variance of factors that go
Maybe
into
I'd understand better if you actually showed me the data
down.
from your experiments that you've done to demonstrate this wonderful idea.
And what's so funny is, though, when I turn and ask you for the experimental data that manipulated the bending and warping of space-time, you won't give me shit. You're being a hypocrite. So all I'm laying out for the audience, what I'm laying out for the audience,
for me to give you, because I'll do a trade. I'm willing to trade you. Give me some time, and I'll give you whatever information you think that I can come up with. If you're asking for something reasonable, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking for you to show me experimental validation where in which the independent variable, which is what you're claiming the cause is of downward acceleration, the bending and warping of space-time, was physically manipulated, and you verified that that was the cause of the effect. And of course, just changing something's mass and saying, that's what's happening because I'm reifying my claimed cause is in no way scientific validation that you're manipulating it. The proof here is that we have two very different postulations. Mine can be proven objectively that if I manipulate electrostatics, it'll make something go up and float.
Now, my only question to you is if I supply this information to you, are you going to suspend your disbelief on the vacuum of space and your disbelief on the object of the moon being a solid object as opposed to maybe being a floating light? Would you be willing to suspend that to see data? Because I can show you data and experiments that were done on the moon.
In other words, he ain't going to show you.
You're trying to. You're going to show me something on the moon.
Okay, that's one of them.
He's giving you data already, bro. He's giving you data already.
So I'm going to give you examples, and then I'll also give you data from all of those different experiments, whether they were done on the moon, the space station, or here on Earth, and we'll give you all of those examples that you're asking for. Now, I'd like to see your wonderful data and the experiments that support your hypothesis. Where you publish them, and even if you haven't published them, if you'd like to, and you have credible data that I can go ahead and test, I'll publish it for you.
Yeah, exactly. Don't show us an experiment we can't replicate or test ourselves.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Well, you're saying exactly, but science doesn't require belief.
But done here on Earth.
Hey, buddy, science doesn't require.
One that's done here on Earth also.
Okay, well then give us what's here on
Have
Earth.
You ever,
correct.
Have you ever opened up a cardboard box and had like the little styrofoam BBs fly out and stick to your hand, defying your supposed force of gravity? Yeah, it's the same thing. Electrostatics. Oh, yes.
Explain to me why
electrostatic claims.
Explain to me why when you open up a box that's filled with frozen carbon dioxide, that gas rolls out of the box and falls to the floor.
Okay, well, you have a temperature and pressure exchange.
How does it roll out of the box?
Is that gas electrostatic?
It literally rolls out. No, it's not. It's actually
how does it roll out of the box, bro? How does it roll out of the box?
That gas is electrostatic. Thanks for playing.
No.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's not what's causing it to fall.
Wait, y'all guys,
you're changing your claim. Has everyone heard how many times he's changed his claim? So
I didn't change my claim.
Bro, you just said it rolls out the box.
It is causing it to fall.
Hold on, you said it rolls out the box.
You just said 4 times earlier in the conversation that you're not claiming electrostatic is causing it to fall.
All right,
and now you're claiming that that's exactly what this gas is doing.
All right, now watch. Now here's the point. So I said,
what he's claiming.
You guys can only see. This is what they have to do, just like the typical gamma melts. What they have to do is not let me make my actual position, and they have to try to fundy mute me.
It's my dinner time, which I gotta run.
Yeah. Okay. So, hey, and by the way, wait, let me say something to him. So, you said you were gonna give me evidence that you physically manipulated the independent variable. Hey, stop interrupting me. That you were going to give me the evidence that you can physically manipulate the bending and warping of space-time to substantiate it is in fact the cause of the effect. I would really like that because I happen to know it doesn't exist without reification fallacy. Now, I'm dropping stuff in the chat for you, right? I've been dropping things already. I'll drop plenty more, and then we'll just sit here and patiently wait for you to give me what I know doesn't exist.
Dropping something in the chat that demonstrates electrostatic, interactions between molecules on a micro scale, is not going to be the thing.
No, I'm showing you the Van de Graaff generator.
No, I don't care about something floating. I know about that experiment. No big deal. You're applying a force to cause that that.
You're manipulating a force that's already there. It has a surface charge.
No, you're not.
It's the air molecule.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying it doesn't have a surface charge?
It has a mechanism to ionize.
Does it have a surface charge? Does it have a surface charge?
Not doing what you're saying.
Does it have a surface charge? Does it have a surface charge?
Sure, it doesn't matter.
Thanks for playing. Go back on mute.
That ionizes the molecules.
Oh wow!
Doesn't
you know what?
matter
This is why I
you
left
want
other
to
servers
say.
because people mute people all the time when they come and give a decent opinion.
What?
So I
Who's
guess I'm going to
muting
leave this
people?
one too. You
I didn't
somebody
mute.
muted
I said
JC.
go
Who's
back
muting
on
you,
mute.
bro?
No one got muted and Great Intentional. He said go on mute for whatever reason, but
Because I'm saying because he keeps jumping in the middle of my sentence, touting victory, and then when I ask him the question that refutes his point, he doesn't want to respond to it. He wants to just keep touting victory.
Whitson, how much of a background have you had in electromagnetics?
Enough to know that the bending and warping of space-time is stupid.
That wasn't my question. My question.
You're appealing to the authority of credentials right now.
No.
Did you know Nikola Tesla dropped out of college?
I don't have any experience in that.
Did you know Nikola Tesla?
Nikola Tesla.
Did you know Nikola Tesla dropped out of college? So are we going to pretend like Nikola Tesla's stupid?
But he also published.
Walter Russell wasn't also a doctor either.
Yeah, so
every one of those people published.
Einstein didn't finish grade school or college, so what the hell does that mean?
All published.
Come on, guys.
So that's what
dealing with
resort
morons who don't have degrees.
Have you ever read Einstein's theses, by the way?
Yeah, no, his theses for his PhD.
That's right.
No.
Yeah, and there's mistakes in it. So what?
Of course. He didn't even come up with most of his theories. Like his actual Nobel. No, yeah, that's a fact. Relativity was proposed by Henry Poincaré a year before he proposed it. And then he actually even released a refutation.
Did it like hundreds of years before that.
He released a refutation of it. That's why he never got his Nobel Prize. He didn't even come up with it. And then he got his Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect definition, which his wife did. And his wife actually had to help him with most of his math anyway. And then he got the contraction to explain Michelson morally from Lorentz. He didn't come up with really anything. He pieced together other people's ideas and was propped up. So who cares about his thesis?
Okay, well, the point is that I'm trying to get at is at least these people actually did some work and did the studying that they needed to do to understand what they were talking about. And what you're putting out, and the word salad that you're putting out, basically shows me that you know nothing about what you're talking about. You're talking about a phenomenon on a molecular level that is supposed to react with objects that are on a grand scale, and that's impossible.
The word salad, do you know word salad means that it's incoherent and doesn't make sense. It's like saying feather, blue, traffic, combine. Like that's word salad.
Pretty much that's exactly what you're saying.
No,
word salad,
I said everything.
None of what you said made any sense.
Can you tell me if this is word salad? I said everything is intrinsically electrostatic. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic.
Yeah, you memorized a sentence out of a book. Big deal. That doesn't tell me you understand it.
Well, you said that it was not understandable.
All your knowledge is memorized out of books, bro.
Knowledge of your own. Hey, could you name the electrostatic interactions that hold molecules together? They have names. Could you give me just the name of any of them?
No, I don't remember them.
The name of what?
Something.
What do you want the name of?
Yeah, things like hydrogen bonds and van der Waals forces.
Yeah, Vander. I just said that. I just said van something. Who cares?
Yourself, man.
Just said van something.
Ask us genuine questions. You know, if you need to know
basic
something,
chemistry.
a little bit before you
try to describe a physical phenomenon, physics, using basic chemistry, and it just isn't gonna work.
Dude. By the way, man, what I've said's all just objective, bud. Okay, and then what you're never gonna do is substantiate the counter argument, which is that it's the bending and warping of space-time. You're never going to actually substantiate it, and the best you can do is look at the oscillation rate of the degradation of cesium atoms and then reify that time itself is somehow physically doing something. You're going to bring up the Cavendish, which is just like really, really retarded. You can't actually prove...
Bring up the James Webb Space Telescope, but you don't believe in that either. So,
well, okay, so we're going to look in the sky and then presuppose and reify relativity, and that's going to prove it.
You can
I actually did a good job this last month. It's done it over and over again. Almost every image has some example of the effects of relativity.
Done for humanity?
The bending of space-time. When you see an object that's 13 billion light years beyond the object you're trying to photograph, and it's all warped because the light rays are being warped around a gravitational field. It's just amazing how
with a telescope they can see a few thousand miles. Big deal.
Great, Angelo. Just so you know, man, relativity is in a dire situation, right? So quantum is just eviscerating it, and if we apply it to the universal scale, right, the cosmological scale, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
What you're missing
it doesn't
is that they're
work.
trying to sew the two together and come out with a unified.
No, I just said cosmological
They haven't
scale.
gotten there yet.
No, okay, you invoked the cosmological scale. So we can throw quantum out, even though that is in direct contradiction with relativity. We don't even have to talk about that. We can just talk about the cosmological scale. When we apply it, it makes predictions, right? Because he claimed that there was basically a metaphysical realm outside the material world, but it had nothing. It was empty except for space and time, right? So just time is there, and then space and time have physical properties. That was what he claimed. Now, when we went and looked at the sky, we found out that's not true. There's a ton of other stuff there. And so the only thing that general relativity can even be applied to in theory is 5% of what is perceived, which is actual matter with the material world, as opposed to the other 95% being dark matter and dark energy. Its predictions have been debunked.
Even the 5% is mostly black holes and quasars and bullshit that they can't even prove. It's more like 0.00001%.
It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. The point is that it's wrong. So when you say relativity has been substantiated and proven with James Webb Telescope, what?
No,
dude,
it's
it
demonstrated,
dude,
and
its
the effects of it have been observed.
Dude, its predictions of galaxy rotational speeds was debunked in the 50s. Dude, in the 30s, they discovered, assuming relativity, that the galaxies observed only had 3% of the mass needed. The expansion rate is not what it's supposed to be. There's tons of energy there not predicted that's not supposed to be there. And that's because there could not be anything that's acting as a medium that can have motion applied to it within relativity. And Einstein very distinctly stated this. So relativity does not work in your own paradigm.
We'll wait your Nobel Prize.
Here on Earth, they got to invoke special relativity, which is a contradiction.
And that's just about straight lines. That's not anything to do with the curvature of the mechanism you're claiming in motion. And just so you know, like whenever I lay stuff like this out, that's when they resort to something like Ruhiv just said, go win your Nobel Prize. Or what Great Angelo said earlier, like, what is your background? Because they can't respond to the substantive remarks I'm making, the merits of the argument with any type of substantive specificity. They just start imploding and trying to make personal ad hom arguments about how I should go get a Nobel Prize if I'm so smart, as opposed to actually acknowledging the objectivity of what I said. This guy claimed the James Webb Telescope proved relativity, and I explained to him that in fact telescopes debunk relativity.
Well, they ask because like anyone who works in science knows that it's just silly, and even for
bro, you don't know what science is, bro. What you're calling science is not science.
Yeah, just got to talk over them.
We can't mute them. Like they're muting me. Don't mute them.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. I thought he was done. Sorry, I thought he was making a quick comment. Sorry.
It's used in chemistry all the time. So if you're going to say it's debunked, that's just absurd, man. It's just
because we have
chemistry, bro.
Jay, it's just because we have a conceptual model that's used a lot doesn't mean that it's an accurate depiction of reality. Just like quantum mechanics claims wave particle. Just like quantum mechanics claims wave particle duality and superposition and quantum entanglement. These are paradoxes that actually don't make sense as of now, but we can use them, right? We can use probability distribution mechanics, right? So that we can create replication and technology and stuff like that. We can use it. We can use the model, the conceptual abstraction that doesn't actually verify the conceptual backing of the postulation itself. So that's a non sequitur.
Yeah, when you take the math and you do the math and you get a precise thing, then you do a measurement and you get the same exact value, right? That verifies it, unless you can come up with other ways, but no one can come up with other ways. So,
Jace, okay, you say it verifies it. So what happens whenever something that is observed directly contradicts and falsifies it? Do we still claim that the other thing verified it?
Like what?
Like superposition.
Give me an example.
Superposition.
What contradicts superposition?
No, relativity cannot explain superposition.
Yeah, but scientists understand where the limits on the theories, the intermediate grounds between them. Like, this isn't news.
Well, you're invoking chemistry, Jace, which invokes the subatomic scale. You're in and the subatomic scale doesn't work with relativity. You just claimed chemistry validates and proves relativity, but the truth is that chemistry uses the subatomic scale, which relativity cannot adequately be applied to. So you're just patently wrong.
No, there's certain situations where you need relativity. Get that. Certain situations you don't.
Okay.
It's really simple.
No, see, now you're just picking and choosing and pretending that you can use the word validate when you simultaneously are trying to use sophistry to avoid the fact that it doesn't work.
Oh, it does.
It doesn't. It literally doesn't.
Any kind of heavy atom, like the color of gold, try to explain that without... Try to explain mercury being a liquid using just standard chemistry, relativity. Good luck.
Okay, so again, the point is that you have to reify and beg the question of the subatomic scale, and that subatomic scale, even with the reifications of your quantification method known as quanta, it doesn't work. It just objectively doesn't work. It doesn't work, Jace. It doesn't matter what you say. And then the electron model has also...
what you say. We use it all the time.
I just explained that we can use things, right? Because we have conceptual models that we use to quantify things. So the phenomena is not being disputed, right? Like, we have things that we can be observed, we can manipulate them, and we can even quantify them and replicate them. But the problem is that if we're trying to quantify something that's immaterial, right, then our model that we impose on it to quantify it doesn't equate to reality. It's useful. Therefore, we can do things like chemistry. We can do stuff like build a computer. We can do stuff like build semiconductors with this model. But we know the model's not actually real because we've debunked the model within its own presuppositions in many different ways, like wave particle duality, superposition, quantum entanglement. These are paradoxes that are well known. And I believe you that you're like, you are a biochemist, so you're kind of in the field, which is why I'm so perplexed, as I've never really met academics that are in any way experienced in it that don't openly admit that quanta is currently inoperable, certainly incompatible with relativity, and that we don't actually know the answers, and all quantum has done to us is show us what all we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what academics you're talking to, but no one I talk to says silly stuff.
Wow. Well, so Richard Feynman point blank says that. What he says is anybody that claims to understand quantum mechanics is either...
I don't care what Richard Feynman says, and I really don't care what other...
Damn, this guy.
Unless they have data.
Okay, here's the data. Here's the data. The data of observations of light show us that superposition has to exist. Our observations of the quote-unquote electron shows us that superposition has to exist. Hence us having to update the electron model to a cloud of distribution probability. Okay,
yeah, but scientists understand that those are effects on, like single particles, very quantum systems. And when you extrapolate the math to macroscopic systems or even atomic systems, the superposition gets decohered, so it's no longer there.
Okay,
right?
So that does that make? Are you saying that? Wait. Are you saying that makes the problem go away if you just ignore it?
No, it never was a problem to begin with, right? The superposition comes from when you do the math on single particles, very small quantum systems, like 2 particles or 3 particles. But when you extrapolate that into atoms, those go away. Those effects go away. It's called
that's a non sequitur. Non sequitur. The predictions.
Predictions don't. Euler's formula. Are you talking about
you don't get those predictions? There's no prediction for superposition in atomic systems.
What formula are you talking about?
The predictions don't work. Your atomic theory, your atomic model, intrinsically invokes the subatomic scale as well, because that's what you're claiming makes up the actual atom, right?
We don't claim that superposition is on the atomic.
That's another non sequitur straw man fallacy, Jace.
That's what you were saying before.
No, what I'm explaining to you is that when you invoke chemistry, chemistry invokes the subatomic scale, and our observations of the subatomic scale are not accurate and have been falsified. So whenever you use chemistry, you use the concept of an electron.
Chemistry
right? Which is the idea
subatomic particles. It's not the subatomic scale. Chemistry happens on the molecular scale.
When you're talking about the math and Euler's formula, I mean, is that what you're using to justify? Do you even know what it is?
What? It's wave functions,
you just said the math, okay? Yeah, the wave function. You know what Euler's formula is?
Go ahead, tell me. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm just saying, you don't even know the formula, but you're just you're standing behind all this math, and you don't even know what it is, bro. You haven't even looked into it, bro. So you're just
shut up and listen to him.
Are you talking
about the finish what I was saying, man.
Formula e to the I theta equals cos theta?
No, it's e. It's e to the I times theta. Yeah, you're right. But look,
that's what I said.
So you look it up. So here's what he does. He looks it up while he's like, "What?" Because he don't know what it is. He looks it up.
I was thinking about wave functions, Brian. You asked me about something completely different. So I had to go into my memory.
Look it up, bro.
I had to go into my memory and think about.
No, you had to go to Google, and all you're doing is like arguing with Google, Austin. He just
Wait, just so you know, Jason, your mic is kind of going in and out, so Brian does kind of get excited, but I don't think he's trying to interrupt you as much. Your mic kind of cuts out. I don't know if you're too close to it.
All I was saying was that I was thinking about wave functions and superposition. Then he brought up something completely different, so it took me a second for it to dawn on me.
Right. So what is the I in Euler's formula? What is the I in Euler's formula?
It's the imaginary number, Brian.
I'm on Brian.
All right.
Yeah, and Brian, you are kind of just like.
I just had to make sure we knew what he was talking about. I'll back off a minute.
Okay, so Jace, this is the point, right? Like, I know you're wanting to separate them, and I'm trying to meet you halfway and explain that I agree that our current construct is very reliable for things like chemical reactions, right? Chemistry can be carried out very efficiently with our current construct. That's why it is our current construct, but that doesn't mean that our conceptual abstraction that is the atomic model is actually accurate, right? Like, we've already debated this, and you claim that we can see atoms. Actually, we use electronic manipulation and motion sensory. We can't see them. We just have contrast images of oscillations. No. So, but here's
give you multiple papers, multiple different.
There's
a whole protein data bank full of freaking atomic structure of proteins.
We don't actually see the atom, though. Okay.
You should look up cryo-EM.
Hey, does it use electronic manipulation and motion sensory to go through a rendering program?
We scatter electrons off atoms
Hey, Austin is not disputing any of that, bro. Quit using reality to prove your point. Like reality's reality. Okay, that's what we both stand behind. Reality, bro. You're trying to. He's talking about the underlying causes of these things. Okay,
well, I'm challenging the specific model's claims, right? So, like when you say we scatter electrons, you expect us to just run down your little path of reifications and accept your definition of an electron. But we do not. I do not, because it's openly known that's just a model, right? It's called a point particle. It's called a point particle.
If you believe it or not, man.
It does matter. Jace, can you answer this question? Is the electron matter? Yes or no?
No, it's one of the particles that constitutes matter.
So electrons aren't matter.
No.
Okay.
They're one of the pieces that make up a part of.
No. It's claimed that electrons are matter.
No, they're leptons.
Yes. Okay. It's claimed that it's matter.
He agrees with you.
Wait, Jace, here's what I'm trying to say to you, right? So they're called a point particle, right?
Sure.
Right. Meaning that it has no volume or size or spatial extension, right?
Sure.
Okay. So we don't even know how big that this supposed electron is. Because
So what?
Okay, so when you say that you shoot them out, you don't. No. You manipulate charge, right? You isolate charge. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, electrons.
Yeah,
we take
that's
the electrons from atoms and scatter them off of other atoms.
You just reify that it's a little particle in there, but there's no actual evidence of that.
It hits the detector as a particle.
The detector has
a set of properties.
Dude, the electron dot pattern does not prove a physical particle impacts something.
Then what is it? Magic?
No, it's just an electric reaction the detector gives you a pattern of. That's it.
You're gonna have to come up with the mechanism for that.
Here's what it is. You're just gonna say ha and call me stupid, and I guess you're smarter than Tesla and all these people. But yeah, it's nothing more than a minute, discrete isolation of the primary state of matter being the luminiferous ether. It's
word salad. The mechanism for how does an electron hit a detector?
Why do you interrupt him calling it word salad, bro? He didn't even understand what he said. Ask him a question if you don't understand, bro.
The plate is just the detector is just picking up. The detector is just picking up the interaction of the gap of a dielectric field. It's the terminal end of a unit line of dielectric conduction, and then the plate has an electronic reaction to it, and then renders an image. So since that's where the material is, that's where the interaction happens, and then it gives you a dot pattern. I can cite quantum textbooks telling you exactly how this doesn't prove anything. How electron dot patterns or photon dot patterns don't actually prove the photon nor the electron. Okay.
Yeah, but look, man, hold on a second. Here's the point. So I understood what you said. Whether I agree with your specific claim or not is another thing. He don't even understand. He's just calling it word salad. So if you don't understand something, ask questions so he can clarify what it is you're thinking is word salad.
It's not in,
so whether you
that's
agree
not
with it or
in
not is irrelevant,
what
bro.
we observe.
Why do you call it word salad, bro? He made a specific claim.
This word salad, Brian. In reality, we observe something that has specific properties that transfers momenta upon
impact. You said it wasn't matter
with a detector.
Okay, so when you say transfers momenta, something moves and it's charge. Okay, now people call it negative charge so that we can quantify it, right? But there's no such thing as negative charge. It's charge and discharge, like expanding and contracting, right? Electrostatics is intrinsically interchangeable with electrostatics. Dielectrics, I mean. So dielectricity, dielectric is interchangeable with electrostatics. What people call the electron is nothing more than the terminal end of a line of dielectric induction. And then this has been known for a long time. Now, you may want to disagree with it. I don't care. But I side with Tesla. My point is that you can't prove it. They claim it's a point particle that has no volume, has no size, has no spatial extension. We can't ever actually find it. And then we use superposition. We can't know the radius of where it's at until we decide to observe it. We can't determine a rest mass because it's never at rest unless we speculatively use arbitrary means to determine the rest mass. And that we claim that the electron can basically turn into other particles, right? There's all these claims, and it's a distribution. It's a cloud of distribution probability of
You're
quote-unquote.
just confusing like 20 different concepts.
You're letting the math constrict your knowledge,
An
bro.
electron is just a set of properties that transfers momenta upon a detector when detected. That's what an electron is.
When your math ignores the dielectric, when your math ignores that, bro, it constricts your knowledge, bro.
Weak hypercharge, weak isospin, lepton number, all those properties, and the transfer of momenta upon detection. That's what an electron
So
is.
you're saying something without mass now has momentum? Is that what you're saying?
An electron has mass.
Okay,
but it's not matter, though.
It's not matter.
Yes,
so
it's a constituent.
So that's like saying it has height, right? That's the same as saying it has height, right? That's a scalar. Mass is a pretty much the way you measure things, right? Mass
Wait a
is
second.
like saying that it has height.
How can something not have mass, not have matter, but be mass?
Yeah, I mean, he's just wrong. He's just wrong. I'm sitting here looking at universities. That says electrons have mass and volume, hence electrons are matter. But simultaneously, they claim they're particles where you can't actually know for sure what the volume or size is.
Physics, the particle physics model, which is the most accurate.
No, they overlook the dielectric part of it, man. They just throw it out like it doesn't even exist and call them particles. I understand they did that for the math, but there's math now you're constricting your knowledge based on your math, bro. That's what all y'all are doing.
Okay,
and there's new math.
But we need
an electron is in the class of particles called leptons, which is in the larger of particles called fermions.
Bro, you're just reading.
We know
we've all read the same thing, bro.
We know your concepts.
When you get the fermions together, quarks and electrons, that's what composes a matter particle.
Okay, you can't actually observe and see. You can't actually observe and see any of these things. What you do is you use a plate that gives you a reading with contrast based on an electric exchange or interaction. And then when we actually apply and reify the electron model, which is a cloud of distribution probability, right? When we take that model and then we apply it,
conflating the regular, particle physics electron model within a
Yeah, you broke up. Left lane.
You're conflating
Left lane. You understand this stuff, Left lane?
No, I got aggravated because he quit. He broke up, and I didn't hear the rest of what he said.
Okay.
I said,
doesn't matter, bro. He's reading right off of the webpage, bro. I can post it. He's literally reading off of a webpage.
No, Jace probably knows this shit, Brian.
Jace,
he does know some shit, but right then he was reading. I'm telling you.
Okay. Either way, can we not just evolve the? This is
and
the point.
What I was saying was that you just conflated the particle physics electron model with the atomic electron model, which are two different things. They're just two different behaviors of an electron. But an electron hitting a detector, an electron in an atom, it's two different situations.
So even though it's the same thing, there are two entirely different descriptions of it because they do different things.
Well, no, the probability cloud in an atom is not what the electron is. It's just the probability of where you find it if you were to measure it. It's still a particle.
No, it's a way for them to ignore the dielectric, bro. It's a way for them to mathematically ignore the dielectric. Period.
That's reality, Brian.
No, Jace. The point is that
match what you guys think.
Oh man. Okay, you keep on claiming reality, and honestly, you're coming across very smug. Even though I'm trying to meet you in the middle, because when you claim it's reality, we all know it's not. It's just a model. It's just a model. And so the problem is when we do treat your model like it's reality, it doesn't work. For example, when we use the electron model, whichever one you want to use, when we use it and apply it to a magnetic field, right, the prediction is drastically off. There's way too much energy for the amount of electrons that is claimed to be there. So that electron model, there's something wrong with it. It doesn't adequately explain phenomena. We can't even make the math work. Of course, math isn't reality. It's just a description of a model.
Be specific. What heck are you talking about?
In a magnetic field, right?
Yeah, like what experiment, who did it, what was the data? Be specific.
It's very simple. When we look at a magnetic field, it has too much energy. It has too much energy, right?
Who says this? Who measured it?
Everybody.
To have too much energy.
So what they claim?
Don't. That's why I'm asking you, because I already know that's incorrect.
Really? So they don't claim that magnetic fields are the exchange of virtual photons.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with electrons. The exchange of virtual photons.
This is my point. So the electrons that are supposed to be in there, they don't give us enough energy to actually explain how much energy is observed. So
how much energy is observed? How much energy do they give us?
I don't know. It's relative to what the magnetic field is.
The less matter, the more energy,
dude, this is the point, okay? The virtual photon is used to explain the magnetic field, but the virtual photon is not a real thing. It's just an abstraction, right? And this is what Richard Feynman says. This is what Richard Feynman says. Its existence is questionable at best. It's never the input or output of any experiment. It's just an abstraction used to facilitate concepts and to make our equations balance out.
Yeah, it's an artifact of perturbation theory. Like everyone who works with perturbation theory knows.
Right. So what y'all do, you cut out. So I'm talking. What they do is when they discover new phenomenon, okay, like wave phenomenon.
But no one claims
they add different
virtual particles
variables and adjust the math, but they're reifying that math. What Austin's saying is legit, bro. You're reifying that math like an electron is a physical thing. We get it. That the math applies to the phenomenon, and you can make the math work with different variables. Sometimes that they realize they're wrong and add different variables, bro. What we're saying is you're reifying the electron, making it like a physical thing when it doesn't have to be, and it provably can't be proven.
Well, I'm just gonna say on the past electron thing, virtual, right, and that is just a more user-friendly way to explain things to the general public. But in, actual science, we understand that it's just an artifact of perturbation theory, that there isn't actual virtual particles.
Yeah, you're right. The answer is that, admittedly, currently, they don't fully understand magnetism, and they had to put a mathematical placeholder in it called virtual photons. And then you tried to tell me that I was just ignorant and they have nothing to do with electrons, but that is not true. They claim that there are virtual photons within the electron density cloud, and that they're reabsorbed. The virtual photons are reabsorbed by electrons. So when you say it has nothing to do with them, that's just wrong within your own paradigm.
The way
that's why I told him to ask questions, bro, because he just called it word salad. He didn't disagree. He didn't understand it.
Modeled it with quantum field theory is that the electron is causing disturbances in the field around it that have a vector quantity. And those quantities drop off by 1 over r cubed as it gets further.
How can it cause a disturbance, bro? How can it cause a disturbance if it's not touching it?
Now, if I wanted to take a shortcut and explain math to the
in your world,
Brian, I can't hear him, dude.
If I wanted to take a shortcut so I don't have to explain all the complicated math to the general public, then I would just say that it's exchanging virtual particles and that their strength is dependent on how close they are to the particles that they're exchanging.
Did that help, Austin? That's all he was getting at. That's why I interrupted him.
No, but we don't interrupt people, man. It doesn't matter, Brian. Go ahead.
It was a quick 2-word interruption, though, real quick. So since I got clear air, that we're saying the math, okay? The phenomenon was discovered first, and it was mathematically modeled, okay? The phenomenon came first, and then it was corrected with different variables, okay? Y'all, what Austin's saying is you're conflating these electrons as being real things and physical matter
Yeah, real fast though,
It
Jace.
is, Brian.
Real fast, just so you understand what I'm saying. So the point is that we don't currently understand magnetism, right, within the subatomic scale and the particle, any particle theory. It's not fully understood because, like, the behavior of this reified electron, our predictions don't actually match what we observe. They go as far as to say that, like, these photons, these virtual photons, split into electron-positron pairs and then recombine into photons and are reabsorbed by the electron. And it's just a mathematical fix, right? Because within the idea, everything has to be comprised of particles. And so we had to come up with some type of construct or concept to explain magnetism. And it's because, it's hard to quantify something if you don't have a particle. How could you do it? But this is the problem. If you're trying to quantify something immaterial, then it's a futile pursuit, bro. You can come up with a construct, and like, okay, virtual particles and virtual photons are useful. It's a useful construct for our math, so we can try to replicate things with magnetic fields with extreme precision. I don't dispute that. My point is that there are no actual virtual photons. That means that the model doesn't actually represent reality.
So, like I said before, the whole virtual photon thing, that's just to dumb it down, to be polite.
No, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
In reality, when we want to actually model magnetic fields and things, we do them as vector quantum fields. Like I said, they have vector quantity values that drop off by 1 over r cubed, and it models it exactly. In fact, the magnetic dipole moment of the electron itself has been
predicted
measured
within like 7 decimal places.
Yeah, it's like 12 decimal places.
Yeah, I
so
get it.
That doesn't mean it's that accurate, bro.
You're taking the simplified explanation given to the public and saying that's wrong when we already know.
Okay, do explain then. Do explain, bro, what it is we don't understand about a virtual particle.
Just told you.
Bro, he's insulting everybody in this room, saying the general public, because we don't get the math, then he's bringing it down
It's not an insult. Most people understand they aren't.
I'm simply asking him to explain what a virtual particle is.
Just like good-hearted critique here, you have to understand that it's coming across like you're yelling at us, man. So it's like it really changes the vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sorry, man, I let John yell, but let me just say, explain to us, non-public, what a virtual particle is. Since you've dumbed it down for us, please explain what a virtual particle is.
Yeah, so in reality, like I said, the electron causes disturbances in the field, the quantum field around it.
What is a virtual particle? You said you.
Oh my God! Why is it? Everybody is talking
they're just artifacts of perturbation theory.
Brian, you're gonna drive the shit out of this, man. I just want to I just want to say something, right? So what we're not paying attention to what he's saying is that. Right, he's trying to say that, okay, since we know how it behaves, that means we know what it is, and that's not the case. And I'm trying to actually hear what's it trying to say to him about that, because that's the point, Brian. It's not that it and you too. I don't know what his name is, but it's like trying to tell me, well, we know the theory of gravity is correct, space-time curvature, because we have this acceleration. And it's like, no, hold on a second. We agree about the acceleration, and we agree about the mechanism that it works, and this is what it does. But I mean, what is it? You're giving a description of what it does, not an explanation. You're giving an explanation for what it does, which is not what we want. We want an explanation for what it is.
I'm good with all that you just said, but the question still stands since he said he had to dumb it down by calling it virtual particles so everybody would understand it. So what I want him to do is tell specifically what it is.
Okay. So he was trying to do that, but then everyone wanted to talk through him. And so although I am diametrically opposed to Jay's thinking that this is somehow reality, we can't have any productive intellectual exchange if we're just going to chant through each other. Okay, so Jace has tried to explain it. He's talking about a perturbation within a field. The problem is, no one's disputing that you can look at it and quantify it, and it's replicated and with precision and extreme accuracy, right? My point is that it's not reality. So I'm asking, what is the magnetic field actually comprised of? What is it? If you define field as math, right?
Austin, you just asked him what the field is, and I'm trying to narrow it down. I'm on your side. What is a virtual particle? He just said we're too dumb to understand what it is. So I'm asking him to explain what's a virtual particle. What makes up that field? What's a virtual particle? The question still stands.
I didn't hear him say that we were too dumb. He said they dumb it down in that way.
So it's conveyable to the public, right?
You're too dumb, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what it basically means. You're not smart enough to understand, so we have to water it down for you. I think Brian's question
Oh
is
no, it's not
legitimate.
even dumbing it down. But I told you what he did was a watch the hand trick. It's completely different. Showing me
He put
what it
himself
does
on that
is not telling
diagram.
me what it is. And I
He
know
didn't include himself in not understanding. He said we, as in you and me, bro.
You got to calm down. He said the public. The point is, Graham nailed it. It's like a watch the hand trick. It's like, oh no, that's not what it actually is. People just say that so people can understand it in the public. You're just like shucking and jiving. It's sophistry.
Well,
like you're not
he
answering
alluded-
what it is.
He alluded to a mathematical supposition, and which is a description, not an explanation. And we're asking for an explanation. The problem is it's not meeting rational physics. So he's left off with mathematical descriptions in lieu of an explanation.
Right, telling us we're too dumb to understand. Right, exactly. That's my point. He's telling us, instead of being honest and explaining it to us dummies, just tell us that. And he didn't include himself. He said that they had to explain it to the public because they're dumbing it down for us. So he didn't include himself.
That really triggered you. That was a part that he wanted to use to distract you from actually getting to the points we're trying to. So
the question stands. As long as I'm here, the question stands.
Right. I mean, so
I said before that I had to mute for a little while, but I appreciate the solid.
Breaking up a lot.
We could have called it word salad, but instead I asked him to explain. If I don't understand something, I'd like him to simply explain.
Space, is there anything that you could maybe do that would fix the whole like you going in and out? It doesn't sound like connection. It sounds like the mic is clipping. But
I'm on my phone.
It's all good. Maybe it's all right. But you want to try again, and can we not interrupt him? Because I'm just going to fall out of the conversation if it goes on for 2 hours when it could be a 10-second thing, but every time someone starts talking, we have to like interrupt them, okay? And that goes for everyone, please. So, Jace, like we're asking specifically, like, what is a virtual photon, as in what actually is comprising a magnetic field? The mathematical description is not describing an explanation of what it is itself, like what actually is the magnetic field comprised of.
Yeah, right. Like I said, it's the.
Jace, your mic is cutting out again.
These God damn it, am I?
Yeah.
Are you on push to talk on your phone or voice activity?
Voice.
Okay, could be.
When he was reading off this webpage, he never broke up one time when he was reading off this webpage.
Maybe try. No, you can tell it's really breaking up, Brian. Come on, man. You can try push to talk though. Push to talk might work because voice activity layers a bunch of different voice filtrations.
Or you could drop out and come back in. Maybe that'll clear it.
I mean, if it's voice activity, maybe the sensitivity, because sometimes it doesn't pick up if you're until you're right next to the mic.
No, I'm not saying that he ain't dropped out. I'm just saying that he literally didn't break up at all when he was reading this webpage here. Take it for what you want. I'm not accusing him of nothing. It's just kind of ironic.
Well, it's a conspiracy. I'm sure it is.
Fucking hostile.
His phone is conspiracy.
Well, Austin's been asking it a bunch of different kinds of ways. He's just rewording it and being polite and all that. And I respect that. And I'll shut up when he goes to respond. But, just before the question is going to stand until he answers it for us dummies. Thanks.
Great. Angelo, do you think you know the answer?
I wasn't here when you asked it. What'd you ask?
They claim that magnetic fields, that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons, but that virtual photons aren't a real thing. It's just an abstraction whose existence is questionable at best. It's just used to make the equations balance out. So we're trying to figure out, what's a virtual photon?
Yeah, it's not my field. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
So do you agree that quantum mechanics and modern science can explain magnetism?
Modern science and quantum mechanics will explain it in what way? I mean, if you're just explaining the phenomena, yeah, of course they can do that.
No, like denoting and describing what happens is not explaining it, though. We're trying to figure out what magnetism is.
They're describing the actions of it and giving equations. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I think Austin has a good point, dude, because literally, on no matter how you want to look at it, it's got to tie in with the metaphysical at some point or another. And they've just, by saying virtual particles, they've just moved it down a notch. You know, so Austin's got a good point here, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, it's debate over.
You know, I've been listening for a couple days now on this channel, and I, you know, found it very interesting and fascinating. But the one thing I'm getting out of this, and it worries me, is that I haven't heard anything from the flat Earth community giving me a really good description of what they know the Earth is all about. I get a lot of, well, we think, or it's this, and you know.
Yeah, we understand, dude. We understand, man. We're like way into the debate, right?
Hang on, and when a Glober comes in and starts talking about whatever, you know, and says he has it backed up with, you know, science and proofs and so forth, and not really proofs, because science never relies on proofs; it relies on, you know, just an understanding and an agreed upon understanding, but. I don't see that. You guys don't agree on anything.
No, we're pointing out, bro. Let me address that. So we're pointing out that you don't.
Of course, Brian. Of course.
Thank you, Brian. So my question is basically why is there such a disparity in the amount of ideas of what people think the Earth is all about from the flat Earth community, whereas it's pretty linear within the global community?
Because we're not in a cult, and you have a script that was fed to you, so there isn't much leeway, because there's a claimed model of the globe Earth, a claimed size, a claimed axial rotation and tilt, and all these things are very specific claims. It's not like you guys could have different opinions. If you think the Earth is what they told you, it has to be exactly what they told you. What we did was we went and tested that claim. We learned all about it, found out where it came from, and then went and tested the geometric claims within it, found out that it's actually not what they said it is. So now we're just reset, but we're not in a cult, though. So we don't go to school and then have this is what flat earthers are allowed to say. This is what we all think, because that would be ignorant. That's what we just broke out of, was like groupthink.
But that's not quite what I asked. I asked why you guys are on all the different pages, and none of these pages have any proofs or any kind of, you know, studies. You say you've researched it.
You kind of missed.
Let's talk about the axial.
Right. I'd like to add real quick. Also, measurements. There's no measurements from the flat Earth community.
The axial tilt doesn't exist.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. So I'd like to try to address a bit of that as well. I am going to say a little bit of the same as what Austin said, but you are riding on the coattails of hundreds of years of science. Let me ask you a real quick question that's almost rhetorical. What novel idea in science have you hypothesized and then verified? I would say nothing. Everything that you believe in science, someone else has discovered. So the reason why Austin and I disagree, the reason why Brian and I disagree, is because we are on a new side of science where we are looking at these things, each of us in his own way, and we're separated by miles and hours and time zones and yada yadas. And we have been doing this for 5 years, not 500. So there's no consensus per se, except that we are rethinking the system, right? That's the one thing that we'll agree on. We are re-evaluating what we've been told. Now,
so you said what novel? You know, what novel thing have we come up with? Are you basing it on just the people who come into this Discord?
Measurements, bro. Measurements.
Novel ideas by science alone.
Hold on. I have an hypothesis that's absolutely novel, that no one is suggesting, okay, and is worthwhile investigating. I've not heard anyone else make this suggestion. So my question to you initially was, what novel scientific hypothesis have you discovered that no one else has?
Me personally.
Yes.
Tested or untested?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with respiration in ants?
What's your hypothesis?
No, are you familiar with how it works? The respiration in insects in general.
Yeah, through their skin. School us.
Do you understand? Do you understand the chemical reaction that happens on a cellular level and from the trachea to the cell?
I don't. Nope, I don't.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, well, that's what I was working on in about 10 years ago, and came up with a novel idea, and I do have papers on it, but I'm not, without doxing myself. I'm literally, not going to sit here and there's science being discovered every day, and it's not just in in biology and
wait, hold on, wait.
But I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you one example that happened in the last 100 years, and that's Hubble himself. Hubble discovered that the galaxies in the universe are moving away from us. And as a result of that, that's where they came up with the theory of if they were moving away and everything seems to be uniformly moving away in all directions. Hold on, that is science. It's when you declare that observational science is not science, you're making a big mistake, because
it's not the science we're discussing, bro. We're discussing provable hypotheses.
It is a provable
not observation.
Well, it can start with an observation, right?
It always starts with an observation.
Okay,
why you guys? How is this the answer to how do you have proof the Earth is flat? How is our answer?
He was asked if he come up with something novel.
I know.
And then we went on that. And
I'm
he
critiquing
avoided
the
my
flat
question
Earth
by asking me one. He basically avoided my question by asking me one, and I gave him an answer. And
no.
I'd like him
Okay,
to go
well
back.
then, okay, listen, I wasn't trying to avoid anything. I was trying to establish a point, and that is that Austin is suggesting something that is questionable in many people's minds. I might be suggesting something that's questionable. So whether or not Austin is familiar with my hypothesis, is one thing. Once he becomes familiar with it, it doesn't mean that he's going to agree with it right away. So we're not going to have consensus in mass on the flat Earth side, was my point, right? We are coming at things from new perspectives with new suggestions. My own research proves that comes into conflict in mass with the globe side. Absolutely. Most of what I suggest about mirage and refraction gets stiff-armed. Immediately just, why don't you guys get along and agree? Okay, we're working through stuff.
Well, you guys got to test it, right? You guys are
so here's
observations.
the test. Here's the test right here. There's observation in 5 minutes after the hour. According to the globe Earth math, this lighthouse here should have been blocked by 143 meters. It's 53 kilometers away with an observer height of 7 meters. And yet we can see the entire lighthouse. How does that work? The point is that we did test it. Here's another one where the mountains are 255 miles away. According to the globe Earth math, they should have been physically obstructed by 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature. Yet we can see the mountains. And in fact, the top of the tallest mountain should have been obstructed by an additional 1 vertical mile of Earth curvature. So there's 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature that should be here blocking the mountains, yet we can see the mountains. So we've tested the actual claim, and we've heard what the globe Earth tries to rebut this with. And what they claim is, well, when you use this infrared camera and you see this mountain exactly where it should be if the Earth is flat, exactly as it looks in reality, actually you're not seeing the mountains. They're being optically lifted in an illusion, and it just looks like the Earth is flat. That's what their claim is. We don't jive with that. We tested the geometric claim of the globe Earth, the radius value of 3959, and there are observations that we could be in here till tomorrow showing you that don't jive with that, and then just reifying the R value, putting 7/6R and claiming that refraction fixes all things no matter what the rate is, even if we have to go, 264,000 mile apparent radius, no matter what, we can always just say light bent exactly as we need to make the Earth look like it's flat. We don't buy that bullshit. We tested the radius value. And if the radius value is wrong of 3,959 miles, then the entire model is immediately falsified. That value has to be accurate. That's the answer.
What is the highest altitude a flat earther has ever gone?
Dude, we've sent up balloons, bro, like 140,000.
Now Brian's taking the bait. Brian's taking the bait, but you just whistled past everything that I said to just try to go and ask something different to distract away.
I don't have any data from how you observed, this photograph that I don't even see. I'm looking for in the chat this photograph of the mountain you're talking about and the photograph of the lighthouse. I don't know where
They're
that
both
is.
in the chat.
Look in live stream text. Live stream text 1.
And which mountains are these that I'm looking at?
Canigou.
Where?
Canigou Mountains.
Oh.
And what location is the observer at, and how high up in altitude?
Bro, we've been doing this 5 years. The math is Glober math. Okay,
This picture is very difficult to assess. First, it's not clear. You know,
It's from 255 miles away.
Yeah, I'm 255 miles away at what altitude?
I'm trying to remember the exact observer height
Bro,
off the top
what
of my
we're
head.
showing is
it was like 13,000 feet.
That's not true.
Yeah,
it's like
no,
9,000.
It was above that.
It's got to be at least 15,000 feet from
No,
looking
it's
at
not.
the
But
water
it
down
doesn't.
below.
No, but it doesn't matter because we use the observer height, and then we use the distance. And the globe Earth prediction is that there should be 3 miles of Earth curvature blocking the mountains. Which means the globe Earth has to claim that these mountains were not actually seeing the real ones. And this is a mirage. This is an illusion that we took with our infrared camera. And actually these mountains are being optically lifted up 3 miles and then stopping to trick us as if the Earth is flat. Now, normally with mirages, we have inversion. Normally with mirages, we have inversion, we have stretching, we have it look different than the actual object, right? But you guys claim, no, it looks exactly like the real object, even with an infrared camera, and it optically lifted 3 miles. We ask you, what's the evidence of this? Well, if we assume the Earth's a ball, that means that's what had to happen.
That's not science.
You guys took this photo?
Did I take the photo?
You said you guys, we took this photo, and I'm wondering if you had anything to do with it.
We had
I got
an
to think
observation.
dock 7 miles over 1 foot.
I personally talked to the person that took the photo.
I've got my own observations that don't match the globe. 7 miles, I see at the bottom of a dock that's supposed to be, the horizon's supposed to be 1.22 times the height of the observer's height in feet squared. So,
why are we changing the subject, though?
The horizon should have been like right around a mile, right? And I'm seeing 7 miles to the bottom of this dock. And that's just me personally.
But either way, and I can find for you, I have it somewhere saved. I have all the data somewhere, but
I just need to know where the location is. I can't read what it's saying. It's too blurry.
Yeah, I have it all somewhere. I'll have to find it, but and I'll drop it in just a second. But what I'm trying to ask you is, okay, just for intents and purposes of the conversation, right? And I'm not suggesting that you do this by just assuming. I'm just asking. I hope that's got the data in it, Firefly.
I actually have a beautiful mountain range literally outside my window with some of the highest peaks in the world. Literally 20,000 feet, 22,000 feet behind me. And I can literally go out over the ocean and could point my camera back in the direction of the Andes and take a photograph of those mountains. They're not over the horizon yet.
Right. So Austin's you're not the first Glober to dispute Austin. He even gave the excuse we get. Like the mountains aren't physically there. They are refracted some, for us to, for it to appear flat. That's his point. So you're not the first one. In fact, you're probably the 100,000th one, and they all asked the same questions. So we're a little bit past that. So we're talking about science, but really science doesn't prove the shape of the earth, bro.
This is not science.
Brian,
Measurement.
I have to ask these questions because I am a scientist, and I want to know exactly where the photograph was taken.
That's a good question.
What's the distance between me and that peak that's on the little bit to the left of the image? And
okay,
then
Great Angel.
I can tell you whether or not the data is correct.
Great Angel, can I just ask you a question?
It's a good one, dude. I respect that.
Can I just ask you a question?
Ask me a question. Go ahead.
My question is, right, like I admire that's what you want to know. That's what an honest, diligent researcher would want to know, right? Like only an ignorant person would just blindly believe something they see on the internet and believe the data or just believe the numbers someone tells them, right? Like you have to go verify the distance and stuff. That's cool. But what I'm asking is if those numbers are correct, right? And there should be 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature based on the distance and the observer height. then what is your opinion on the observation? Like, for intents and purposes, and I will get you the data. I think Firefly might have already dropped it, but maybe not. I'm asking you, if those numbers are correct, then what is your assessment of the observation?
Hang on one second.
Or are you going to ignore the facts and just change the model, update the model? Because that's what most of them do. They give us excuses and update the model and ignore the facts right in front of their very eyes.
No,
It's
I'm
ridiculous.
not ignoring anything. Actually, I cannot see what the data is or the numbers you're talking about, because I see on the right-hand side of the screen 7,765 feet, 8.97.
Yeah. Like I said, I have it all laid out. Have it all laid out for you, right? Where I have the name.
When I see the data, then I can make a comment on it. That's basically why I don't comment on something, because I can't see any of the data right now.
I got you. What I'm trying to tell you is, like, I have it all. I have the name of the peak that the observer's on, the name of the mountains. They're actually all labeled right there. I've personally talked to him. I'll link his website so you can go get more data. And
is this across a bay? There's like a bay and so forth?
I think it's. I don't know if it's ocean water. I can't remember, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's
the
water.
observer's on a mountain.
Yeah, this is from the top of Canago, right, Whitsett?
Wait, the Chicago skyline was shown on national TV, where there's supposed to be 180 feet missing.
Yeah, this is excellent globe proof, Whitsett. Fantastic globe proof.
See, now this is what they say. So he's going to say it's globe proof because you can't see all the stuff between us and the mountains. Even though the truth is that when things get further away from you in the distance, they change in angular size. Like if I'm walking down the streets, right, I'm going to look like I'm getting smaller. If you have like a little action figure that's like 6 inches tall, and then you have me who is 6'1", walking away. If you get down and really close to the action figure, it's going to look like it's taller than me once I get far enough away, because I'm going to optically compress in the distance, right? And so that's what happens when we look over vast distances. But they don't want to address the actual point.
Let's address it, Whitsett. Let's do it.
Okay, so you're saying that these mountains are optically lifted 3 miles, right?
I don't think it's 3 miles, no.
It is.
Not 3 miles.
How much is it then?
Let's do some maths. Hold on.
How about the distance between where we are to that mountain?
255 miles.
A mile or something, dude.
255.
Yeah, it's from the top of Canago, right? This one?
I don't remember all the details. I'll just have to find
2784.
2784. It's only a mile. It's only supposed to be blocked by 50 statues of liberty.
How far? Let's say Grand Ferron, which is the tallest one, right? Grand Ferron, Canago to Grand Ferron. Let's get the distance there.
Is the mountain higher than 15,000 feet?
There's a place where only once a year you can
mountain
see the
is
mountain.
supposed to be the top of the tallest mountain should be a mile underneath the Earth curve.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked the top of the tallest mountain. How high is it above sea level? What is its altitude?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm trying to go find all the data. Like I've actually looked at this before, though.
365 kilometers.
Not accepting the fact. Period. So the point is, no matter how much, the mountain should be hidden by a horizon that y'all call Earth. We've proven that horizon. Excuse me. We've proven that horizon is not geometric. It's optical.
You haven't proven anything yet. I still haven't seen the data.
Hang on, come on, man.
The amount that refraction lifts it is about 700 meters.
No.
Yes.
There should be three.
You're saying half a mile then? Just half a mile? So only
over 365 kilometers. Right? 365
only 7 statues of liberty then, right? So the horizon we're seeing is not geometric then, correct, Ruhin?
When you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted? Is that what you mean?
I mean geometric as claimed, because we're.
What do you mean by geometric?
Is
it the actual tangible?
Hold on, real quick, and I'll give it right back. But we're told that ships and mountains, are blocked by the edge of Earth with a radius of 3959, that it's the geometry of Earth blocking the mountain and the ships. Is it the geometrical Earth curve that's blocking
I'm going to ask you again, Brian. When you use the term geometric, do you mean unrefracted? Do you mean ignoring refraction? It's a very simple question, and no one seems to be able to answer
it. Before we start discussing magic refraction, Okay, I'm asking you, dude. Is it geometric? Can't you be honest?
No one's able to answer it.
When you use the term geometric, do you mean ignoring refraction?
Hold on.
Yes. Okay. So the geometric horizon, the unrefracted horizon, is not relevant to any of this.
Okay, so then what the point is the curvature of the Earth, which is what the geometric horizon is, you're saying that we never see the actual position of the curvature of the Earth, correct?
You never see the unrefracted horizon as the actual apparent horizon because we're looking through an atmosphere.
Let's see if you can answer the question.
I just answered it, Witsit.
No. Like without just trying to drown it in sophistry. Without trying to drown it in sophistry, it's a closed-ended question. You want to drown it in your sophistry, though. I said, so are you saying that we never see the actual position of Earth curvature?
The horizon that we see is refracted. Listen, the horizon that we see is refracted, and we see it in its refracted position.
So therefore, the answer is no, we do not ever see the actual position of the curvature of the Earth.
Everything we see is in its refracted position because we're
so
looking through
the answer is no.
If you interpret my answer as no, fine.
It is no. So
whatever you want to accept my answer as, I've explained it.
Let me try to ask Austin and Brian. Let me ask him real quick. Ruhip, I'm going to try to ask you an honest question. Okay. Are you comfortable with acknowledging that your use of refracted horizon means actual position?
Everything we see is in its refracted position.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So not
geometry then, right?
No. This is why I'm careful with what I say, Brian, because you fucking misinterpret it. I did not say not geometry, right? Geometry. Are you saying we can't do geometry with two curves? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that what you're telling me is that we're not seeing a geometric nothing. We're not seeing what we're supposed to see because of atmosphere, okay? So that's a whole different discussion, bro. But if you were honest, you'd give us the explanation
Brian,
second. And
don't start with that shit, Brian. Don't start with the fucking dishonesty shit. Don't fucking start with the fucking dishonesty shit.
Calm down.
Why are you getting mad,
gentlemen? Okay.
Please calm down, dude. I'm about to start muting people that are just being over the top, talking over people.
Don't start with the dishonesty shit.
Okay, so Great Angela, do you kind of see what we run into though? Where like we're just trying to boil it down. So now what I'm forced to do is I'm gonna have to be the honest person that's the third party.
You don't start with the dishonest shit either, Witsit.
I'm just saying that I'm going to give an honest recollection of the situation. Okay. Wow, dude, put a little bass in your voice before you mock people. Okay, so
pretend you're a man, philosopher.
This is the point, right?
Wasn't mocking anyone, but sure, that's cool.
Okay, so what it's claimed is that there is a geometric horizon based on the radius of the Earth, meaning that the curve of the Earth is a certain distance away from us. And this is a physical location. It's tangible, physical, actual, right? And it blocks our views. Like we were all taught that boats go over this, etc., right? So we can't see infinitely far on a ball, obviously, because it's going to physically block our view. This is called a geometric horizon. We know the location based on the math, okay? Now, what the globe position is that we never can see that actual curve of the Earth because there's an atmos, right? And so every time that we see this horizon, it isn't the actual position of the curvature of the Earth. So then the follow-up question is, if we can never see the actual position of the curvature of the Earth, then how do we know that it's there?
Right. Boats go over the apparent horizon, the refracted horizon.
Again, the question is, if we never see this is such an easy question to answer. So if we never see the actual position of the Earth curve, then how do we know that it's there?
It's curving up.
The unrefracted horizon is pointless. It's meaningless. It doesn't come into anything.
It doesn't when you think it's curving down because it's curving up. So you have to imagine things and pretend things are meaningless and things like that.
The unrefracted horizon is meaningless because we're looking at it through an atmosphere.
So we just keep asking the question. Like the thing is, I'm sorry, Roof, I don't know how else to describe it. It seems like it's a tactic of sophistry, right? Because I'm like point blank asking. It's an honest question. It's, dude, if we never see the actual curve of the Earth, then, well, how do we know that it's there?
We are seeing the curve of the Earth.
Unless you have no atmosphere, that's not what you see.
Okay, so what we see is determined by the atmosphere.
Right.
Can you give us one honest answer, for fuck's sake?
Yes. Fuck off, Brian.
Okay, now,
Roof,
do you agree?
Yes, Earth curve. Yes, Earth curve.
Roof, do you agree that if we never see the actual curve, the horizon is just based on the atmos?
When you say actual curve, what do you mean actual curve?
I mean the actual position, right?
The Earth's curving. Come in with the honest
dude.
Position of the unrefracted horizon. Are you saying the position of the unrefracted horizon? No, we don't know where that is. It's a mathematical location.
What's happening is he's taking all locations from the observer to the horizon as perspective and being flat. That's what's happening to these guys.
So
they're seeing no curvature from where the
Can we progress the we're like stuck on
we can't.
On the geometry and the refracted. If the geometry wasn't there, we wouldn't see it. It's there. It presents to us through a refracted image through the atmosphere. But if it wasn't there, we wouldn't see it.
Okay, this happened when Whitsitt was giving his example, and he said that we see no curvature, right? And nobody stopped him there. When he said right and he continued, he got your consent that you agree with him. That was
what
the
did I agree with? What did I agree with? Because this is where you fuckers misquote, right?
This is why this, by the way, this is for the flat earthers to know. This is why this conversation doesn't really progress much, just because you take the bait from the sophistry, right? So when Ruhif asked, what do I mean by actual? You don't start screaming random non sequiturs. What you say is, it's the opposite of the apparent, because that's what the definition is. So we have an actual position, and that's not the same as an apparent position. They're different things. Now, your claim is we never see the actual position because of atmos, which means every time we see the horizon, which in your paradigm is the curve of the Earth, it's just an apparent location. Well, on a flat Earth, the horizon is also just an apparent location. So the question still arises that keeps getting skated past. If we never can see the actual position of the Earth curve, then how do we know it is there?
Okay, it's a physical location. We see it in an apparent position.
Now, that is called a begging the question fallacy, because we're trying to figure out if that's actually true. I do understand your position. And so Left Lane has now made an additional claim saying that if the Earth curve wasn't there, then we wouldn't see a horizon.
Earth curve, do you mean the horizon?
Yeah, he's saying that if the geometric horizon wasn't there, we wouldn't see a horizon at all. That's Left Lane's claim.
Do you agree with that, Ruhif?
The geometric horizon, the unrefracted horizon, is generally closer than the refracted horizon.
There's no such thing as unrefracted horizon. Quit saying it.
That's what I interpret you to say when you say geometric horizon.
So let's walk out there. Well, don't talk about fantasy. We're talking about
there's only one geometric horizon. The one that we see.
Let's not talk about it. If we don't see it, then we shouldn't talk about it. Let's be honest and let's hold hands.
Brian, please stop using that word.
Hold on, man. Hold on. We walk out to the beach. And I'm a globe earther, you're a flat earther, okay? We don't know anything about anything. We just know that wherever we see the horizon, that we're gonna have to figure out whether it's real position, because we don't know, because it's not actual. Okay, so what do you see out there that shows you it's a globe, or is it just all math? That's the question.
It is actual. It's curving up.
It's math that matches reality. Yes.
Okay, so how about this? We'll do it this way. I'll lay out objectively what both sides are. Okay, so The globe Earth is that there is a geometric horizon. It's an actual location based on geometry. It's a certain distance away from you, and it will obstruct your view relative to how high up off the ball that you are. But because there is an atmosphere, then we never see this actual position because it's always going to be at least slightly refracted. So since there's an atmos, you can never see the actual location of the Earth curvature. So the question is then, well, how do we know that it's there, right? Now, the position that some globe Earthers take is, well, we wouldn't have a horizon if it wasn't there. You have to have the physical Earth curvature to have that horizon at all, even though it's apparent. The flat Earth position is the horizon is nothing more than apparent. There is no geometric horizon. It's just apparent, like we always observe, because it's the optical illusion where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the ground never actually merges into the sky. It's just an optical illusion, and it's relative to observer height and then the atmospheric conditions. So the question is, and this is where you get to make your own determination, is it sufficient for you to say, oh, well, we never see the actual Earth curvature and it constantly moves around optically?
Bro, there is no presence in your words. You're hitting play out of repetition. Just slow down.
Yeah, slow down. And
by the way, there's three options now. The third one is it's curving up. So
that isn't an option, dude. You keep saying that, but it isn't an option.
Bro. We don't know at this point.
We do know. Oh, we do know.
I know we know, but I'm saying if we're being honest, starting from scratch with an honest position, it could be doing anything, dude. We got to figure out what it's doing.
See, this is why Flat Earth is never going to go anywhere, because it's like the Flat Earthers themselves are like trying to make sure I can't make my point, right? It's like just laughable.
Why would you say that, bro?
Because, like, as I'm saying it, we have this other guy jumping in saying, your words don't hold any weight.
He waited for you to finish, bro.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
he jumped in.
Wasn't finished. He cut him off. Yeah, he cut
him off. My bad. I thought he was done. My bad.
Ask a short question.
It's not, I know. See, I've figured out.
There was no opportunity for me to enter.
I figured out
you've already spoken your
Everyone's going to have an opportunity. Everyone's going to have an opportunity.
I'll fall back
we have
after
to do it one at a time.
I'll fall back because I've been talking a lot. I'll fall back after I say this. All I'm trying to say is I've clearly discovered that the asking the question things gets really pedantic and no one wants to be honest and they talk past each other. So this is what I'm trying to say. This is, you have a decision to make, right? Either that horizon is the apparent location that is a refracted depiction of an actual obstruction called Earth curve, or it's not in any way an actual position. It is just apparent. It's just an optical effect, which is what we observe. The question is, do you think that the Earth curvature is there but we can't see it? Or is the curvature of the Earth that's presupposed actually not real and the horizon is just an optical effect?
All right, your first one is correct. The apparent horizon is what boats go over.
Thank you, man. For fuck's sake, how hard was that, bro? So it's not Earth curve doesn't dictate what we see when we go out there. Earth curve could be concave, it could be flat, it could be a ball. With an inch over a mile, we wouldn't know, bro. So what we see depends on the horizon for that day. I mean, the atmosphere for that day, right? For that time.
Yeah, boats go over an apparent horizon because we're looking at them through an atmosphere.
Yeah, but so like when they taught us in school that like boats disappear over the curve of the Earth, we have a problem, right? Because if we go out, like I've done this many times, if you go out to the ocean, you'll see a boat disappear to the naked eye. But if you pull binoculars out, you can see it again. And then if you pull a camera out, you can see it again, right? But to the naked eye, it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up in the distance. So what that does prove to us is that, well, it can look like it's disappearing from the bottom up.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I have proof of it. Dude.
If you zoom in on a boat that you think with your eyes is behind the horizon and it's not, then your eyes were wrong. Do you understand that? Like it's just your eyes just aren't
That's literally what I'm saying, Ruif. What I'm saying is,
which is shit. Right?
The boat will look like it's disappearing.
No, it won't.
Because of perspective limit, right? Your angular resolution limit will make the boat look like it's disappearing. But once you increase that limit with a high zoom camera, you can see the boat again. That falsifies the claim that every time the boat optically disappears, it's because it's behind a physical curve. Because you can zoom in, and we're not zooming in.
It hasn't gone over the horizon. That's it. Like that's so fucking.
But Ruif, I understand your position is that eventually
real quick.
it does go over the curve of the Earth. That is your position.
Right.
That when that happens, okay, I get it. But all I'm saying is, what it shows us is it's also possible that it just looks like it's disappearing once a limit's reached.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
How does it not? If it
tell.
does, if it's not the actual curve of the Earth, and we can zoom in and find it again, how does that not prove that it can look like it's disappearing optically?
Because it doesn't, right? If you're what you're actually saying, you probably
wait,
don't realize that you're saying it. Hang on. What you actually are saying, but you don't realize, is that if I zoom in, more of the boat, like more of the obstruction, will disappear. That is fucking horseshit. Yes,
that's not what he's saying.
Yes, it is. He's saying it looks like
Dude,
bottom
that
obstruction,
does happen,
but when I
man.
zoom in, no,
To
it
a certain
doesn't.
extent. Yeah, to a certain extent, it does too, bro.
He's saying that when it zooms in, it's no longer obstructed.
Bro, you
from bottom
can't even
up.
see
That's
the bottom
bullshit.
of a boat from a certain distance, Ruif. So it does.
I can't see fucking anything from a distance. You can see a
Gentlemen,
fucking
between
dot
the
from a
streaming
distance.
back and forth, maybe a third party would want to jump in and give a clarification. Zooming in does not remove any obstruction. You cannot see things that you couldn't see further away. It just blows up what you see. For example, ladies and gentlemen, this is 10 seconds. It's okay, you can wait. A 6 feet observer standing at the beach will only see 3.1 miles of water, and everything behind that point will begin bottoming out to non-existence.
If that was
no
true,
telescope, no camera, no amount of lens will bring back that boat after it's past existence.
would not be here right now.
All right.
If that was
Perfect.
true,
Okay.
Ruhif,
can I ask a question,
to say
Ruhif?
something earlier.
Yeah.
No,
go ahead.
Silent. I had.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. No. You're fine.
Yeah. So just real quick, Ruhif, are you suggesting that if you're standing on the beach and you look out on the horizon, and to your eye it doesn't appear that anything is there, and then you get out your binoculars or you get out your camera and then you look in that same direction, and then there actually is something there that your eye, and then you take the camera away, you look, no, I can't see it, but then you put the camera up and then you can see something on the horizon. Are you saying that you don't believe that can happen?
Of course that can happen. Of course that happens. This is a matter of obstruction. This is a matter of obstruction.
No, dude, you're not going to interrupt,
Brian,
Let Ruif respond.
Please
wait.
I'm
sorry. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a matter of obstruction.
Wait, Ruhif. Wait. I'm trying to suggest, and Whitsitt can correct me if I'm wrong, that's what Whitsitt was describing. You were mishearing him in terms of obstruction, but I believe that he was talking.
Said obstruction. He said obstruction.
I said optical.
He said this is obstructed bottom up, but when you zoom in, it's not, which is bullshit.
I said optical.
Bullshit, that's garbage, bro. I'm telling you, I do this shit not every day anymore. But look, if you can barely make out the bottom of a fucking boat, it just looks like a little speck on the fucking horizon. When you zoom in, you can see the bottom of the boat when you could not before. You deny that, you're lying through your fucking teeth.
Silent.
Down, man.
Silent was up next.
What's up, man?
Hello, Silent.
Could I help that gentleman with his mistaken what he just said?
Silent was next. Go ahead, Silent.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question to Ruhif. Ruhif, is it fair to say that it's pretty much the same question as Travis? If you don't see something with your naked eye, it's fair to say that the thing is not there, right? And you can assume that it's being obstructed or something, right?
No. When he says it's not there, it means you can't resolve it, right? But this is a question of obstruction.
Yeah, but YouTube has spoiled you guys. Never went out and said the actual observation. YouTube has spoiled these guys, dude. They've never made the actual observation.
Yeah. Sorry, you're asking me if I've ever applied the Rayleigh criterion? Yes, I have.
You think we see it with zoom lenses, bro? We don't.
What? When have I ever said anything like that?
I'm saying YouTube has spoiled you guys just because we've showed you so much zoom shit. You think that's what we see. When we go out and look with our fucking eyes, we see a speck on the horizon that looks like the tip of a ship or something. Okay, we zoom in and we can make out we can see the whole ship.
Right. You can't resolve it.
Zoom, brother.
You can't resolve it with your eyes, right? With your eyes, you can't resolve whether there's bottom-up obstruction or not.
We see a speck, which looks like the top of something.
Right, but you can't resolve it.
Well, when you zoom in, we see the whole ship sometimes.
Right.
I ain't saying all the time.
Yeah, so it hasn't gone over the horizon. Okay, good.
You just said the horizon is from refraction. Now you want to say it's because of Earth curve. Which is it? Is it because
both? The refracted horizon? Yeah, the position of the refracted horizon. Yeah, the position of the refracted horizon is further away and appears higher angularly than it would if we had no atmosphere.
Now, on an honesty test, on a flat Earth, would there be a horizon? Would there be a horizon on a flat plane, please? Last question.
It would fade into the distance.
Okay. So there would be no horizon then, right? So you saying there'd be no horizon on a flat plane? Is that your stance?
There'd be no hard horizon. Correct.
So you think we see the horizon with our eyes? That's my whole point. You're spoiled because we show you all this zoom shit. You're spoiled thinking that the horizon is some perfect definition between the sky and the ground. But so if there's no horizon on a flat plane, which would cover the whole photograph, the ground or the sky? Because that's what would have to happen for there to be no horizon. One of them would have to fill the entire photo.
The horizon on a flat Earth would just fade off into the distance and approach eye level.
So, but which would fill the full picture? Because the definition of horizon is if I draw a line on top of the ground, okay, where it meets the sky on a photograph, okay, way off in the distance where you can't make out boats, okay. So I draw a line on top of the ground, but if there's no horizon, that means there's no place for me to draw that line. So either the sky or the ground would have to fill the entire picture. So which is it? Which fills the entire picture?
Where's your camera pointing? Like maybe a camera is pointing horizontally and it'd be half-half. That's a very strange thing to say.
No, I'm looking out at the horizon, okay? I can't see a ship on it. I might be able to see a big-ass ship, but I can't see a boat because my eyes ain't good enough, okay? But the horizon you're saying, okay? On a flat plane, you're saying there would be no horizon. And for that to happen, then the whole sky would have to fill up the photograph or the whole ground.
No, half-half. If you're looking horizontally, it'd be half-half.
So that's a horizon then, right?
It's not a hard horizon, right? There's no line. It would just fade off into the distance.
Do you think by zooming in, you're changing your angle or something?
No.
You just said it's the angular that's making it fade out or blur or whatever you called it. So by zooming in, I change my angle?
No, you don't change the blur. Like it would just fade off into the distance. Your viewing distance through atmosphere is limited by how much light gets scattered away and that sort of shit.
So the distance we see of the day would pretty much determine where the horizon, where that uncertain point is, basically depend on how far we could see that day, right?
Yeah, you should never see a hard horizon on a flat Earth. What explanation is there of a hard horizon on flat Earth?
I passed the mic. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay. I don't quite get your logic, but okay.
That's what happens in reality, bro.
Okay.
Exactly what happens
a hard horizon happens in reality. How do you explain a hard horizon?
Wait. Ruaf, can I ask you a question, man? So
and
the
before
horizon,
you do, I would like to talk about the Kanagu photo at some point.
So the horizon, right? So do you agree that where it looks like you can't see any further is dependent on two primary factors, which is the atmosphere and the angular resolution limit of whatever is being used to make the observation?
No. When you say can't see any further, right? I can see beyond the horizon. The horizon is a point. The horizon is a point in the distance, and I can see beyond it. So I'm not sure what you mean by can't see beyond something.
Well, okay, when I say don't see any further, I mean like, yeah, there's a point, like it reaches a point where there is optical obstruction. Like it's optically obstructed.
Scattering away into fading off fuzzy shit.
So you're saying that when I'm on the ocean and I'm looking out and it looks like the boat's disappearing, and then I zoom in and I can see further. So that proves that, well, where
you can't see further, you have more resolution. You can't see further. Zooming doesn't give you more.
So when you're looking at stars, you're not seeing back in time. You're not seeing further out in space. You're just enlarging what's already there right in front of your face, right?
Right. Yeah, you're not seeing further. You're just having more resolution.
Right. So you're not seeing back in time.
All right. I'm
well, yes, you are, but that's not relevant to this conversation, right?
I'm going to try one more time. So all I'm saying is when I look out and it looks like the boat disappears, but then I pull out.
From bottom up, or just you just can't resolve it.
Yeah, it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah, but from the bottom up, okay, obstructing bottom up, okay.
Yep. Yeah, and it's in water, so the bottom is always obstructed. But so it looks like it's disappearing. But then when I increase my zoom, I can see it again. Right when I couldn't see it, but then I can see it again.
Right.
So what
that
shows?
Still obstructed bottom up.
It's still in the water, right?
Is it still obstructed bottom up, like you said?
It's not. It's the bottom is hidden because it's in water, right? But my point is very simple. I'm trying to make the point that when I zoom in, right, it extends the location of that limit in the sky. Yes, it does. And when the boat
doesn't give you any distance, it gives you a better resolution, but it doesn't give you any distance.
And here's the main point. Right. Here's the main point. So whenever you look out and it looks like the boat's disappearing, there is a distinct line across the water that the boat seems to disappear behind optically. It is a distinct line. It's not fuzzy. It's not fuzzy fading in and out. It is a distinct line, which proves that because of the optical zoom limit, you will see a distinct line, and that will change based on you being able to zoom in more. Okay, so you would see a horizon on a flat Earth.
No, it would fade off. Anyway, what I think you're saying is that if you're looking,
not seeing a horizon on a flat plane, Riff. I'm really disappointed in you, bro.
Please show me the geometry of a horizon on a flat Earth. I would
love to. The horizon is made because of perspective. Bro. Holy cow!
Yeah. There's a literal flat Earth calculator from a Glober that they admire. Okay, we got past this argument back in 2015. To me, the discussion should not go any further. If they think there wouldn't be a horizon on a flat plane, I could go down to 1 inch over a flat plane and show you an optical horizon on a field. This is goddamn ridiculous. If he's devolving back to not recognizing a horizon on a flat plane, that's pathetic.
Witsit, what I think you're talking about with this boat, you're looking at it with your eyes, and you're claiming that it is obstructed bottom up with your eyes, not zoomed in, right? Then are you saying that when you zoom in, that bottom up obstruction disappears? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I only kind of heard part of it.
All right. So your boat, you're looking at a boat with your eyes, and you think it's obstructed bottom up just by looking at it with your eyes. Then you zoom in with a camera. All right. Are you saying that the bottom-up obstruction then disappears?
Well, again, it's in the water, so there's still a little bit of bottom-up obstruction every time you're looking at a boat. I've actually made this observation like 100 times, So like in everybody, like the oceans across the whole United States. And when you zoom in,
does the amount of obstruction change when you zoom in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The amount of optical,
that is horseshit. That is horseshit.
The amount of optical obstruction changes because before you zoom in, the whole boat is gone.
No, it's not gone. It's just not resolvable. This is a question of resolution, not obstruction.
Well, my point is that it's not literal obstruction, and you keep strawmanning it. That's why I keep saying optical. But no, it's like the water. You're looking over the water. You have a resolution limit. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And the resolution limit creates a distinct line of optical obstruction, dude.
The resolution limit does not cause anything to be obstructed bottom up. Anyway, see the image I just posted.
Pretend you can't see the boat at all. Okay, just put yourself in a position where you're looking on the horizon and you can't see the boat at all, which happens a lot. Okay, now as you zoom in, now at another point you're going to see a little speck. You might think that's the top of the boat. Okay, because the first thing to disappear, the first thing to reach the 0.022 angle, which just coincidentally matches 6 foot viewer height over 3.1 miles on a flat plane, would be the bottom, right?
No.
I thought we went over this a long time ago, man.
Yeah, I thought we did as well, Brian. I thought we did as well. Okay.
You made a calculator. Your side made a calculator out of it.
The Rayleigh criterion, probably, yeah.
I will say that
if I can resolve the lettering on one of these shipping containers, right? Are you telling me that I then can't resolve the bottom of the ship? That is fucking insane.
If it's the angle that made it disappear, zooming in does not change that angle, right?
It doesn't make it disappear. It makes it unresolvable.
I'm asking you. Wait, you just said, okay, 0.02, you brought it up, okay, is where we can't resolve nothing. So it merges with the ground. So
it doesn't merge with the ground.
Again, are we changing that angle? Because you just said it's the angle to make it disappear. And you also said that we're not changing angle by zooming in. So have you ever thought about that, Riv?
I understand the Rayleigh criterion and how you guys misapply it all the time. Yes, I understand it.
So I'm looking. With a 6 mile height, over 3 miles, that's where that limit is, right? 3.1 miles.
FE Dogma, right, just posted. Yeah, this is magnificent. See FE Dogma's post where he points to things like the antenna on the top of the ship, which is resolvable, right?
Because the angle is different.
What do you mean? Show me the mass for this angle.
Well, if you're seeing the antenna and not seeing something lower, then it's a different angle, right?
The bottom of that boat has orders of magnitude.
Can you answer the question?
The angular size of the bottom of that boat is orders of magnitude bigger than the angular size of the antenna. To say one is not resolvable and the other is absurd.
You don't. Let me just not ask you anything and just tell the audience what's going on. Like when you change your angle and it decreases, especially when you're looking further down, the angle's getting smaller. You're looking through a more dense atmosphere, so you're losing that information. It's not getting reflected back to the viewer, which means that information of the bottom of the boat with the reflected light is not getting to the lens or the viewer's eyes where the brain can interpret what it is. So it's distorted, lost information. Ruhif knows this. He is deceiving, but that is the truth. That is why sometimes it appears bottom up obstructed and sometimes it doesn't. Because it depends. That also is affected by the weather. If it's clearer and not as dense, lower, or you don't have certain conditions, heat and cold, therefore that which they also teach us about, then you do get more of that information where it's not as blurry. Sometimes it's worse, so more is obstructed because you're looking through that layer is more obstructed and you're getting less information. Ruhif knows this.
All right, Rakia, I'll give you $1,000 or any flat earther in here who can demonstrate how, using Rayleigh's criterion, how the antenna is visible, but the bottom of the boat is not. $1,000.
No, that's not my claim. Why would I
the bottom of the boat's in water. Then give me my money.
Right.
Give me my money.
Yeah, it's underwater.
What? The bottom of the boat is underwater? Is it sinking?
No, the bottom of the boat that I'm on right now is in water. But
dollar sign with
the bottom of the boat, if you're talking about the bottom of the boat, if you're talking about the water line where the boat meets the water, then that is going to be the smallest angle. That's going to be where you're getting the least amount of reflected light, and it's going to be blending together or losing information or being distorted, and you know this.
Again, $1,000 if you can provide the mathematics for this.
I got you. I got you. I can give you the
right?
mathematics for the water. And do you prefer Zelle, Cash App, or PayPal? I got some bills coming up. I think
Rayleigh's criterion. Show me why the bottom of the boat, some 30 feet of it, is not resolvable using Rayleigh's criterion, but this antenna, which may be a foot wide, is resolvable.
What are you talking about? Where's this photo, Ruhif? I'm trying to find it. I don't see it.
FE Dogma at 49 minutes past.
49.
Yeah.
Where's this antenna? Oh, okay, I see it. The antenna that's on the ground?
Where it's pointing to antenna.
Yeah, on the ground. So you're asking me why is the bottom of the boat that's in the water obstructed and not the antenna that's on the ground? That's your question?
Show me the mathematics using Rayleigh's criterion to explain why the bottom of the boat is not resolvable, but the antenna is.
So you've asked your question to avoid the actual answer, which is that it's in water.
Is it sinking?
Well, boats don't sink They float,
Well,
but the
then
bottom.
the 30 feet missing is not in the water,
Do you
right?
think that the boat hovers above the water, Ruhif?
We're talking about the visible part of the ship above the water, right? Which we just somehow can't see for some reason. And you guys think it's some resolution issue. Please use Rayleigh's criterion to explain
water. It's in water, right? And so you're looking over water. Now, when you're over top of a flat surface, you look out. There is an optical rise, right? Like an apparent rise that happens. You can look at a long hallway. You can look at railroad tracks or whatever. Yeah, things optically rise in the distance. Even though they don't actually rise, they optically rise. So you're looking at the distance of the water, and the bottom of the boat is in the water. And so if that water optically goes up and down based on atmos and how far away it is and the angle of view, then that's all it is. It's just in water. Of course, the bottom of it's obstructed.
Wait, no. Hold on, Ruhif. Wait, Ruhif. Ruhif, hold on, wait. Witsit. I'm sure that you've seen out on the ocean tankers where you can see the name on the side, right? Yes. Maersk, right? Witsit?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm not... Okay. We don't see the side of this boat. So the argument that you're making right now, Witsit, that the hull is underwater is a non sequitur because we don't even see the side of the boat, Witsit. Where's the side of the boat?
Where's the side
of the globe, Travis?
Okay, so I'll try and explain it again. Maybe you guys will listen.
It's all compressed.
So, yeah, exactly. So it's in water. Okay, so the bottom of the boat is in water.
Not the side. Now, the side of the boat. No, not in water.
We're not talking about the hull.
Make sure you don't let me finish, right? So
no, we're not talking about the hull.
Something stupid then.
Can y'all let him talk? Jesus, man.
He's speaking erroneously.
I know it doesn't matter. He can speak.
No, actually, I'm not. I'm actually not. So whenever you look over a distance of, like, say, with light poles down the distance, right? The top of the light pole looks like it's going down. The bottom of the light pole looks like it's going up. Okay. So the water that the boat's in looks like it's going up, right? Because you're looking over a distance. So wait, how is that not relevant?
Yeah, I agree with
curving up. Yeah, it is.
If you don't mind me explaining, Ruhif, I'll give you my 2 cents and then you can critique me and Witsit. Right. The horizon where you see the water appearing to rise up is at a shorter distance from the viewer than the ship in the distance. So it's being obstructed by that apparent water rise or, perspective view. Yeah. No. Yeah, it's beyond the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah. So then
the ship appears right where the ship is on the water. The water that you're seeing meeting the sky at your horizon is not its actual position.
Okay. This ramping up, right? Let's assume a flat Earth, right?
It's an apparent ramp up. It doesn't actually.
I'm about to.
It's provable and replicatable a million different ways. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to agree with you, and yeah, right. So that this ramping up, would you agree that comes about by? I'll draw it actually. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll.
It's due to perspective.
Yeah.
I don't know what you need to draw. We all know what perspective is. So the viewer height. If the viewer went higher, his distance to where he can, where that ramping up is meeting the middle of his eye or going towards his eye level, would be, further distance. So you would see more and more of the ship just due to perspective. The ship wouldn't move. You could anchor the ship there and just gain elevation and change your angle to the horizon. And then that, what I call the vanishing point or horizon would go further and further towards the ship, more and more distance. So you would see more and more of the ship.
If you look in the chat,
sharing my screen.
Perspective only, Ruda.
You see the picture in the chat where it looks like the top of the lights are going lower, and it looks like the bottom of the lights are going higher.
I can't believe we're having to explain perspective to someone like Ruda.
Well, I'm about to explain perspective to you and why your argument is shit. So hold on.
What's the viewer height
again?
What's the viewer height?
This one is 9.7 meters in this one, I think.
Yeah, what's the ship distance? The furthest ship, how far away is it?
Yeah,
they don't know.
Wait, can everyone please admit?
Excuse me, Travis, Rakia, what the fuck? I was asked what is the distance, right? Travis goes, they don't know, and I said it's in the comments of the video.
Distance if you have it.
Rakia, right? It's in the comments
Rocky
of the video.
Is my name. Then
Yes.
well, give it then. Then obviously
Right.
you've seen it since you're arguing for it.
Right.
And give the distance.
Okay. And I'm saying that I went and got the distances and put them in the comments section. So would you like me to kindly retrieve them for you?
I would like for you to just say the distance that I asked 10 minutes ago before you
But why did you
commenting.
believe Travis when Travis just goes, oh, they don't know?
I didn't believe anything.
You
I didn't
did.
hear you
It's on
answering.
fucking tape.
Now we're talking about what I believe or don't believe.
Yeah, it's not on
I
tape.
still ask you again, what's the distance? You still haven't given me the distance.
Nothing's
I'm
on
getting there.
tape, by the way. It's not the 50s. Can everyone please admit that when you look out over a distance, that things optically compress, which means the top of them come down and the bottom of them come up.
Yep.
All right.
If you can see that far.
Distance.
It's just so insane to me.
Hang on.
What
I've got the lat long. One sec.
It's the same thing with the mountains. The Globers try to say this is great globe proof because you can't see the full thing of the mountains. Dude, you're looking over 255 miles. The bottom of the mountain goes up. The top of the mountain goes down because of optical compression, angular size change with distance.
Let's do that then.
It doesn't
Let's
work
do
that
that.
way.
Yeah, let's get away from this
work
shit.
that way.
Hang on. I'll give you the ship stuff. I
Thing
will give you the ship stuff. Hold on. I'll.
Okay, well,
The-
just
the
admit
lat long.
that ship isn't over a curve. Go ahead.
It is
right
over
now.
the curve.
No,
Wait, who
it's
said
not.
it doesn't work that way? So when I look at these light poles right here at 58 minutes after the hour, tell me how it's not working that way.
Dude, everything changes uniformly. It's not like the bottom starts.
Dude, they
shrinking
don't
more
do
than
that in
the
the
top.
atmosphere.
It's not
No,
how it
that's
is.
in a vacuum sound.
Right. So first of all, you
It's
didn't
not in a
actually answer the
vacuum.
point, right?
No, I
which
did
is-
answer the point. I answered specifically the point.
No, you
that
answered
everything
perspective
changes
in a vacuum,
uniformly.
dude.
Everything changes uniformly.
In a
and it's-
vacuum.
There's not some magic thing where the bottom shrinks more than the top. Doesn't do that.
Okay, first of all, no one said.
Not,
No,
that's
first
not
of all, no one
perspective.
said that. So that's a straw man.
You're
So
saying that.
Well, I said that the top
It's not
of
a
the
straw
light
man.
poles.
That's what you're saying.
I said the top of the light poles go down, the bottom go up. You said it doesn't work that way. Now, we
Right.
do, of course, have other variables. See, what the Globers always like to do, just like when I was talking about gravity, they want to take one part of it out and then straw man it as if that's your entire argument. When no, we're saying that there's a variable that is called angular size change with distance, and there's a variable called the atmos, and then the densest part of the atmos is at the surface. So you're going to combine all these factors to
problem
explain the
for you. It's
phenomena,
not-
but you guys
doesn't
can't
help
rebut
you.
the
No, it's
actual
not.
argument, so you have to pick out one piece and straw man us.
Because it's because
I've
there's
given the
density
distance
at the
to the,
surface that
ship.
would cause elevation, not sinking.
No, it wouldn't. It would cause the
it would.
information to get lost.
No, it
bottom
wouldn't. That's
up.
ridiculous.
Yes, it would. No, 100% it would.
Wow.
That's
So-
where the
so
that's where the
Stanley-
merging of the information happens, and it gets obscured.
Wait, can I ask you a question, Stanley? So if I'm looking through a distance like say 10 miles, and it's really really dense air, can I say can the air get so dense that I can't see the stuff in the distance from 10 miles?
Sure.
Okay.
Well-
So the density of the air will actually remove the ability to receive the information
Uniformly correct. Yep.
uniformly.
Yeah, bottom
Now,
up.
Do we have a
From the more
uniform
later.
distribution of density in the atmos?
What?
Do we have a uniform distribution of density in the atmosphere?
Basically, you can say that from where you are, from where you're
Oh,
located.
basically?
Yeah,
They're willing to say anything. They're
Bro.
willing to say anything.
Rakia,
Dude.
you're not providing any input in this.
Dude,
Yeah,
you said
really? Yeah, I very clearly destroyed
Yeah.
what y'all are saying.
You just this is bad. So is the air more dense at the surface than it is
Yes.
higher up?
Yes, it is.
So is that uniform?
Is it uniform density? No, but that works against you, doesn't it?
Okay, so
So the more dense layers at the surface, right?
Right,
Where the
so-
ship
Right.
meets
There's
the
more
water.
dense layers at the
So
surface.
you would
that's
lose
correct.
that information quicker,
no, you
right?
wouldn't,
Stanley?
you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
And
can
your
see-
angle
if you
is
can
less,
see,
right, Stanley?
if you can
Yeah,
see,
you're full of
if you can
shit, man.
see the object,
You have
then
been
you can
so
see the object.
exposed this last week.
If you can
It's
see
amazing.
the object, then you can see the object. You can't say it's going to be disappearing.
You can
due to
see the
fog,
top part of the
because
object because it's
you
in a
can't- you
less
can-
dense
you can clearly
atmosphere at
see
a
the
different
object.
angle.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
You
different
can
angle.
actually see the surface. all the
Ruhif,
way-
do you have the data yet, Ruhif?
You can actually
Yeah, I've
see
posted
the
it in the chat. I've
surface
tagged
all the
Rakia
way
and with
to the objects that's being obstructed. There's no like mirages and there's no fog getting in the way. Or
what are you
Okay,
talking
but Stanley,
about?
can
How
I
do you
just
know
understand?
that?
Wait, can we just logically
Because I
put
have
together what
photographs
Stanley
that
said?
show that.
Stanley, I don't want to straw man you like you do. So I'm trying to ask you to clarify your position. So the first question was, can the air be so dense that we can't see stuff in the distance? You said yes. I said, so the air's density can eventually remove our ability to interpret the information or to receive it and see it. You said yes, because of the density of the air. I said, okay. So now you've admitted that the density of the air can prevent you from seeing something. Now we're talking about looking over the surface of water where the density is greatest at the surface, the density of the air, which we just talked about how that can prevent
Your point is moot,
what
bro.
you see. It can prevent what you can see. So if you combine that it's compressing and the bottom is going up as it's compressing and you're looking over the most dense part of the air, it could block you from seeing stuff at the bottom where it's the most dense, right?
So your point is moot if you can see the object, which you can.
Wait, so it doesn't disappear from the bottom up?
Not due to fucking clarity of vision. Fuck.
Dude, what the dude? Do you intentionally? I want to know something. Do you intentionally play word games on purpose? It seems like you do.
Yes, he
Dude,
does.
It seems like you're not actually after the
No,
truth.
it seems like you are not actually.
No, let me be
realizing
very
what you're
clear. What
saying.
I've said.
Yeah,
I've
well,
said
Stanley,
be very
you're
clear
such a
about the
passive,
density layer.
aggressive sociopath, man.
I said something very
I ain't
clear.
Gamma.
Why do you have to come in here?
Clear.
Why did you come in
Aggressive,
here when Ruhif? Why do you have the white knight for Ruhif?
Gamma.
Betas are the people that won't let me talk. You keep interrupting.
Okay, so just real quick, Ruhif.
Yep, there he is.
Hold on, Ruhif.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back. Rakia, what was it that you asked Ruhif for? What was the data
Posted
you
in
asked?
the chat. The distance to the boat is 16 miles. Is what he posted.
So
he never gave it. He just posted I had to compute it from meters to miles, which is fine. It's around 16 miles.
Okay, all I saw was his.
No, he gave 16
location.
miles to the boat.
And what's the observer height?
10 meters, 9.7. 10 meters, yeah.
What is that in feet? 4 times?
32 or something.
32 feet.
Wait, say it again. The meters is 9.7, you said?
Yeah, 32 feet. There you go.
Yeah, 31.8 feet. Okay, and so 16.9 miles?
Yeah. How far would the horizon be at 32 feet?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm about to find out.
But to say that the more dense layer is not closer to the water and that you couldn't receive that information.
We agree with that, Rakia.
So the horizon.
Everybody agrees with that,
less,
Rakia.
okay, then less information would be getting back to the viewer.
Yeah, duh.
What you seem to be suggesting is that the top of the ship, say 50 feet above the water, is visible, but then something 10 or 15, 20 feet is somehow blocked due to the density of the air. That's fucking absurd.
That's one part of it, but the other part is as you go lower towards the water from the 30-foot mark of the ship down to the 0 point where it meets the water, your angle is changing also.
Exactly. Yeah. I was about to say that your angle of view, when you're only like 10 meters up, then your angle of view to look at something 50 meters up is obviously going to be relative to how high you are, correct?
By how much? Please show me the math. Please.
Well, shouldn't you be able to do the math?
Okay, well, here's the math I have so far.
You guys are making the claim, so please show me the math.
The horizon should be at 6.9 miles away.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 6.9 miles away, and there should be 66.6 feet.
Right. So hold on, just real quick. So what we do know is the observer height, the observer position on MC, the MC number.
You're breaking up, dude.
From the clock.
Yeah. So
right.
according to the globe Earth, there should be 66.6 feet of hidden height, and the horizon should be at
refraction.
And the horizon should be at and the horizon should be at 6.9 miles. How tall is the ship?
You're ignoring refraction.
Yeah, we'll get to refraction. We've already discussed refraction, actually.
So now we've already gotten to the point where it's optical, it's apparent based on the atmos that's causing this effect.
Yeah, they've already. Let's talk about refraction.
Yeah, refraction will allow us to see more of the ship, so you got to take into account.
So then the effect of obstruction is going to be relative to the apparent obstruction of the Atmos.
And he's also assuming that the refraction would help us see more of the ship, which is bullshit, unless you're going to tell me it's loomed up. So how far is it loomed up and why?
There's no inferior mirage.
Right? Oh my god.
So we're not got upwardly bending light.
Hey, how
no
tall
one's
is
claiming
the ship?
inferior mirage.
Yeah.
How tall is the ship? How tall is the ship?
I don't know. It's called a Conti Leon.
Hold on.
If that matters.
Let me make my point.
Let
me make my point just real quick since I've got a connection right now. Every single variable is known. The only thing that cannot be verified and has not is the distance to the horizon. It's been calculated, yes, but no one verified that what we see as the horizon is the actual distance calculated, and that's a problem.
Okay. Is it? Why is it a problem?
Okay, even though you calculated the horizon distance,
right.
it doesn't mean that what you're seeing, like let's say for instance you calculate it to be 6.7 miles and you're looking out and you can see it and the math says it. You haven't verified that that's where and how far it actually is. You only have the math to say that that's where it should be, but you haven't verified it.
Okay, but what difference does that make? Anyway,
you could be wrong. You could be wrong. It could be closer or farther away from you.
It's clearly beyond the first boat and before the second boat, right?
Yeah, but it's beyond the horizon at its max distance. I mean, let's just give them that. The boat is 10 foot. The boat is 10 miles further than the horizon. That itself is a problem for you, Ruben.
Say that again.
Anything behind the horizon is going to be obstructed just by perspective alone.
Oh, please show me the geometry. We've been asking for how many years? Please show us this geometry of bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth, please.
How do you deny? Like, I don't even understand how someone that knows so much about all of this is denying that the angle gets smaller and looking through a more dense layer would obscure the information, like distort it. Yes,
please show me. Is there light? So this writing on the bottom, like on the hull of the boat, right? This writing on the hull of the boat, is there a path, a physical path for that light to take from that hull of the boat to our eyes?
You know what? Screw off with your questions, dude. If you're lower to the surface of water, do you see further, or if you get up above that layer? You can't tell me to go.
Atmosphere.
Yes, it is, because the angle decreasing, the lower it gets, the more you're looking closer and closer to the water, to where the boat meets the water, Ruiz. Jesus, man. Quit deceiving people.
Oh, fuck off, Rick. It's 7.5 kilometers to the
screw you,
front.
bruh.
Fuck you, man. Fuck
you. Screw you, man. Because if people hear, like when I say it, people are listening. And when you deny it, like when you say, and when you start obfuscating, show me the math, and you don't need the math, you just need common sense. You need
please show us this math or geometry or
people
whatever.
People can figure out when they're looking up. People can figure out, Ruhip, very easily. When you're looking up at an antenna, you're probably going to see it more and from a further distance than when you look down to the surface of the water. Would you like me to do the math for you? Over waves and through a more dense atmosphere. You're pointing out white caps, Ruhip, and you're telling me that layer. And yeah, you're talking right through me because you don't want this out. In the very picture is pointing out white caps and stuff, so you know you have a dense layer that you're looking through with all the mist and stuff coming up in the air, and you know the bottom of the boat is going to be obstructed more than the top of the boat where the antenna is. You know this, yet you're denying it?
I'm just doing the math.
What a piece of crap. You can do all the math you want that proves you're a deceiver. Please post it when you do, but everyone knows. If you know the math, then you know you're deceiving.
And he says that refraction lets you see more. It's clearly just making you see less.
That's bullshit, because if you reverse those
effects, it curves. When it curves downwards, you can see over the curve of the Earth.
Screw you on that too, because If you say certain conditions cause looming, then the opposite conditions, which you could very well have in the same locations, would cause sinking.
When you have sinking and you have a
Bullshit,
surface.
I don't care what you say.
Halfway through a sentence, Dave. Halfway through a sentence.
Yeah. No, I don't care what you say. I was telling the audience that.
Right. Halfway through a
sentence. Don't
sentence.
tell me what I know.
Sinking is caused by upwardly bending light. When you have upwardly bending light next to a surface, you have an inferior mirage. There is no inferior mirage in this image. Therefore, there is no upwardly bending light.
I would state to that comment is you don't know what the hell is happening past that horizon.
Okay, wait, hold on, just real quick. Ruhif, listen. Sinking is not an inferior mirage. They aren't the same phenomenon.
Upward. I didn't say they were, Travis. I said sinking is caused by upwardly bending light. When you have upwardly bending light next to a surface, you have an inferior mirage. I didn't say sinking is an inferior mirage.
Yeah, you just did. Yes, you did.
No, I
That's
didn't.
basically what you're saying, Ruhif.
Yeah,
listen
very you can't have sinking without an inferior mirage. That's what
I can have sinking without an inferior mirage if I am well above the surface. I'm not next to the surface.
Show us the okay.
Like 32 meters.
Yeah, you guys are making some huge logical fallacies right now.
Yes.
You just said dogs have tails and comets have tails. Therefore, comets are dogs. That's what you got out of it.
Dude, you know what's funny? You know what's funny, bro? Is what we do is we go out and we just look at reality and we see that exactly what is there is where it's supposed to be at distances immensely greater than what should be physically obstructed. And you guys do a mental gymnastics immediately trying to just assume the Earth's a ball. So like I don't care what you try to say about it. It's just objective. We see what's there. It's not inverted. It's not stretched, but you claim that it's an illusion. And the way that you know this is literally just by doing math, assuming the very thing in contention, right? And most of you guys don't do observations. Most of you guys don't even do them. I think Ruhif does. Yeah, so Ruhif's like one person out of like...
Soundly's here. Do you do observations, Sally?
Yeah, I do observations.
No, you don't.
Science all
no, you don't. And so every time I ask... hey, Ruhif...
I've got one of the most famous images in this arena, and he doesn't do observations. That's
every time I ask them, they're like, they show a picture, like Soundly shows this picture where a lot of the buildings are obstructed, and I'm like, okay, hey, if I go back the next day, will it be the same? And he says, well, things change, but generally, yes. And that's how I know that either you don't really do consistent observations, or two, you're being dishonest.
And this is how I know that you don't know fuck all, because, dude, I went out there every fucking day for like weeks, for years. What are you fucking talking about? And all you got to do is
go watch his video.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's not true, Soundly.
He talks about refraction and mirages all through his video. He's very honest.
I just got finished looking at
that mirage. Yeah, you're talking right through
hundreds of videos and thousands of images over 2017 and 2018.
Do you hear me, Sally?
Me and Whit were talking.
Sally, do you have me turned down?
Me and Whit were talking.
Yeah, no, we were all talking, and I was.
We weren't all talking. You're just being a little bitch, beta bitch, like you always are.
Listen to this guy projecting. I'm tired of this guy projecting.
I'm tired of you being a beta bitch all the time in here, Ricky.
Okay,
all right, Soundly, you're not gonna get to do that, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, go ahead and mute me.
Yeah,
so you think that you just get to do what no one in the room is allowed to do?
No, he said the other day he can. No mod will touch him, is what he said.
I never
I can assure you that I will mute you if you do it
Ricky
again.
is straight up lying right there.
No, that's what you said.
I never said that. I never said that. Find the clip of me saying that, Ricky.
You said good luck.
Good luck.
Either way, let's not get too much. Let's not get too much into the. Please, can we not get too much into the personal exchange and stuff? My point is, Soundly, shut up with the insults, dude. You're not tough because you got a keyboard in front of you, bruh. Okay, so stop.
We'll
talking so reckless. I traveled the whole U.S. with my location publicly known and mobbed right through your location, buddy, and went all through your city, and you didn't do anything. So stop acting like you're tough. No one cares.
You're the one that keeps putting the threats out there. I don't know why.
I didn't make what threat did I put out there?
Every time you say, "Oh, you do that from behind the keyboard," that's a fucking threat, dude.
That's not a threat.
That's
I'm saying
you threatening me physically. Yes, it is.
No,
that's exactly what it is. What else is it? It's a passive.
We can move on. It's not a threat. I'm just saying, dude, it's kind of disrespectful. Soundly, I'm just saying it's kind of disrespectful. Soundly, I'm saying it's kind of
responding back in kind.
Listen, if you don't
want to go down that direction,
can we please stop Soundly?
Are y'all going to threaten to mute him, or are y'all just going to do it?
All right, are we going to start muting people? Come on, guys.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is, can we please not, just because it's really easy to like act really reckless on the internet, can we try to pretend and keep in mind, like, how would we talk to people in real life? And can we try to be respectful and not just like blatantly disrespectful for all sides? Can we try not to interrupt? I mean, like, are we not all adults and we're in here all the time? Can we not just have adult conversation?
Okay, well, let's move
I
on.
would
I
be
was
happy to
clearly
do that,
talking.
and I will agree to this
continue.
treaty with, as long as you stop with the passive aggressive stuff.
Oh my God, more personal shit. Can I continue?
Personal
Oh
shit.
my
What are you talking
God.
about? He is passive aggressive. That's obvious.
Oh my
Can you
God.
people hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
can
hear
I-
you
I'd
when
like to
I'm
make
trying to
I'd like to
continue
make a
with
comment.
what I was interrupted with. But go ahead. I mean, shit.
Well,
I've probably
just,
forgotten what I've said now.
have you guys noticed that they only claim that you can see stuff on the other side of the hill, on the other side of a hill, only when that hill is supposed to be earth curve? They can't demonstrate seeing on the other side of a hill ever unless it's earth curve.
Yeah, it's
no. This is a very simple thing, right? When you accept refraction, you then accept that light must take a curved path, right? So when light takes a curved path, you can draw that curved path, and you can also draw a straight path. You can put an obstruction in that straight path, regardless of whether it's a hill or earth curve or whatever. Very simple. Refraction allows you to see over.
How come I can never see a house on the other side of a hill then?
Maybe refraction wasn't strong enough. Maybe it's already refracted, so maybe you've got to somehow increase the refraction.
Well, no, that's the problem. Nobody can ever show a house being visible on the other side of a hill. The only time this so-called refraction happens is when it's supposed to be earth curve.
No,
So
you're already seeing refraction.
It actually happens.
If you can see a house over the top of a hill already, it's already refracted.
No, oh my gosh, are you not listening?
Yes, I am listening.
Nobody can ever see a house on the other side of a hill.
Right.
Oh my God.
If you took away the atmosphere, you may not see the house. Yeah. If you can already see the house, right, that's already refracted, if you take away the atmosphere, maybe you can't see it.
Well, can I ask you please, dude? This is what we were interrupted for? Like,
yeah. I'm going to get to this Canigoo thing soon, so let's hurry up. Derek here.
What, you don't think this is a point?
No,
the only time they claim they can see on the other side of a hill is an earth curve.
It's a slight point, but there's no reason to go circle jerking for 10 minutes about it like y'all are doing. I mean, honestly. I mean, we all know there's a phenomena which is causing things to be higher and lower. We can see it in video.
Yeah.
No one disagrees with that. But I mean, I agree with you when they're saying it's earth curve when it's obviously like so close and so distorted and like this boat, the hill of water that's 16 miles, like within 16 miles. Are you kidding me?
What's the problem there?
What is the problem? There's no problem. It's an optical phenomena caused by perspective and the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Again, please show me the geometry. Please.
Yeah, you showed it in the picture.
It's not a geometry thing.
It is geometry.
That's the problem you're having. Do you think it is?
Show me how it happens. Please somehow use whatever great knowledge you have to make a prediction for what we should see, given typical atmospheric conditions.
I predict on that day, the conditions are with the viewer height and the distances, you're going to be able to see that first ship because it's closer to you and your angle. You're cutting me off, you piece of shit.
Fuck you.
That first ship is at a certain angle and not far enough away for the conditions to take effect, and it's before the horizon, so you can see it plain as day. But once you get to the horizon, which appears to ramp up to your eyes, and something is beyond that, then you're going to start getting into a secondary optical illusion, which is what you see in the very picture that you posted. And when the angle changes, that's why you can see the top of the antenna, because you're looking up at that. and the information is being reflected off the side of the boat and the wheelhouse and the antenna and getting back to the viewer and some of those canisters. But as you decrease the angle and it gets to the horizon and tries to go through that horizon, that atmosphere, it gets more and more dense. And when you get closer and closer to the water where the hull is, right, it gets more and more dense and more dense. So you're losing less, you're getting less and less information. So voila, you don't see the bottom of the boat.
Please assume typical atmospheric conditions.
Doesn't make any sense.
Please assume typical atmospheric conditions and make a prediction for what we should see.
In a vacuum, you would see the bottom of the boat.
Please assume typical atmospheric conditions.
I have no idea what typical is. That's a bullshit claim made by y'all. It's forever changing. It's second by second being changed by multiple variables that you could never.
So we can never make a prediction for what we should see.
You can
we do this all the time, Rakia. We make predictions of what we should see all the time. Yes, we do.
And they're always wrong. And they can be wrong. And I just watched Stanley's video, and he goes, I expected this to happen, but it was different. And then 10 minutes later, it was different. And then you take, it's always changing.
This Canagoo photo that Witsit posted from Canagoo. Oh my
God.
Wait, the photo from Canagoo, let's make predictions for what we should see.
No,
see who makes the correct prediction.
You're just going to breeze by my point that it's always changing?
Yeah, because you're just saying, you're just throwing your hands up in the air going, I can't assume anything about the atmosphere. That's bullshit.
You called me out, and
it's
weird how you called me out because
why?
I made the prediction, and then I went and took the observation. I have all this documented on my channel, and it was
and then your very video, you said you couldn't believe you could see the top of the building. You shouldn't be able to see it under the conditions you were under. So it was strange. You called it. Yes, you did. I timestamped it for you.
Go listen again.
I did. I don't have to listen again. I even timestamped it to you.
Did.
Yeah, good.
I predicted.
And now you're denying it, and you're
looming. And then I saw looming, and that's literally what happened. Like I have 2 videos back to back.
Dude, the whole video is about you going, shit, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, this is something I can't predict. This is a mirage. This is looming. This must be some type of other refraction. This must be You never mentioned Earth curve. Never.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Your video that I just went
I was looking through, like anytime you have like looming like that, you have pretty terrible seeing conditions generally. And I was looking through terrible seeing conditions and trying to make out what the shapes were because it was all blurry. What are you talking about? But clearly the top of the building was looming. I mean, it was
clearly
looming
because you could see more of it than you expected to see, right? So it has to be looming because there's Earth curve there and it has to be loomed up over it.
Hey, let me ask you something. Dude, I live an hour and 15 minutes away.
I live 45 minutes. So
I'm looking at temperatures on a website, and I go, based on these conditions, I should see looming. So I'm going to go out there and try and capture looming. So I drove out there, and what do you know? I fucking saw looming. Now, how do you think that's possible? How do you think that's possible if I don't have some type of intuitive understanding from being in the field taking photographs all the time?
We can't hear anything, guys.
You're just
we can't hear anything. Yo, hello.
He makes a point.
That's because Rakia is just talking over me the whole time.
You made a point. I went to address it, and then you move on to a different point. I'd like to address your point that you predicted what was going to happen due to the temperature, and then in your video said the temperature by the time you got there because of a wreck delayed you was 10 degrees different. So you didn't see what you expected to see. You saw something different. And then you went on to explain what these lights were at the horizon, which are lights behind the buildings, actually coming towards the viewer, and said that on top of one of the buildings, there's no light. So it must be the air conditioner exhaust from 20 something miles away. You're seeing air conditioner exhaust causing some type of lighting effect.
So
It's so
weird how you mischaracterize things. You're trying to mischaracterize my video so you can feel better about your emotion panic right now, and it's hilarious because anybody in this channel can actually go watch it. And I'm going to link both. I'm going to go link both of the videos so that people can laugh at you later. This is going to be hilarious.
Laugh at me. You're the one saying the air conditioner exhaust or whatever exhaust you said was coming off the top of the building is what you're seeing, because it couldn't be anything else.
I made a prediction. And I did get there late. You're right, but guess what? The conditions were still good for looming when I got there, which I made clear in the video. You fucking idiot! And so it wasn't as strong as I hoped for. I was hoping to get there at the ideal time, right? And I didn't.
Can you hear me?
I still got there good. Yeah. What's up, Jeremy?
Can you hear me? Don't call names, please.
No, over and over again. But it's okay. He said what the light he
These
was
guys
seeing.
are passive aggressive towards me, Jeremy, and I'm just responding.
I don't know what that means. Just don't call names.
Yeah.
Well, tell them to stop being passive aggressive bitches, Jeremy.
God.
Well, what's passive aggressive mean? Are they calling names?
Jeremy, if you didn't notice.
They calling names, only don't call names.
Yeah, they basically are.
That's his excuse, so he can do it again.
He's basically.
He hasn't been muted once for it. So anyway, he said it was a light on top of the building, but it couldn't be a light. So then he made up an excuse that it was some type of exhaust that he's seeing from 20-something miles away at night, basically. It's laughable, dude.
It is a light, though.
I literally have videos.
If y'all are talking about what I'm talking about,
I literally
across. Can we get this cleared up real quick? Since that's why I joined in the conversation.
He was saying that I saw exhaust. Well, yeah, I actually have videos of exhaust like clear as day from 20 miles away.
Well, are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like where Lakeway or Lakeview, whatever, those three buildings across the across Lake Pontchartrain are like the item of conversation.
Lakeway Center, yeah.
Okay, yeah. All the way to the left, there's a light.
No, it's the building on the right. There's lights all at the horizon that he can't explain. He's calling them blurbs.
It's obviously not the horizon. It's the cars going back and forth. That's what's cutting off the building in the middle. By the way.
Well, yeah, that was a different video. That's from a different.
I think we're talking about a different video.
Never mind. I'll be quiet. Hello.
But we need to Canago with it.
Lights on the horizon that he's trying to describe. He's saying or calling them something else. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even remember. It starts with a B. You remember, Soundly? Burbs or blobs or I don't even know.
Can't we all misunderstand optics cordially?
Yeah, it's just just obviously some type of atmospheric effects right on the horizon, like causing all sorts of craziness.
Craziness. Yeah,
you know what I find like very interesting is that when you go make observations, like you find out like, wow, this is crazy, bro. The Atmos be doing all kinds of crazy stuff to observations. The idea that you could like definitively quantify it and people know exactly what's going on is quite diluted in my opinion. And then when you combine that with what you're trying to quantify is light within the Atmos, and then you look at like how much we really know about light, I just find it so crazy that there is a side of this conversation that pretends they know exactly what's going on. I mean, you
once you get above a certain height, yeah.
Who said that we know exactly what's going on? We have a pretty good idea of what's going on, which is why I'm able to make a prediction and go out there and capture it on film.
Yeah, once you get above a certain height, you can approximate the atmosphere pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we actually know quite a bit, enough to make very, very good predictions about how light interacts with our eyes.
Oh, really?
If you don't believe so, then go to your local optometrist.
Yeah, that the very like diagram of the eye is literally just reifying what people think about the photon. So I don't care. Like,
I didn't know anything about the photon when they came up with optics and how they work.
Okay, so people assume that light travels from point A to point B and comes to hit your eye.
Can we not? I joined an hour ago because you posted this Canago observation. Like, I'd really love to talk about it.
I'm just eating a snack. I don't care if you guys think the Earth's a ball. I think it's dumb.
I'm going to bow
think
out.
you're dumb.
So Rudy can talk.
Your opinion means very little in the scope of things.
I can't imagine me caring much less about your opinion, though. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. The Earth's still a globe, despite our opinions.
That's what you think, right? You think that it spins and revolves in space, but you haven't actually done the research to find out that even within your own paradigm, they admit you could never prove that the Earth is moving. You run around the internet and claim that you can prove it, and then you invoke stuff like the pendulum and the gyro, when Einstein himself, who gave you your current version of reality that you believe and hold to be true, said that if the sky was spinning around the Earth at rest, you would get the same exact effect with the pendulum and the gyro. You guys just run around and just say you know things for sure, but what I did was I just went and looked into it, and I found out, wow, this is weird. They say you can't prove it, and that they choose to believe that the Earth is revolving around the sun because of philosophical reasons and a devotion to the Copernican principle. So to me, I think that's weird that you guys pretend that's not the case, because whether it's a ball, whether it's flat, whether it's moving, or whether it's stationary, like to go around and pick one of the sides but lie, or even if it's not intentional, right, but just like to promote a misrepresentation of exactly what that means and how people think they came to that conclusion is just really weird to me. Like, I find it weird. So I've come to the point where I'm really disinterested if someone hasn't actually even learned that and knows the truth and wants to absorb it honestly. I feel it pretty much a futile pursuit, right? So,
well, why don't you write a book about it then? What's it? I mean, the philosophy.
That's all I would get, something like that.
The philosophy of science is required reading, at least at the school I went to. So, yeah, philosophy plays a big part. Otherwise, you can't have different ways of analyzing data and coming to logical conclusions about it.
Yeah, I don't disagree, actually. But my point is that if the primary determining factor that makes people think the Earth is a ball that spins is philosophy, when people run around and they say that they know for a fact that the Earth spins, and then they invoke stuff like the pendulum and gyroscopes, whenever it objectively doesn't prove the Earth spinning no more or less than if it was stationary, I just don't see that you guys have even reached the point in which you can have the conversation, frankly, because you're not having the right conversation, right? So it doesn't really matter to me. Like, it genuinely doesn't. You guys won't even admit it. Like, right now, if I put everyone in the room on on blast, if you will, if I ask them point blank, they would say that they can nothing can be proven, but it's 99.999% sure that the Earth's spinning, and then they'll bring up the pendulum saying there's no other explanation. So, I mean, what do you do with that?
I mean, I guess it's up to the individual, right? I mean, you can literally watch the live stream right now with the Earth spinning from the ISS. It's not. You don't have to believe math. You don't have to believe philosophy. Literally, you can watch it happen or not. It's up to you.
So there you go. Your entire thing is dependent upon a story from the government claiming that they're floating around in a vacuum, when, like, we've seen all kinds of sketchy stuff on their videos, and the government is like one of the most notoriously corrupt organizations to ever exist, and declassified tons of times. They brainwash people with lies. So if you want to blindly believe them, I mean, that's a personal prerogative. Again, like, that's the same point, right? Like, I don't care. Like, I think it's weird. I think that's super weird, but, like, I don't care. I mean, you know, we see them, like, grabbing a harness behind the dude, and we see, like, their hands go through a lemon and all these glitches, and you guys are like, no, it's just the transmission. No, he's not really grabbing the harness. Can you see it? Because it's a string, right? Or, like, you come up with all these different ways to play defense attorney and pretend you know for a fact that they're being legitimate. And so I don't know what the motivation is. I mean, I can speculate, but for me, if it's not about, like, honest exchange of information and, like, non-biased critique of what's going on, then it's futile.
All right. Well, I do expect that when SpaceX makes it a little bit more affordable for, you know, Joe anybody to go up into space, I expect you to buy a ticket so you can show it to yourself. That's probably the only one you'll ever.
A second, yo,
that'll never happen.
Somebody's hot micing. Who's typing?
Yeah, it's Silent Zero. Silent Zero's typing.
You do not have to go into space to look at Earth curve. You can go to New Orleans Bridge, fly into the New Orleans airport in Kenner, take a cab for 5 minutes, and see the Earth curve by the side of the bridge. Quoted. Am I misrepresenting you soundly? Or are you lying about me again? Is that about right?
Oh, we were talking about the Earth.
Dude, why you got your panties in a wad about me? I don't get it.
Because you lie about me in the chat for all to see.
I didn't lie about you. What are you
Yes, you did. You said I'm misrepresenting you.
You are.
So now am I misrepresenting you about seeing Earth curve next to the New Orleans Bridge?
No,
Why do you have to go to space? Yeah, definitely see it. There you go.
It was to see Earth's rotation, which was what Whitsitt was talking about.
Yeah, just to clarify, like, do you think that's the only way that we can, like, quote unquote, prove that the Earth is spinning and revolving?
No, I think there's plenty of things that have been shown to you. You just reject them. So, eventually you'll have the preponderance of evidence that we accept that you will then accept. It's a journey you have to take with it.
Well, you know that I used to be on your side, right? So that's what you think about it honestly, right? If this is an honesty test here. I used to be on your side. I looked into stuff and I decided there is not enough evidence to support this claim. And just on a base level, the claim that I'm choosing to now reject is asking me to believe that everything is antithetical to the default position of observation. So, I mean, it has a substantial burden of proof. And so I'm like, well, okay, let's go look at the evidence. And there's like nothing that's exclusive to the Earth spinning. Nothing. So, like, I think that's super weird. And so I went and looked at it. I read Edwin Hubble. I read Einstein. I read Stephen Hawking. I read all these prominent people, Wolfgang Pauli, Arthur Eddington. And I found out that, well, it's a misnomer that you can prove the Earth is spinning. And so, most of the people that come in, when you say you can come to the conclusion that we have, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, when you say we, really the people that you're including with the we, they don't even know as much as I know about what they think they know. So, like, if you think it's kind of like someone telling me I'm stupid for not believing the Bible, but they've never read the Bible. I mean, it doesn't really mean much. You know?
I feel like the only way you could show that the Earth is spinning at this point, or any point really, because how do you know if you're actually moving over the Earth, or if the Earth's moving over you when you get up there? You know what I mean? Even if you were to go up high or something. The way to do it would be you need to show the Coriolis effect happening. So you'd have somebody on Earth see something moving in a curved path, and then you'd get up, in the inertial frame and have something move in a straight path. And now there's no way that could happen that's the only way that could happen is from the Coriolis effect from a rotating body.
Yeah, but this is the thing. The Coriolis effect, again, is actually not exclusive to the Earth spinning. That's what.
No, but what I just said, but what I just said, if you have the same object, one person looks at it, it's curving, another person looks at it, it's going straight. The only way that can happen is from the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but the Coriolis effect being experienced on the Earth doesn't mean that it's the Earth that's spinning.
I know, but if that happened, though, it would mean the Earth. If you saw that happen, that'd be Earth-based Coriolis. That'd be Earth rotation right there. I realize Foucault and whatever else, yeah, that's not definitive at all because you're not doing what I'm saying that needs to be done, with the two different observers in the different frames, right? Like there's no other way you can get something to go look like it's going straight and curved at the same time.
Yeah. But I guess my overall point is it's funny, right, that people have been in this conversation for 7 years. They run around saying that they know that the Earth is a ball that spins and revolves. And the way that they quote-unquote know is Foucault's pendulum from 1851, gyroscopes, right, weight distribution. And when you tell
the latitude.
Yeah.
Those are all, by the way, those are all fallacies right there. Everything you just named listed.
Yeah, well, they all begging the question, but the point is, like, it's even worse than that. Like, even if they're all legitimate observations, it is no more or less viable to explain it as the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it. So it's just hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious because when you ask them for proof that the Earth is spinning, that's all you get is pendulum and gyros. And objectively, that isn't actual evidence that the Earth is spinning at all whatsoever.
So what's it? Are you under the impression that gyros hold their rigidity in space?
They do, but with correction.
What's that mean?
Yeah, like on a plane, like they're calibrated to the plane specifically,
No, just sitting still, like the one Bob did, for instance. Like you can't believe gyros hold their rigidity in space at this point, right?
Well, they claim that they hold their rigidity in space with correction. You're saying just like on the ground?
Just no static, yeah, not moving, yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I know that a gyroscope detects precession. So, I mean,
they do hold their motion, Jeremy.
I don't think so.
But they do. The fact that you don't think so doesn't matter.
Well,
it's demonstrated every day.
You're going to think that. I know you're going to think that, but we have them deviating when they're static, right? Bob got 13 to 18 degrees an hour.
Yeah, but that's not it changing its axial spin. It's keeping its axial spin in relation to the frame it started to spin in. The fact that it moves,
it's not holding.
The fact that it processes is because the thing it's on is processing. The Earth
that's
is
not the only reason that it would process. You know that, right?
But it is.
No, okay, so you're saying that nothing else could make it process.
Nothing else makes it process when it begins with its frame on the Earth and it remains on the Earth.
Okay, so if something else is moving over top of the Earth, it wouldn't make it process.
What? Be more specific.
Yeah, so the actual effect that the gyroscope utilizes is called the Sagneck effect. All right, it's interferometry. Okay, and the person that discovered that said that it's because of the vortex within the ether moving over top of the Earth. So it's either something's moving over top of the Earth or the Earth is moving that would be detected with the precession with the interferometry. It is 100% not exclusive to the Earth spinning. And in fact, what Bob did was took it to a different altitude. And, if it's the Earth that's spinning, then changing altitude shouldn't change anything. But it did.
Yeah,
changing elevation.
That should actually.
High enough where you will decouple from the Earth.
No, elevation, you're still on the Earth. So I misspoke.
Yeah, but you have a bigger radius, right? If you're at a higher elevation, you've got a bigger radius.
So you think that if you keep the same latitude but change altitude, the precession will change on a globe that spins?
The amount of your linear rotation speed will be higher.
So the precession will change if you keep the same latitude on a globe.
Will the precession change?
Yeah, like the 15 degree per hour precession.
No, but your linear speed will change.
That's a non sequitur. So now the question is, why does it change when you keep the same latitude but you change elevation? That debunks that it's the Earth causing it. It shows there's something else. What?
There's nothing else there with.
Okay, you're just saying it. So I'm asking what?
You're just saying there is something there with no proof that it's there.
What I'm saying is it's not exclusive evidence either way until you introduce the evidence that at the same latitude but a different elevation, it changes. So now we're going to go back in time and we're going to look at the technology. The very technology itself utilizes the Sagneck effect. The person that discovered that effect described it as a vortex in the ether. That's interesting. So we have vortex in the ether or Earth spinning. Okay, so now we're going to go up to a different elevation, but we're going to keep the same latitude. Okay, this idea was designed in mind with testing if it's the Earth moving, because if it's a globe spinning causing the precession, no matter what elevation you go to, right, as long as you maintain the same latitude, you're going to get the same precession. When we did that, we got it different.
If you go up high enough, you'll decouple from the Earth and you won't process at all.
So you can be standing on the Earth and decouple from the Earth.
You can go up high enough where you are no longer on the Earth. You are no longer a part of the Earth's rotation.
No, we're still on the Earth, though.
Right, but if you go up, so the point I'm making is that it is possible to increase your altitude and change how much you measure the precession. And it's a function of how high up you are, because eventually you will no longer be dragged along by the Earth.
That is a non sequitur, though, because we're talking about
We're talking about the Earth's rotation, and as long as you're on the Earth, you're feeling its rotation. But if you go too high up, you will no longer be part of the Earth and no longer feel its rotation.
So
And
again,
it stands to reason that the higher up you go, the less effect it will have on you.
So once again, that's a non sequitur because we're not talking about altitude, which is distance above the surface. We're talking about elevation, which is surface distance above sea level. And so when we go to a mountain, we're still on the earth, okay? And when we went to a different elevation, but we were on the earth, at the same latitude, but a different elevation, we got a different precession. So how would that work if it's the Earth spinning?
What was the change? How much was it different?
I think it was 1.5 degrees, up to 1.5 degrees.
Is that within tolerance?
No.
Well, what is tolerance?
Much less than that, like less than like 1/10 of a degree.
Where are you getting this information from?
The manual.
Of what?
The gyroscope.
So a gyroscope has a manual that says it has a tolerance of 0.1 degrees precession before it's no longer what, spinning?
No. Like the error window. Is that what you're talking about? What do you mean by the tolerance? Right, like the instrumental error window or bar.
Well, you see, I think that's why maybe you're a little confused because a gyroscope is mechanical in nature. When I asked if it was within tolerance, I'm asking of the measured tolerance, but that's not specific to the gyroscope. The gyroscope doesn't give a fuck where it is. It'll just spin on its axis as long as it has a little motion applied to it to keep it spinning. But when you say it is a degree or two off, that's someone's calculation for how much precession there should be based off of how high up or how close to the Earth you are. So I'm saying at whatever altitude or whatever elevation the measurement was taken, what is the expected precession amount, and then how much was it off by that?
Yeah, like significantly over a degree. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm going to tell you that, so I think you just made that up.
No, there is in the manual, there is a window of error, right? And so you make sure it's calibrated correctly, and then it's going to give you an error bar. Now, what I'm asking point blank is, if you keep the same latitude, but you change elevation, can you get a different precession if it is the Earth spin causing the precession?
Yeah, I'll answer that, but before I do that, I think you obfuscated what it being calibrated means. You just calibrate it to itself based off of where it is, where north is, and then you calibrate 90 degrees from that. It has nothing to do with precession.
It's latitude. It's latitude.
It has nothing to do with that. It's purely what you do before you use it as it's intended.
That's a non sequitur.
It has nothing to do with your elevation and the tolerance level of how much precession you should see at any given elevation. It purely just basically sets the scale to 0 before you start using it.
Dude, my point is that it's just calibrated with the latitude.
I thought there was some temperature calibration there to do.
What I'm saying is that has absolutely nothing to do with what you were talking about. When I said how much precession should be noticed at the elevation you specified, you said, well, it's in the manual. And I'm saying, no, it isn't.
No, I asked you if you were talking about error bar, okay? Because you said tolerance. So anyway.
I am. Whitsit, I am. So, okay, if you're at sea level, you're expecting 15 degrees per hour. I'm just ballparking that. I don't know if that's the exact or accurate number. But if you're at 30,000 feet, then maybe you expect 14.95 degrees precession. It's a calculation. It has nothing to do with the manual of the gyroscope.
Okay,
I was asking what the tolerance level was at the altitude or the elevation that you took the measurement at.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. When you're on the Earth still, it doesn't change. You have to go up above the Earth, detached from the Earth, and at a certain distance, it'll start to drop off. But we were still on the Earth. It's the same for all elevations on the surface. It only changes based on latitude unless you get off the Earth and increase in altitude. But we maintained the same latitude, went to a higher elevation, and we got over 1.5 degrees in variance. That debunks the claim that it is the Earth spinning causing the precession, because it has to stay the same at the same latitude.
Why does it have to say this? I'm just asking, why do you think it debunks the Earth spinning if you're still noticing spin?
Okay, yeah, so that means that something else is being detected, because it can't be the Earth spin because we kept the same latitude. If it's the Earth spin, it'd be the same amount detected no matter what your elevation is. If you're still on the Earth, you're still at a certain part of the ball with the latitude, so you're going to still get the same precession. It's not complicated.
I know it's not complicated. I just don't think I quite agree that it must be 15 degrees on the nose with no exceptions whatsoever. I think you're clouding the facts that it possibly can be a little off, a little bit higher and a little bit lower during certain areas. Or
why would it change if you're at the same elevation? Why would it change?
The same altitude, the same latitude.
Explain that.
Same latitude, yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah, the same latitude. If you're at the same latitude, can you please explain why it would change?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is that the Earth does wobble, so maybe that's a fact. I mean, I honestly don't know. I'm taking what you say with a grain of salt because I have no way of looking this up to see if you're factually correct on this.
We have all the data.
I also don't know whether or not there is a tolerance level for how many degrees you expect to see per hour naturally on the Earth. So, I mean, you guys are making a mountain of it, which is fine. I don't think it disproves the Earth is spinning, but I also think it could just as easily be a molehill. I don't have enough information.
It's not that it debunks that the Earth is spinning as much as because it never was proven, but it debunks the claim that the gyro proves that the Earth is spinning.
Well, I think it's just one part of a huge body of evidence that shows that the Earth spins, man. I mean, just in a vacuum, sure, maybe you could make a case for possibly there's another reason, but there's just a preponderance of evidence that it is just one facet of that shows the Earth spins.
No, the gyroscope is like the number one thing invoked to prove that the Earth spins. Okay.
Not by me, it's not.
What's the number one thing?
Weight change with latitude. That's my number one thing.
That's the number one thing. Okay, now, again, same thing, right? Just like Einstein would tell you, if you have the sky moving around the Earth at rest, then you have a translation of motion. So you would have centrifugal force. So that centrifugal force imparted on the Earth would affect weight relative to where you are on the Earth within that system. So... you guys got nothing. I've already looked for your evidence.
Centrifugal force accounts for 0.03 or 0.003% in relation to gravity. So it's a big amount of not so much.
Yeah, we can measure that.
Yeah, barely anything changes, and yeah, that's the point. If the sky's moving, then it would explain the change.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure of that, but anyway.
Okay, well, go read Einstein and disagree with him. I don't know, but so when we come down to is the way the gyroscope is engineered is it uses something called the Sagnac effect. Okay, now just because this guy said that obviously doesn't prove it, but what he said was that it was the vortex in the ether. Okay, that's what causes the effect. Now we use that effect to make the gyro. All right, that's like the effect it uses. That's what he claimed it was. Now, when we're trying to test the claim, right, that it's the Earth's spin and not the vortex in the ether, what we did was maintain latitude, change elevation, and got over 1.5 degrees in variance. It cannot change at the same latitude on a globe that spins if that's causing it. So that shows that it's not that. So then we could go back to the first thing that was claimed from the very person that discovered the effect, which is the vortex in the ether, and we'll see, is there any logical explanation that would work within that framework of why you would get a different precession? And there is, because the vortex is similar to like a tornado. So if you're at the bottom of a tornado, it's going to be spinning faster. If you're at the top of a tornado, it's going to be going slower. So as you go higher and higher, then you're going to have a drop off of what drift you're picking up because it's moving slower. So it makes perfect sense within that. It literally makes no sense in the other one and cannot happen. So that's the problem. Then we can go back to, interferometry, Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gell, and we can use this interferometry, which is, of course, what gyros use. And we can detect this sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy every single time, but we can't detect the orbital revolution at all. So we got a problem, bro. And so, it's...
Why do you think it's a vortex? Like, is this a physical vortex? Because when you say a vortex, I think, okay, like a whirlpool. But when I think of a whirlpool, I also think, well, what if someone's doing this test with a gyroscope like 50 feet from this one? Then wouldn't both whirlpools interfere with each other? Like, how do you have a vortex that is independent for every point in every frame or every reference in 3D space, I guess, but doesn't interact with any of the other either vortex that could potentially be next to it? I don't understand how that...
it's one giant vortex. So
that doesn't make sense either then.
It does, though. So I'll drop a picture of the magnetic flux over top of the Earth. You can kind of see.
It literally doesn't make sense, though. If you have two tornadoes next to each other, they converge into one, but they don't. Before they converge into one, they make a shitstorm of it, and there are two distinct tornadoes. And if you put a little cow in there, the cow's going to go every which way in and out of both of them. So if you have a precession that you're measuring, you're going to get all kinds of weird readings. Or at least I would think so.
No, it's not two tornadoes. So I'm going to drop a picture.
Well, yeah, I know it's not two tornadoes. It's like infinite tornadoes because you have to have this vortex happening centrally to every observer.
No, it doesn't have to be happening centrally. You're just... Okay, if you look at the picture in the text, you're going to see that's the magnetic flux over a flat projection, okay? You're within the vortex, right? And so you're further out or closer to the center. That vortex is tighter at the bottom and wider at the top, moving slower at the top and faster at the bottom. So that's why you get more of a precession at the bottom. Okay, and then of course you can also apply this to the Capricorn of Cancer, or the like Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, the Sun analemma. And so on a flat surface, if the sun was moving over top of it, then it takes a wider path in the south, which is what the analemma shows us with time lapse, right? And so then we have to, like, how would it be able to go further? Oh, well, it goes higher in the south, so it goes lower in the south, so it moves faster. And when it's in the north, it's higher, so it moves slower. So it explains everything.
Wait, you're very smart, man. You don't honestly think this, right? You don't think the sun gets closer and further from the surface of the earth. It's not observed, man. Like, I know you're intelligent. Why do you believe this stuff?
Well,
bro, you believe you're standing upside down for me, bro. You're asking him something, and you literally think you're upside down for me.
Well, you want to know my actual answer, Nithug? I actually don't think that the sun does that. I think that the sun is a byproduct. Just people aren't open-minded enough to hear the answer, I think, which is that it's actually a product of magnetic holography due to electromagnetic polarization in the atmos. So it's not an actual location. That's what all the evidence shows. Like, I call flat earthers out all the time. Like, if it's some little physical object moving over top of the earth, then we have some problems. But it's not that, right? And
nothing a little refraction doesn't take care of.
I can, if you actually want to know, I can drop you a video where they took the azimuthal and declination readings of the sun for a year. So.
Yeah,
but you just got to apply a refraction equation of 90 minus A over A times point D times point N.
Yeah, I don't need a video. I mean, I don't want to say that I can't be moved from my position, but there's just so much evidence that says that what you think is just wrong, or not just that.
What evidence? What evidence?
Hey, I mean, come on. I'm trying to have a cordial talk with Whitson. I'm not trying to be inflammatory.
Yeah, but you're talking like we're retarded, bro. Don't baby talk us, man.
I'll shut up. He's giving his honest opinion, man. I think he's just giving his honest opinion.
You might be retarded, dude, but I'm talking to Whitson, and I've already said that he's very intelligent. He sounds very intelligent. It's just I'm wondering why. Not that you believe your own thing. That's fine. You do you. But why do you disbelieve what literally thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of other people?
What we're trying to tell y'all, bro. You're thinking with the sheep.
Look, man, I'm not
Wit's smarter, bro. Wit's way smarter than
he's not talking to you, Brian.
Cletus, go back to eating straw and shooting chickens, man. I'm not talking to you.
Well, you did claim that
I sit there and listen for minutes, bro. But your baby talking is like, "Witch, you're smart. How do you believe?"
Oh, that is way uncalled for, man. Way uncalled for.
Maybe you could stop interrupting when I'm having.
Hey, it doesn't matter what he does. That is way uncalled for.
Just deep breaths, man. Just relax. He's not talking to you.
Okay, well, he did make a claim that there's a lot of evidence for this. Can he give some, please?
There is. It's not my job. It's not my job to spoon feed it to you. It's out there. Witset's seen it. He's denied it. He thinks there's an alternative. That's cool. I'm good on Witset, man. It's just it's strange to me because we literally have people in space right now that can look down and see the Earth.
No, you don't, bro. We know your model better than you do,
Here's
bro.
the thing, that they don't trust that. They don't trust the government, you know? They're like...
Right, I know that.
Wait, was this guy not seen all the shit we've debunked from the space station? I mean, have you seen any of it? Question him with
just from a logical perspective, right? It doesn't make any sense to me to blindly believe them. Like, they've proven to be like super, super corrupt and fraudulent. Like, I'm not saying that means that everything they say is a lie. Like, I certainly don't believe that. But I just know that they're dishonest and like they'll start entire wars lying. So like it's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. In fact, NASA, being completely honest, they would be the anomaly in the government, right? It would be the one federal agency that doesn't lie. And I just don't buy that. And then when I go look at the stories they've said, going all the way back to when they started in like 58, it's just been a shit show, dude. So I don't believe anything that they're saying. I mean, it just doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like if the Earth really was what they say, there'd be tons of evidence for it. And in fact, we would have all kinds of confirmations within our framework of physics that assumes this. Like, it's a misconception that relativity has like a whole lot of substantiation. It actually does not. Like when we actually look at quantum, it doesn't work at all. Like it just doesn't work. It just, it's literally like irrelevant. It works so little. So
wouldn't the deception have to be bigger though? Because surveyors would have to be lying, and pilots would have to be lying too.
No, surveyors and pilots aren't lying, man. Like every time I get off a plane,
champ.
Every time I get off the plane, which I ask pilots like every time I get off the plane, which I was flying quite a bit recently, and I ask them. Like, do you fly the plane like it's flat or is it flat up there? And I'm like, oh, yeah, of course. And, so the globe Earth position is that you fly the plane like it's flat. So I don't know what you would even mean by that comment. And no, the surveyors aren't lying. There's two different types of surveyors. There's plane surveyors. There's geodetic surveyors. A vast majority of surveying is done with plane survey, right? And then we just establish a local plumb vertical, and that's perpendicular to the assumed plane of the Earth, and that's how we get our measurements. Then we take that data, we put it together to get maps and stuff, and then when we do geodetic surveying, we take those distances, and then we take the NDSA, or whatever it's called, WGA84, I think it's the NDSA model.
There's of them, bro. And the whole vertical datum is all planar data. All elevation data is planar.
Don't step outside your lane, Witsit. Don't step outside your lane.
Okay, so I've actually talked to many a geodetic surveyor. So what you do is then you look out at the distance. There's a few different ways that they do it. Globers like to talk about spherical excess. That isn't actually a thing that people do, though. Like they just make that shit up. But they look. Way
to hand wave actual fucking measurements, Witsit. Way to hand wave.
No, dude, the only spherical. Dude, I literally can drop 100-page PDF right now from the government explaining geodetic surveying, saying that it only goes up to 180 degrees. That the actual methodology used. So the government's wrong. So can you drop an actual modern measurement of spherical excess?
I can get it off MC Toon's website. Give me a minute.
It's not modern. It's from like 100.
Yeah, he doesn't understand what he's reading, Witsit. He doesn't understand what he's reading. If you're laying out grid and you're starting from the center, then you're going to get excess in every direction if you're starting from the center point. You are misinterpreting that data, man.
And it doesn't even matter because like the modern methodology, objectively, it just goes up to 180 degrees. So anyway, no, it's not incorrect. I have the PDF. So this from the government. I don't care what you say on the internet. Okay, so I don't care what you say. You said it was incorrect. So I said, can I get a modern measurement? And then you just invoked something from like 150 years ago. So I was actually interested in the more open-minded conversation, not to get into the weeds. Like, dude, the reason I don't believe in the globe is because I looked into it, man. Like, I had a lot of detriment for not believing in the globe, which is bullshit in and of itself. The fact that I can't have a different cosmological interpretation without like major societal ramifications when I'm the one that's informed and all the people that ridicule me are the ones that are uninformed is ridiculous in and of itself. But that's not really new. That's kind of always been going on. So anyway, I don't think that anyone's lying. The geodetic surveyors think the Earth's a ball. Ironically, when the government tries to take the actual measured data and put it onto an entire Earth model, they have to flatten the Earth out. And then you can... Yeah, see,
But then it would be distorted, no?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, so you're saying they
There
don't?
would be a distortion.
They have to flatten it out. What do you mean?
How do you think they measure from the center of an Earth?
And you told me not to step outside of my lane, Ruf.
Yeah, tell me a method they could measure from the center of the Earth, guys.
Yeah, it's like extremely oblate, right? Like they have to flatten it out. I'll drop it just a second, but I'm going to finish my point. So, and then when you get the final output, right? And everyone gets that. Like they supposed to use it for navigation and stuff like that. But when you try to go like actually extrapolate the data bit by bit to look at it mapped out, you can't get it. It's locked. It's locked.
What do you mean by they flatten it out?
Okay. What do you mean, what do I mean? When they tried to take the data, the measurements, and then put it onto the Earth holistically, the Earth isn't a sphere, it's flattened out some.
I still don't know what you mean. You just said that they flatten it out. What actually happens?
It's more oblate. In order to actually make the data go on there, they have to make the Earth more oblate.
Are you talking about the eccentricity of the ellipsoid?
Sure, yeah, the ellipsoid.
Okay, that's tiny. How does that
it's not
affect
tiny.
Geodetic surveys? Yes, it's like 0.3%.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Well, unless you're talking about something other than I'm talking about.
He's talking about the fucking the corrections, Austin.
6378 divided by 635 something, isn't it?
Hey, Ruhif, how do we measure something?
Dude, I'm not interested. Here's the thing, right? Like a few weeks ago, I decided, like, bruh, I'm not really that interested in debating Globers about the globe Earth anymore. Like,
yet you've been here all day today, all day yesterday.
Yeah, Ruhif, I'm almost done, buddy. Calm down, man. So I'm interested in talking to some people about other things like quantum mechanics or something like that. Like I do like to debate. I think that you should always surround yourself with people with opposing ideas. That way you can always kind of check yourself and learn more and stuff like that. So, like, yeah, I like to still talk to people, but when it comes down to like the specifics of the redundant, monotonous globe Earth, flat Earth arguments, like I'm disinterested because if someone's heard them all and they still believe like wholeheartedly the Earth's a ball, like they probably haven't really heard them all or been honest, but whatever it is, I'm not going to convince someone that's been doing this for 7 years and nor do I want to, man. So like everyone wants to drag me into the weeds, but dude, I just know your position. I don't agree with it, man. You know, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, the truth is that admittedly there is no empirical exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving. It's a philosophical determination that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position to such an extent that the background radiation showed us that the Earth seems to be the center, and it was titled the axis of evil. Some weirdos that take objective data that's supposed to be observed without bias and call it evil, you know, like put like moral implications on the data. That's weird to me, bro. I don't care about your religion. Like that is a religion. It's not supported by the empirical evidence, and it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men reified via quantification methods. I don't care about that shit. I think it's weird. I think when I read Edwin Hubble and he says it can never be disproven that the Earth is in the center of everything and stationary, but we must avoid the horror of a unique position at all costs because it's intolerable. I'm like, you're just being a weirdo. If the Earth was a spinning ball, I don't care. It's just not. You know what I'm saying?
Anyway,
Like,
can you state this rotating sphere causing centrifugal force on a stationary Earth? Can you just state that so I can write it down?
Yeah. While he's doing that, will you show me how we can get a measurement from the center of a ball on the surface?
No, who says we go to the center of the Earth to measure things?
That's all I keep hearing lately. That's all I keep hearing is that the elevations are based from the center of the sphere.
The declination
That's
of stars.
not reality, bro.
Yeah.
In reality, we don't measure it, Rip. Rip, I went down the beach. With an instrument, and I went short of 2 miles, but nothing ever changed, bro. The height was the exact same in reality. I'm just going horizontal. If you want to say I'm angling and I don't realize it, then I could. Then if I like this, when the surveyors close their loop, if they don't go the exact same distance on their back shots, then they're going to get something different. But we don't measure it. You can add in these interpretations, these corrections or considerations, whatever they call them. But that doesn't mean we measure them in real life, bro. We don't measure them out in the field.
I
don't,
measured it
dude.
2 days ago. I measured curvature 2 days ago with a
Bro,
theodolite.
how can you measure spherical excess when you're only
Not
using
spherical
line
excess.
of sight?
No, I didn't measure spherical excess. I measured curvature last week.
And I think I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure they just take the radius value of the Earth, and it's we know the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, obviously, but it's an approximation for where mean sea level would be at 3959, and then anything above that would be starting from 0 and going up, and anything below that would be starting at 0 and going down.
Yeah, you can map it out as that or anything bigger. That's as small as you're going to get away with. But now that we realize the formulas and that we're supposed to be seeing this over 1 mile and 2 miles, then I can't believe they even went that small with it, bro. There's no way. The gig is up.
I think if they could redo it, they would have made it a little bigger. But
anyway, Witzit,
can you explain? Hold on. Can you explain exactly what you did? Can you please explain exactly what you did to measure curvature, please?
Yes. Take theodolite measurements of a distant object of known height from a position of known height as well.
Of known height, bro, and then over distance. So why didn't that happen when I did it over short, precise millimeter accuracy distances? Why didn't it show up then, Rip? Why do you got to go long distances, bro?
Yeah, because that's how you expose curvature.
And then why do you have to add corrections even to that? You have to add terrestrial considerations even to that.
Yeah, Rue, if I debated main surveyor, don't know if you know what that is, the geodetic surveyor, and he told me straight up that he has observations that has to be thrown out. So you go in there with like a window, and if anything is observed outside the window, you disregard them, assuming user error, or assuming like the conditions are far too turbulent to actually take the data seriously. So you have a predetermined window. It's a rigged game, and then you take a weighted mean from all the readings within that window. Then you would go and compare it to the R value of the NDSA model, and you're like, okay, well, whatever. What?
What the fuck is NDSA?
Yeah, it's called, what is something like that, NDSA or NDGS maybe. And anyway, so
don't
he
even
says,
worry about what letters you say. You're bound to guess one. There's like 3 dozen of them, Austin.
He said the most accurate that he's ever gotten is within 90% of the R value, and he told me that at times he gets readings that would make the R value way too big, and that you just throw them out. So it's not like you go out there objectively, like really taking all the data. You rig the game. So that doesn't prove anything.
All right. What he would be talking about is doing observations close to the surface. All right.
How about I post one now from the main surveyor? I'll post you his results when he tried to replicate the Alberuni test.
He's a surveyor. Why would he
7
take
million
long
feet,
distance
bro?
close to the surface, man?
What
Then he
I'm
must not
talking
be a
about-
surveyor then.
What I'm talking about is taking long observations well above the surface where refraction is
Yeah,
predictable.
that's what I'm going to post real quick. I'm going to post the main surveyor, your guy, Okay, a professional geodetic surveyor, him doing long distance. He tried to replicate at Cape Elizabeth in Maine, up off the ground. He tried to replicate the Alberuni test, and even after adding 7 million feet of correction out of 20 million, he still come up 2% short. Bro, you're acting like we measured this shit, bro. We don't fucking measure it.
From what height?
We mathematically measure. We put. I think it's like a. It ain't that high, but it's up above the ground. Look up Cape Elizabeth. I think it's like 30 meters or something.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Okay, well, he's yours. Hold on. He's a glober. He was trying to fight for the globe. He went and did the Alberuni test. Okay, this is a professional. You can tell him me not enough, whatever. This is a professional geodetic surveyor, okay, that fights for the globe, and he posted his honest results. And dude, nothing about it says, yeah, I can turn it into a globe. I can add R. I can add refraction, all this stuff, but quit acting like we measure it, bro. That's fucking
Why is
a lie.
that not enough height? Why is that not enough height?
Because once you get above 100 meters, or sorry, if you're below 100 meters, that's my sort of arbitrary height that I've stuck in my data analysis. Once you get above that height, then refraction is quite predictable. Below that height, it's pretty variable.
It's always added.
When you get high enough, it still isn't always
the picture you posted of the ship with the viewer height at 9 meters, he was way too low. Like he was going to be in that zone where you're going to get all kind of crazy light bending and shit.
Yeah, this is what I said yesterday, right?
So why'd you post that picture of that ship as Earth curve proof?
Okay,
also, he did it over 12 days. So he posted his results over 12 days. So he kept getting
an answer.
Excellent. Okay, this is an unfortunate situation for flat earthers, right? Because if we are close to the surface and there's no obstruction, right? We both globers and flat earthers have an explanation for that. If we're close to the surface and there is obstruction, hang on. If we're close to the surface and there is obstruction, you guys do not have an answer.
I gave you an answer. That's a lie.
Yeah, but it's bullshit though. Show me the geometry.
Oh yeah, it says you.
Show me the geometry.
Screw off, man. I told you to screw off earlier.
$1,000. There's $1,000 on the ground. Would you pick it up?
You're telling me to use the standard mainstream way of proving one thing with one thing. I wasn't
Just
even talking about that. I wasn't even talking about that. I explained very clearly, how when you change your angle and you get close to the surface and your viewer height is in the range of close to the surface, which even you agree with wouldn't be accurate and would get all kind of refractive effects, that's when you get those mirages. And that's when you get the things that are cause the optical illusions. And now you're telling me to win $1,000 by proving something at that level?
No, not prove something. Just show me how it's possible. Show me how it's
Why
possible.
would it be possible to use that to explain what I just said?
I want to see we don't have to just use or mathematical justification for the shit that comes out of your mouth.
Wait, we don't have to actually just use Raleigh's criteria, right? Like that's just
okay. That was the explanation before.
It's just like the resolvability, right? Like that's just the diffraction, right?
That is Raleigh's criterion.
That's right. So that's just one variable, dude. That's retarded, dude. We have angular size change with distance. We have perspective. We have Rayleigh criteria of resolvability, and we have Atmos, man.
Right.
The way you keep repeating that
a typical
question,
atmosphere. Assume whatever atmosphere you like.
We don't assume. See, that's the deal right there.
Show us how you get
Let me tell you the joke about all this, y'all. What's so funny is when we go out there on a good clear day and there's no inferior mirage, which is rare because there's usually an inferior mirage. But when we go out there on a good clear day, it's the flat Earth horizon they describe where it's really hard to distinguish. That's exactly what we see. And every black swan we show you on a good clear day, the way y'all describe would have to work on a flat Earth horizon. That's exactly what we see in reality,
we have
bro.
We have to contrast the image. We have to contrast the image and then put a line there. And what's also funny is in reality, anyone that makes actual observations without bias, when you go out there, when it's clearer outside, you can see further, right? And whenever it's clearer outside, they have to claim that's when you have the most refraction.
No, I don't.
There's only a couple globers out there doing observations, and they're not being honest, bro.
When it's clear outside, the water's.
Yeah, you've got a hard horizon when it's clear outside. You guys can't explain a hard horizon.
First of all, we can explain a hard horizon because
show me the fucking geometry or mathematical anything, any justification instead of just shit dribbling out of your mouth, Witsit. Please show me some justification.
Okay, so there's optical compression in the distance, Ruhiv. How do you not understand that?
Dude,
it's all we ever see, Ruhiv. Like if you go look down the street, this is the reason that you're a globe earther, Ruhiv. You think if you can't math something, then it's
deceiver.
It's not reality.
Look at Stanley's bridge picture. Look at Stanley's bridge picture.
Right.
I've showed him fucking several times. He's seen the buildings. He's seen the boat with the scrunched up letters. I mean, dude, this is not honest discussion. What the fuck is this, Ruhiv?
Stanley is posting pictures right now. Stanley is posting pictures right now. The one that Chad is drawing a line on, that is not the actual position of the bridge or the water. It's a mirage. And he's saying that's Earth curve. The top of the bridge is mirrored down onto the water, and it's hiding where the true level of the water is. And he's posting that like he's all academia is wrong. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? Is this a joke? I mean, this is candid camera right here. Shit.
What I'm trying to explain is like you're never gonna I guess people enjoy it and they want to strengthen their argument, but it's like, some people don't have intentions to like ever leave the globe, right? And it's like, it's whatever, bro. You just kind of let it go. The truth is, Ruhiv, that we all know when we look over distances, things optically compress. We have angular size change with distance. The top of objects come down. The bottom of objects come up.
Fucking stop dribbling. Show it, Witsit. Show it.
Are you denying these things? Oh my
god, dude! It's been
show how the shit coming out of your mouth matches what we see.
Listen at him. He says the same thing again.
Dude, I can just drop a picture of light poles, Ruhiv.
Make a prediction for what we should see.
I'll make a prediction.
Ruhiv, if I come up with math,
Ruhiv,
if I come up with math that shows it, then you're gonna become a flat earther.
Sure. Make a prediction for what we should see, like your Kangoo photo, the fucking boats beyond the horizon, any.
I'll tell you. I'll make a prediction right now. You go to Lake Pontchartrain tomorrow and look down that power line from the side of the interstate. You're gonna see a perspective image to a certain point, and when the atmosphere takes effect, you're gonna see miraging effects. There's your freaking prediction. You'll see it almost every day. You know when you won't see it?
That prediction will be false.
Yeah, you filmed it all the time.
Ruhiv,
I didn't film what you just described.
Wait, I want to see if I can get this math for Ruhiv here. So
Ruhiv, curvature all the way from the beginning.
I can show you a mirage in every one of your pictures.
Ruhiv, prediction. That is different to the globe prediction.
You know that's a mirage right there, right, Stanley? You know those are the support poles for the bridge. Do you know that?
Rakia, you're just lying, bro.
It's weird. No, I'm not. I posted the video. It's weird how I just posted a video on a clear day of that exact same position that shows the poles. Do you know that one bridge has 4 poles and the other bridge has 3? Stanley, do you know that the 4 poles are round and the other 3 on the other side of the bridge? Yeah, you will. When I'll go on mute. When you haven't learned this yet? You know the other bridge that has 3 poles, they're square. Right? Do you know that one of the 30-foot small little ramps that go up the humps that is only on one side? Do you know that the bridge was built in one section and all that was assembled on the South Shore and floated over there on barges? And when the traffic got so much, they built the other side very parallel and at the same level?
If you want him to answer, you got to be a little bit more concise.
I'm busting him up all day. He's
right. We ignore you after the first 10 seconds, Ricky, all right?
Show me where the top of the bridge isn't mirage down on the water.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the very beginning.
Yes.
This is Rakia. I'm posting in the chat right now. Rakia blatantly lying. He's trying to compare
about your personal
100. It's not an opinion. He's showing a 100-foot section. So I didn't talk while he was talking.
No, you personal attack. I didn't personally attack you.
Shut up.
He's showing a 100-foot section.
Get away with it.
He's showing a 100-foot section of bridge and comparing that to 6 miles. Now,
is that honest? Picture.
Is that honest?
It's your picture.
Does anybody think that's honest?
He's taking one zoomed in picture that I posted and trying to say that's my whole claim. No, it's not. I'll show you the picture. I'll be honest.
That's kind of dishonest. It sounds like Soundly if you're trying to like strawman his entire argument.
I'm not strawmanning anything. He tried to compare. I linked it to you. You can look at it right there. He posted both pictures. He posted both pictures. And one picture shows 100 foot of bridge, and my picture shows 600 foot of bridge.
Yeah, I was zooming in. I was zooming in to show the Mirage. This guy is lying about me right now.
Not the Mirage. Nothing to do with Mirage repair.
Yes, Mirage. You don't even know the
what Rakia is trying to say is that he was zooming into that section just to show the Mirage that was happening.
No. Wrong photo.
Go look at the message. It's bullshit.
You posted, asshole. Since you're going to call me a liar, post it, and I'll talk you through it.
Already
because
posted.
You're lying about me
Soundly posted a link. Click on the link, and it will take you to the photo. Nothing to do with the
I'll tell you what, Rhea. Once you go on mute and take a break, man, go
can we discuss? Can we discuss the correct
me
photo?
and Soundly can discuss.
See, I'm looking at it. Look, okay, I'm the moderator here. I'm going to give you the non-biased assessment here. I just clicked the link. It takes you up.
Here we go.
And he's saying that he's trying to compare them because one's a smaller section, one's a bigger section.
Yes. Well done.
But what Rocky now he doesn't present an argument in this, right? He says the word wow. So what Rocky is trying to say is he was zooming in to show the Mirage, and you guys are saying he wasn't doing that. So by definition, you're strawmanning his argument if he's right here saying that's not what he's saying. I don't understand. I don't care. I think it's petty and lame and exhaustive, to be honest.
I do care because you can't have an honest conversation in this place if people are just going to keep lying over and over.
Yeah, and if you keep whatever, dude. Just look at the bottom picture. Yeah, whatever, dude. Just look at your picture, the bottom one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, showing the obvious curvature of the Earth. Good job.
No, it's not. Where are the poles at? That's a Mirage.
It's obviously showing curvature.
That is a Mirage, dude.
It's curving way before any Mirage. There's way before any. Do you even see? There's no fucking Mirage in that image. Show me the fucking reflection right there. Show me a Mirage. Go ahead, circle it. Get a highlighter out and circle the Mirage.
Every part of the bottom bridge that's close to the water, that's not what the bridge looks like.
Look at that. Me and you were talking about Mirages the other day, Whit. That's not a fucking Mirage.
Well, that's not poles of the bridge.
Wait a second. You said that's curvature? I thought we can't get high enough to see.
This has nothing to do with curvature. This is a Mirage. The top of the bridge
is about 5 years late, but scrap.
Yeah, the top of the bridge is being Miraged down onto the bottom. And go to the very right of the bridge, and you can see the shiny water and how the bridge right at that point starts to really severely dip down. That is also another more severe Mirage because the distance is greater. That is not what the bridge looks like right there.
Well, that's how the camera captured it.
Didn't you just say that's
that is mirrored. That is a mirrored image.
So why can't we see?
Where's the mirror? I don't see this mirror.
The mirror is the water in the sky. That's a Mirage. That is not what the bridge looks like. Soundly is posting this as a Earth curve proof when that's not even a clear picture of the bridge. It's all distorted. It's all miraged up. Yes, it is. That is not what the bridge looks like.
Are we looking at the correct photo?
Yes, the double one, the bottom one is Soundly's.
Yeah, where's
the top
Mirage?
one is mine.
Right, which is dishonest, right? Where's the Mirage in Soundly's one?
Look at the bridge. It's either an optical illusion or Mirage, whatever you want to call it. It's not what the bridge looks like.
Well, it clearly does because that's a photo of it. Where's the Mirage?
You don't think photos capture mirages or optical illusion?
Please point to the Mirage.
That's what's happening here.
Hold on, that's a time lapse. That's a still shot out of a time lapse
right here. And you can look further to the right where the water starts to get really shiny. And that's where more distortion happens because it's going further away from the viewer.
Hey, I'm going to post the whole video, guys. I'm going to post the whole video because that's a still shot out of a time lapse, and I'm going to show you where we see it concave, where we see it flat most of the time, and then convex. He took a picture while it had the most curvature and called it a good one. And
look at 11.
That's
not
I'm gonna
little
look at it right now.
By you.
Look at
Where's this mirage?
1109. Yeah, go ahead, Sally. Look at the picture Chad just posted at 1109. Everybody can do it. That is also a mirage.
Hey, Rocky.
They keep underlying the fender system and saying,
no,
look at this fender system. That's the bridge miraging. No, it's not the bridge. It's the fender system miraging.
That's the wrong photo. We're not looking. Chad posted one.
Scroll all the way down to my last post at 11:31.
It's the wrong photo.
Ricky,
it's the wrong photo.
Right here is also a mirage.
Start it. Go down to 11:31 at where my last post. Let's start there and talk about that. How about that?
Why don't you want to talk about the other pictures that you?
I'm reposting the pictures right now.
It's a reposting, Ricky.
Because you keep talking about the wrong picture, apparently.
All your pictures have mirages in them. We can talk about any picture you post.
The one that Sally linked to, right? Sally linked to one. It's not a mirage.
So now every picture has a mirage.
Exactly. Every picture is a mirage now.
Oh, now if it matches a globe, then it's not mirage, but black swan, all that stuff.
I don't see any of the same pictures.
Right. When you try to minimize atmospheric conditions and actually go during good viewing situation, it looks like a globe.
Good for y'all. It's not necessarily good in reality. Good for the globe argument. Why don't I measure this in real life?
That's very good for the globe argument. I totally agree.
Why don't I measure this in real life, bro? I mean, this curve you're showing, why can't we measure that, bro? Because this is what I do fucking almost every day. I lay out straight lines, bro. Okay? And then I went down the beach and I heard about this whole argument. Why didn't I measure this in reality, bro?
We do, and we have.
Who's we? You ain't done, dude. I've done this personally.
Me, Jesse Kozlowski, and Walter Bislin.
Oh my god!
So we have measured it. Yes.
Can we talk about the same pictures again? The same two pictures or the first one? You're posting different pictures now.
Right. Post the pictures where you said wow, Ricky. You said wow, right? You posted a picture.
Y'all said y'all were posting
super clear pictures without mirages are just
no, not right? So you're agreeing that the ones you just agreed that the earlier ones weren't super clear and were mirages.
No,
ladies and gentlemen, you said wow.
You just said because
I said one has a mirage. One has a mirage of the fender system, which you guys keep underlying like it's part of the bridge, which it's not. Which is why I posted. Which is why I posted.
I haven't.
Did you repost the picture or not? Did you, Rakia?
I have never ever drawn a line on a picture. That is not my deal. Not my picture.
Did you repost the picture, Rakia?
Is that the geometric horizon or is that the refracted horizon?
I used that picture.
Okay, so you reposted it. I saw you post a picture where there was a line underneath the fender system that you guys were pretending is the bridge, and it's not the bridge.
I didn't
it's the fender system.
I didn't pretend anything. I never said that was a bridge.
Hey, can you guys all do me a favor, man? I stepped away and I could hear it through my headphones this whole time. I mean, it's like a
he
little.
He is lying
much.
about me, man. This is ridiculous. I'm never
lying about you.
Right, but look, Rakia, man, just do me a favor, man. Like everyone's just like screaming, and I'm pretty sure for everyone else in here, it's like kind of a lot. Like if we could just bring it back down, let's all take a deep breath, maybe sing Kumbaya.
Okay, let me explain my position then, very calmly.
Yeah, you just keep talking.
Listen to this.
Please just don't amp it up, man.
Well, he just won't
interrupt, bro.
Listen at it. He's still talking.
I never get a chance to even talk without
interrupting. Okay, look. Try to keep it concise and calmly talk, and then Sally's gonna get to talk, and he's not gonna be interrupted. Neither person interrupt. Can we try to wrap it up and move on? Maybe we can change the subject so the room can get back to like a more.
I tried to start calmly.
Yes, Sally won't let a person talk calmly, but give it a try. Sally will let him talk calmly. I bet Sally interrupts and makes you talk louder. You can't hear.
Brian.
You're interrupting while saying that.
I'm trying to defend you, you fucking asshole.
But Brian, Brian, listen, I just moderated, okay? I'm doing the moderation.
Relax. Okay? You're all wrong. It's curving up. Take it easy.
Look, I'm doing the moderation. If I get the whole room to calm down and then get the moderation taken care of, we don't need someone else to say.
You gotta go to bed. Rocky or something? You got 2 minutes left or something? I'm trying to fucking defend you, man.
Brian, please don't bro, you're my homie. Don't make me mute you or something. I'm trying to talk for moderation. I just got the whole room calm down, okay? So when I do that, People need to set their ego aside for a second instead of like trying to get another couple jabs in, which we know is going to set it back on fire. We're all adults in here, and it's getting ridiculous. So Rakia, calmly say your position, and then you can let Soundly respond. Please, no one interrupt people, and everyone try to keep it concise. And I suggest after this we change the subject to something else.
I will go on mute when I'm done. The picture with the line posted at where the water meets the bottom of where the apparent bridge is. That is not my line. I just used that picture to show that picture has a severe miraging effect on it. And now Soundly is telling everyone that I posted that picture to show that the estuarine, the wood part that comes out for the boats to be guided through, is part of the bridge. I never claimed that. I never said that. I explained that to him. And now he's trying to make me out as some type of liar. I will post the picture again. I will clearly and precisely show that the top of the bridge is mirrored, stretched, and all that at the bottom where it meets the water. Where the water meets the bottom of that brown stuff is not the actual position. That is a mirage. That is my point from day one. That is my point tonight. That's why I posted this picture. That's why I reposted it. Soundly is using this picture and posting it, and when asked if this picture is a Earth curve, says yes. When asked if this is a mirage, says no.
Post one without the lines.
To prove it's not real?
The lines don't mean anything. Now, can Soundly respond to that?
Yeah, is this one a mirage too?
To prove it's not real, if you rise...
Oh my God!
You would have to continue to look down.
Okay, look, I did the mod for one, just so you know. You're kind of like all in your mic, and you were like, and then Soundly, would you like to calmly respond so we can wrap up the last 30 minutes?
So Rakia reposted apparently a picture from somebody else who clearly the underline under the red underline that they put there is trying to indicate that that's the bridge curving over there. And it's some sort of mirage causing that. And that's not what it is. It's the fender system, which I just posted. The next picture you see here, if you look on the right side, the structure with the two red lights is the fender system. Sure, there's a mirage there in the picture that he posted above. So the fuck what? Here's another picture without a mirage, okay? And still showing curvature. So you're going to have to answer where the mirage is in this last picture. Ricky.
Where's the mirage in the Black Swan video?
Hang on. I'll be very quick. So finally, after all this yelling and screaming, he admits it is a mirage in the picture that I posted.
I never said it wasn't a mirage, Rakia.
I asked you very, very clearly, is this Earth curve? And you said
I asked
yes.
you very, very clearly.
Yeah, you're over.
No, I didn't know. You didn't ask me if the fender system was Earth curve. I asked you very clearly, is that the fender system? And you refused to answer affirmative. You refused.
That's a lie.
No, it's not. Go show me where you answered affirmative.
I'll show you where I said, I'll show you my exact text where I said, I never said anything about the fender system. I only said that the bridge was miraging. And now you're agreeing with me.
Cool. So
I never once said there was no mirage. He's just
show
making
me
shit
any
up
text.
Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
acting like I didn't try to was a mirage is a lie. He just constantly lies.
I never said anything about the fender system.
Stop raging. This isn't a debate. This isn't a debate. Stop raging. Look at the picture of the sun.
Like, at this point, to be honest, what I think, it's kind of like a dick swinging contest at this point. Like, I'm just being honest.
Hey, bud, I'm speaking. Relax for a second. I know you guys.
Oh, no.
Do this all the time. Look.
No. You need to stop real quick.
Oh,
Austin
look.
was
It's
just
the
moderating.
cunt that wants to defend the guys. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I selected an area of the picture. This area.
Austin was talking. He was moderating. You came in and called me a cunt. Like, I think you can stay muted for a minute. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think we all get it. You guys do have clearly some beef or some, like, personal, resentment towards each other at this point. It's all good. I think we've given you plenty enough time as a group of many people here, right, to kind of have it out, and that's cool. I think everyone's heard the arguments. I think it's kind of time that we...
Can I say my closing statements, Austin?
He still called me a liar at the end.
I just want to say my closing statements, and I'll be done.
Okay, just don't.
Yeah, I'd like to close out that argument since I was involved. I never said anything about the fender system. He brought it up. I never said I did the lines under there. I actually said I didn't. I just posted it as a mirage picture. And he's still calling me a liar even after he agrees that picture
totally
has
agree.
a mirage.
You're a liar. Yep.
Yeah, listen at him.
Okay, look, we're going to have to eliminate
Hey,
the
thanks a
personal...
lot, man.
We're going to have to limit... One of the rules here is that we, like, okay, you can say,
Yeah,
I
let's
think...
warn him again.
You can say, like, I think you're lying. You can say, I think that's a dishonest argument or something. We don't call people liars. What I'm going to do is going to move on now. And Flat Earth Brian, or Flat Earth Seth, just a second. You can go after the other guy who, to be fair, has been trying to say something, although he's really giving me a crazy vibe. I'm going to unmute you, All Glory. Please try to keep it respectful and then say your points.
Good luck with that.
He gives you a weird
That's gonna be
vibe.
fun.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say I shared this image and I cropped out this area. In this area, it seems to be things get warped downwards somehow. And in all of Soundly's pictures where he's showing this clear downwards curvature of the earth, it's always in this area. And it's this weird, exaggerated down curving effect where anybody in their sober, right, truthful mind will be like, that's an exaggeration. You've got columns and piers from the observer's point to the horizon, rising. Then you've got this small area where between two piers, two columns, you've got a major downwards curvature of the earth, which is no longer there if you were to ascend. If you were to ascend and you would rise, you wouldn't see a continuation of that very spot. What would happen is you'd see further and further out, and you'd have a new area of this exaggerated, apparent downwards curve right at the cusp of the horizon. That's all. Thanks.
Okay.
My quick point is this. Here's my quick point: is that y'all tell us when we show a black swan, like y'all want to say it's the atmosphere and whatnot. But one thing we know for certain, okay, when I measured the shoreline, okay, I get the same thing every day. If we can measure it, 100 surveyors can go there and measure 1.5 miles down the coast, and they will always, if they know what they're doing, they'll always be within a couple inches, okay, and they're going to get the same measurement every time. So what we're seeing way off in the distance and arguing about is apparent. No matter what side you're on, the other side shows a photograph and we say, oh, that's because of the atmosphere. What we do know is that, yes, the atmosphere is showing us different shit off in the distance on different days. But what we do know for sure is when we measure it, we never get that. We get the same flat elevation over however far we go over short, precise distances. Thank you.
Ryan, do you understand that if you do surveying or differential leveling properly, you negate the curvature of the Earth?
So we don't measure it then, right? So
if you do differential leveling properly, you negate the curvature of the Earth. Do you understand?
I'm asking you if me understanding means then we don't measure it if we do it properly, right?
He's saying you have to account for it. He's saying you have to
differential
account
leveling
for
properly.
Did this retard say you negate the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, but he's saying that what he's saying is that you have to account for the curvature of the Earth.
No, if you do differential leveling properly, you don't have to account for curvature of the Earth.
By you, so what I'm saying is you're saying you account for the curvature by doing the leveling a certain way.
Yes.
Okay, so I did say what you were saying. So exactly.
What if I leapfrog, Ruhif? What if I leapfrog?
Why can't you show a curve first? There's no curve in the first place.
If you leapfrog and if you put your instrument in the middle of your backsight and foresight, the amount
there's no backside in leapfrogging, man.
Dude,
I'm just talking about working our way forward.
No interrupting.
You leapfrog from your backside to your next foresight, right?
Fuck Ruhif.
Fuck Aussie dude that just wants to
talk about differential leveling.
Don't even give this fucking clown any fucking time, bro. He's a literal soul, bro. Paid agent, piece of shit.
Actually.
All right, let's just chill, man. We don't. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with you guys tonight?
Anyway, you get looking like you have Tourette's. Just let him talk.
Yeah, Brian, if you stick your instrument in the middle of your backside and foresight, then the theoretical calculated amount of curvature on both sides is the same. So in differential leveling, they will cancel out.
So I won't measure Earth curve then, right?
If you do differential leveling correctly, that's
Why
right.
won't you answer that question, bro? I'm trying to agree with you,
Because you want me to say it can't measure Earth curve, which is wrong.
Dude,
right?
that's
This
what
is
you're
why
saying,
I speak so carefully to you, Brian, because you twist my fucking words all the time.
Wait, you literally give this man 2 hours of your life, bro, for him to just
If you
fucking
do
take you
differential
around
leveling
and around
correctly,
and around and
it will
around in
negate the
circles.
curvature of the Earth, right? But if you do it a different method, you will expose the curvature.
Okay, Roof.
I laid out a long horizontal line, bro.
Oh, can we try to tactically wrap it up, Roof? So, do you agree that also you could just be? It would be the same if it was flat.
Yeah, if you do it properly, it doesn't matter whether it's curved or flat.
Okay, thank you. Now we can move on. So, does anyone want to change the subject to almost anything else?
Yes, can I go?
Oh no.
Hey man, sorry for catching attitude, Rocky. If you could hear
That's
me,
just
I
gonna be really
apologize,
tedious
man.
and lame.
That was wrong of me, man. I was just trying to.
I mean, light. Am I right, you guys? What's going on with light, though? Yikes!
I want to talk about how Rocky was a liar. What's that all about?
Oh my gosh, Nidhug, please don't try to amp that
I
up,
didn't call him
dude.
a
What
liar,
are
but I
you
called him an
doing?
asshole, and I want to apologize for that because I was fucking. I don't know. I was just trying to get
Love
in a
you,
couple
Brian.
words back. Sorry. Yeah.
All right,
I
I'm
love
cool.
all-
Maybe we
yeah.
all can have a campfire later and sing a song. So,
I
anyway,
hate singing. Screw that
so
idea.
did you guys know that the speed of light is actually not verified, and we only have a two-way quote unquote speed?
Yeah,
We have a verified two-way.
Veritasium did a really cool video about that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Have you guys seen where, like, if you have the three polarized filters that, like, so with two of them at a perpendicular angle, then it'll block out the light, but then when you layer another polarized lens over top of it, the light will come back through it?
Yeah. So no photons, then all the photons.
Yeah, how's the photon
not
like get
all
blocked and
photons.
then come back?
The photons are playing red light, green light, Austin.
We went over this. How many times you got to bring up the same shit? What's it? You've been explained this. It's a quantum effect, and you just refuse.
No, you just said that we wouldn't understand it, bro. You didn't explain it. You said
Yeah,
y'all don't
wait.
understand it.
Let's stay really
come on. I
calm.
mean,
Flat
how many
earthers
times
wouldn't.
what's it, you have to bring up the same damn stuff?
Let's stay really calm. What kind of quantum effects exactly? So we can, so I can go learn about it.
Oh, you can look it up yourself. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anyone else know? Because he doesn't know.
Right.
Yeah,
Last time he
don't
said
know
y'all
either.
wouldn't understand it. Then he
No,
wants
you
to come in and
wouldn't.
say he's explained it, which is a lie.
I've told you where to look it up. I'm not here to teach you quantum physics. You guys barely know.
You didn't tell us where to look it up. You said
I
you said
did.
we wouldn't understand it. Now you said look it up yourself.
Hey, Gio, can I get my rules back, please?
So
I gave you a warning.
How many times you got to bring this up?
Science, please don't talk to me.
You
You're
don't have
always
an
doing things
explanation for it. You just
personally.
say, this is weird.
That's not how you
bring it up
moderate.
every
Please
damn
don't talk
day.
to me. Just talking to Gio.
I'm done with my drive, guys. I just wanted to say it was entertaining listening to you guys with a good moderation.
Yeah, thanks. Be easy, brother. Let go of the pseudoscience, man. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you, buddy. I got you.
Yeah, just accept, bro. Like, it's all good. The Earth doesn't move,
Look,
man.
man, I pray and hope one day when space travel's a little bit more affordable, you come back to Florida. We'll grab a beer and we'll ride SpaceX together. How's that?
Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan.
All right, take it easy.
Later.
Nidhug.
So, yeah, like, does anyone know? I mean, just from occurring to my simple mind, like, if it was a physical photon traveling, and then you had the lens, and then you put the other lens over top, and it blocked the photon from traveling through it, just by layering another lens on top of that, you know, how could the photon all of a sudden get through the other lens that was blocking it? You know, my simple mind seems incapable of computing this.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's the audience here for it today.
Can I get a helpful? I don't know how else to do this. Can I get a helpful thing when I go to my text? It's at the way up. Like, how do I get to the bottom of it?
There should be a little arrow in the bottom right that'll scroll to bottom.
All right,
See that?
And hold the page down button.
Wait, say that again.
If you are you on a computer or on a
No, on an iPhone. But it usually takes me to the bottom. But right now it's like 10 minutes up.
It doesn't have a jump to present.
That's a desktop thing, isn't it?
No, it's on my iPhone.
I'll look for it. All right, thanks.
Well, yeah, I mean, normally if it's there, it'll be like a bar across the whole bottom of the text chat. It says jump to present. I don't know. Or if you scroll real fast, sometimes it'll pop up in the world. So, because like what's crazy, man, I was thinking like, I don't think that light travels, right? I think that's dumb. And some people were trying to say that I'm dumb for that, I guess. And they're like, so you can see the light travel when you turn the light on, right? But what's crazy is before you turn the light on, like if you're in a completely pitch black room, like there's still light there. You know what I'm saying? Like there's nowhere you can find on the entire earth where there's no light. Literally, there's light everywhere at all times, which is interesting, yeah?
Fuck.
So when I say the light's already there, I mean, that seems like a pretty founded thing to say, right? This proves the earth is not spinning.
Okay.
Sounds like they didn't say much to my heart, and then left.
Light even have to do with a globe anyway? Like, even if they, you know what I mean? Like, it has nothing to do with a globe in the first place.
That's wrong. Relativity uses the speed of light as a constant to give them gravity.
Yeah, so I meant like it has nothing to do with a globe because the globe doesn't exist. So relativity is just bullshit too, right? So like it's all just fakery.
Yeah.
So they have nothing to do with each other.
Well, actually,
they're all in fantasy land. They're all in fantasy land. Like, sorry, but they are.
Oh, I'm just saying that like if the speed of light is wrong, then that also debunks the globe Earth model and all the claims of these stars being however far away.
But the globe is debunked from the second it's mentioned. Like, do you know what it means to debunk, right? Like, you expose the hollowness or the falseness of an idea or belief. So, like, as soon as they mention the word globe, it's debunked by default because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, we were just going to talk about light because of that. Why, you'd rather just talk about, just rather beat it into the ground? I mean, some of the people here that believe in the globe, they just can't let it go. They just haven't gotten
No,
there
they
yet.
can let it go. That's a misconception too. Like, take Ruhif for example. Like, he's not someone who actually believes in it. He's either a paid agent or he's literally retarded. It's just one or the other. He doesn't actually like subscribe to this globe.
Well, if it was that he's retarded, that would be him actually believing in it, right?
Well, believe is accepting it as true without any proof. Like, well, especially without proof. That's the definition of belief. But does he sound retarded to you? Like, he has some sort of like intellect, but he's not under the assumption that it's a globe. Yeah, whatever. Like, you're a dickhead, but he's not under the actual assumption that it's a globe. He's literally here to just, like, you know what I mean?
I think he kind of believes it.
I think he believes it.
Yeah. See, what I found, and this is just my opinion, everyone take it with a grain of salt, but if someone's kind of publicly discussed it a lot and really like thrown themselves out on the limb, it's really hard to walk things back. I mean, not even just like publicly, just like in your own mind. It's kind of like if you were going to tell an astrophysicist about how the earth isn't a ball spinning, like if they taught astrophysics for 20 years, like pretty much never going to reach them. Or like even flat earthers that have been talking about quantum mechanics and the photon and all this stuff, like, you know, how are you going to get them to walk it back? It's kind of difficult.
Wait, don't you think it's futile though? If he comes here, do you think he's going to convince any flat earther that it's a ball? Right? He's not in a million years. So what he's doing is,
do you really think he's in it for that reason? Listen,
yes,
I've already
wasting. Hold on, let me finish my point. If you're in here wasting your time, you're not out here. You're not out in the real world telling other people that are persuadable. He's not persuadable. He knows the truth. He's just here lying to your face to keep you in this little.
There's a different hypothesis, right? There's a different way of looking at it, not hypothesis, but there's a different way of looking at it, right? He is a crackhead, addicted to the dopamine hits he receives from argumentation. Yes,
that's pretty accurate, actually.
Like, this is what I pointed out. This is what I pointed out the other night too in another server. Can I say something? Like, that would be like kind of like makes sense. But the thing is, like Ruhif, Hoymar, and that, like, they literally just get dragged, man. You know, Like, they get fucking exposed and just, like, made the biggest fool out of. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they never seem to come in here and just, like, have a one-up on literally anyone. So it's like, I don't think they get a high out of arguing. It's like Stockholm Syndrome, like, similar to that. Like, they're subs, you know what I mean?
I don't
Like,
think, bro. I
submissive.
think if you hooked Ruoff up to a lie detector test and you asked him if he wins the debates in here, he would say yes, and he would pass the lie detector test. Great, Angelo, what were you saying?
I was going to say, as a Glober, I'll tell you the reason why I'm here. It's entertainment and entertainment only.
Oh,
and you understand how that comes across as like a really douchey thing to say?
No,
it's not even realistic. Not even realistic. There's a million things they could be doing to entertain themselves, and they're apparently here making themselves look like idiots. That's what they call entertainment. But they're trying to lie and say that we're entertaining them. What a fucking joke!
Well, just don't take the bait though. Okay, let him respond. Go ahead.
Entertaining me. I said everybody's entertaining me. You know, when Paid National Shill comes in, I kind of chuckle. When you know, Witsit says things that I think are absurd, I chuckle. You know, I enjoy that part of it. That's pure enjoyment for me.
Don't get me wrong.
Running in the background while I'm doing other things. I'm
So,
literally
out of curiosity, would you say that you're basically like smarter than all of us in here?
Oh no, not really. No, there's, you know, I can. The way I weigh intellect is when I call somebody stupid, I'm actually giving them a compliment. And the reason why I'm giving them a compliment is because where there is no intelligence, there is also no stupidity. You have to be intellectually capable to do something stupid.
Okay, that's cool.
Well, okay, so like another way of looking at it is like this, right? We are not yet the mainstream, right? Because we're not the mainstream, we're yet to know whether or not we're crackheads also. Until we get to a position where we're the mainstream, and then we're still arguing for flat Earth, like they are, right? And that's the point. They either need to admit that they are worried that we are effectively going to do damage to the globe, right? And that is why they argue back against us. Or they have to admit they do it for entertainment purposes, right? And they're crackheads.
Yeah, let me sell their narrative. So what they say is a lot of them sell it like it's some virtuous, you know, motivation that they have, like they're heroes, and they're coming to combat the danger of misinformation. The second most popular one that they say is what he just said, which is that we're just entertainment, which is of course implicitly, you know, stating that they're so much smarter than us, and just how like deluded and ignorant we are entertains them. But I think the truth is what you said. It's one of those two things. And
the truth is, it's curving up. Stop running your mouths in this server every fucking day. You guys need me here, but I'm already fucking banned. I'm already removed until when I disconnect. Thanks to Shines. You guys have a bitch running the server. What's wrong with you?
Wow,
you need to hear the truth.
Glory.
Maybe if you listened to Austin when he was moderating,
ban him.
Like,
why are we wasting our time? Ban him. Shit. Jeez.
I gave him a warning.
Let's carry on.
Because of how he behaved. That's it.
Like, lay that motherfucker ban him.
Keep him muted. Let him go through his warning, and everything will be fine.
So, I think it's like probably one of the two things you say in reality, right, Crack? I think it's a mixture of both. I think that they do kind of get off on debating. I think a lot of us do as well. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think in a way it's admirable. It's only in modern times that people have like conflated it to toxic argumentation. Sometimes this place gets toxic, but like intellectual exchange of ideas is an ancient idea and philosophically very healthy.
Yeah, who gives a fuck what they do it for? They're fucking retards, man.
But what is your point?
Thanks for your input, champ.
What is like, dude, you're acting like one too.
That's my point. Fuck these.
Well, then why would you be here?
Well, see you later then.
Well, I'm here to fucking drag him across the floor.
Okay,
but you're not.
Thanks, champ.
That's what I'm here for.
You didn't say you
talking about the Earth and globe, thinking they're going to come in here and have some kind of fucking.
Wait there a second, dude. Wait there a second, dude.
These people need girlfriends or something, man. You guys are way too like.
Yeah, I'm married with kids. You fuck with. You're a spastic.
Then why are you freaking out so much, man? I don't understand.
The peace and love shit and try to play this fucking peaceful discussion shit. Fuck these cunts. Fuck them.
Okay. I won't talk so much, but I just want to finish the point, bro.
Long, right? Humanity's being lied to, and you want to give these cunts any time of day?
Dude, I traveled
Fuck
the
'em.
United States trying to wake people up to the fact they're being lied to, my man.
Wake them
So,
up. Have you ever tried to
He's
wake
talking
someone up
about
who
it
wants
here.
to go back to sleep? Have you ever tried to wake a tired person up and said, "Get the fuck out of bed," and they're like, "Nah, man, I'm tired. I want to go back to sleep." Have you ever tried that?
but you think everyone in the United States is like that?
Well, what are you talking about? Like you're this fucking traveling the lands trying to wake people up.
Well, I'm just saying, like, no, I'm just saying, like, if you're like lecturing everyone about how we're doing nothing or something, it's like, I don't know. I think a lot of us do things in our own way. We're trying to wake people
I
up.
never
So,
said you're doing nothing, bro. I
all
never
right,
said
bro.
that.
I was just, this is a cool point to make, and I'll finish up. But I'm just saying, so the one is that, like they say, I like to debate. They'll never say these two, but this is the main one, I think. I think part of them is that they feel really uncomfortable with the idea that we may win. And secretly, they like that we're censored. They like that it's held out because they've convinced themselves that we're stupid. They do all this debating, but their worst fear, right? Because if any flat earthers are honest, like one of the hardest parts of coming to flat earth is like everyone's going to think you're crazy. Their worst fear is that being on the globe becomes a minority, where all of a sudden it gets out. They're scared of the idea that the real flat earth position and arguments will be heard by everyone fairly. So they're doing everything they can to try to keep us down and keep us like defeated. That's what I think.
So every possibility except they're paid agents and they're literally here to do a job.
Yeah, we don't think that at all.
Yeah, I think that's giving them too much credit.
Listen, people don't think you
yeah,
need to be paid.
It's giving them too much credit. Like you just, it's not possible that these people are paid agents. They're literally being paid to come in here and spread misinformation and cause
People like to talk.
Oh wow!
I think the paid agents wouldn't be on Discord. I think the paid agents would be like Simon Dan or Professor Dave or
we're
something.
all on here, and none of us are putting some money together and demanding that
So
we travel.
why are you here? Why are you here? What if you're a paid agent? What if you're a flat paid agent?
I already stated my position why I'm here. I'm here to drag these cunts across the floor.
But yet every time we try to begin a conversation, you just like tell them you
they
just
get decapitated, right? Beheaded.
Okay, man.
No, you've got to get banned for that, surely.
Yeah.
Oh well, ban me then. Who gives a fuck?
Well, I don't think he's being literal. Like intellectual.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I had this discussion before, like with them, where they got confused and they thought that I wasn't being literal, like, and they tried the whole trust me, it backfired on them when they tried the whole morals thing and like, what gives me the right to behead them, that kind of shit.
Well,
can we really move on from this?
We're gonna entertain this guy. Yeah.
No, he's muted. So anyway, we can move back on. Great, Angelo. I think that you're actually kind of new to some of this discussion. I'm just curious. Did you know? I'm bringing this up for a reason, right? Like, so relativity attributes a constant speed to light and special relativity from 1905. It evolved into general relativity in 1915. That's to this day the current rhetoric for gravity, which is incompatible on the quantum scale and has major problems on the cosmological scale. But if that constant speed of light assumption is incorrect, then it all just crumbles immediately before we even get any further than that. And I'm explaining. So light's actually instant, meaning it's just already there. It doesn't travel from point A to point B. People think that's crazy, but my point is they normally don't think about it. They think that when they see light, that's it coming and traveling. But the truth is, light is everywhere, and you can't find one place in all of existence that doesn't have any light. It's literally every single place in the world, whether you see it or not. So it being instant isn't much of a leap, is it?
I don't know what your question is because you loaded up the entire preface to your question with a bunch of false statements, and most of which are exaggeration and opinions and not real facts. When you're dealing with relativity and when you're dealing with
relativity.
Wait, are you saying relativity doesn't attribute a constant speed to light?
No. What I'm saying is that you made the statement that relativity is on its way out, basically, and that it's falling apart. And
No, I said it's incompatible with the quantum scale and it has major issues on the cosmological scale. You disagree with that?
And yeah, I disagree with that. And there's
well,
not
you disagree
a lot
with
There's
everyone.
not a lot. No, I don't disagree with everyone. There's a lot of disagreements amongst the scientific community as to the viability of that theory lasting forever. But that's the way science works. Every time we come up with a new idea, it's constantly being challenged.
Listen,
The
wait there.
best
Those
part of
two,
it is,
that's
hold on,
wait there. That's wait there.
and the
You
best
can't
part
hold
of
those
it,
two positions, dude. You can't turn around and say the very thing that I'm citing to be true that you're saying that Witsit is talking about as being potentially
so I don't get
redundant
to
in the
finish what I
future.
was saying,
You
and then
just
you wouldn't
described it
even
as
know. But
redundant.
you didn't listen to the end of it, and had you
All
listened to
right,
the end of it, you would have
continue.
heard.
Continue.
Okay, because science constantly challenges any ongoing theory. The first thing they do, though, is once a consensus has been made that a theory works, or at least an idea is working, they'll go along with that idea until something else comes along. So at the moment, nothing has come along to refute that relativity, is falling apart in any way, shape, or form. In
What?
And
fact,
you saw,
relativity is being
I can't hear
demonstrated
him
over and
very
over
well.
again. Well, sorry, maybe if I move the mic closer.
No, hang on one second. Can we get
No.
the smartest guy in the room to turn his mic off? His background noise of him playing poker is very irritating.
Well, you have
Hey,
to
smart
close.
guy.
Wait there.
Right?
You have to close Ruhif's
Yeah,
stream.
you have to stop the stream then, right? That's why
Yeah.
you're hearing it.
Why is the
not
stream even? I don't have a stream on.
Neither.
Yes, you are. Yeah, there's you and Shines.
You can turn
Frick,
down.
I didn't click
the
on
stream.
nothing.
Okay, so
Fair enough.
just to address your misconceptions here, you said that there's nothing at all that exists that even insinuates refutation of relativity.
No,
You're
I
just
didn't say
wrong,
nothing.
though.
Nothing that's been supported with good evidence. There's
Okay,
a lot of
you're
ideas
just
out
wrong,
there that are refuting
though. You're wrong,
it.
though.
Trying to refute it.
Witsit, cite his
I
own
was in the
position.
middle of talking, so you're wrong because there's something called superposition, right? And relativity cannot explain superposition on the quantum scale because the displacement of mass bending and warping space-time cannot be in multiple locations simultaneously for a singular mass. So you're just wrong on, and that's just one of
that's
100
one
examples.
example.
Everybody
different
knows that
scale.
quantum physics, quantum and relativity are in conflict. Very well. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, Great Angelo disagrees with you.
I didn't disagree. I said there has been disputes and conflicts all along, and science examines those conflicts. But until something comes along and says that relativity doesn't work at all, we should throw it out. There's no reason to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
What do you mean doesn't work at all? If I come up with a theory and it can explain one of 100 phenomena, I don't have to make it not explain the one or it remains valid. That's ridiculous.
Relativity explains a lot more than just one.
It doesn't matter. My point remains.
It explains thousands
What,
of
that it's
phenomena.
incompatible with quantum? Yeah, we know it's incompatible with quantum.
It's incompatible with the cosmological scale as well. So when we apply relativity to the universe, right, it can't actually explain or account for 95% of what comprises it. Relativity claims that the metaphysical realm behind the material world is comprised of simply space and time, and actually it only is applied to 5% of this material perceived world, where you have dark matter and dark energy not accounted for. Now, what the Globers parrot their script of is, oh, well, it's just incomplete. But that means they don't understand relativity, because relativity cannot integrate dark energy. It makes a claim that all that is there is space-time. So, yeah, it literally can't explain it. The galaxy rotational speeds are way too fast.
That's a really interesting.
Watch, I'm going to name all these problems with it, Great Angelo, and you're not going to respond to any of it. You're not going to respond to any of it, Great Angelo. And then NASA's going to try to interrupt me and then just say bullshit, but not actually respond. Great Angelo, listen. The galaxy rotational speeds.
Are you going to let anybody else talk, or are you just going to like blabber over everyone with it?
NASA, it would be different if when you jump in, you say something with substantive specificity about the conversation.
Again, are you going to blabber over everyone, or are you just going to like talk and we can't interrupt you?
I was almost done making the point.
Oh, you were done a long time ago. You're just poking holes, saying, "Well, look at this, look at this, look at this." You don't have any explanation for what you're saying. In the meantime, relativity is one of the most tested theories. Relativity is like the most tested theory. God, interrupt me one more time. Once again,
as you interrupted me 5 times.
There's really tough not to interrupt you because you talk so fucking much. It really is. I'm sorry, but if you would like say something and then like listen to other people. I mean, if you want to rename this the Witsit Talk Hour. I mean, you did that like 2 hours the other night.
Listen to pay, not to shill. Do personal shit.
Me do personal shit. Rocky, I've been listening to you all night.
Okay, here, I'll do one at a time.
I'll address the relativity issue that you just mentioned.
I didn't say any of the points yet, Great Angelo.
I'd like to hear one argument Pate has ever made for the globe.
Address the point about the fact that you can't account for dark matter and dark energy.
Let's hear it.
Relativity describes space-time, But what's inside space-time is all the matter in the universe, and it's not even part of the theory. The matter itself is just part of the result of what we observe, what goes on in general relativity.
Okay.
So when you try to explain how much mass is in the universe, and you can't account for all of it because there's something missing. One thing that there's thinking of doing right now is throwing out completely all of dark matter and dark energy because they don't think
They
it
need to
exists,
throw out
and it
special
might be replaced
relativity.
by just missing black holes.
Okay, so here's the
Undiscovered
problem
black
that you
holes
don't
are filling up
understand.
the missing
You
missing
didn't even
gravity.
understand what I said, dude. So yeah, so they claim space-time, right? And then there's mass inside of space-time, and that makes up 5%. The other 95% is dark matter and dark energy. So I'm not talking about the mass. That's
No,
called
they're
a strong.
they're
Oh, but if you
arguing
interrupt me, the
about
world starts
Relativity,
spinning.
bro's not even really
Interrupt me.
against flat Earth.
Now
It's
Brian,
not relativity. It's special relativity that we're fighting against, man. Relativity could be any fucking thing, flat, concave, globe, whatever. Special relativity is the fucking mother mucker, the bullshit that they stuck in.
Okay. So general relativity also is applied to the big scale. Now, I said that it only accounts for space and time, and there's mass within that. That mass within that only accounts for 5%. But we have this other thing called dark matter and dark energy, which relativity cannot incorporate at all because it says there's nothing more than space and time. And now what your rebuttal was they're thinking about doing away with dark matter and dark energy. Would you like to expand on how that's viable?
I missed what you said. I was actually looking something else up.
You just claimed that they were going to do away with dark matter and dark energy. What is that?
No. I said they're currently having arguments about it, and some people think it should be tossed out, that it's not viable. First, we haven't found any trace of dark matter or dark energy, and so some people are saying that accounts for the lack of the missing matter that's in the universe that we can observe mostly through curvature of space-time, by the way. And the rest of that matter is probably black holes. That's what the argument is. It hasn't been proven. It's just an argument. It's an idea. It's how science works. Somebody comes up with this idea, has some mathematical equations to support it. Somebody else goes ahead and tries to do the same experiment or observation. If they both come up with a consensus that it works, then the idea holds. But
black holes are already most of their mass.
Nothing has
black
been
holes
brought
are already
forward
most of the mass
to
of the universe.
eliminate relativity as a viable theory.
So you're wrong again. So actually,
you can't make that statement wrong again until you have something that can back
but
it
if
up.
you would
and you haven't
shut the
produced
hell up,
any evidence
then
to
I'd
do
probably
that.
do that.
Your opinion is irrelevant to an idea that has basically plenty of science behind
You
it.
see how I let you finish and then I got 3 words in, right? So yeah, you were wrong again, and this is because you're claiming that it's just this conception someone came up with, but it isn't needed. Someone just said, oh, dark matter and dark energy, but it isn't needed. So you seem to understand why it was proposed. See, dark matter and dark energy aren't even defined. No one even knows what it is. It's called dark because it's assumed to not interact with electromagnetic phenomena or light, and it's called material because it's assumed to be matter, and then it's called energy because it needs an immense amount of energy to explain the expansion rate. So there are problems with the relativistic prediction on the cosmological scale, one of which is that the galaxies observed only have 3% of the mass predicted. So can you address that part right there? We'll go one by one.
Absolutely, black holes.
Black holes are in the galaxy?
I'm in the corner of the scientists who believe that there isn't dark matter and dark energy.
Yeah, but like I said, black holes already make
the extra mass that's missing is undiscovered black holes. There could be a wandering black hole out in the middle of open space between two galaxies. You'd never know it was there unless you saw light basically bending around it, and then you'd know it was there.
Okay, so the reason that doesn't work is if you're saying that there's only 3% of the mass predicted in the galaxy, right? So you're saying that all that other 97%, right, is just black holes. That would be impossible because what it would do to all the light in the galaxy would completely obliterate the galaxy rotational speed and the entire galaxy as it refers to the light received in general. So it couldn't literally be just comprised of 97% black holes.
That's not true either, because those black holes, if they're in an orbit, they're basically going around a galaxy. Most galaxies at the center have an enormously supermassive black hole, and so as a result of which you take into account the amount of light and lensing that goes around a galaxy, you can pretty well figure out just how much mass is in that area of space. But the problem is, and what we're finding out with James Webb is, there's a lot of shit behind that galaxy you don't even see that's being lensed by light also. That accounts for unaccounted matter. So the fact that we can't figure out we're 95%, and I don't think that number's 95% anymore. I think they're coming up with more and more matter and more observable matter based on the fact that you have all this lensing going on.
So you think that 95% of the universe is black holes?
No, it's matter that hasn't been seen either because it's too far away or because it's just too massive and it's in the form of a singularity. Yes.
Okay, how would the black holes explain the expansion rate?
They don't explain this. The expansion of space itself is an entirely different part, a different part of the equation. It has nothing to do with the gravitational force of each individual black hole. Each individual black hole is already within that space that's expanding.
You know that the expansion rate has to be 10 times faster.
It doesn't have to be 10 times. No, it turns out it's faster than they predicted. They still don't know for sure what the expansion rate is because we don't know how expansive or how big the universe is. There's galaxies beyond our sight.
That's right, but how would the black holes help explain that the expansion rate has to be greater?
It doesn't explain how the expansion rate is greater or not.
It doesn't fix the problem.
The missing matter. No, what you're observing, if you observe the galaxies, you can figure out what the expansion rate is based on what we can see within our observables reference frame. But the problem is if you were anywhere else gravity in the galaxy or anywhere else in the universe, you'd see the same kind of stars in all directions doing the same thing, expanding out in the same direction.
That's a theory, yeah.
Exactly.
That's a theory.
If it's an infinite universe, then there is no center point.
That's not the point. If you're saying
wherever
oh my God, can you cite it? How about this? Can you cite where people are saying that you don't need dark matter and dark energy and 95% of it is all black holes? Can you cite that?
I can go look for it, sure.
Okay, but because you say that a lot of people are saying that, that's bullshit.
What you were talking about earlier with your static electricity, and electrostatic effect in gravity. No, you didn't. Oh, you haven't shown me any data. You just showed me a picture. I want a data.
No, I showed you. I didn't show you a picture.
Where's the documentation? Do you have any peer-reviewed evidence of the experiments that were done to show this? No, just showing that things are static doesn't. I know things are static. Give me a fucking balloon and I'll show you static electricity. Whoop-de-doo. I know that atoms are stuck together because of that, but that doesn't mean that that's the cause of gravity.
Okay, so now you're just
trying to say. That's what you were trying to say earlier. It's what you alluded to when I first had your conversation with you. You haven't brought any data forward, and you're asking me to bring data forward.
You're spiraling, dude.
No, I'm done. I just
now
finished.
You're changing the subject to what we talked about earlier, which was incoherent dielectric acceleration, which you just don't understand. And I showed you a Van de Graaff generator and how that the manipulation of electrostatics via a Van de Graaff generator can make things go up. But that's not what we're talking about right now. You're just desperately trying to divert away from the fact that it's well known that even with the quantum scale showing vacuum energy, and you're trying to interrupt me and hoping
that's fine. But unmute me.
Why are you interrupting, man? Jesus, that's what I meant by spiraling. I can hear it in your voice.
0 point energy, vacuum energy, we show electromagnetic fluctuations, and that's where we get the number of 10 to 120th power that we're off with our predictions. Relativity only claims space and time. Yeah, we have an immense amount of energy unaccounted for. We have the microwave background radiation showing that tons of the energy in the quote-unquote universe wasn't accounted for. We have the galaxy rotational speed, which has been a problem since the 50s for relativity. We have a lack of mass in the galaxy, which you don't even know anything about. The black hole, explaining that, you just said that, it doesn't even make sense on its face, and the expansion rate has to be much faster, which is why you need the energy. So relativity doesn't work right now, and I can cite Harvard, Yale, and Stanford all telling you that relativity in its current form is 100% not right.
Show me some honesty in your conversation and cite them. You've been making all night long. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You tanned through his statement. You tanned by repeating it. Cite this. To clip him where we can't hear him. You are smart enough to know the audience.
I think you're just making up a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, hold on, Rocky.
Okay, I'll cite it.
That's really chaotic. So let's just hear these guys go back and forth one at a time.
Thank you. So, Whitson, are you going to cite any of this stuff so I can look at it?
Yeah,
Can we just add something very quickly? I'm only going to say very quick. Would you actually be able to cite what Witzer asked you for, though? Because I would like to look at that too. Also, the black holes and the correlation that effectively that would account for all of the missing energy
and the matter.
Yep,
There's no
and the
way. That
matter.
doesn't make sense on its face.
But I would like him to cite it nonetheless. If there are people who have that opinion, I would like to see that opinion.
Yeah. So
What do you guys mean by missing matter though? Missing baryonic matter? Or...
if that's what you want to call it. Okay,
No,
we're talking about the discrepancy of dark matter and dark energy, and this guy's saying that all that problem can be fixed by claiming everything that's there is a black hole.
Well, he's not saying everything's a black hole. He's saying that there are lots of different black holes that we don't know about, and those black holes have begun to suck in forms of light and matter and energy that we.
No, he's saying that
know
95% is black holes.
I didn't say 95%. I said that number was probably smaller. I was taking your number. Now, here's the reference you were looking for. Here's my first citation.
So you were chatting out your ass then, weren't you? Because you just admitted
my first citation. What I did was I took his quote. Are you that silly that you didn't hear what I said? It was Whitson who said 95% of the stuff was missing, and I'm saying, well, that's accounting for not being dark matter. It's probably black holes, and that's one of the arguments is what I just posted right here.
Okay, so it says that black holes from the Big Bang could be the dark matter, which doesn't account for the dark energy. But I'm going to read it. Now, this is not a citation. This is a source, and that's cool. Again, I'll read it. And this is also not educational at all. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cite experts in the field of astrophysics talking about dark matter and dark energy and why we have to have it, and then maybe we can progress.
I already know about those arguments about dark matter and dark energy. What I don't understand is that you can't accept the fact that there's another argument out there. You claim that I'm talking out of my ass and don't know what I'm talking about, and yet I post the information.
Oh, I said that I'll read it. I didn't say I wouldn't read. Black holes could account for missing dark matter. So what about the dark energy part, just out of curiosity? This doesn't say anything about dark energy.
Give me a second here.
Okay. We found something very bizarre. There is some
in the argument. You said both dark matter and dark energy is what all this missing matter is. The dark energy is what you're okay. The dark energy argument is what's causing the expansion.
I said
that's what they think is causing the expansion. And
I literally said that.
Right, and that's not matter in the universe. That's not.
I didn't say it was.
That's what you just said. You said why haven't they talked about the dark energy?
No, what I said was that 5% is the matter that's perceived. Space-time claims to be all that's there is space and time and then mass within that. And there's 95% of phenomena unaccounted for by the relativistic application. And actually, if you go with the black hole, this is going to kind of trigger you, but if you go with the black hole theory you're posting right now, you're going to have a real problem with relativity, as relativity cannot be applied to black holes because it cannot mathematically explain singularity. So you're actually helping me refute relativity right now.
No, I'm not. All I'm doing is proving to you that you don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about the missing matter in the universe. That it could be anything. It could be dark matter or black holes.
Relativity can't be applied to black holes because it can't mathematically compute singularity.
Actually, it doesn't compute singularity. Relativity counts for the amount of mass in a black hole, which you can figure out and calculate. And once you know the mass of a black hole, you know its effect on space-time.
Can you apply relativity to the motion of a black hole?
Motion in what way? Spinning? Motion and it's moving along in a trajectory? What are you talking about?
The motion of everything going inside the black hole.
Okay. What relativity describes, you mean once you pass the horizon? Why did I get an echo?
Don't know.
Objective relativity cannot be applied to black holes, it's well known, because it cannot address singularity.
Actually, I have my own theory on singularity, but I'm not qualified to express that theory, so I keep it to myself.
That's cool. I have no problem with people having their own theory. That's not the point. The point is that
like your theory. It's like your theory.
Yeah,
on,
but that's not necessarily true, though.
Yeah, it is.
Relativity explains black holes and predicts them very well.
Non
The only
sequitur.
problem. Yeah, just let me finish. The only problem is relativity cannot tell us what happens beyond the event horizon. But before you reach the event horizon, relativity predicts everything well within the black hole. And it's also due to relativity, which predicted black holes before we observed them, that we had the idea of black holes.
Yeah, again, non sequitur, because it can't actually be applied to singularity, which is what a black hole is.
A black hole is a lot more than its singularity. A black hole is a region in space and time where space and time flip, right? Where the curvature of space-time due to gravity is so strong that not even light can escape from it. So a black hole is not just the singularity. The singularity is just the reason.
Hold on.
If you can let me finish talking, please. The singularity is just the region within a black hole where our equations.
I just need to know something here.
But before you reach that region, you have the event horizon as well, which is also part of the black hole. A black hole is not just its singularity. So to sit here and say that, general relativity especially doesn't explain black holes just isn't true. It predicted them before we even had observations of them.
This is called sophistry because I point blank said that relativity cannot be applied to the singularity of a black hole. And then you went on a monologue about a whole bunch of other shit except for the singularity problem. And the point is that he invoked this to somehow substantiate the adequacy and efficacy of relativity, which I explain is incompatible and incomplete on the cosmological scale because its predictive capability has been proven to be inaccurate. And I gave examples, and then he said, oh, you don't even know that tons of people are thinking that actually dark matter and dark energy are black holes. Come to find out it's just dark matter, not dark energy.
Wait, but I did say they were trying to ditch both theories, and there's my first proof. I put it up there of an explanation of trying to ditch it. There are scientists out there that think that excuse, dark energy, is not the explanation for the expansion of the universe. So go on and look at that.
I have a quick question.
If I could just come in, so maybe you misspoke then, because it sounds like now you clarified yourself in saying that all relativity can explain is what happens beyond the singularity. But before that, you did say, I think 3 times in a row, that relativity cannot explain black holes. But I'm guessing you have corrected yourself.
No. If it can't explain the singularity, then it can explain a black hole. The fact that you can point out other characteristics. Funding muting zealots, dude.
But I wasn't done talking, and you started interrupting me. So
no, you asked me a question, and then I went to respond.
That wasn't a question. It was not a question.
You said you sound like you corrected yourself, and I went to respond when you finished, and then Great Angelo started talking over me. Now you talking over me. So you go ahead and finish, since you weren't finished, but we all heard that you were.
I will repeat myself again, Winston. A black hole is more than just the singularity, and the event horizon forms part of the black hole. To sit here and say that all a black hole is the singularity isn't true. In relativity, everything about a black hole, except what happens beyond the singularity.
Now that's a straw man fallacy, because I never said that all a black hole is a singularity. So that's retarded. That's called straw manning, effectively lying. Now, what I said was that you can't apply it to the singularity of a black hole, which means relativity cannot, in entirety, with adequacy, explain a black hole. That's objective. Now, if you want to go point out little things that it can point out, that doesn't actually refute or rebut my point, which is that it cannot adequately explain black holes because of the problem with singularity.
Yeah, but a black hole is already a patchwork for their model. That's all a black hole is. They've now, over time, they've reified it into existence. Now they're trying the same thing with dark matter and dark energy. It's just a model patch.
What do you mean?
There's no black hole. There's no gravity, guys.
What do you mean you reified a black hole, Brian? We can see them. We see light bend around them. We've taken pictures of them. We've noticed stars go around the ones at Sigma, at Sagittarius A star, for fuck's sake.
You didn't take a picture.
They did too. They took a picture of the black hole. It was published.
How do you take a picture of where light can't escape, dude?
Well, it's not a picture.
You take a picture of the accretion disk around the black hole.
Did they use a flash?
No, they use data to then formulate an image.
Well, what do you think your cell phone is, Witsit?
Not taking pictures of black holes, NASA.
Witsit, it's the same damn thing. It's data onto a plate, onto a sensor.
Dude,
It's
I
the same
literally
thing.
watched the special
gravity?
about the girl who did it, and
Yeah.
she had to take tons of data, which were numbers on screens,
What do you
and then
think your
formulated
cell
into
phone
a
does?
speculative picture and artist rendering, which admittedly may not be what it actually looks like at all. That's
What
what
do you
they said. Now you're on the internet pretending that it was a real legitimate picture and it's
What do you
definitive.
think? When you take a picture on your cell phone, what do you think? Do you think you actually get a real picture? No, you get data. It's like a spreadsheet of data. It's the same thing.
Do I have to have an artist come in and then speculatively make a cartoon?
Yeah, your computer does that for you. It does the artwork for you and makes it into a photo that you can look at, that your eyes can now perceive because they can see the light rays coming off of your computer monitor showing you the image.
Well, no,
There
watch,
can't
I
be a
can
black hole,
delay it
y'all.
out for you guys. Watch, I can delay it out. So are you guys' claim right now that when I take a picture
Talk to
with
us in
my
a little baby
iPhone,
voice,
it's
Woodson. Come on.
exactly
So
the
we're gonna go off topic now.
You guys
Because
suck,
you
dude.
can't
You
understand.
guys are.
Talk to us in that
you can't
baby voice,
understand
Woodson. Come on.
digital imagery.
Let me jump in real quick,
why.
Austin. So for all gravity, there's buoyancy. So there can't be a black hole, bro. There'd be infinite buoyancy, dude. Mother Nature does not act like that, bro. This is all in their math,
Data that proves that.
bro. You have buoyancy
There'd have
for
to be
all the
there'd have to be a medium.
buoyancy
There's no
equation
medium.
is directly tied into gravity, right?
Oh
This guy
God.
doesn't believe there's space, so why would he believe there's a medium?
Medium. First of
All
all,
this
you don't
shit is
claim much of a medium,
fantastical.
so
Fantasy land,
That's why
guys.
there'd be no buoyancy because there's
no,
no
we don't.
medium to have the
We don't.
buoyancy in.
We don't believe outer space as a vacuum. No one denies that
should.
there's something above us, great Angelo. And actually, even your boy Edwin Hubble himself would say that if there was a misinterpretation of redshifts and it was actually nothing other than Doppler shift, then that would actually show that the universe was much more local, much younger, and much more dense. Dun dun dun.
Did you read the rest of that article that you got?
Yeah, reality, right?
No, he didn't. He only reads the headlines, just like
No, I haven't read the
Rocky did.
article yet because he actually asked me to drop other citations. So I've been dropping citations in the chat as I find them. And I have your two things pulled up to read because
I got 5.
I have your things
Can you
pulled up
please
to
explain?
read.
Can you please explain how you verify all what these things are that you're taking pictures of? How do you verify what they are? And yeah, how do you know what that is? How do you verify it's a black hole?
So you have this gravitational source out in space that you can see because of gravitational lensing of the light going around it. But there's no object where that lensing is going around. So you don't see anything in the center except basically what you get maybe is some weak gamma rays coming off of it from Hawking radiation or whatever. But that's what you're going to be focusing on using a telescope like Hubble or even something stronger like James Webb. And you're going to definitely spot an object out there. Now, since it's not emitting any light, it has to, and it's got mass, it's going to have to be one of two things. Either a very massive object that is painted black and doesn't reflect any light, or it's a singularity of mass.
Well, wait. Then if it's mass, then it would have buoyancy, right?
Oh yeah, it would float on the ocean of space out there. Of course.
No, I'm just saying for everything, it would have infinite buoyancy, bro. According to the equation, Mother Nature. Let me tell you about reality for 1 second.
You understand what buoyancy is?
Mother Nature balances herself out. That's how Mother Nature works. You can't have infinite mass and not have infinite buoyancy. If you're gonna go by the crazy bullshit space time and your gravity with your mass, then you got to have infinite buoyancy.
I'm sorry.
I just cited all kinds of people, dude. Dude, is all you have like science articles? Like, dude, can I get like a? I mean, you appeal to authority a lot. Can I get like
a research paper?
Yeah.
No, but wouldn't you agree that
Give me-
buoyancy
give me a second.
overcomes gravity? Would we all agree that buoyancy overrules gravity? Right? It out.
On Earth, sure, but boat floats.
No, anywhere according to the equation, according to the math.
No.
What do you mean? No.
I can't believe I'm having to cite this.
Bro, you need a medium.
Put something inside the event horizon of a black hole. I don't give a fuck how buoyant it is. It's going to go in.
Hey, are you getting my citations? I mean, my sources.
I'm still looking up the source you just asked for. Which
Oh
one would
no,
you
it's
like
fine.
me
It's
to do?
fine. I just want to let you know. I just don't want to be doing this for no reason. Like if you'll go
No, you're
back
not
through
doing
the
it for no
chat
reason because
later
I've
and
already
grab.
given you citations and you need to crank out ones. You know, you need to start supporting it. And I hope your citations have
That's
something to do with actual data and research.
That's literally what I just said. I'm dropping you actually, as opposed to like science.com articles, I'm dropping you actual, high level university papers, and they're in the chat. So I'm just saying, if you don't mind, will you actually
I wanted
open
the
them
one
up if
about your
I'm going to go
static.
get them for
I'm
you?
not interested in the dark matter problem. I'm aware of that. And I know that there's papers on the dark matter problem. I understand what the argument is. I never denied the argument. I said I have a different theory, and I believe along the lines of scientists who think that black holes are most likely the explanation for the missing matter problem.
But
So
they
we
already.
don't
I
have an
thought you said there
argument
were
here.
no problems. You
We
said there
have.
were no relativity problems.
It's not a relativity problem. It's a mass problem, mass calculation problem. Trying
Which
to
is
figure out
from
how much mass.
relativity. How do we calculate
I
mass?
understand we use relativity to calculate it, but what's missing in there is that we're seeing more mass out there than what we can observe in
Yeah,
the
but
matter that's out there, like stars and so forth and
So you
galaxies.
said it's not a relativity problem. It's a mass problem. We can't calculate the right amount of mass. And I asked, how do we
No,
calculate the mass? And
we're
then you said
getting
it's
we're getting
from
larger
relativity.
numbers than the visible universe that we see, and the visible amount of mass.
Yeah, but the
That's
visible
right.
universe is already
Individual
1 billionth
galaxies are
of a
giving
percent.
us more matter than what we can possibly we can figure out what the mass is of the massive black hole in the center because there's an accretion disk around it making it visible. But
Bro,
the
the
rest of the
visible
black
universe.
holes we don't
Oh,
see for
man.
some reason, and that's
The
our
visible
that's our
universe
argument.
is only like 1
I don't
billionth
know
of a
who keeps
percent of the mass in the
bothering to
universe already,
interrupt.
bro.
Anyway, so like I said, we don't have an argument there. You and I have two different views on how to explain this missing matter, but it doesn't ruin special relativity or general relativity in any way, shape, or form.
Well, actually, what this all started with was I was saying that if you don't have the constant speed of light, then you're screwed. And then I said, not to mention, and I said as an ad note or like a side note preface, I said as a side note preface that actually relativity obviously is incompatible on the quantum scale and has major problems on the cosmological scale. So instead of acknowledging the fact that I can probably intellectually destroy your idea that you think you can substantiate the speed of light, you focused on the preface of the quantum cosmological, but then of course you hand-wave dismissed the quantum and just said, we all know that, as if that was a rebuttal to the fact that it isn't compatible. And if relativity was real, it would work on all scales because everything that has mass would have to bend and warp space-time. And then you hyper-focused on cosmological problem. Then you said that those weren't actually there. Then you invoked black hole theory to replace dark matter, still haven't acknowledged dark energy. I'm reading right here that this black hole thing is largely unaccepted because it has major problems. And ironically, it's one of the ones that I said, which is that it actually wouldn't explain the galaxy rotational speeds. You couldn't explain the mass problem in the galaxies by simply replacing it with black holes. So I just literally speculated when I first heard it, and this paper saying the same thing, and you still haven't supported the idea that you do have some type of replacement for the dark energy problem, which is to explain the expansive rate. You just hand-wave dismissed that, saying, well, we don't know what it is, even though what we do know is it's too fast.
You're going around back to the beginning again.
I just recapped.
Does a black hole have mass?
Done recapping. Let me ask you this very simple question. You talked about the relative speed of light, the constant, the mysterious constant. You understand that it has been calculated, the speed of light, to a fairly accurate detail.
I do understand it's been calculated. Yeah, I can show you a calculation of Superman
what's the problem
flying.
here with light?
So, well, there's just the presupposition that light's traveling physically from point A to point B. We have a rate of induction or rate of perception or illumination in which we quantify, but that is not actually validating that it's traveling. We actually have information that says that it's not traveling.
And what is your data on not traveling?
The double slit.
Doesn't travel. That it's not traveling.
Yeah, the double slit. Yeah.
Because it's not showing up in one slit, and yet it makes a dispersion pattern on the other side. You're going to tell me that light didn't get in there?
No, because it just doesn't make sense for it to be traveling. A wave doesn't work and a particle doesn't work. The only viable alternative to explain double slit is that it's neither a wave nor a particle.
When you observe it, it becomes one or the other. You understand that part, right?
No, that's actually incorrect. Now, that's what you think. You think that if you observe it, that it's sentient and it changes. Like it knows that it's being observed or whatever. And then you also think that the photon can transcend time and alter events that have already happened, right? but I'm not a big fan of like sci-fi fairy tales. I'm just saying that.
It's quantum physics. It's a little over your head. I understand. I'm sorry.
Oh, so the fact that you can't actually rebut my point must mean that if you ad hom me, then the Earth starts spinning.
No, you can use all the debate terms you like. I'd like
that
to
is an
point
ad
out
hom.
one simple fact.
If your rebuttal is that it's over my head,
I'm
that's
not
an ad
done yet.
hom.
No, it's not. I
Yes, it
didn't say
is.
that. I said it would. I'm sorry if it is.
That's
over
exactly
your
what
head.
you said.
I said I was sorry if it is over your head.
You may be surprised, but I think I may be a little bit above you with the quantum understanding, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Okay, well that backfired.
Because you don't have it. You don't have any. Yeah, you don't have any data to back up any of the information.
I'm using their data. I'm using their data.
Right. So you're telling me there's this argument, which, by the way, doesn't solve the problem that we have between the two of us, is why you think the Earth is flat and how you have any proof to show it, and why I know it's a globe.
No, well, maybe you'll understand. So, the first step the way that this is relevant is about if the Earth is moving or not, because the current framework of relativity applied to stuff like double slit and quantum eraser and superposition and quantum entanglement and instantaneous
Quantum
action.
physics has nothing to do with the motion of the Earth right now.
That's
on a large scale, not on a quantum.
Don't get ahead of yourself, man. Maybe you should stop presupposing I'm stupid. So the reason that it does have something to do with it is because the alternative framework to atomistic interpretation, which is where relativity comes in, and then subatomic particles and quantum mechanics, that's all derived of atomic theory. The alternative to that is the ether model, which was proposed in electrical field theory of Nikola Tesla, Oliver Heaviside, Michael Faraday, many other of the Charles Prosteinmetz, right? And so those are the two options we had. Ether was thrown out because Michelson-Morley showed that the Earth wasn't moving. And so either we had to get rid of the assumption that the Earth was revolving around the sun, or we had to keep the ether. Now, of course, they didn't even re-examine the idea that the Earth was moving. They presupposed that they knew that, so they threw the ether out. Now in 2022, the further we go down the road of quantum, the more we find out. It seems like that may have been a bad decision, and the only viable framework we have is some type of etheric background. And that's why it's relevant, because if you have to reabsorb the ether of electrical field theory, you have to say that the Earth is not revolving. So it is very relevant.
Ether still doesn't exist. You haven't proved it exists.
You're just going to say things. So
no, I'm going to cite you some stuff right now.
You're not going to cite anything that debunks the ether, I can assure you.
No, just Einstein's own words.
Okay, so I know Einstein's own words. I actually read them. So what Einstein said about ether...
Did you read the whole article?
I read the actual thing he wrote, not an article about it, but what he wrote about it. Yeah, relativity and the ether and the yeah. What he wrote, what he said was, if it wasn't for Michelson-Morley giving us great embarrassment, then no one would have even considered the theory of relativity as a halfway redemption. And he said,
two paragraphs below that.
He said, space-time must have physical properties. In this sense, there does exist an ether. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable, for we would have no mechanism for propagation of light or for time intervals, and our methodologies of measurement, such as measuring rods and clocks. But it may not be thought of as a medium in which motion can be applied to. That's what he said. So he was replacing the old etheric framework of electrical field theory where motion could be applied, and it was a medium that sustained electromagnetic phenomena. And in fact, it was considered a substantive background that would result in drag and drift. He replaced it with the space-time framework, and he just kept the physical properties aspect of it. So he's saying only in that sense of physical properties is ether still a thing, because I couldn't even have my space-time without it. But it isn't like the old ether framework of electrical field theory, because it couldn't be, because it wouldn't explain Michelson-Morley. So that's all that article could possibly say, because that's what Einstein said. So, yeah. Anyway, so you do see how it is actually very relevant. So quantum mechanics is very relevant to this discussion. Now, we can falsify the globe Earth by falsifying the radius value 100 different ways, but I just think this is a very glaring issue, because if you have to claim wave-particle duality, we know that can't be the right explanation, because things can't be both wave and particles. And if you have to go into the absurdity that, it's a wave until we look at it, and there's a wave function collapse, and then the single photon goes through two slits simultaneously and collides with itself, and then when we observe it, it collapses. Even if we decide that we're not going to know which way we observe it, it reads our minds and knows we're going to observe it before we decide to observe it, and that if we even split it in the quantum with the crystal that goes into two directions, one to the plate, one to the detector, that if the detector detects it afterwards, the photon actually transcends time and alters events that can happen. So basically, the absurdity that has been reached from, relativity and subatomic particles and quanta is that the photon is sentient, and it can be in simultaneous places at once. It can collide with itself. It can read your mind. It knows when the observer is going to observe it, and it can transcend time. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Oh, and that it can be a particle and a wave at the same time, even though dualities do not exist in nature. So, the ether can explain the double slit, though. Yeah. It'll be okay, though.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain a damn thing. And I'm fascinated by this. I'm actually looking into this now because you've struck up my interest. I'm reading these, like the Michelson-Morley experiment, and I'm reading what Einstein had to say about it. But what I'm trying to figure out is how does that explain that the Earth is flat and not moving? And it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't explain that.
I got you. So it doesn't explain that it's flat. It doesn't address that point. All right,
Which is what we're trying to address here, right? We are trying to decide whether the Earth is flat or a globe, right?
Well, yeah, but it's twofold. It's that the Earth is flat and stationary. So I think
flat
the first
stationary, not moving. Okay, definitely has something over it though. Are we talking about a dome? Are we going to go down that road, or are we going to say this is a flat Earth out in the universe?
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. No, obviously the sky is just up above the Earth, but like we're gonna go one step at a time, right? Like an intellectual person would go motion, and then
you're trying to knock down our model basically, and trying to.
That's right, and you claim that.
Hold on, when you make a claim the Earth is flat, it'd be really nice if you could show me and demonstrate how you can mathematically prove that it is.
Yeah,
because there's plenty of mathematical proofs that the Earth's a globe. Basic geometry can prove it's a globe. Basic observations of sunlight and shadows can prove it's a globe. Actual traversing the entire globe, around it, makes it
without actual measurement doesn't prove shit.
Going down the mainstream list.
The distances between the continents easily can prove that it's a globe.
You can't just
not only that, just watching the
measurement.
Just so you know, man,
without geometry, you can't just go, measure. Go on, show us your measurements of the globe. Then go on.
We falsified the radius value, and then with the falsification of the radius value comes the falsification of the entire model. If the radius value is wrong at all,
you're talking about the globe and not the flat Earth. Demonstrate something that tells me what the flat Earth is all about.
Okay, so just so you know, we don't make an entirety. Just so you can understand, we don't make an entirety of Earth claim. Like flat is not a shape, right? It's just a description of a surface. The Earth's a topographical plane. It's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude, so it can never be measured in entirety.
Why
because every major country has signed the Antarctic Treaty, and if you don't get permission to go past the 60th south latitude, you'll be intercepted.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Can I make a point about this?
If I brought a friend in here who's actually been to Antarctica, and he's not working for the government, he's not.
No one said you couldn't go, dude. You got waxed.
Dude, my wife's grandparents went for like $20,000, but the point is they weren't even let off the boat, and it had to be an approved guided tour. That's not private free exploration.
This is somebody who's gone to the South Pole.
Wow, someone else take him on that one. That one's just so boring and low level.
Come on, man.
Yeah, if you want to suspend your disbelief for a minute and listen to him,
please quit attacking the person.
I'm not.
No, we didn't.
No, I said suspend your disbelief, because if you have a disbelief and you're going to stick to it,
disbelief. We've researched it, man.
Bro, that's Zanuck. Hey, that's Zanuck with a voice changer, y'all.
It does sound like it.
No, it's not.
But can I add the argument about the sky? There's been groups of scientists that have said that the sky could be made of the medium could be a superfluid, and if they're doing observations through that type of medium, that a lot of their observation would be screwed up. You cut me off just as long as if you want to cut Winston off and he wants to let you go, but I don't really want to be cut off, dude. I don't want to be clipped.
Zanuck will do it every time.
I've been listening, right? I haven't taken myself off of mute, and the first time I do, you clip me, dude. Are you okay? I'm the guy who said you were spiraling earlier. You remember?
Oh, sorry, I hurt you. Did I hit you in the nuts? Would you
listen to that guy. That might be Zanuck. You are a weirdo, but I'll move on. if there are groups that have studied that and that are still studying it now, so if it is a different medium, they would have to adjust what they think they're seeing, the distances, the positions of the luminaries might be in a different position, things like that. So it is pretty interesting if you want to look it up.
I agree. I think if there is an ether, it would change a lot of things.
No, I didn't say ether. I said superfluid.
Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. How did you hear ether out of what I said? I mean, you're the first person who's even said ether in the last 10 hours, as far as I know.
Oh, actually, what's it?
Somehow you tried to twist what I said about superfluid into an ether argument. Which
anyway, now that you finished saying that, if you guys wouldn't mind, I'm still waiting for a description of what our Earth is all about.
Yeah, I'll
from your
get it to you.
point of view, because
You ready? You ready?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Okay, you ready? Just take a container full of water, and then raise islands up as continents, and then have those islands have elevation change based on that water. And the high elevation might have water coming out of that due to pressure, and also the water cycle from evaporation going up in the clouds. You know that. And then when it falls to the higher elevation, it will flow down to the lower elevation. While doing that, it'll make rivers, streams, and creeks. They'll all flow back towards the main water body of waters that surround the continents that are the land masses that rose out of that water. And then you'll also have some thermal input into this. And with the container above, from the sun and the moon.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So, like you couldn't figure that one out. You just had to interrupt me. And then with the container over this water mass with the land rising out under it, like an aquarium, it will condense. It will do all the things that would do. You could have life. You could have growth. You could have animals in the water. You could have animals in the on the land masses. You would have growth of plants and trees. You would have your water flow. You would have all your cycles. Pretty much it. Add some electromagnetism, some static charge, some thermal input. You would have currents. You would have flow of the atmosphere, whatever that is, gases. You would have flow of the water masses due to those reasons too. Just thermal input, right? And going up and down. Have I seen it? No. Do I need to see it? It's a prerequisite of having
an antecedent relationship. It's an antecedent relationship.
Yeah, and who says you can see it? If it's made of gases that you can't see, even if it's just made of gases that you can't see, you would never see it.
But you would.
All right, there you go. There's your answer.
You couldn't bounce a radio signal off of it?
Sure you could. Why couldn't you?
Whether an antecedent relationship to gas pressure, which we have, and an antecedent relationship to having a gas pressure gradient, is containment. Do you refute that?
How far is the sun?
No, it's not how it works, but okay.
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay, that's the problem with the theory.
No, it's not. Oh, you picked out one problem out of that whole theory.
That's one of the problems.
Yeah, well, you got your answer from a
Is the sun solid? Is it gas? What is it?
Yeah, who knows? Can't get there. Questions that you don't know now, and we may never know.
You couldn't do a spectrographic image of the sun and figure out what it's made out of.
So
it's made of the lightest element. What else floats up?
Did you hear everything that I said? Do you want to address
everything
things
you said?
I said?
I basically, yes, I heard everything you said.
Would that work?
No, not
would that
at all.
work?
None
so
of
a terrarium doesn't work?
I don't know how it holds itself together.
Well, what is it? Why would you need to know that if it is holding itself together? Why would you need to know why? The container, whatever that is.
Right, but if that gas container's made out of gas, what's preventing all the hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen and so forth to leave?
What gravity? Use gravity. You like that one?
Gravity? You have gravity?
Not gravity as you know it. Gravity, just gravity. That's what we say, right?
What form of gravity was static?
All of it. Yeah, gravity. Yes, all of that.
See.
Yep.
Okay. So, but you have no papers on it, and nobody's ever, the only people who believe.
You want me to write what I said down and hand it to you in a paper?
You don't have to write it down. Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll try to do some experiments.
Yeah. And then you'll sound stupid by asking questions like, "Oh, well, how far is the sun?" If you don't know that, your whole theory of the thermal input goes away. No, it doesn't.
No, Actually, it doesn't. If you have a heat lamp up there, I'll take your word for it.
If you want a complete model, bro, I'm gonna post a complete model in live text.
Would that
It's
heat
got
source
terabytes
going around?
of data there.
With that heat source input going around every 12 hours, would that create currents?
Depends.
Depends on what?
Depends on its distance, its magnitude, and is it
Okay.
consistent?
Okay, so you should know what distance it needs to be to create currents then, since you're saying that.
Not if I don't know what it's made out of.
Okay, so if we knew what it was made out of and we knew its distance, you agree that there could be air currents. There could be air currents.
99% of your universe is made of what?
Water. Do what?
What? Listen to this. No. 99% of your universe is made of what?
Hydrogen.
No, we're talking about the thing that's missing, right? Remember, your model is incomplete also. Remember that.
The stuff that's missing is being argued about either being dark matter or black holes.
Cool.
Ether.
So
It's ether.
What are we doing as well? We're also arguing about it. Ether. So like that. Yeah.
Thanks for playing.
So where's your complete model though? Where's your complete model?
That wasn't the explanation or the question that I gave. The question I gave and the answer I didn't get basically was, what exactly is the flat Earth? How
I just posted it. Hey, if you're really interested, I just posted the model, terabytes of information with all the predictions and all the sun locations. It's all right there in that. And I could post another model if you want a different one. But there it is.
Well, if you actually wanted the answer, then you should go look at it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, in live text. 1 minute ago.
Yeah. So falsification is independent of replacement, but I think what Crack was pointing out to you was that it's ironic because your model is incomplete. What is flat Earth? It's a stationary topographical plane. It seemingly is contained. There seems like there's a fluid, more dense-like medium with lights much closer with an indispensable field of force accounting for the motions, but a lot of this is just our model we're piecing together, like an ether with a vortex in the middle that sustains electromagnetic propagation and energy, and we have magnetic field in the Earth, and in a magnetic field there's something called the inertial plane. So when we have an inertial plane, we live within that inertial plane, right? Which the globe Earth still can't explain the magnetic field on the globe, according to Harvard. Just to preemptively
I don't
eliminate
mean
that.
to interrupt you, but the guy said he posted something in live chat. I'm not seeing anything. I'm trying to figure out.
He may have posted it. If you're in the actual voice channel, right? There's a little top right hand corner.
Okay.
Yeah, he's posted it in there. He shouldn't have really done it there, but yeah.
The easy answer to your question, what is the flat Earth? It's the reality we experience. That's what it is. It's what we experience in reality.
You don't experience a globe, right? You do know that. And you spoke earlier of geometry backing up your globe. Geometry without measurement is nil, right?
What
Do you have any direct measurement of the globe? Cite it. Go ahead.
Give me a second. I'm checking his link up.
It doesn't exist.
Well, it doesn't exist.
So this video is basically going to be what I have to watch.
You don't have to do anything, man. I mean, you can
just
do
it right now. But
you can just keep believing in lies. I don't know.
Hold on.
That's comprised of a year of azimuthal and declination readings from longitudinal data, and then rendered to show the magnetic calligraphy of a toroid, which we know exists over the Earth. So we just do actual stuff, and then everyone else just looks at cartoons and textbooks and thinks that's science, I guess. I don't know.
Orthographical Muppet view, because none of you have spatial awareness and you can't remove yourself from your own two eyes. So thus, please put images in front of my face to explain the things that I see in the fictitious sci-fi movies that I love. You know that a lot of what we have in the scientific field right now is just basically loads and loads of sci-fi fans coping and hoping that they're going to get enough funding one day to go to space.
Yeah. So
when the
funny,
top
dude.
people know it's a load of rubbish and that that's never going to happen, they're just
'Cause you
completely
can't,
with these theatre kids' imagination is just wild, and really that's what it really is. It's like
Oh, if
the
you can't go to
astronauts and
space, where
stuff
are they
are
going?
theatre.
They're not
Where
going
they
anywhere. I've documented many rocket launches, and they're just parabolic trajectories that go over at very low altitudes. I've done them in
Did you see them
infrared
come
and
back
regular.
down?
Has anyone ever
Yeah,
claimed
they
to go
do
to
come
space?
back down. They start coming back down over the ocean. So conveniently they shoot them over the Bermuda Triangle. That's probably just a coincidence, though.
Wait there. Who's ever claimed that they actually went to space for one?
About the ones being launched at
Wait
Vanguard.
there. Whoever claimed that they went to space?
Vandenberg.
Whoever said who?
Well, he said he watches the rockets go off towards the Bermuda Triangle. What about the ones going off of Vandenberg?
No,
Air Force
I'm
Base in
asking
California?
you. I'm asking you. Who went to space? Who?
Who? How many astronauts?
Who?
100
Anyone?
now.
Name one.
Less than 30.
Oh, Neil Armstrong. How about the most
Well,
famous
they
one
went
of
to the
all?
moon. They went to the moon. That's inside
Scott
of Earth's
Carpenter.
atmosphere now. That's inside of Earth's atmosphere now. Not the place to find the space, which is
moon
where.
is
Wait,
inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you didn't know?
according to NASA, yeah, they
Upper
changed those
upper
so-called.
atmosphere. Yeah, upper Earth's atmosphere. That's the only claim they've ever said now. They never have said they've gone into outer space. Now it's upper Earth's atmosphere.
Yes, in the mesosphere. In the mesosphere.
Hey, real fast, this reminds me. Great
I
Angelo.
thought you wanted
remember
to see the model, man. You ain't looking at, you
Well,
asked
he
all
might
these
be.
questions.
He might be. He got
Yeah,
quiet. He might be looking
I've got it on reserve. I stopped it for this conversation, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
see
you
I
should check
posted
it out,
another
Great
model
Angelo.
behind that one, too, in case you wanted to see another one. I posted
But real
another
fast,
one.
I want to say this, Great
in a
Angelo. I want to say, so
different
you remember we
not
were
this one.
talking a couple days ago, or maybe even yesterday, and you were like really confident about the whole they're shooting a rocket to the moon thing, and of course it didn't work the first time, and I'm like, it didn't even work, and you were like, what are you gonna do when they do it tomorrow? And what happened? What happened?
Well, okay, and I also said right at the very end, I said this is a test. They're testing it, and
What
in
happened?
order to make sure they do it right, they want to make sure everything works. And if they've got a hydrogen leak, they're not going to send it up because the minute you launch it with a hydrogen leak, the
Yo, I was
hydrogen
just
gets
wondering what happened.
The
down
question
towards
was
where the
what
exhaust is,
happened.
and blows the rocket up.
What
The
happened?
question was what happened.
It hasn't launched yet. In fact, it's going to probably get rolled back to the vehicle assembly building. Go ahead and laugh all you want.
We are. We
Have you
are. No
proved the Earth
problem. We
is
don't need
flat?
your permission.
No,
Yes,
no, it's
I
just
mentioned
funny.
it.
It's funny, but all like Grangelo, just so you know, this is what's gonna happen, okay? Wait, let me tell you what's gonna
Hey,
happen,
the world's
bro.
going to end tomorrow, and then it doesn't happen.
No,
And
no.
then prophecies say that Trump's going to be back in the White House.
You
and it
are
hasn't happened.
spiraling, dude. No one's
I'm not.
talking
I'm
about
just-
Is that what
I'm
you
not talking about
heard?
it, but you're just
Please tell me that's not what
I'm
you heard,
reacting the
because
same
you
way.
might need to go get checked out if it is, dude.
But great,
If that's
Angelo,
what
I just
you
want
heard.
to tell you something, man. I'm gonna help you out. What's gonna happen, okay? So there's one of a few things. Now they've already put it off twice, but they've been putting it off for years, right? And they just know people
Gonna explode.
No disrespect. People like you are just gonna eat up it every time and then come tell us how it's gonna happen for sure, and then have no problem with having to change the story again. So they say they have two
You
more
say it's
projected
never gonna
dates.
happen.
They say they have two more projected dates that they're gonna try to say it happens here soon, or they're gonna push it all the way back to where the earliest would be the end of September. Now, there's a few options, right? One is it goes up and explodes, either on the original path or back. The other option, because they're putting mannequins in there, right? They're calling them moonikins. So they're to test to see if they can send the people through the Van Allen radiation belts, right? They're going to just say...
Which you guys say don't exist.
well, there's an electromagnetic field on the Earth, and they're basically just hijacking that phenomena and the firmament and trying to tell you that it's Van Allen radiation belts, and they're much closer than they say. But anyway, what I'm trying to explain to you is they're going to just say that the test failed, like that their data shows they can't safely send humans through the Van Allen radiation belts. And then everyone will be like,
They already did that,
didn't they?
Didn't they already do that?
Yeah. But they're going to verify it.
They're
Hold on,
gonna
so,
send-
so they were actually testing to see if they can send people through when they supposedly already did it.
numerous times with
Yeah,
worse
we're 6 out of
technology.
7, right? With no deaths at all. And why would they change anything with a fucking with a percentage?
I'll answer that question.
Because the technology is different, Great Angelo. We know your story.
No. It's a different story completely, actually. The
you
orbit that
lost
they're going to be
it.
taking, the path that they're taking is different than what Apollo took.
Oh,
Apollo took
Did
a
Apollo
southern-
take
Why
one?
would they do anything different at all, bro?
Yes, it did. It does. And
I know. I'm asking
Damn,
why. Bro, they had a
Because in
perfect track record damn near. Why would they change anything? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Because the mission
Why change it when
parameters. are not going directly to the moon first. They're going to go to a lunar space station that they're going to be building first.
Yeah, cool story.
Why are you
Wait,
making
wait,
shit
wait,
up
I got a
with these
question.
guys?
Why would they
Sorry,
not
hold
go
on.
to
Where's
the
the
moon?
lunar space station if not
Wait,
on the moon?
They're putting
wait,
it.
wait. Why would they
look-
not
why
go
don't
to
you
the moon the
read some
same
of what
path?
NASA releases are all about, so you know
We
what they're
have
going to
read
be
'em.
doing.
Great
Yeah, you
answer.
have
Why
read 'em.
would
We
they
know
not
the
go the
story.
same path that was successful? Then they get to the moon and then they worry about doing something else. Why would they risk everyone's life and make it to where they
They're
basically
not
can't
risking
even?
it. That's what this test is for.
No, I'm asking you a question. Why wouldn't they just go to the moon and then build it, as opposed to taking a super risky path? And secondly, I'm asking you, was it not dangerous in the other path?
You know, this rocket isn't as big as the Saturn V as far as the lifting capability, right?
That's awesome. You know that the
Wow.
Van Allen belts are our shield
And-
from radiation. So when they go through it and get on the other side, what protects them from the more radiated, more radiation on
Deep
the other
space?
side of the field?
You mean solar
Yep.
winds in deep space?
Yeah, but the Van Allen belts is what protects us. When they go on the other side,
No, it
they're not
protects us
protected.
from solar wind, okay? And they're going to be between the Earth and the Moon, basically the outside the Van Allen radiation belts. Yeah, they're going to be susceptible to solar radiation. So they have to monitor the sun to make sure that there isn't going to be a massive solar ejection or anything like that. Other than that,
Why are
they
you
can-
making up stories, bro?
But wait, so the Van Allen belt doesn't protect us from solar radiation?
it protects us from things like the solar wind and
Solar
flares.
radiation.
Solar flares mostly, and the solar
You watch the
wind.
space weather then.
And solar radiation.
Dude, I think
Basically,
I'm
but
gonna be honest
not,
with you.
not as much as our atmosphere does.
I think
Our
you may be
atmosphere
too.
actually absorbs most of it.
I think you may be too far gone, bro. I think that you
No,
may.
I don't think so.
I'm just saying. I'm
Hey,
saying. I
well,
think
then,
you may be
As
too
you try to change the
invested.
subject,
I
I'm
think you
telling
may
you
be.
that they
I
would
would
never
agree.
gone that route.
I would
I think you
agree
may
with
be
that.
too emotionally invested. I
you-
want you to understand. Wait, I'm not trying
What
to
I don't
personally
understand
attack
is
you.
how can you argue about
Great.
this moon launch and talk about solar radiation and the Van Allen radiation belts when you don't even believe they exist?
Because it's hilarious. So we're
Bro, have you
debunking
seen
your
any of the
story.
moon landing footage, bro? Have you took a look at it recently?
Yeah.
It didn't age well, bro. It's blundering fucking idiots.
Didn't age well.
Bunny hopping around on the moon. It's embarrassing.
Wait, I
bro.
want to hear
All
Angelo
right.
answer the question that Witch had had for him. How did the first 6 trips of guys get through the Van Allen radiation
That's
belt
my
so
question.
safe?
Apollo's trajectory when they came around when they went into translunar injection was south and the southern hemisphere and the lower part of the Van Allen radiation belt that was the narrowest band of Van Allen radiation they could go through. And so they went through that part. They traveled through that small part. They ended up getting I forget how many rads of radiation
No, they
were
didn't,
exposed
bro.
to, but it was about.
You're doing
yes,
it well.
they
This
did.
is great.
They had radiometers on the spacecraft, so they know exactly how much
Did they know?
radiation they were
So
exposed
did
to.
they know they were going through the thin band when they did it to begin with? When they
Yep.
did those 6 times?
They said they didn't know at all.
Why didn't they say that? Yeah.
They said they didn't know.
They didn't know how much radiation they would get. That's why they took the radiometers with them. When Apollo 8 was the first one to go, that was the first time that they had put radiometers in there, so they'd know how much. And Apollo 8 answered the question and told them
Bro, quit
you're going to
making
get about as
excuses.
much as like taking a long-term flight around the on an airplane.
Well, no, the point
Yeah,
was
they
that
didn't
they
go
said that
up
they
through
said
the
they just
sou-
got
through the southern
lucky.
pole,
They said
man.
they just got lucky and went through it. Like when the astronauts were asked, they said, "Oh, we just didn't account for it. I didn't even think about it. We didn't even know about
They
it. We
didn't
just went
think
through
about it.
They
but the
also said they
engineers
could poke
who
a hole
designed
through the
flight did.
rover
So the
with a
astronaut
pencil.
lied then. The astronaut lied then.
No, he didn't.
They
He
said they
didn't
had to be
think about
careful
it.
not to poke a hole through the freaking walls of the lunar fucking lander. So you still good with all that, even though
Have
they
you-
could poke a hole through it with a pencil?
Yeah.
Have you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, this story isn't true?
Nope.
You haven't even considered it?
I went down and I watched Apollo 17 go off at night.
So you've never
So?
actually considered. So I've watched rockets go up, and I know that they're not going to a vacuum.
There are rockets going up right now in Ukraine and in Russia. Does that mean
I
everyone's
live
going
right. I live pretty close to the
Those
launches.
are,
I see them
those
go
are
up
not
personally.
orbital rockets. Those are rockets that are
They ain't going up
basically-
that high, bro. I live right here north of Canaveral, man, and I see them
Do you know
launch literally.
how high? By the way, just out of curiosity, you guys probably don't believe in intercontinental ballistic missiles either, do you?
Yeah, sure they do. They actually assume
What's the
fighters, but hey,
trajectory?
they
What's
use
the trajectory
geocentric
of
coordinate
an
systems.
intercontinental ballistic missile? How many miles up does it go?
Why are you changing the subject, bro? Address the fact
Very
that they
important
can poke a hole
subject.
through the,
Very
through the
important
walls
to
of
the
the lunar
I don't
lander.
believe how high they say they go, but I just want you to know. I want to address this. You said you saw the launch, right? So that's why you never looked into it, dude. I talked to when I went to the launch. I talked to a NASA employee, all right, and I debated him about the Earth for about 2 hours. I got it on tape, and he admitted to me like they certainly could not be going to space. Like he admitted it to me. And this dude works for NASA with rocket launches, one of their main astrophotographers that also documents the launches.
Oh,
and he told
Yeah, and the people, hold on real
Not
quick,
an
the people who worked
engineer.
behind the panel said that they couldn't tell the difference between another simulation and the real McCoy. They're all cheering, but to them it was literally exactly like another simulation. But you never addressed the fact
Talking
that
about the
astronauts said they could poke a hole through the walls of the
God.
rover with a pencil, bro. What do you think about that? Could if I could poke a hole
the
through the
rover.
wall, they said they literally had to be careful, bro. So
The
you
lunar
think I could
module was
withstand the pressure?
designed. Yeah, the lunar module was designed to have a very thin shell around it for weight reasons, because the Saturn V had to be able to take both the lunar module and command module all the way to the moon. In order to do that, the lifting capability of the rocket required that you send the lightest
So
possible object
what about the radiation though?
on the moon.
No, going through the Van Allen radiation belts. If it had to be so
They weren't
thin,
in
what
the
about?
LEM. They weren't in the LEM when they went through the lunar module. They were in the command module, which had a much thicker.
So there's no stresses on the wall from the pressure.
There's no outside pressure in space.
Right.
There's pressure differential.
You know
from
what the
inside.
differential is?
Yeah, the differential inside the space capsule, they didn't go at 14 pounds per square inch.
That's irrelevant.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
No, it
Damn near,
wasn't
bro. It's like
14.
13 and a half or something.
Exactly.
It was almost,
So what's up? The pressure differential was still there. What's up? Yikes.
Just because it's going out,
air pressure
the
of
walls
the
would have to withstand it. Whether it's inner pressure or outward pressure, it will be the same thing.
Yeah, pressure differential. Google intensifies.
yeah, just by increasing the air around you, you still have the same pounds per square inch, whether it's coming from the inside, whether it's coming from the outside. It's measured in pounds per square inch. If there was more, then the pressure would go up.
All right, I got a serious question for him before I go to bed.
material
Do you think?
of the
Hang
outside
on.
of them would have to be something that could withstand 5 pounds per square inch.
Rakia's got a question for you.
I got one question. I'm fixing to go to bed. This is a serious question. I want you to answer it seriously. Do you think paid NASA shield is qualified to refuel the SR-71?
Is he qualified? I don't know what he
Yeah.
does for a living. But
Yeah,
if,
but
he does, if
just
that's
by-
what he does for a living, and see if he said he's
You would just trust it.
He defends NASA for a living.
No matter what you've heard from him or know about him and all that, you would just, if he said it, that's what you would believe, right?
It's the same as your new job, bro.
Like refueling.
Yo, is paid NASA shield here?
Did he?
It's not about paid NASA shield. This is about this guy's discernment.
I'm asking questions about this. I'm saying, did
Y'all
he,
have the same job. You should know, bro. He defends NASA for a living. That's his profession.
I have the same job? You don't even know what I do.
Yeah, that you just started, right?
NASA?
You just started. You're defending NASA. Why are you defending against obvious horseshit? Why are you making up excuses
You
for
said
him?
it's obvious horseshit. I don't think it's obvious horseshit. We have a
Wait,
different
Angelo, can I ask you this though, man? Do you agree? Sorry, bro, but do you agree?
on safety and a few other issues on their development techniques and so forth, but that doesn't mean, like, for instance, I think the SLS is the wrong way to go to the moon, but what can I say about it? They spent the money on it already.
All right, can I ask you a bigger question here? Do you agree that the government lies to us?
Do I agree the government lies to us? Yeah, sure. That's plausible.
Right. I mean, like, well,
The boss of a huge conspiracy? No.
No. See, none of us believe it's a huge conspiracy with like many thousands of people in on it. The people involved believe it's real, but it's compartmentalized and they just do one little thing at a time. But anyway, so like, for example, they claim that Vietnam attacked our ship in Gulf of Tonkin and that justified us going to war. And then they came out.
Vietnam with me is, I was a veteran shortly after the Vietnam War. I'm glad I missed that war literally by months. And I was against the war from the start. I protested actively. I know that there were lies about that war. That doesn't make the whole government bad.
I'm not
Nixon
saying that,
lied.
man.
Doesn't make all presidents bad.
I'm not saying that, dude. That's a straw man. I'm trying to make a point, okay? I had family members in the war, okay? What I'm saying is that, just like you said, tons of people were against the war. Like 80% of the population was not for going to war with Vietnam. So what they did was they said Vietnam attacked our ship, and then it justified us attacking them, right, in the Gulf of Tonkin. And then years after, they declassified that actually we blew up our own ship and then lied and said that they attacked us because we were in tactical positioning and didn't want to lose the opportunity to attack them. Now, my point is, if a government is willing to do that, like kill their own soldiers, lie about another country attacking them, and lie to the entire country because they did not want to go to war.
Exact timing, too.
I'm like, if they're willing to do that, right? Now, again, it's not that everything they say is a lie, but we have to admit, we have to apply a healthy amount of skepticism to any lie that would result in us, following what they say, or then potentially getting any type of like complicit reaction from us, right?
Especially since it was the same people in office at the time.
Well, which paper said that we blew up our own ship?
Oh yeah, it's declassified. Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, which one?
I thought they justified.
I
Hold on for a second. I thought they justified the war over a battle that they made up. I never heard this ship being blown up. I thought it was
Gulf of Tonkin.
Hold on. If you go back through every war ever created, it's always been caused by lying news media. There's no exception to that, dude.
Yeah, but this one is blatantly admitted, dude. Like, this one is like admitted that they lied. So I think also this is the same government that proposed the idea of assassinating different people, killing different people in America, and then blaming it on Cuba so that we could go fight.
The same people who just assassinated our president did Gulf of Tonkin. This is the same era, the same guys when all the fucked up shit happened and all the lies. Okay, they're busted, bro. There's a few people who haven't. There's a lot of people who haven't seen the footage. So for them, I excuse them. But anybody who's literally seen the footage and still thinks it's real is something. Their programming's off in your head. Something's not right, bro. I'm not special to see through the bullshit. It's obvious.
I'm a little bit confused about this Gulf of Tonkin incident that you said was, declassified information that said that the Vietnamese patrol boats did not attack U.S. destroyers with, torpedoes, even though there were, intercepts from Vietnam. The orders were given out. So that much I'm aware of. What's this?
Bro, where have you been hiding? What rock have you been under, bro? This shit's been out. Bro.
I don't spend a lot of time looking at Gulf and Tonkin history when I have other things and more important things to do.
So, like defend NASA?
Oh, we're telling you it's true. Do you accept it?
No.
Why not? If Pay NASA Shield told you it was true, would you?
No, I would want a reference from it.
Yeah, I bet you would.
No,
hey guys, how you going? Hey, what's that?
Hey Queen, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey Angelo, how you going?
I had a Saturday free and decided to drop in here.
He's been getting hammered for hours. Queen.
Sounds good. Sounds good. We all still debating the shape of the Earth, aren't we?
No, they keep getting
not really.
Topic.
I wouldn't call it that.
No, I wouldn't either.
I asked them for proof
That's
of the
over.
shape of the Earth. And
Angelo, I see you're still over talking.
Yeah, I guess.
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear the answer to that. Are we still debating the shape of the Earth?
Did you ban everyone in your server? Is there no conversations going on over there? So you're coming to get some members back?
No, lots of
Ever since you became
going
admin,
on
they
over there,
started to die down a little bit. Maybe you should
I've
get
actually
Patty
got a
back on there
proposition
so
for
your
what's
numbers
it.
can
So,
go back up since you're not the one doing it, since no one wants to hear you.
Right. Okay. I've
Right.
actually got a
Thanks for
proposition
approving.
I
for.
won't be
Alright.
debating kosher
Sorry,
with Jim
I
about
thought
the
you got banned from
moon,
this
if that's
server.
it.
No, I didn't get
it's
banned.
not
I
it.
left
It's,
voluntarily.
sorry, I'll just finish before I overtalk. Okay.
I won't overtalk. Go ahead, Queen. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you. No. It's not debating Jin or Kosho, but I just hear out on these cold hard trolling streets, that you've had a bit of a falling out with some of the flat earthers. Don't agree with your position. Is that right?
Personal crap.
Yeah, she would love for there to be problems in flat Earth. Is that right?
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen here. Sorry, troll. See you
No,
later.
no, that's not the thing. I just asking the question, dudes.
Just that was your
I
first
do.
question.
It's not
While
every day that the
While
ballers agree with Nathan Oakley,
okay.
guys.
Everyone.
It ain't every day the ballers agree with Nathan Oakley. They're definitely going to want a
Everyone
piece
just
of this.
talks.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, Nathan
Everyone
Oakley's
just
on
talks.
your side. They disagree with me on something about the ether. Yep.
Yeah. No. I mean, we don't. Nathan Oakley's definitely not on our side. We staged the boycott against Nathan Oakley over 2 years ago, so he's definitely not one of us.
Yeah,
But,
that's when the curvature
And
calculator.
how'd you hear
got
about it then? How'd you hear about it if
deconstructed.
it's boycotted? Where'd you even find out? Because that's where it
That
happened.
was just an excuse not to go on
Someone
because
did
you
a
couldn't
video,
come in with
dude.
your same curvature measurements and your hidden values because it was totally deconstructed.
Dude, I don't debate the shape of the Earth. I'm not a scientist or anything. Don't purport to be one.
Yeah, but if you
Never
staged a
have.
boycott, how'd you hear about the disagreement? I mean, how'd you hear about that if y'all all boycotted
Someone
it?
made a video, not Nathan Oakley. Someone made a video about it, actually on Witset's side. That was posted in our server. Anyway,
enough,
I've just
fair
got
enough.
two things. Just two things. Number one, Dave Rackia never called your church. Never called two contractors.
Why did you
were
say
out
my
here
name
a few
right
months
there?
ago.
Why did you say
You were
my
out
name?
here.
My
You were out
YouTube
here a few.
handle is
Okay, I'll
Rakia
wait till he
Life.
comes.
My
Rackia
my
Life.
name.
Rackia Life.
Don't
Yeah.
use my name. I told you, Shines. She's already doxed me. The
Sure
first
thing.
time
So,
she addressed me, she said my name. She should be muted. No doxing allowed here, troll.
right.
I knew you were gonna do it. I knew you were gonna do it.
So my name's Queen. Then,
I
if
already
you want.
DM Shines before you even addressed me and
you
said to
did.
watch out for you. My name is Rakia Life. If you can't handle that, if you want to dox me, you can find me. You know where I'm at. You got all my information for a year.
All right.
She's
Let's move
she's got
on.
a
All right.
Jezebel
Yeah.
spirit in her, ladies and gentlemen. It's a literal female demonic spirit. What she does is she pretends that she likes you.
Bro, relax, okay? She won't do it again.
Okay,
If she
cool.
does,
So,
she's gone.
Rackia,
So.
sorry.
Bro,
Sorry, I didn't
why do I
realise.
have to defend myself here? Where are the mods when she says my name?
She said she's not
Rakia,
going to
we're
say
not
your
psychic.
name,
We can't
Rex.
stop
Move
her from
on.
saying
Let
it
her
the first
talk.
time. But if she does it again, it's done.
But
don't worry about it.
let her defend herself.
Say it again.
Hey, sorry, Rackia Life. I'll refer to you as Rackia Life now. So just two things. Number one, never doxed your church. Never called two contractors. You were out here 3 months ago saying it was Mark Taylor. Now you're saying that it was a chick with a Kiwi accent. I own up to my shit, bro. I don't dox people in real life. I've been doxed by fucking Sleeping Warrior.
Don't
all
care.
of those goons.
I've never
alright?
doxed anybody. I don't care. Don't apply
I
that
don't
to
care.
me.
I've never doxed anyone either. So I'm here to tell you
That's bullshit,
I have
Agapi.
not doxed it.
Hey,
Whether you believe it or
Agapi,
not.
maybe
Here we
Agapi
go.
did it.
Guys, let's not interrupt, please.
Yeah, how about with all the press? She's been nothing
I've said what I need to say. I've said what I need to say
Hold
on
on a
that.
second, dude.
Rakia, let her finish, and then you can go next.
Let me just say, Rocky, it's fair that you don't want her to use your first name, but you have said your first and last name on this live stream publicly. So I'm not.
Problem.
It's still valid for you to not ask for your name to be said. I'm just saying.
I just did.
Okay, then she said okay. It sounds.
Thank you. Then what's the problem? Why are you adjusting that?
Okay, so I would say let's change the subject. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, it's a bit ironic
I
that
do
she came in
too.
to claim she's never doxed someone and used your name, which is weird.
Anyway, I think this is
It's just
gay.
that I knew. It's just that I knew him as that, guys. It wasn't anything. It wasn't even
Yeah,
a troll.
maybe
It's just I knew him
Agapi
as
did
that.
it.
But I do
Maybe
have.
Agapi. Maybe
Agapi's
Agapi
me.
did it.
Change the
Agapi's
subject,
me.
Guys,
Agapi,
please, one at a time.
Yeah,
Trish
if this is
Blythe,
just drama, let's
and
not have the
Queen is
drama.
me. Anyway, I just had a proposition for Geo and Witsit. Just in terms of this new revelation that's out and about there, and it's, the autards probably want to hear about it. Would you be willing to come over and debate it in Gems if I gave you mods?
Debate what?
The ether.
Oh, I think I'd probably rather jump off of a bridge and play tag with traffic. I deleted that server. I've been doxxed there many a times.
Now can we move on?
Personally berated.
What's actually happened is they've banned all the flat earthers, guys, and now they're running short on
Glory,
entertainment,
please
which
don't
is why
interrupt,
they're
bro.
coming here to solicit members.
No,
Yo,
that's
All
actually
Glory,
not
I
true.
unmuted you, but please don't interrupt, please.
Thank you.
I just see that there's a group of, like some of the more intelligent flat earthers over here, and there's a group of probably some pretty smart autards over there. And I thought, we could come together, have a bit of a games day, have a bit of a debate for a couple of hours. I'll offer you protection over there with some mods. We could do it here. I don't know, just a proposal.
Frankly, I asked them like 30 times to kind of get themselves in check, and they couldn't do it, and I deleted it because it was just way too toxic and low vibrational for me. And this server's about as far in that direction as I can go anymore, so I'm gonna have to respectfully decline the offer.
I've also deleted gems. I've also deleted gems.
I wasn't inviting you, Recky.
No, I wasn't responding to that. What I was saying is I've also deleted
Excellent.
gems.
That's great. Thanks for that.
Exactly.
Thanks for that
I don't even really could care less if you ever talk to me or address
awesome.
me. I was just making
awesome,
my
Recky.
own statement is that I deleted gems as well.
Oh, and
You
that
guys
was so
sound like y'all are
important that you
good
needed-
friends, man. Y'all guys should
It
go
was
get
so
a
important that
bite to
you
eat.
needed to interrupt immediately to tell everyone.
I didn't
that, right?
interrupt. I just cut in and said I deleted it also. It
I
was
didn't
on
interrupt. I
topic.
just cut in.
It
Okay.
was on the topic of Witsit saying he deleted gems because it was toxic. I did the
Right,
same
right.
thing because it got so toxic,
Mhm.
and all the trolls there and even all the mods there were wishing death on people and
Is
stuff
everyone
like
to
that.
not give a shit about any of this? Anyone?
That's why
Yeah,
I
this is
deleted
Seriously,
it.
let's
drama.
move forward.
Yeah, let's move forward. See you later,
Let's
Agapi.
move forward.
Yeah,
Let's-
see you later, Agapi.
I'm not. I am Agapi and Trish Blythe and Queen. I don't know why this is a surprise to you. I'm not moving on. Like, what are you telling me to leave? Do I need to leave?
No, I said see you later.
Oh,
And-
right.
and
Okay,
just
you're
know,
off,
hey,
are
Queen,
you,
Queen,
Recky?
No,
I just
you're
want to make
welcome.
one
You don't need
point.
to leave.
Yeah,
Well,
Queen, just real
I
quick.
don't want
thought it was
anybody to
interesting.
leave.
Well,
Yeah,
let me just
interesting,
ask. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Queen. I also left Gem server. I think over the years, I'd probably joined it and left maybe 2 or 3 times. The third time was the end. I'll never rejoin that server, be a part of it. So that's my response as well. That I left it, won't go back. But anyways, what was your? You were saying about debating it. Who are you talking about? Just debating people over there on the ether? That's what you're talking about?
Just really thought that we could probably get, because it is just turns into a bit of a shit show over there, right? And it's mainly due to the autards wanting to jump in and just dogpile on the flat earthers. So I just thought maybe we could come up with some sort of a plan, if you guys were keen, to have like an actual proper debate about it, right? Not just a shitstorm that normally incides.
I don't know. I don't want to be like disrespectful or anything, but the way I honestly view it is that it kind of weirds me out. There's like this obsessive aspect to it where like,
What
they
were we
claim
talking
that
about
we're
earlier?
retarded, but they're like obsessed with us at the same time. And it's just kind of weird. And frankly, I don't know. I think that they need us and we're kind of disinterested. I think that the debate of the earth is
You're gonna
almost
need
like
them.
monotonous and redundant at this point. And yeah, that's just kind of what I think. I'm sure if they ever popped in here and I was in here, I'd talk to them. But where they have the ability to like scream over me and dogpile me and mute me and stuff, and they run the server and then as soon as I get in the chat, it's gonna be like spammed doxing and spammed insult and spammed memes. I mean, I can't do it, bro. I'm
And
sorry.
picture memes shared and allowed, all that. Yeah.
Yo, they're welcome to come through. Everyone's welcome
I mean,
here,
that's-
and we promise fair moderation. So.
I mean, that's all fair, right? That's really what I was saying, like obviously you guys would have the same amount of power as what they have over there, I guess, just so that it's an even playing field. But, I mean...
People here try to be
doesn't
fair
ma-
about that, and we've had a lot of like guys from that server in here all day debating the same,
Yeah.
that very topic, in fact.
Yeah, this is the best place by far. I think
Agreed.
everybody from over there should come give it a shot.
Promise no mutant monologues.
This is a very
Sorry.
different server to Gems, to be fair, right? Like, Gems has been going for 5 years, and I think the guys over there are a little bit more advanced to the basics, and that's why I sort of thought, well, Witsit's got this new thing going on. Maybe Witsit wants to come and explain it to us, but the
the
average
basic
dude over there
difference-
is not interested in debating the, gas pressure container stuff. That's not what it's about. Rakia.
No, the basic difference here is there's no death threats, and the mods take care of business.
Yeah, there's no death threats over in so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I'll take that bet. I can post them right now.
Do you want to post it?
You
Post
sure
it,
you're
let's see it.
agape? You
Can you
sure
guys take
you're
it to
agape?
private chats if you guys want to talk about this stuff?
Yeah, when she wants to lie, take it to private. That's why
Yeah,
this
yeah.
place
No,
is
Put some
great.
evidence in the
Hold on,
text
can I
chat.
just
I'll
say
have a look.
something really quick? This entire conversation is just about mining people from this server to go to a different server. So yeah, can we change the subject? Like,
No, it was just have a conversation with Witsit, actually. It was just have a conversation with Witsit and Geo, actually.
Let someone bring up a topic and move on.
Yeah, that's.
I think you got your answer anyway. So
yeah,
I don't know if
That's cool. Thanks, Witsit.
Yeah.
See you
Just
later.
reach out. Just reach
Yeah,
out if
yes,
you
not flat.
want to
There
come
we
back.
go.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Rakia. Sorry, why do you keep saying see you later?
Why wouldn't it let me?
Do I have
Hey,
to go?
Queen of the Trolls. Why wouldn't it let me message you? It's like for some reason it won't even let me message you.
You've got to be my friend. I'm not. I don't accept DMs. Who's wanting to DM me?
I mean, I was just trying to send you a message because there's a lot of people talking, but it wouldn't let me.
Oh, who am I talking to?
Brian.
King of the Trolls.
Brian Leckie. You'll have to send me a friend request and I'll accept it, and then you can DM me. And
wouldn't let me.
yeah, that's cool. Rakia, just throw that evidence in the text chat and I'll address it there.
Better than better, and no one let him in. Ain't got a choke, but let him in food and medicine. All sleep sedative. Don't teach you Tesla, they teaching you medicine.
What?
What was
Yo,
that?
Tesla shit on Edison.
Tesla shit on medicine. Food should be your medicine. Started dropping elements and shipping crazy ever since.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be rap or something?
That's B.O.B.
So don't give up your day job, which.
Okay. Thank you for
Oh
the.
yeah, it's hilarious that you're coming in here just to troll. On top of that, this guy, the Earth's flat. That's that. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah.
You got
beheading people. I just knew that would like shift the combo.
Yeah, let's get on to more interesting things. The ether is an interesting discussion, though. Maybe
It
she'd
is.
like to hear about it.
You know, the
But maybe-
home run is the home run
I'm
is
not
that light
interested.
doesn't
I've never
travel.
debated the shape of the Earth. Sorry, I'm not
Oh,
interested in the
But
science
why
and
is it
shit.
that you always over there? I hear you saying that anybody thinks that the Earth is not a spinning ball is crazy. It's stupid.
Because
How is
that's
it
just
you
my
think?
position, right? It's just
Well,
my
if you have
position.
your position based on no opinion of your own that's valid, like your own. It's your position based on what? On what
Yeah,
knowledge?
you don't research it, you don't debate it, so why would you know anything about it and judge
I
people
just
by
believe
what
the
they think?
pictures, literally. I don't even think about it
And
that
why would
much,
someone
dude.
be stupid for not just believing pictures? Like that doesn't sound like a very,
Well, I'm entitled to believe what I want to
advice.
believe, aren't I?
No.
Are you sure? Calling
Why
people
not?
stupid for saying they don't believe something when it's just pictures that you have to back up your. I mean,
Oh,
that's it, really.
I'm entitled to my opinion, though, aren't
Yeah,
I,
but
guy?
okay, you are, yeah.
Okay.
But it's just interesting
Thank
that you
you.
don't involve yourself in the debate, but you do make hard judgments.
I'm allowed an opinion, right? We're all allowed one of those.
Have you ever considered that the Earth could be a stationary planar surface?
No, I trolled as a flat earther dude for 2 years. No, I never have.
I'll openly.
You acted like a flat earther for 2 years and trolled as a flat earther, but you never bothered to look into it to see if you had anything to back up your fake position?
Of course I looked into it. I was a flat earther dude.
Oh, wait, so you did look into it. I thought you said you didn't look into the
I
flat earth.
trolled as a flat earther, so I had to know all the arguments, didn't I? So, of course.
Okay,
That's
so what
my
arguments
special.
did you find
Not about
what
me.
arguments did you use? Why did you use arguments that you didn't think were valid? Which ones did you use? I'm interested.
It's easy, right? I can argue any position. I'm a troll dude. I can be a Christian fundamentalist.
Yeah,
I can
but
be an
even if you
atheist. Like,
switch
that's what I
teams,
do.
though,
Yeah,
like
true
even
deceiver.
if they prove the globe tomorrow, like I could not unsee all the ISS bullshit and the moon fakery. Like I can't unsee that. Even if they prove there's a globe, I mean, how you get past all the crap we've exposed over the years? Like how did you manage?
More than that, I'd like to know when you just declare yourself a troll. What is that like? What why is that? Why is it your
You
side to
can't
be a troll?
unsee it, but you can see it in a new
No, but
way.
say,
well,
wait, let's not talk about that real quick. I want to know what is it. I'm just interested. Anybody that says I'm just a troll, like, what is the reason for that? Like, I don't know. What's your reason?
I literally took a position, right, regardless of where I was. One day I was a Christian, one day I'm an atheist, I might be a flat earther. I'm a flat earther on TikTok, quite popular. One day I'm just whatever, dude. I just pick a position and I troll.
called being a misinfo agent.
It's called being not emotionally attached to anything.
No, you just admitted that you are effectively laughing as a flat earther, probably misrepresenting positions left, right, and center.
Yeah, muddies the water.
Not misrepresenting.
It's very fascinating.
Yeah, you become really popular, then say stupid things as a flat earther, and it makes us look bad. That's
there you
No,
go.
I've never done that. I've never bothered with that position. That's
Can
not
we-
what I'm about.
Can we hear your best flat Earth argument as your flat Earth troll? What's your best?
I'm pretty unpracticed at the moment. It was sort of 2 years ago, right? So I haven't really been keeping up to date with the flat Earth debate, I guess.
how'd you get so popular as a flat earther on the other platform?
Because I'm good, right? Because I'm a female chemo.
Well, if you can't come up with an argument right now, you can't be that.
Well, what argument do you want to come up with? Like, what do you want to come up with? I mean, who's going to
We just
pretend
asked
to be a
for one.
glober?
We just asked for one.
Okay, who's going to
One
pretend to be a
Start
glober?
with one flat earth argument.
You can be a
Because I don't
glober.
make claims.
You're so
I don't make
stupid. You
claims.
don't think the Earth's a globe. You think everyone in the world is in on some giant conspiracy and
not what a
that
globe
billions
would
of
say.
people
Come
are
on,
wrong.
Why don't you just debate against
Exactly.
the Glover that's in here? Use some brains. Great Angelo will go ahead.
You know, I got when he got stuck upside down in the wires on purpose. He wasn't on
Great
wires.
Angelo's too easy.
He got caught in a
Great Angelo
gravity
gets too
trap.
easy.
Of
I can
course,
get him
it's a
on
globe.
semantics in about 5 seconds flat. Great Angelo knows that.
So anyway, isn't it crazy that light's like already there and it doesn't travel, and that there's not 1 square inch in all of existence that you can find where there's no light?
Who says that?
You didn't know that
Talking
there's
about
literally light
electromagnetic waves.
everywhere?
Yeah, see, this is the other problem, right? The autards are fucking dumb as fuck. Because they
No one
like
gets that.
I
yeah.
heard Whitsitt say to Great Angelo, and this is the position that I take with the autards over in Gems as well, right? I heard Whitsitt say to Great Angelo, does the government lie? Now, that should be an easy yes, of course the government lie. It doesn't mean that the earth is flat, Great Angelo, but you can just admit, of course, the government
He
must
did.
lie about
He
things,
did it.
right?
He did admit that.
Yeah, I
Actually,
did that.
I
He had
know,
to
but
get
it
approval.
takes them a
He did
while,
stop
though.
approval, right?
It takes them a while, though. You know, they're sort of like, oh, should I? And that's why.
Yeah, he stalled. He did stall. He had to get approval, man. He had to get a thumbs up.
Exactly.
He had to immediately say that doesn't mean that that everything is a lie and that the Earth is flat. A bunch of straw men.
Exactly.
Say yes.
Exactly.
of course, there's top secret things they keep us protected from for our own.
There was a
So we're
certain
not
time in
going
our
too
history, though.
far.
There was a certain
They love
time in
us,
our
bro.
history where there was a certain time in the United States history, right about the same time as the moon landings, where presidents were assassinated. We started wars and plotted killing other presidents. All this declassified information. All the main shit happened in that one time span, and that should make people extra suspicious, in my opinion.
Governments by definition lie.
Did I just hear somebody say that they lie to us for our own good? Did I hear
Yeah, I was
that?
trolling. I said the government lied to us. They love us. Yeah, it's like, but that ironically, that is like by definition, that's what they do, right? Like, the government has to keep certain things secret to be a government, right? And so, like, they have a
course.
military or anything. So, like, it should be such a quick, yeah, of course they do, you know?
It should be an immediate yes, but this is the problem, right? Like, flat earthers do it as well, you know, in certain things where it should just be a bit more honest. Just say yes to a question like that. That's a clear yes. Then, yeah, I find that that's far more effective.
Well, it also
Right, like
turns out
certain things. Yeah, certain things that would work on a globe model that are perhaps good just to be conceded. Like, yeah, that could work. You know, certain things that could work on a globe.
I agree.
I mean, there's lots of things that could work on both, right? Like, there's lots of evidence out there that doesn't necessarily tell you what the shape of the Earth is, right? So I think those
almost all of
should be
it.
made
Almost
public.
all of it. There's explanations for both sides. Or what good would the model be if there wasn't an explanation? It's just the explanations get far fetched on the globe. Sometimes on flat Earth, but usually on the globe it gets a little far fetched, in my opinion. But there's always explanations. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Queen,
was just
there's an
interested in
interesting
the
thing.
I was just interested in the ether thing because I did watch your live stream. What's it that you had for a few hours? So I was just a bit more interested in that.
Yeah. Well,
That
I'll
argument,
let
yeah.
Witzit respond to that, but I was going to say, Witzit, I think that one of the interesting things that has come up recently is that, or not recently, but some of the things that Witzit's been talking about, as well as others, that that if there is no speed of light, which the ether would effectively debunk, and I'll let Witsit explain that. And that would be an interesting thing, because then all the measurements and light years and everything's out the window and the whole model's dead. So it's kind of a big thing.
Yeah, yeah. Like the double slit experiment is like one of the most famous experiments ever, and
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
yeah, and like no one understands it. You know, like it confounds all physicists, and the reason is because they all just assume that light's a photon that travels from point A to point B. But if you adopt the ether, you can explain it in like 1 second. Like immediately makes sense. But it would mean that the Earth isn't moving if there's an ether, and if there's no speed of light, like he said, then relativity's gone, and the distances to all the stars are gone. So they can't really do that. They have to come up with something else, and it's
I already seen what they did with the math to Euler's formula. I mean, they put in Euler's formula and basically kind of took away the two-dimensionality of the spin. I mean, I'm gonna do a
What
video on it,
formula are
but
you
I
talking
see what
about,
they did with the
Brian?
math. Kind of take out the Euler's formula. They kind of took out the how would I say this? So they took out the spin or the rotation basically of the they made the wave function. Okay, it's they took out basically it looks more like mathematical than the wave phenomenon, let's say. So the wave phenomenon and the way that's measured, they changed it for with Euler's formula and physics, but it should match the same mathematics for all light, right? Radar, everything. It's all the same phenomenon. It ain't like it's hard to explain. I'm gonna make a video describing it better because I'm having trouble wording it. But yeah, they change. I see what they did to make it look like just math, basically. But the wave function is a phenomenon. It's like a wave phenomenon that can be measured, and witnessed in reality with light. Period. All light, the whole spectrum.
yeah.
But they
It's a type
changed
of movement. Like the movement's real. Like you can see the real movement, and then they mathematically describe it. But they got to claim it's a wave particle duality and blah blah blah. It's just like it's literally really dumb. To be honest, it's actually really dumb.
But brilliant,
So
but
why
brilliant at the
did
same
you
time, because that's
jump?
the reverse engineering that has a lot, even kept people that looked into our side of it convinced that they must be right. So it's brilliant but dumb at the same time.
Yeah.
Can I ask Mippet a question? Mippet, so wait, are you Mippet or are you the other one? Australian lady.
I'm not Australian. I'm a New Zealander. But no, I'm not Mippet. I do know Mippet. She's Australian, and she's definitely not me.
Okay.
If you're not American, you're Australian.
So, basically, how much of Witsit's live stream did you watch?
Well, I didn't watch it live, so I watched it after it was live. So I just sort of skimmed through a few of the slides, had a look at it. I'm not a scientist or anything like that, right? So I don't even claim to understand that sort of stuff, but I just wanted the gist of it.
Oh, you watched the one with the slides?
Yeah, the one you did with the slides. Yeah.
Gotcha.
See, like, I didn't even watch that. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I know I don't really need to watch your shit. Like, I never watch any of your videos, Witsit. No offense. I don't really need to, right? Because, like, yeah, I speak to you, but I mean, I don't know. I just found that weird. It's like, so the Globers probably all watch your videos more than the Flat Earthers do.
A decent amount.
I think
wonder
there's
if
an
Nathan
interest,
even
right?
watched it.
Like, I think if someone's interested in the science and stuff like that, it's always good. I mean, you've got Blue Marble Science here who's better at explaining this than me, but I guess they are interested in the arguments, right? They're interested in trying to refute them and, put their little maths together and stuff.
Why do you think that is? Because you're a prime example of the phenomena in which I believe is the reasonality as to why the Globers are still debating this topic today, which is that
I don't debate, dude.
Not you, no. You're a prime example in time. What I mean by that is you're a prime and pure example, which is someone that admits basically why it is that you're on the internet, right? You're willing to admit that. That's why you present in the way that you do, which is that you're addicted to dopamine hits, right? And effectively, I believe that's probably true for most people, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think the autards that debate it, right? I think they have a need to feel very smart.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because from their position, like, it really doesn't make sense. Like, from flat earthers, it kind of makes sense because we think we've been lied to on a massive scale. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to wake people up. But from their position, it's like flat earthers are stupid. They believe in some dumb, archaic conspiracy theory, and it's easily debunked, and they're retarded. But so, like, why would you want to argue with them for years? Like, that's weird.
Exactly. And the thing is, as well, is that most people that have been in the argument for a long time understand that they're not going to really convert anyone either, right? So they're not doing it to try and convert flat earthers. I just feel like it's just, I don't know, you'd need to ask some of the nerds, but I just think that it's this overwhelming egotistical need to feel smart, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's layered, yeah.
That's true.
Like, one of them I think is that it kind of frightens them, the idea that if our real position got out, because the truth is most people don't know any of this info. When you find out about the Antarctic Treaty and that they lied about this and Operation Fishbowl, and that the Nazi was the one that took us to the moon, and that they said they didn't go back, so they destroyed the technology, all this stuff that like kind of everyone knows, but the average person doesn't know, just this circle does, then people are going to be pretty skeptical at the least. They're going to be like, something might be going on. And I think that idea scares them because they really like the idea of appealing to a majority, like consensus. And so I think they want to, make sure that doesn't happen. I think that they think they're doing their part to keep us down. Because I think deep down they're afraid that if our true position, not the mainstream censored strawman one, but our true position got out to everybody, that we might kind of win in the sense that more than half would come over. And I think that's like their worst nightmare. So I think that's what drives them. That's the primary thing, in my opinion.
And what's funny about it is they may have rolled it out, in fact, or that they will absorb it at least to make their version of the flat earth something even more oppressive and worse than we ever hoped in whatever way they try. Not that that'll work necessarily, but
yeah, I mean, in a way, the mainstream narrative right now, it's like an empire that they've built. There's so many facets to it: big pharma, big oil, the cosmology part of it, the food part of it. There's all these different sides, and then if somebody is really on board with that, like they're sort of supporting that empire in whatever way. So if that were to crumble or to start to break apart, then it could make sense that they're kind of trying to champion it or, defend it or kind of try to do everything they can to not let the thing that they're supporting, be dissolved.
Yeah, and like
I don't even know if it's that because I think they're pretty confident in their beliefs, right? Like they're 100%. Well, they never say 100%, right? Because they'll always go, "Oh, nothing can ever be 100%. It can only be 99% because science doesn't prove anything, right?" Yeah. So they'll say they're 99.99% sure that it's a globe. So I don't think it's a concern that they think they're going to smash their worldview.
They may be very secure in their own view of the world. This is not what they're afraid of, okay? They, however, do not trust in the populace's,
exactly,
ability to discern the information that goes in their ears and thus imparts itself into their brain. Their main fear is that other people, if they hear these arguments unopposed, or at least hear them at all, because they really get off on us being censored in any way. I believe this genuinely. I think they're happy when we're censored, and then that's really the crux of it, and that's the main point, right? They just don't trust the ability of discernment of other people to discern this.
Yeah, they think that we would trick them, right? Like they think that we'd be able to trick them, and that the average person doesn't know all the nuances of the argument like they do. And so that's why that my tour really triggered a lot of anti-flat earthers, because they had to sit there and watch me talk to like people that had never heard it, and they couldn't get in their ear and DM them and tell them all the bullshit excuses. They had to just watch me be able to give like new people the information for the first time. I think that's their fear. If you hook them all up to lie detector tests and ask if they like that we're censored, they would say yes. And a lot of them will maybe tell you that they don't agree with the censorship, but they do. And most of them won't even tell you that. They'll say, you're not censored because I can still find it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's the main thing, I think, is that they just don't want the information out there across the board. They're afraid that they wouldn't be a part of the majority possibly, and I think that's kind of like they're scared. In addition, I think that some people, and I don't want to be mean, but I think some of these people maybe weren't part of like in crowds or anything like that, and this they think this is that for them, right? Where they're part of the majority. This is where they're in the cool crowd, and then we're the stupid losers, and they're part of the cool people, the majority that's smarter than us. So they really like live and bask in this side, this moment of like I'm like part of, everyone likes me, everyone's on my team. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Yeah, it could be
100%.
some of that. I see some of that in the flat Earth community though, and I see that with Raki's emotional response to me, right? Because I did befriend people in the community, right? And Christians, and like he, you know, just his comment in the chat that I gave people money every week. Yeah, I did. I gave flat earthers money every week. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? I don't have to believe in the earth is flat to be able to support someone that I think is doing some good work, or they need help, because I am a human, right? So I think it's on both sides. I think there's that sort of like wanting to
That's such
belong
a joke.
mentality.
This lady trolled me for 2 years. Was so nice and sweet. Good morning, sweetheart. What you doing? How you doing? And
I
then
would have never
and
said
then
sweetheart.
trolled
That's not
me,
my
and
vocab.
yeah, and then for 2 years did that. Like talked to me about everything, personal stuff,
So
all
what's
that,
wrong with
right?
that? Talk to you
Yeah,
about
nothing wrong
stuff.
with
So
that.
what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that. And then got mad,
I
accused me of
I
stuff.
supported flat
Yeah,
earthers.
if you
I
don't
gave a lot of
mind
money to
not
flat earthers.
interrupting as you
Yeah,
accuse
please.
people of interrupting. And then after that, left that group, went to Jim's as a gappy, another person in chat, and just ripped me a new ass. Death threats, posting my wife's
It wasn't a
name.
death threat. It wasn't
Yeah,
a death
posting
threat.
my family's
Didn't
names.
do any of that.
Yes, you did. I have proof.
No.
Yeah,
Didn't do
you
any of
want to
that.
bet?
You
You want
guys,
me to post it?
if you guys have
Question in
personal
the chat.
issues, you
I
could
don't have
do-
a personal thing. She was questioning what I did and accusing me. She is the deceiver here.
No, I was
And
just saying that both
she brought me up as the
belonged.
emotional response. Yeah, when people deceive me for years and use my family name
Never did
and
that.
all that. Yeah, you want to bet? I'll post it. Don't worry.
Deceived the community.
I've already posted it to Shines. Is Shines here?
All right. Well, we were on a topic though.
And then she brought up me and
Wow,
asked
this
me,
dude, man. He
Geo.
needs
I mean, you know, I
some
can defend myself,
self-control.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I have self-control.
Posted. I mean,
I already sent it to a mod here. You can control yourself. I'll do it my way. I don't want to put my wife's name in here.
Wow,
But if a
Calm
gappy
down,
wants to
dude.
lie, yeah, if you want to deceive me more, I'm going to get emotional. You most certainly.
You are emotional, dude. You're an emotional wreck every day.
Yeah,
you're here.
right. I am. You posted. I've never posted anybody's wife's name, and I never told you her
posted your
name is the
wife's
weird thing. Yeah, I already sent it to Shine. She has it.
Oh, cool. Sean, send it
I'll
to
send
me.
it to G. I'll send it to Geo right now.
Cool. Let's see it.
I'm gonna move on.
What about how light is literally everywhere? You know what I'm saying, bro? That like debunks that the Earth is spinning, because how could it be everywhere? That means there's a background medium that sustains everything that we call light, and then it just becomes perceivable. Isn't that crazy?
Or is it
though?
just a really far away sun?
Well,
I'm
like
a-
even in the
I'm
globe
confused.
Earth paradigm, there's light everywhere. There's something called background radiation that is literally everywhere, and that's called light. That's a type of light. So even in the globe Earth paradigm, light is everywhere.
If
Okay, I'm
light
a little
isn't matter,
confused here
how do you
for a
know
second.
matter can exist without light?
I think that matter
I
is a
just get a-
version of light.
Can I get an answer to something?
Yeah,
I
go ahead,
thought
bro.
you guys were talking to Shines. Who's the lady you guys talking to? Because I thought it was Shines.
It isn't Shine. No.
Queen.
Is that you, Scat?
Scrap. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Queen.
some
It's
reason
Queen
I-
from Gems.
Yeah. I go in there just to have a conversation to stay awake while I'm driving.
Damn, bro. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. I used to be in there a lot too. I used to go in there and I would take it as a challenge, like, yo, I'm gonna strengthen my arguments. I'm gonna beat 10v1 Globers, you know, and I'd get like screamed at, muted, talked over, but I'd still beat them. And I used to kind of enjoy that. I think it was maybe a bit of ego, though, to be honest. I kind of had the realization that it's like that was ego, and I realized it was super toxic, bro. I'd be like screaming. I'd end up having
Told
to
you
like,
it'd wear you down. I told you that. Remember?
It did, yeah. You did tell me, and it did. It got to where it's like I found myself calling them
You're
names.
right.
Yo, it was
Yo.
just bad. Yeah, it was bad. Like it was
That's
just
the
super
spirit,
low.
bro.
You gave me my name, Witsit. Come on, just as bad.
What?
There was a little time period there with it where you were going in there, and I think like Nathan Thompson as well. I remember a couple times that both you guys in there. It was wild,
crazy hectic, bro.
We started making like making a schedule.
Yeah, yeah, we go in there together.
Did I hear a familiar voice?
Anyway, I just wanted to come over and let you know that it's not a scary place. And if you guys, any of you really, but yeah, Witsit and Gio, if you guys wanted to come over and talk about the ether thing, then just hit me up in DMs and I'll give you guys a safe passage and we'll keep the over talking and the bullshit to a minimum. Just putting it out there.
All right, cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. Cool.
Thanks for having me, guys. And yeah, I might pop back.
Cool.
See you later.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I would probably say like, I think if I wanted to hang out with demons, I could draw a pentagram and like summon them.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah,
Hey, I
don't
want to apologize, guys. If I wouldn't have said "see you later" a couple times earlier, she would have left already. She just stayed because I said that.
Yeah,
no, that's not really. That's not true at all.
Hey, see you later. Hey, see you later,
You
Agapi.
said you're going to bed like over an hour
Come on,
ago.
guys.
Yeah, the only thing, Rocky, is just not that appropriate to bring up a bunch of stuff from other servers. Like, she's here, it's a different server. I don't know what happened on those servers. No one here can moderate that, whatever happened in other places. So
Yeah, I don't know if you were here, but she brought it up. Thanks, Gio.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It was on both sides, but in any case.
No, she came here and brought it up. I never addressed her
This
until she
dude
brought
is an
it up.
emotional wreck, man.
Yeah,
like,
see that, Gio?
All
I
right.
said,
Anyway,
maybe
what about
you weren't
light,
here.
man?
You don't have to react, man.
Yeah, I can do what I want, though. I can do
She
what
did
I
bring
want.
it up. He's right, but anyway, there's light everywhere.
Oh,
bro.
wait, she did bring it up. All right, Gio, so that's clear.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, like I'm
See, when I
it's all
was saying
good. It's
about
all good.
egotistical people, that's one of
So,
them, right? That's
more
why
name
he'll never win
calling.
an argument because he's too
More name
emotional
calling.
because his ego gets involved. Once you
More
take the ego out of things,
name
guys,
calling.
things
More
change.
personal.
You chill.
You're not.
I'm just
What about
pointing out
It's the
magnetism? Am I
internet,
right?
man.
Oh,
People say it's shit in the internet. Just don't react to it.
Yeah, the little digs aren't helping either, though. Let's both kind of grow up.
Yeah, we were in a conversation for a bit there. So
Yeah, and I was on mute the whole time until I was addressed and name called. Yep.
Name called.
Oh my gosh, let's just let it go. Let's all just let it go.
Oh my god, this dude's
Hey, see you later.
out of control. I'll
See you later.
I'll pop back, dudes. Maybe I'll wait for when Racky is not here, so we can actually have an adult conversation about things.
Yeah, there you go again. Putting me
until
down.
then,
Not an
I'll,
adult, right?
hit
Yeah,
this up.
see you later, Agapi.
Thanks
You
for the
piece of
hospitality. Oh
Tell
god,
your troll
the
group.
man
Tell
who
your
claims to
troll
be
group
Christian
hello.
is the first one to call
Oh,
a
piece of
name.
crap.
I
is
find
still
that
on
even
Christian.
kidding.
critical.
Yeah, tell your troll group hello for me.
Wow, this is weird, dudes.
You guys know
I
that,
know.
that
I know it
trolls
is.
thrive on your engagement, right? You
I
understand
don't
that?
care, man. I don't care what you think. I don't care
So
how you want to control
cringe.
me. Yep. See you later.
This is so cringe, Racket. Like, come on, dude. Calm
Why don't you
down.
guys
Say my
just
name.
not communicate
Come
with
on,
each other?
stop it. Yep, stop it.
Just keep each
Both of
other's
you.
names at your mouths and carry on.
Hey, I'm all for that.
So anyway, so like when light's everywhere, right? Like even in the globe Earth paradigm, there's background radiation everywhere. That's light. So then it's like, well, then if it's already everywhere, then maybe what we perceive is just a different version of what's already there, huh?
Maybe. How do you, discern that?
Well, one way would be when you see perceivable light, you would look at it relative to the background radiation that was already there, and you would see if you could distinguish that there's like new light and in the background radiation that's something separate, but you actually don't see that. What you see is that the background radiation now doesn't look the same anymore. So it's as if the background radiation has just changed into the light that you're perceiving.
Sure, but let's say, matter is light. Let's say it's, I don't know what Ken Wheeler calls it, like hard light or whatever. Solid light, whatever it is. We can prove that if we have the transition, if we kind of know the mechanism, we can prove that ice is water because we can see it freeze and yada yada, right? So if we have that transition, that would be definitive evidence that it is light, that we took, regular light and we solidified it into matter.
Someone told me that you can actually create matter from light. I don't know how true that is, but that's not even specific to the claim that it's always there, right? Like, if it's always present, it could be something independent of matter.
Of course, it could be. But then how do you separate it from being independent of matter if it's always in matter?
Well, yeah. How do you verify it's in matter? I mean, that'd be a follow-up question, I guess. Like, you really couldn't postulate that, I don't think, unless you had the background framework, because it would have to be like different modalities of the background, and then maybe you could go on to that. I mean, I think they claim that like nuclear physicists can create matter with particle accelerators or something like that. So that seems a bit sketchy to me, right? Like, I don't know how real it is. I've never really looked into it. I don't know, but yeah, I just know that the light's already there, man. That's all I know. I think that really what it is what flat earthers should do is just start reading like Nikola Tesla and stuff, like reading these OGs, whether they were propped up or not. Like, I mean, they're OGs in the sense of physics, and like just reading them and being like, wow, like this is interesting framework. Maybe if I was taught this in second grade, what would I think? Like just entertaining it, and you'll start to see that everything starts to kind of come together coherently to where it makes sense. It's like, is light instant? Why does it have different speeds? Why does this go 3 times the speed of light? Why does trickling off radiation show us that light travels way too fast in water relative to the medium when it's supposed to be a certain constant speed? And blah, 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 blah. Why are these particles in 2 different locations at the same time? And how can we have instantaneous action at a distance? And blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's just a background that's everywhere. It's already there. And all of a sudden, all the like paradoxes just immediately are answered. And then, yeah, Tesla would say that what you call an electron is just like the smallest corpuscle or concentration of so primary matter, which would be the ether. And he would say that there's a creative force that acts in that matter. So there's like a creative force that reacts with the matter. I mean, with the primary substance, which is the ether. So a creative force within the ether, and that's what gives us everything that we perceive materially. And that's a pretty interesting idea, because then of course, what's the all-powerful creative force? Well, a lot of us know there's a creator, right? And so all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's a creator within a metaphysical realm, and the interaction of the creative force from the creator within the metaphysical realm turns into the material world. And so if you have like a philosophy where you already acknowledge the creator, that isn't very far-fetched. Now, people have been brainwashed to keep this distinguished difference between philosophy and science, but it's only in modern times people have been tricked like that. Like, actually, they're joined to the hip. And then, so I don't see why anyone that's a specific theist or any type of creationist would really have a philosophical hiccup here. Like, creative force in the ether that sets the ether into motion, that manifests as matter. So they're and then if we look up, we're like, I wonder how this could apply to what we see. It looks like the creative force, the source of it is around Polaris. Now all of a sudden we have like a logical framework top to bottom to start with.
Who's the creator?
Who is the creator? I have this inclination you don't actually want to know the answer to that question from me, but
I do.
Yeah, try to keep the ridicule to a minimum if you're asking for the answer, right? But yeah, I say the creator of the scriptures, Yahuwah. Some say Yehovah, Yah for short, Hallelujah.
The Judeo-Christian God?
I'm not big on titles like Judeo-Christian, but I don't fit into any religious.
It's the one God, bro. There's only one God.
There's only one creator. Yeah, I don't fit into all the like religious titles, but the one true creator that isn't relative to my subjective interpretation or the doctrine of man and can't be confined with any limitations that we could give it.
Your theology, I'm not interested in. I'm just interested in who the creator is.
The one true creator.
Just seek him.
You don't know.
He'll make himself available if you seek him.
Yeah, the Father. My answer is the Father, Yah. Hallelujah.
the necessary antecedent to creation.
There can't be more than one.
I like that.
Well, if you
I know some people who have two dads,
Oh.
and I'm one of them.
Well, you actually only have one dad, though.
I have a biological and an adopted father.
Well, there's only one biological father to the earth.
You adopted your own dad?
I wouldn't call him biological, though. It's
I know, but I'm just using the image. You actually only have
biology.
one.
Percentage. Am I hearing a voice from my past?
Yo, what up? How you been, Angelo?
I've been good. I missed you. You've left us, and then I moved over here briefly and found you. What a surprise!
When you say left
You're
us,
welcome,
you talking
man.
about Gems?
Yeah, I was on Jim's server for a while.
Yep.
I'm just like losing brain cells.
Is it your first time here? First time in the server,
No, I've
Angelo?
been here a couple of times.
Cool. Hope you're enjoying it.
All right, well, so I got a question for you about the light being everywhere. Now, I saw a video of like a little fan inside a vacuum and light making that fan move. They shine light on it, and it was actually the light was making that. What would actually illuminating the light that would be making that move?
You
kind of
just
roboted
got
through that,
butchered in the ether, my guy.
but I think I can give like an explanation of what I think is happening. I think the light is energizing the air and making it like excited and
in a
therefore
vacuum chamber
faster. It has more force. It's hitting the fan and making it.
It was in a vacuum chamber. You said
there's no perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
There's still air in a vacuum chamber.
No, I know. I'm just letting you know, just in case.
But for my thing to work, I haven't seen what you're talking about, but I imagine it'd have to be a very sensitive fan. Like it'd have to be able to catch the air at an angle and turn.
Wait, what does the fan do?
The light is.
They just shine light.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just shine light into the vacuum, and it would make the little thing spin around. It would make the light would make it move.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I would say it has absolutely nothing to do with air whatsoever. The light is a disturbance in the background medium, and then that would give you the energy to power the fan.
That's what I was thinking. It just make the charge that's making the light actually illuminate. That's what is causing it to spin.
Yeah, like the reverberation or oscillation of the medium itself. Like I would actually speculate right now that if you tried the same thing in air, it wouldn't work as efficiently because the air does nothing more than impede it.
Hold up. So.
Oh yeah,
the fan is mechanical. It's purely mechanical, right? There's no solar power cells. There's no battery. There's no nothing. Just these. Blades,
yeah, it's just
right?
on a little spindle or whatever. And it's nothing but a fan. It's mechanical.
Yeah. So
well, hold on, and it just sits there until they shine the light on it. Then it starts to spin.
Yeah. So my question to Witz is, how is that mechanical fan moving as a result of this disturbance, this excitation only?
Mm-hmm.
What's the
because disturbance brings it into a material vibration, like a materially perceivable vibration. And the way you would test it is if it was air, then you'd be able to do it in the air. And he was just saying they couldn't get it to do it unless it was in a vacuum, which means you had to get rid of the air, which was impeding it. And so since there's no air, then it just takes the slightest bit of disturbance because there's no air taking that energy or impeding it. So it would be like the background vibrating. It's kind of like what is magnetism, right?
Okay, so
like
hold up. So
you can feel
magnetism. Sorry to interrupt you, but the light is hitting the whole fan. Right, so every the surface area of the fan, it's all being excited. All the particles inside, that material are being excited. Why is it going in one direction? Why is it spinning? Wouldn't it be, kind of
fans
equilibrium?
Are off-centered. Wait there, fans are off-centered. No, it's very simple. Fans are directly designed in order that they have an off-centered kilter to them.
So they move in
It
one
will
direction.
tip to one direction. Every part of the fan has an angle tilt to one directive. So disturbance on an object that's shaped like that means there will be a bias to one direction.
I don't know about that, because the fan itself, without the light, there's still electromagnetism. In like, even if this visible light isn't on, there's still electromagnetism, and if that's the case, it should be moving at a slower rate, because the particles are still vibrating on a baseline level.
No, I would say that's nowhere close to equivalent to the disturbance that is light. That, especially if it's like a bright laser or something, then that would be like coherent vibration, and they would just have to start it. So I wouldn't say it'd be the same as like the background radiation. Like it's not going to be nearly the disturbance of like a coherent light.
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of the same technology that they have, like the solar sails. If you've heard about that, wherein basically the light is exciting matter, and causing the thing to
Well, yeah, but the question is how does the, and I will say this, right? So basically, okay, so it would potentially be something like the photoelectric effect. I don't know what this fan is made of, but it doesn't have to literally be the photoelectric effect, just something like that. That's misdefined. But yeah, like it literally, so that fan is intrinsically held together by electrostatics. Like it's dielectric. And so whenever you send light and it interacts with that, you're asking like an energy interaction between the intrinsic electrostatic nature of that fan. And then if it just takes a slight oscillation of the fan itself, like any type of pulse within it, with that reaction of the coherent laser, then it would just start. I would guess it doesn't go really fast, but we could immediately falsify that it's got anything to do with air by just like taking it out of the vacuum chamber and trying to do it.
I'm sure it would work.
Well, it depends on would it work and would it work the same. You know, if it works more effectively in the vacuum, then that still falsifies the idea that it's the air, in my opinion. Kind of like how the laser shoots through a vacuum more effectively. It's like, well, that shows that that air isn't the medium that holds the air. It actually impedes it.
No, it might be like, you know, a plus minus effect, because when you have light in a vacuum, yes, there's less air, but that air that is there, it's like unencumbered by the rest of the air, right? So these particles are gonna move more freely, whereas and like the light is gonna go to these particles, you know, directly. Whereas when it's in a lot of air, then you have more particles which kind of will diffuse. You know, it'll be basically like what's the word when you have dilute, when it'll dilute basically the energy of the light, right? And it won't let these air particles move as much. So I think it could work both ways.
Well, you would have to, for one, you have to be saying that the particles go to the light, right? Not the light to the particles. But yeah, another like uncomfortable truth problem for flat earthers, which I haven't even dropped yet, is that's all bullshit too. Like gas particles, that's bullshit. And can anyone show me a gas particle? And basically, like Oakley and them, they talk about their whole arguments derived from the ideal gas law. And it's the idea that it will always increase in entropy and continuously try to fill the available space, and that'll go on infinitely. That is actually, admittedly, just so that the math works. It's just a construct so that the math works.
Wait, why is a gas particle bullshit?
Well, I don't know. Can you isolate it? Can you actually show me gas particles?
Doesn't mean they don't exist, though.
Well, it doesn't mean photons don't exist and electrons don't exist. And I mean, I need actual
but
evidence.
Gas exists, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Air exists.
And if you have smaller parts of gas, you get the smallest possible part. What's wrong with calling that a particle?
You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't mean it's actually little material balls of gas, though.
Like if I took a drop of water and then I took like this micro kind of syringe and took as small as amount of water as possible, and put that under a microscope, why couldn't I call that a particle of water?
You can call it whatever you want. That's not actually analogous, though. The water is materially verifiable. Like
yeah, that's
you can
the idea. They
water.
take such a small amount, they could see this molecule, right?
They don't see molecules of gas.
How do you know?
I would just have to see the evidence for it. I would have to see like a gas particle. I've never seen one. It's a convention used to explain the expansion of gas, which, by the way, in my opinion, water and air are not nearly understood by humans. So that's my opinion.
Do you have a theory as to what gas is then? I'm just curious.
That's a very interesting question. So I really don't know. Like, I don't know a replacement or anything. I just know bullshit when I hear it, and it seems to have the same taste as, well, we want to quantify it, so we need to just pretend it's made up of a bunch of particles. Like, it would also be a modality of the background, in my opinion.
I mean, let's say you had water and you heat it up, and there's steam, vapor. Would you not call that vapor particles of like, this gaseous water?
We can call it that. We can definitely call it that, but like, you can't actually verify there are little physical balls anywhere.
No, but you see these little physical particles. You see the steam.
Yeah, you see steam, yeah. It's in the process of transference from water to air. So there's definitely a process where it does that, but then okay, that's my point. So you see the little particles, if you will, when it transitions from water to air. But what happens whenever you can't see the steam? What eventually happens, it just seemingly disappears.
It's just been diluted. It's still air when it's steam, because vapor is gas. It's just like wet air.
So it's been diluted, meaning like what? Like it gets smaller?
No, so if you let, like, as the vapor wafts up into the air, it'll dilute, right? The mixture of the normal air gases, like nitrogen and oxygen and stuff like that, will be more than the vapor by proportion. So it'll just dilute and you won't be able to see it as much. And there's going to be less air per cubic whatever.
You didn't see it as much. You get to where you can't see it at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's my point. What is it when you can't see it at all?
It's still air. It's just that air now has less water.
So we just have to assume that it's like little particles. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's a convention used for the ideal gas law, which the idea that it'll never stop is literally just a convention for math. Yeah, like that was brought to Oakley's attention, by the way. And so instead of publicly admitting that he's been misusing it as if it was real, because their whole argument is you can't talk about stuff if there's mathematical conventions like the wave function. So they just ignore the fact that there's like actual movement like a wave, because no, that's just math, right?
Yeah, but I think
they have no problem with the ideal gas law.
I think you're kind of throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Like, I'm fine with particles. My thing is, like, particles definitely exist, right? But to say atomic particles, like protons and neutrons and stuff like that, sure, you can't see those things and you have to prove it or whatever. But particles of matter exist.
Okay, so there is enough. Okay, if something has enough matter, you can see it. If it's a big enough compilation of matter, you can see it, right? That's true. There are different states that we can perceive, but when we can't perceive it anymore, you're just running around in la la land to just make presuppositions that they're particles that you can count. And by the way, they don't even count them. They don't even count gas. Like, basically the idea is that it's a version or modality of the background that just expands or contracts. If anything, this would help the people out that say there's a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter even in a vacuum. You can't see atoms. You can't see hydrogen atoms. I did this. If you deep dive into hydrogen atoms, have fun. You can't see atoms, bro. You can't see them. So I think this world is much more mystical and metaphysical than we would think. Like, I'm not saying I know or don't know. I just don't blindly believe that there are little particles that I can't see. It's the same deception from top to bottom. So I mean, I would need to be able to see them, and to me, it doesn't matter because gas is something that we can physically manipulate, right? It's not similar to some atomic particles in that sense. It's different because you actually can't isolate these things as actual individual things on the subatomic scale. But it's just like when they say, "Oh, look at this electron dot pattern on this plate." No, it's just energy pulses that interact with the plate that have electronic, like an electrostatic nature intrinsically, and then you get a reading that's rendered via contrast of a certain area where the interaction happens. It's not like some little physical particle goes and hit it. So I don't know. I just feel the same way. I don't see how we actually know that gas is comprised of little physical balls. I just don't. I don't see that.
They claim that they've kind of gotten imaging of them under microscopes.
Of gas?
Of particles, like of, a molecule of water, or what have you, of hydrogen bonds and stuff. I don't know how kind of reliable it is, but...
Well, they also claim that you can look at atoms, and if you actually go look at it, they're not looking at atoms. It's if you read into it, it's actually that you can't see an atom at all. So I mean, it's a convention.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm watching this YouTube video right now where they say that they have like particles of water under microscope.
Now, water's a little different, right? That's actual matter. That like if I take a piece of my table, if I get the smallest piece of my table, I cannot look at it. Like, yeah, there's something there. It's matter. But like, same with water. And water, dude, people don't understand water, bro. Like, I just think I think it's built where we're not supposed to understand it. It turns into air. Where does it go? It just seemingly becomes invisible. There's this transition between water. It seems like everything is the same thing and different versions of the same thing. And it all is trying to revert back into its original energy state, which is pure potential. Like, I don't know. I don't see any little dots of gas. That's what I'm saying. Like, I looked into hydrogen atoms. Like, good luck. Like, you're not going to see an actual hydrogen atom. First of all, if you type in hydrogen atom on Google, if we had real pictures of it, that'd be the first thing that pops up. It's just like when you type in satellites in space. You don't see pictures of satellites in space. You see cartoons. Why would we need nothing? Why would we need all the cartoons if we could just have real pictures? It's not a real. You don't see hydrogen atoms, and that's what they say in a vacuum, right? They say there's at least a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. So
okay, then what's the whole deal with splitting an atom? What's actually happening there?
You can't split an atom. That's just bullshit.
Well, I know, but how can they actually claim that they do?
Well,
what's the evidence for it?
They claim that nuclear energy is the evidence of it, and that's nothing more than steam power. So, like, basically, okay, so we can isolate little charge areas, basically. It sounds really crude, but that's all it is. It's like volume of charge and charge potential and charge differential. That's what everything is. If you try to look into how do they know the mass of the electron? Oh, well, we don't actually know. We just get the charge of a certain area, and then we put it into our mathematical equation called the charge-mass ratio. So we don't, you're just seeing little particles of charge. So there's varying volumes of charge and varying charges. And then we found out that, with manipulation of these things that we can basically do chemistry and stuff like that. And it's useful, but like, I don't know, basically you have to know the state that it's in and then kind of go from there. And the way we know the state that it's in is usually when it's in larger compilations of matter. And then we try to like break it down. When we break it down, doing all kinds of stuff is usually charge manipulation. Like that picture right there, right? So what they do with that picture, they have motion sensory and then they use charge. They use charge differential and then motion sensory, and then they run it through a computer, and the computer renders an image using the charge differential and then creates a contrast based on the different pressure mediation and then gives you an image. You don't just figure out.
They claim that they're, this is hydrogen bonds and covalent bonds of molecules using some sort of like, I think they call it atomic force microscopy or something like that. What do you think? Bullshit?
It's not that it's bullshit. There's like this is really what they get from how they do it. But these are just areas of pressure being mediated, and they contrasted them. They just contrast. It's just like that's how you see a magnetic field. We use a ferrocell and it creates a contrast, so we're able to see that image. But I mean, you can't actually see the magnetic field. It's freaking metaphysical, bro. It's like metaphysical interaction with the physical. Like, it's the same thing. Yeah, it blew my mind too, honestly, because I wasn't trying to challenge the atom. I just knew subatomic particles was BS. Then I looked into it, and I'm like, okay, actually, the atom is BS, and it seems to be like it's really just geometric expression of energy. So if you look up like hydrogen atoms, you'll see like a bunch of hexagonal distributions of pressure, and then they contrast the image. Like electron microscopes do the same thing. They use motion sensory, run it through a computer program, which contrasts the charge and pressure mediation. It's like if you have energy, right? If you have energy to your right, energy to your left, you start to bring them together. It's going to mediate all the pressure around the two things of energy. That's how a magnet works, right? If you have like a magnet and you have another magnet and you bring it together, they say, oh, it's magnetic attraction, positive and negative and all this stuff. But no, it's just like the magnetic field is like mediating all the pressure around it relative to its field. So is the other one. And so then it draws them into the null pressure between them. Like there's like where there's nothing, effectively, where there's like no pressure. Both the magnets like rush to that area. And so there's like the smallest little gap in between a magnet, technically.
The thing is, like, so that link that I posted, that's showing molecules of water, right? And it's claiming that these are the hydrogen bonds in water, and you see what they claim basically are the hydrogen atoms with the oxygen atom. So yeah.
So yeah, like I said, water.
Like the question.
Waters actually matter. I'm telling you, I didn't know this was a picture of water. I'm not actually looking at it. I'm gonna click on it, but like if you go just look up them looking at a hydrogen atom, like not water, like not compound, like because compounds that turn into matter are definitely real. And we have an atomic model, and even the quantification within the atomic model is not bullshit either. Like we have mastered it down to a science, and we like, well, quote unquote science. But it like there is no physical ball down there. You can look at water under a microscope using electricity.
Mm-hmm.
They don't just take a picture, they use electricity, and then they get a contrasted image, and there are areas that comprise the water that look like that, basically do look like balls, or really like hexagonal structures, but it's just pressure mediated areas. It's like there's energy and there's areas of pressure being mediated around that area.
Absolutely, but the thing is, they call those balls atoms.
Yeah, and that's cool. That's cool. Like I said, that's why I said specifically in my presentation, I don't deny. I could put a whole disclaimer page on there. Like, I don't deny the phenomena called the atom. I deny the model and the claim that it's a physical ball or a bubble that's 99.99999% empty space. You realize they claim that this is like completely empty, right? So I mean, that right there should kind of tell you what I'm saying. Like even according to their model, these little balls that you see, they're completely empty, basically. So,
well, I don't know if that applies to hydrogen, because hydrogen has, like, does it have any electrons? I know it's a proton with no neutrons if it's protium.
Well, okay, so what they've now adopted,
it has a positive charge.
I think hydrogen has electrons, but it's just in a neutral state. I'm not positive. I can't remember. Let me look.
No, I'm pretty sure hydrogen is like a cation, positive charge, because it's a proton with no electrons.
Hydrogen has one electron.
Protium?
A hydrogen atom is made of one proton and one electron. But so what they say now is that the electron, you can't actually find it. So they call it a cloud. They describe it as a cloud of distribution probability of density charge density. So they can't find it. So they create like a general volume, and they say it's somewhere in this area. The probability of it being found somewhere in this area is this. And then they look at the charge of that area, and then they get a charge to mass ratio by basically just reifying the size that was discovered in like early 1900. It was determined that it was the smallest measurable size of the electron.
Even their imaging kind of goes against what they say, because if these little balls that we see under microscope are each like an atom, and these atoms are supposed to have electrons that are like 99% of the volume, like space away as the nucleus or whatever, and it's going around in this valence shell constantly, That's not what we see here. We see a solid type looking ball, right?
Exactly.
So if the electrons are moving in every single direction so quick that it looks like a solid thing, maybe that sounds ridiculous.
Well, it's even more woo-woo than that, bro. Like, they claim that the electron is basically, the math basically describes it as being in all the locations simultaneously, because they can't actually figure out where it is. But technically speaking, like if you were to ever take a freeze frame and freeze time, then it would be 99.9% empty space. And so actually it would be 99.99999% empty space. Exactly. They say it's electrons 100 million times smaller than an atom, bro. It's so ridiculous. But back in the day, they claimed that the electron was like this static position of charge that was a physical bubble, basically. And so it was literally 99.999% empty space. Now, if you look it up now, they won't really describe it as that, because they've adopted and updated to the new model of it's called like cloud distribution of density charge, cloud distribution probability of density charge. So like a cloud of density charge or whatever, charge density.
But yeah, I definitely draw the line at the subatomic particle stuff.
Like, yeah, like I don't buy. There's not like an outer shell of a bubble of an atom, right? It's just an area, bro. It's kind of like, okay, what they call the electron, for example. Like, again, but the phenomenon is not being denied at all. Like, you would have to deny chemistry to deny the phenomena of the atom. You see what I'm saying? I'm not denying that. I'm denying the interpretation of what it is that you're manipulating. And when you pull the curtain back, it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz. Like, they don't have shit. And it's kind of crazy, but then you look into, well, no, we have pictures of atoms. No, you don't. No, we don't. We use like just like how they take pictures of space, bro. It's like they run it through rendered programs and algorithms, and then use contrasted images, always using light, always using reflection and pressure mediation and charge, and so that's pretty much what it is. I mean, the electron, as Tesla would say, is it's not matter at all. It is basically like the smallest part, like the smallest area that we can isolate of charge in its primary state, which is the ether. So he literally claims the electron is the ether, and he would call it a corpuscle, like a ether corpuscle or condensate, like the smallest condensation or concentration of ether, and that it's a gap within this dielectric field. So, never having heard that, it's hard to grasp. I definitely get, but when you first heard the atomic model when you were in school, you were like, "What the is this girl talking about?" You're like, "What does positive and negative charge mean?" At least I was. I always thought the atom was stupid, personally, but I was really good at the chemistry equations. So, and I like to go into the lab and like get my little lab worksheet and like manipulate things and watch things change and have chemical reactions and stuff. That was cool. But yeah, like the atomic model was just bullshit, man. Admittedly so. And that's why it's been updated like 7 times in the last century. And if you look it up, it's all cartoons. So, I mean, I think this image is cool, right? You're looking at water, and water is mind-blowing. It's crazy to see what's going on. Basically, it looks like matter is a different version of the ether. And the way Tesla would describe it, maybe this will help. It's always trying to go back to its original state. It's always trying to revert back into the ether. It's always trying. That's all it is. It's like constantly in a process of trying to get back to its original state, which is interesting, right? So that's why it's constantly moving around, quote unquote. It moving around, whatever. It's just like this weird little glitch. It's like when you see a computer screen glitch out. That's like what's going on between the ether and the material world. So, I don't know. I'm trying to find a bunch of different ways to say it, but yeah, like I don't know everything. I just know what they're saying is bullshit.
Right now, I'm thinking about honeycombs and bees for some reason.
Well, yeah, honeycombs are interesting. Yeah. It's like very interesting. It's almost like it's like more geometry instead of math. Geometry, the quantification of shapes or whatever, but the measurement of shapes. But it seems like everything's actually a geometric expression. But imagine how inefficient we would be if to do chemistry you had to draw shapes. that would be retarded, you know. That's why when you hear people talk about they take psychedelics and stuff, that they like think they see the ether and they just see a bunch of geometric expressions. They're just seeing within the imperceivable spectrum of light. And it just has a bunch of different geometric expressions as it's basically like going through all its different states or trying to get back to its original state. That's why Tesla said that the sun will eventually go away and the earth will eventually go away, because everything's trying to go back to its original state of pure potential.
So let me think about what I want to say.
Let me find some of these quotes.
Like when they try to make things look geometrically perfect in architecture and things look artificial in nature, but yet we have this magnetic that's making things geometric. What is there anything to be said about that? What I'm trying to allude to?
The architecture, geometry, yeah, I think it's like they were built specifically with an understanding of the ether, and that's how you would harness energy. It would be like a physical manifestation of resonance within the architecture. This is speculation station, you know, but I look at it like they built it to where like it would manifest within that perfect geometric expression. So you'd be able to harness like the highest potential, because you wouldn't impede it. For like right now, we like electricity doesn't go through wires, which most people don't know. It actually goes around the wire because it's so fast and all this, but really not. You're like really confining energy, and it just goes around the wire, and it's using magnetism. And magnetism and dielectricity together to give you electricity, but
I'd like to
I got
add
a lot of
something.
catching up to do.
I'd like to add about what you were saying about the Earth breaking down. I think it's frequency, right? He spoke us into existence, but like as thin increases, the negative frequency increases. So you have the breakdown of who we are, where we live, what we live in, and I think that happened with the flood. Like that frequency opened those doors and all that. That's the way it was created. When sin got so great, that's what happened. And the next time it's going to be, I think, more of the breakdown of the sky, where we'll have the sun and the stars fall to earth basically to destroy us with fire. That's my interpretation anyway. But
that's
it's based on frequency.
Yeah, it's very interesting because all this world does cease to exist at one point.
Yeah, when you said that, it kind of reminded me of what my thoughts.
I'll read what Tesla said. So, it can be compared with the formation of blebs or air bubbles in boiling water. Although such a comparison is only rough, the ether tries to return itself to its initial state by compressing our world. But intrinsic electric charge within material, the world's substance, obstructs this. It is similar to that when the water compresses air bubbles filled with hot steam. Until the steam does get cold, the water is unable to compress the bubble. With time having lost the intrinsic electric charge, our world will be compressed with the ether and is going to turn into ether. Having come out of the ether once, so it will go back into the ether. Pretty interesting.
It almost sounds biblical, right?
Yeah, and he was a big fan of the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely don't prop this guy for spiritual guidance or anything, but it's interesting. It's interesting when he had such physical validation. I mean, he straight up said he had to treat the ether as a matter of fact to have all of his scientific success. That only once he'd fact presupposed that he had all of his scientific success. So.
I feel like something just hit me about why they suggest randomness so much. Wow.
I think most people have heard this other one, but this is a good way to start.
Like the way the water changes state, right? It could change into that medium as it rises to 33 feet. It really reduces down to what I would call the ether, or air, basically. I think water is the key in some way. I think we're talking about water, when we talk about ether, air, medium, blah blah blah.
I agree. Actually, I think that everything is a different state of water.
Yeah, exactly.
No, yeah, I think the heavenly waters is not the same as the earthly waters. And no, it's not just talking about the air when it says the heavenly water, in my opinion. And that's why, as deluded as they were, the Greeks were seemingly right about something when they believed that their gods, they had lived on top of the tallest mountain on the earth. And they said that they called the ether the air of the gods. So, where you go higher, there's no more air and you can't really breathe. Well, there is still a version of air there. It's just not what we call air that we breathe.
Or in Babel or Babel or whatever, it's not just trying to reach the heavens to throw spears at the creator. It was to harness the energy they thought that was up there, right? Like, the power and the energy that they could obtain by reaching the heavens.
Yeah,
so that
like
was part of the story.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I mean, like the lack of material limitation. Like I think that you basically in the material world you have very limited energy potential compared to the ether. But see, the ether is not like this realm that sits beside the world. It's overlayered. Like hence why the creator can interact with us. Hence why you have consciousness and dreams and intuition and memory and the mind. We encounter and interact and experience these things in the material world, but they are not part of the material world, right? Yeah, so there's like it's overlayered. It's like if you laid a lens over top of a piece of paper, like it's not dimensional is crude, but maybe makes sense. It's not like this rigid line between the two. It's more dimensional, but just for intents and purposes, because technically speaking, the ether would not be dimensional. It has no dimensions. It's non-Cartesian. It can't be like, you can't say the ether's there or over there or anything like that. Like it's it sucks because some of it starts to sound woo-woo. It's everywhere and nowhere. It's like it is permeating all things. So I think everywhere would be the better way to say it, but yeah, it's not like let's draw a
It's
grid
like
system
water in that way. It's like water in that way. It seems intrinsically tied to water as well, to some degree, I would imagine.
Agree.
And we don't, and water can't really become the H2O that we're told either. So they're hiding something there, and I think there's a connection. That water element, that base element is of everything,
I think we're being told how important water is, right? To life, to sustain life, growth, watering your plants, blah, blah, blah. But we're not being told the full story.
Well, yeah, they can't deny how important it is, right?
Exactly.
Can't really hide that. Freaking everything, man. Like your whole, like most of your body, and yeah, I mean like everything.
Well, even the biblical story says there was no rain until he made all the plants and trees, So there was no need for all the rain until he needed to water the plants and trees for growth or to have a cycle for life, because humans.
No, there wasn't rain until the flood. There was dew, but there wasn't rain until the flood.
Maybe I mixed that up because I just read it, but you might be right because we were anyway. Yeah, you might be right.
Water the plants. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Water the plants before the flood was dew, and then when
that's why everyone thought Noah
when
was
the
so.
flood came, that was the first time it rained.
That's why I thought Noah was so crazy. Noah was saying that water was going to fall from the sky, and they're like, "What are you on, dude?" Which is the truth. Right?
I'm gonna go read it again because I definitely got it was rain. The start of the rain, and you're right, as the flood was important for another reason too. Do y'all know? All right, I'll go look it up.
You guys look at the.
Don't mean to change the subject. You seem to know a lot about Tesla. I'm curious as to what are your thoughts on the Tesla death ray?
Yeah. So I think it's a longitudinal dielectric. So it's like a longitudinal dielectric line of induction. Like as in, it sounds redundant. So dielectric longitudinal induction. So it's like here and there, just very coherent. Like bow, it's already there, and so yeah, I think it's just like a concentration of dielectricity being what we call electrostatics as it is materially manifest. But it's hard to actually find a lot of stuff on that because he destroyed the technology and they took the patents. But yeah, from my understanding, it's like a longitudinal pulse, meaning just like a long straight line that's already there. And so it would be like the most effective weapon ever known to man. Because it's like
okay, so
already...
it's not just a myth then.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've never seen it, but it logically makes sense, and I don't think he just made stuff up. As far as I can tell, he was more like about it than pretty much anyone. Except for Charles Proto-Steinmetz, that dude was also about it. He was making stuff, but
I think his death beam is what they use to like burn shit from space, like California buildings, melting cars, maybe on the WTC buildings. I think his death gun is more with light and focusing light somehow, but his earthquake one was something else as well. I think he had weapons like he had earthquake weapons with resonating, with matching the resonating, and then it just breaks it. Then there were scalar weapons, which is that long straight it's like a long straight simultaneous push. And then there is go ahead.
Well, so he claims that his death beam went trying to remember, I think like just under 2 times the speed of light. And it was even in the New York Times. Like Tesla has created technology that has like the I don't know, like the bolts of Thor. And he claimed it went almost 2 times the speed of light. And then he said he was approached by Russia to try to sell it to him, and he denied all these different world governments that were trying to get him to give them the technology, and then he decided to destroy it himself because he thought that it would do more harm than good. And I think I want to say he said he could shoot something down from like 300 miles away.
That movie where the guy lived in the basement, the 15-year-old went to one of these prestigious physics colleges, and there was a guy that lived in the closet that was an ex-student. They were creating that laser gun. Do y'all remember that movie? They developed this laser, for the military. Basically, they found out it was going to be used for the military, so they kind of changed the guidance and played a trick on their professor.
Real genius.
Real genius. Yeah.
Real
And they used that laser that was going to be used to prove that it could shoot something down to pop a bunch of popcorn at their professor's house or whatever. That's kind of what it reminds me of, how long ago they knew about these laser technologies and could shoot things down. And why would we think, since metal basically comes iron ore or dust like particles, why they couldn't create an energy level that would break it back down to dust? So when that lady was talking about dustification and the 9/11 stuff, if those photos are real, some of the photos that we saw, there was definitely some weird phenomena going on at the same time, and it does appear that a lot of that steel got, if you want to use dustified or whatever, but it was it didn't seem like there was as much steel there as it needed to be true. And also with with those fires that seem to be set by lasers or controlled at least by some type of energy, where something would be burned all over, or certain things would be burned and other things wouldn't. It does. If those, like again, if those photos are real, it does seem like that technology was used to do that.
Okay, I keep hearing about 9/11. I know it didn't happen the way we're told, but what exactly is supposedly the truth of it? I never really looked into it.
Some claim that it was something like a directed energy weapon, and that if you look at the weather reports of the day, there was a massive hurricane going up towards the coast of New York City, and it stopped right around it and like just stayed there. I think Geo actually is the first one that told me this. It just like stayed there and then left right after the attack, and the idea being that it used the energy from that for directed energy weapon. I don't know, because some claim there were no planes, which there is strong evidence for, or more so, there's a lack of evidence for them being legit, and you can see it being faked with video. Some just say it was a controlled demolition. Some say it was a combination of the beam plus controlled demolition. So I don't really know. I think we know for sure what it wasn't, which is that jet fuel blew up in a still building and then it free fell. But I think as to what it is, good luck.
Yeah, I think
I heard.
what. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I heard something about with the Pentagon. There were bodies that were charred, burnt to a crisp, but their clothes were not burnt at all. Did anybody hear something about that?
Heard that at the 9/11 also, but there's all types of phenomena, and then showing that perfectly round hole out the third wing of the Pentagon is a freaking joke, man. I mean, first of all, the round part of the fuselage is so soft, it wouldn't have made it all that way. But even if it did, it wouldn't have just made this perfectly round. I mean, it looked like shape charge to me. But what do I know? I'm just only old guy on the internet. But there's some different phenomena that are hard to explain. But for one, structurally, building falling symmetrically like that, kind of in its own footprint, not toppling, not stressing out in a certain area and going one way or the other is strange. It looked like demolition to me.
Have you guys seen the AWAR? Is that what you guys were talking about? The AWAR video where it explains how people were trying to make landscapes look natural, but it was actually artificial. Have you guys seen that?
You can post that. Sounds interesting.
I will.
I've never heard that before.
I'll do my best real quick before you watch it. There was a guy considered the Shakespeare of gardens, and he would make big sprawling landscapes across England. And I guess it was maybe the 1700s. I'm about to watch the video again with you guys if you're going to watch it now. But yeah, basically the idea that they were building over original old stone structures and making it look random. And it suggests that, maybe the oldest civilization really was using sacred geometry in the magnetic field like 100%. And then they just buried it with these random dirt mounds. And yeah, I don't know what else to say.
How dare you?
How many old structures really are like geometrically perfect? And we don't attribute that to the I don't know. So like some kind of ancient knowledge or something.
Yeah, don't go quiet now. I still got an hour and a half to drive. I need to stay awake. Come on, talk. Keep me awake.
The other day, Brian Leakey was talking about how rivers look like electrical scarring. I think he said specifically, and yeah, it's funny how these maybe the rivers and the canals that they were making and the coastlines. You know, who knows how they really chose how to build their rivers. I don't know. Like maybe they were shaping it a certain way. Maybe they had a way of doing it. Not every like I look at the Hudson River every day, and I don't know if this is a natural formed, you know, just because of rain over time or what they tell us. You know, I'm starting to question it now. What if there was a big body of water and they created like a drain system to it, and they just made it really uniform at first? Yep.
Yeah, what you guys think about this bar I came up with? Load the clip, get to disembowel, get eviscerated.
I like it. I don't know if they picked up on the
Yeah,
pun,
that
but
flow's
I like
nice. Yeah, that's a nice flow.
it. Disembowel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I come up with bars when I'm on my bike all day, but I don't have time to write them down or pull out my phone and record the voice memo. It's too bad. And I should actually get one of those old school handheld voice recorders and just have that like right on my wrist, like on a little thing, like a crazy person back in the day.
Yeah, I forget a lot too. Percentage sounds like he's in a horror movie scene in the middle of a city with the wind blowing all by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out. Glovers are coming.
Some Blair Witch Project shit.
Have you guys ever used Fiverr? Heard of it?
I heard of it. I haven't used it.
I'm trying to use them for like intros. I don't want to make
For what?
like in little intro videos.
Oh.
Yeah, I just don't want to make one. It takes too long.
I'm just curious. How come you guys were entertaining? Well, I know you don't believe in it, but why were you entertaining the whole idea of black holes and the nonsense that they tell us about space? With I can't remember who you were talking to, but why would I'm curious as to why you guys would go on so much about stuff that they can't show any evidence. I mean, they can't verify anything about it.
A good question. I like to just destroy their religion from within and show them that even like if we go down the road, like their religion's already been debunked. So yeah, that's a good question. The reason I actually engage in stuff like that is to kind of strengthen what I know. Like where now I've heard the biggest grasp at straw so far, which is did you know they're actually trying to get rid of dark matter and dark energy and they think it's all just black holes? Like, so that's what I do. Just to like learn like the latest nonsense. Like when I talk to new people, I can be like, tell them what's going on.
Have you heard of them combining it to dark fluid? Dark energy and dark matter. What's the other one? What's the two? Dark
Dark
matter.
energy and dark matter.
Yeah, dark energy and dark matter being combined as dark fluid.
Yeah, basically the ether. Like they call it
Yeah.
quantum fluid too. Yeah.
Here we go again, making the space, a fluid, that
Yeah.
medium.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, quantum fluid is a pretty popular idea. Same thing.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing, same name in different states, like superfluid being frictionless and all that. Could be what they're talking about with quantum fluid or dark fluid or whatever. It could all be the same, right? Just different under different names.
Yeah. And this isn't even a new idea. Like Newton proposed the idea that there was an ether in space, and like it was basically frictionless, right? And so, which makes sense. I mean, makes sense. Like flat Earth or whatever you say. Like, yeah, there's like an ether that's fluid-like, and it's basically frictionless.
I proposed this like 4 years ago and really got ridiculed. I got ridiculed more by people that I was in the groups of than I did like Globers. But they never brought it up. But even though it was being studied by scientists, they never heard of it from them. But being frictionless and having to have a superconductor, which can be made out of some of the things that we already have, it really explains the path and the tracks that are so accurate and the speeds that can be obtained in a frictionless environment.
Yep.
Absolute no energy loss like that. That's kind of crazy to think of. Like it's beyond physics, right? Once you set something in motion.
Where's anywhere that's frictionless, where there's no friction?
That's the whole point. It's beyond physics.
It's
beyond no. Yeah, it's another whatever. It's like plasmas.
Have you ever heard of superfluid, bro?
Just recently. I've heard you guys talking about it, but not much about it.
Look it up. Look up super solids too.
So superfluid basically has no viscosity, and it flows with like basically no friction past anything. So, like, basically the idea being that the space, is a further rarefied version of superfluids. Like rarefied just mean thin. Like
what's the evidence of
air, right? What's the evidence?
Yeah.
They can recreate it in the lab here on Earth.
Yeah, you can create superfluids, and it would explain a lot of stuff. I mean, we can't prove what's in the sky. That's for sure.
But what they're making,
so you can actually, they can actually create superfluids.
Yeah, out of helium and pressure and temperature. So you take helium, which is what we're losing a lot of as it rises up to the sky, right? And put it under a certain temperature and pressure, and it becomes this supernatural, beyond physics superfluid that can go through the most porous container and climb walls and just defy physics, right? And it's frictionless. And then you can put a superconductor and like quantum locking. Have you ever heard of that? You can look into that, but with the magnetic fields that we have and superconductors, you can put an object on a path that it would never deviate from if everything remained the same.
Yep. Quantum locking, magnetic levitation. It's crazy.
It is crazy. And now they've come up with super solids that could hold back other fluids, but are fluid-like, just like the superfluid, frictionless and all that. but are solid enough or in that state that they could hold back, other fluids or gas. So I'm thinking that's what the firmament basically is a super solid.
That's cool, man.
So is a super solid? Did you say a super solid can hold back the super fluid?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll have to read it again, but it can definitely. It has the property to hold back something like as a structure.
So this is right here. Super solids are materials that combine the ordered structure of a solid with the frictionless flow of a substance called a superfluid. So it
i.e. the firmament.
Yeah.
Or a layer of the firmament. So if you put the luminaries in that type of solid and put them on a track, with whatever holds them on that track, magnetic field, or they explain that too, but it would go around in its orbits or circuits above us on that very specific track under the same speed year after year after year after year after year. Never slow down. Limitless speed, no friction. I mean, you can't imagine this, right? We're discovering it.
Yeah, they claim that they're making them and that they're like super, super, super thin.
Yeah. What's that insulation they came up with? Is some type of foam or whatever. So light. Air. They call it air something. Saw that like a year or two ago. Like, there's some amazing developments that are, I'm sure the military and the government are using them and know about them, but they haven't hit the public yet.
What's crazy is like the idea of like a even further rarefied version of superfluid matches what Tesla said perfectly, which is that the ether is the primary state of matter, right? And with a tenuity beyond comprehension, beyond conception, meaning super, super thin, right? Like so rarefied. So like when you go higher up in the atmos, the air becomes more and more rarefied. And yeah, that's what he described the ether as. Tenuity. Primary state of substance. Primary substance. Primary state of matter with tenuity beyond conception. Something like that. I have a diagram of him when he drew the sun. I'm going to drop it if I can find it.
The key to this type of fluid is that it's not made of something that we have never, it's unknown. It's basically helium-3 and helium-4, and then some other things I think are being found, trace elements, where it makes it do different things. But the basic ingredient is helium-4 under pressure and low temperature.
So check this out. This is a Tesla drawing the sun, and so he has a dense, thin, insulating layer of air on the edge right there, and then he has a moderately rarefied conducting atmos above the insulating stratum, and then he has a highly rarefied medium that's insulating it. It's very interesting to me. Highly rarefied again. The medium, like either tenuity, thin, basically like inconceivably thin, rarefied. I don't know, pretty interesting. It doesn't look like a ball to me, no, but whatever.
Yeah, I know enough now to be truthful with myself that when I look up in the sky, it could actually be a rectangle basically, and appear to me as a sphere. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you don't know the medium that it's in or what it's coming through. It could be almost anything beyond that point, and then presenting itself to me in that way. Optical illusions are, happening right in front of me.
You ever stare at the sun? Like ever just stare at the sun?
I haven't gotten into that. I'm in Louisiana, so it's pretty freaking powerful here, unless you're in the winter.
I need to
I
wait
don't.
till it's
Yeah.
lower in the sky, like especially if you have never done it. But
I don't wear sunglasses anymore. I'll tell you that. I think, I've always not worn shoes a lot, like walked barefooted a lot, and I think that's another reason I'm healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like energetic, blah blah blah. I just think we're, supposed to be in our natural form as much. That rubber sole, right? Rubber sole, I think is creating a barrier to creation. Now that might sound a little weird, but that's what
Well,
I think.
I agree with you about. I agree with you about the sunglasses because I used to wear them all the time because my eyes were so sensitive to light, and
Right.
I was sick all the time. I mean, I'd get sick at like 3 times a year, and when I got sick, I got really sick. And
Yeah.
ever since I stopped wearing sunglasses, I've only been sick one time, and it only lasted like a day.
I don't get headaches anymore. Like it's really changed. I don't squint. Like in the bright sun, it would be better if I had sunglasses on, of course, but I've gotten so used to it now. Now, when you're wearing polarized glasses, fishing and stuff like that, you can see in the water a lot better with that. But I don't do it anymore. I just don't wear them, and I take my shoes off as soon as I can, and I wear sandals a lot where I can just slip them off when I'm sitting down or doing whatever, and I don't have shoes on then.
that's crazy. I was about to bring it up. So like, yeah, like if you'll walk on the ground without your shoes on, and then like look at the sun, yeah, it's pretty cool. And then when you stare at the sun, not medical advice. Like, dude, you'll see that it's like a freaking disc, bro. It looks like a borehole in the sky. Like it's all of a sudden it becomes like this super defined disc looking thing, like a hole is drilled in the sky, and it's like very distinct. And you'll see this like pulsating type effect going over, like circulating around the edge. You'll be able to very distinctly see it. It's pretty cool. And then there are some studies that show where they were looking at the blood live while people grounded like that, like walked on the ground without shoes, and their blood immediately starts to change, and their body starts to enter a more alkaline state, like immediately. Like they can literally see the difference in their blood, like immediately, like instantly. It's crazy. So it's pretty interesting. I was saying that 'cause, like if you look at if you do start to kind of stare at the sun, sunrise, sunset, you'll get to where you can look at it kind of throughout the day. Like I'm not like way good at anything. Like I would not encourage someone walking out there and staring at the sun in the middle of the day.
Yeah, you will get affected. I promise you.
Yeah, but like you definitely can stare at a sunset, right? And then you can stare at it. Like if you go look at the sun at like 5, 6, like you'll be fine.
Yeah, I get it.
Dude, it's crazy, bro, because like what your eyes will focus, and you'll see the freaking sun, bro. Like you won't see the glare, you'll see the sun. Like kind of like your eyes turn into a freaking solar filter. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. No, I was.
Have you noticed? Go ahead.
I'll be quick. I was involved with a company that was developed by NASA way back when, like maybe 15, 20 years ago. It was called NECAN, and it was magnetic products. And what it would do was increase the flow of blood to whatever area you put this magnetic, part on. Like you could wear them in your back, on your wrists, knees, in your shoes, that sort of thing. And it was supposedly increasing blood flow to that area, and it was pretty cool. Like look it up. I think it's still around. NECAN, NIKKEN or something like that. But it was supposedly developed by NASA. They also had these like underwear or long johns or whatever that wouldn't let heat out, but would keep you cool. Like, it's hard to explain. Like the material, would let heat out when it needed to, and let heat in when it needed to, let cold in when it needed to. Like it had like a brain of its own. But it was supposedly developed by NASA. The patents were.
I see, so you're talking about like soles, and I look up Nikan. I just typed in Nikan magnetic blood, and like soles popped up. Like they're called like different types of soles for shoes. I don't know.
Yeah, you would put them in your shoes, and it would supposedly gave you better blood flow to your feet and gave you better balance.
Wow.
But don't they have like bracelets, magnetic bracelets that do stuff like that?
Oh yeah.
Magnetohydrodynamic studies.
I can tell you, I still have the roller, like the back roller. It's like it's got two handles on each side, and like this roller, two balls that are connected that go, on each side of your spine, and you roll. You get someone to roll that up and down your spine, and it's magnetic. And plus, it's got like these little points on it that kind of massage you as it does it, and it is amazing, bro. If you're tight, like you can do the stretch test, and then roll your back, and then you're way more flexible.
Where do you get that from? You said you still have one?
I still have one. I think so, man. I think, yeah. I'm almost sure I looked it up the other day, and the same exact roller, they're green, was on the internet. Nikan, Nikken, I believe. But this roller was so perfectly engineered, like whatever they use for the ball bearings for the rollers, have lasted like 20 years. Like it's in perfect shape.
Nikken or AN?
I think Ian. I'll look it up. But you type in Nikan Magnetics, it should bring you.
It's Ian. I'll drop a.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it'll pop right up.
Okay.
Well, I typed in
I'll have to do that once I get to the hotel.
Nikan magnetic blood. It's called magnetohydrodynamic therapy. I'll drop a link.
You remember how much? Was it expensive or what?
I mean, to be honest, this was
yeah, they're kind of expensive. They're $100. They're $100 bucks. $100.
Yeah. Whatever it is, for me, it was well worth it, and it's lasted. Like I said, I was in. Let's see, I can tell you how, because 53. It was 32 years ago, dude, and this product still works. Like it's perfect condition.
The shoe thing?
No, the roller.
The roller. The roller is expensive. So, the Mag Creator massage roller.
Let me look it up.
It's $394.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if I paid that way, back then, or if it's the same one or whatever. But whichever one I bought and however expensive it is, I would buy it again, and it lasts like it ain't gonna go away.
Dang, but the sole dropped is $1,000. Yikes! That's wild. Is it a little green roller?
That's it. That's green. Yeah, that's it.
$1,000.
I'm telling you, dude. It seems so simple, but it is very, very effective.
What's so funny? What are you laughing for?
The cost.
Huh?
It's like a stack, bro. $1,000. I got bills, bro. I think you can find some cheaper here. I'm gonna find one on Amazon. I think it says $193.
Never buy the knockoff, man. You gotta buy the Nikan. I'm telling you.
This is Nikan 1 Mag Creator massage roller. Magnetic therapy helps to stretch muscles, tendons, increase blood flow and circulation, massage feet, shoulders, back, and legs. It's 800 GS strength. I don't know if you know the strength of yours. It's 193. There's only 9 left in stock.
I can look when I get home.
What is it? Is it 1,000 or is it 400?
So there's obviously different types, right? And this one, yeah, it says it's 193, bro. I don't know what this other website's trying to finesse people or something.
Yeah, the 190 seems like a more like back then. I didn't have money. Like we were doing this as a business. Like it was like a pyramid deal. but the products were amazing. Like, out of this world is what I'm going to say, because it was developed by NASA. Bada bing. It's literally by my nightstand right now, if I was home.
Wow, you've had it that long, huh?
Absolutely. It's amazing. Like, I'm not selling it anymore, so it's not like I'm trying to sell you on it, but it's by my nightstand right now.
I'll have to put this on my never mind, I don't do Christmas lists anymore.
Like, you can do it yourself, mostly like on your neck and lower back. You can reach around, your back and roll it up and down your lower back, and then on your neck, of course, you can lay it on there and roll it back and forth and do that yourself. But to get, lay down and get somebody to like roll your back and your legs and stuff is like heaven.
If you Google what they say causes the magnetic field, they say it's a molten lava core. I'm gonna have to throw that away, right?
Molten lava core. Okay.
Molten lava core. Is that the same lava that comes out of volcanoes in Hawaii that my son just took pictures of?
Molten lava core. Science.
Well, wait a minute. I thought I heard that molten iron actually demagnetizes stuff.
Yeah, at certain points, some call it Curry point, loses its magnetism. So they try to say that it's actually the outer edge around the core, blah, blah, blah. It's so, what's so funny, man, is like when the Globers try and like school me and they're like, they just start teaching me all the basics of their story. Like, I don't know it, and that's why I'm a flat earther, because I'm ignorant. I'm like, bruh, save me the time. I am better at arguing the globe than you, bro.
I love it. They're like, here's a question you can't answer. Boom, and you have a precise answer, just like I did to that supposedly smart guy today. And then he's like, yeah, but how far is the sun? I'm like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, that guy today, I don't remember, that one guy that was like defending the moon landing so hard. It's like he was consistently thinking he had gotchas, and then like would present strawmans, and then consistently be proven wrong. And it never ceases to amaze me. They just breeze right past it. It's like when that happens to me, it happens on occasion, right? Where like I'm wrong in a debate, and it's like I'm like, oh dang, okay, I didn't know that. I'll have to look into it. Dude, they never do that. They never ever say that. It's so wild.
I did feel sorry for Left Lane. He's in here. I think he's a pretty cool guy. So I felt sorry for him today, because I think he just got caught in the wording. Because I get what he's trying to say, but it really sounded bad. Like, if you were just an audience listening, it's like, no, dude, you're saying this. Mass is this. Mass attracting mass would be this attracting this, right? Like, that was
Yeah, it was a bit of a setup.
Yeah, it was kind of like a drag on him,
Because like I mean, we all know kind of what he's saying. It's like that. All Left Lane should have said, I guess, is that's one way to describe mass. You know what I mean? And it's more so like to describe what mass does, basically, and that's not really what mass is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we 3 or 4 people were like keeping him in that, in that wording, and it wasn't fair to him, like, because it's not what he meant.
But it's still fair, though, in the sense that they're like, the way they try to define mass is just like a shit show. Like, they just make stuff up, and they have like 10 different things, and it's whatever they need it to be. And it's really just conceptual quantification of matter, but they can't do it. They really can't do it properly. So I think it's cool to expose that, to be honest. I mean,
yeah, I think it's wrong. Like, if we have a charge that's creating that flow towards the ground. Everything on Earth wouldn't need to have that static charge. Like if you put a tennis ball in a river, it's going to flow with the current, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like once you lift that tennis ball up or put that tennis ball in the river, the flow of the water, which is what you're doing in the atmosphere, basically, you're just lifting it up off the ground into the air. And then once you drop it, it's going to get in the flow of that current, right? That's how I see it. It doesn't have to be electrically charged or.
That's correct. Then you see how they just want to keep strawmanning you into the fact that you're saying that electrostatics is pulling the mass down as if it's super strong. It's like, dude, oh my god, bro, this is a strawman.
Yeah, it's just mass getting caught up in that flow. Like, you can put a heavy boat in a river, it's going to flow, it's going to go.
Dude, if I was ever on the fence about flat Earth, the Globers keep me on flat Earth. It's like, it's like, dang, you literally can't debate me, huh? Like you're just going to consistently respond with a straw man. Like when Oakley was doing that to me, I'm like, wow, I must really be right because you can't even.
Dude, I left a comment on Oakley's video today for the first time. Like I haven't been going there because of the way he acts, and I left a comment on his video the way he treated you. I'm like, Jesus, man. I mean, as an audience member, it is horrible.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little distracted. What were you talking about about the tennis ball and the flow? What exactly were you referring to?
I
got a little distracted while driving. So
there's an electric gradient on the Earth, bro. Like it goes up 100 volts per meter from the surface. That's where Jesse wants to jump in and say positive doesn't actually go to negative, and the electrons would be going up. So yeah, there's positive energy. Basically, it creates like this downward pressure on the Earth, and it gives us our intrinsic up and down. It's just like all electric. The air is electric, and they really aren't ready for this. But I mean, the ether itself acts as like a background that like compresses. So everything kind of compresses you down to the Earth in a way, which is why it's funny, right? Because they always try to hijack the truth, and then they just flood it with nonsense. They take the fact that there's an intrinsic up and down, and like I guess you could say crudely, downward pressure, and they're like, actually there's a giant ball where everything gets drawn down to the center of mass, to concepts bend and warp, and it's a massively strong force that isn't a force, but you can think of like a force. It's like, dude, they hijack the real stuff and then just go crazy, just like Coulomb's law, and then they take it and then they just they switch it up a little bit, and then now the Globers run around thinking that acceleration is just theirs, and stupid flat earthers don't know anything. And I don't know, it's crazy. Simply put, yeah, everything is electric, and then we do have an intrinsic up and down set within this world, and density and buoyancy alone isn't the full answer, because that does make things go up and down, but everything's intrinsically electrostatic. The air has an electric gradient, and the Earth is the ground, has a negative surface charge, and yeah, you can manipulate things and make them go up and float with electrostatics. I've never heard a Glober answer either, by the way. Like every time I'm like, so you admit though, I can physically manipulate the independent variable that I'm proposing with electrostatics, and I can make things float. So like if we're talking about why do things go down, well, I can manipulate the independent variable electrostatics, verify it's a cause of the effect of things going down, because I can make it go up. So I've established that, right? I've actually established that with physical evidence. I've proved that that's the case. Can you make things go up by manipulating gravity? And then they never say anything. And then you see what they do? They'll tag team me trying to like I need all the evidence in the world. I need a peer review. You need to publish a peer reviewed paper, and you need to do this and this and this, and you need to explain this and this and this and this, and you need to prove this. Where's the proof of this? And I need the evidence for this. And I actually have it, but they won't apply any of that to their claim of gravity.
I like what I forget his name. He's got a kind of a rough voice. Not Croc. Anyway, he was like, yeah, Crackville. He was like, dude, you're missing 95% of your model.
Yeah.
The model of flat Earth is, I mean, as is, right, with elevation change from sea level and all that, water pumping up and flowing down. It's simple, right? I mean, it's, I think, the simplest way. I'm not sure, to me, that seems right.
Well, it's just like you can actually like prove it. Actually prove that electrostatics makes things go up, so whatever. Like, can you please manipulate the independent variable or presumed cause of the bending and warping of space-time? Can you please show me how I can go into my shed and do an experiment? Please, can you just show me how to manipulate bending and warping of space-time so I can prove it's the cause of the effect? Please, please, please. You're an idiot if you think electrostatics does it. Dude, you think concepts bend and warp. Can you please answer my question? It's like I said, dude, if I was ever on the fence, the globe earthers, like, make me a flat earther. Like, it's bad. It's like, well, if you can't do anything but straw man me and then like use sophistry and ad homs and red herrings, I'm probably right. I think we're probably right.
Let me ask you this. We go pretty hard about surveying and stuff, and not one legitimate, surveyor has come in here. Now, they'll claim that Jesse and that, couple surveyors were here or whatever, but to me, that's who should be here, right? Because we're kind of attacking, some of their theories and, way of doing their living. It seems like they would be more prevalent here.
Geodetic surveying isn't that popular though, right? Like, it's not a huge field.
Yeah, but there's a lot of surveyors out there. Like,
but plane surveyors, right? I mean,
right, but it's basically the same exact way of doing it. It's just longer distances, like put together. It's not longer shots. It's longer. The site is bigger. So if you're trying to measure a state, you're not gonna shoot one shot over the state. You're gonna take measurements from benchmark to benchmark to benchmark, and all it's going to show is elevation change based on sea level. I mean, that's all it's going to show. It ain't going to show Earth curve.
Right, deviation from sea level up and down.
Yeah, absolutely. And you come from sea level, like if you legitimately come from sea level near New Orleans, like if you did your own mean average at the Gulf and then measured towards New Orleans, it would go down below sea level, right? And then go back up and then head higher and higher towards the north until you reach the hills and the mountains and all that. And all that water flows towards the sea level in the Mississippi.
It's crazy. They cop out by just saying that the sea level is curving. And it's like, that's such a cool story, bro. Like, what are you talking about? So we can just use it as if it's horizontal. Right? And then we can measure deviation up and down from that horizontal that's adjacent to the land. Extend it out. But it's not horizontal. It's like, what the? Because they have to do that, right? And they obviously have to do that, or there would have to be constant deviation down. So you can go up and down, but you're still always going down overall. Like, that doesn't happen. So they had to hijack sea level. I don't know. I just think it's crazy that it's pretty impressive. I guess what I'm saying. It's impressive they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. All the thought and process and mathematical formulas that went into it. What's your thoughts on
much of it? What's up?
What's your thoughts on Soundly when being shown his own picture being an obvious mirage, right? Even if it's Earth curve, right? Even if he's taking a picture of Earth curve, which sounds ridiculous from ground level, but it's got obvious mirage points in it. And when you ask him, is there mirage in his picture? And he says no. And say, okay, well, what's causing this ginormous curve effect, Earth curve? What do you think about that? Like, do you think he's saying that on purpose, or you think he really like that?
I think he's intentionally being dishonest because that's like something he's
you.
very proud of. Yeah.
Thank you. Just pride, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's like, that was like his call to fame for the globe Earth for years. So.
Well, he came back, bro. He was gone forever, and we started hounding that, that Lake Pontchartrain again. We call it Lake Rakia now, and now he's back, and he hates me, bro. And I really don't like deceivers, so I don't get along with him either. But it's blatant, right? Like here's his picture. I've point blank over and over pinned him down. Is this a mirage? Is this perspective combined with miraging effects to create this image? Nope. Okay, what is it? Earth curve. I mean, he leaves no ambiguity in there. Yes, I can see Earth curve with my 2020 vision from ground level, and all academia is wrong. That's his statement. I didn't make that up. I didn't misrepresent. I got him to repeat it. You probably heard it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and then when I, make him pay for it, which I told him I was going to quote him on it, made sure he understood that. He tells the audience, whoever's listening, that I'm misrepresenting him. Like, that is, I wish we had a push button. Like, I'm misrepresenting you. Oh, okay. Click and hear his voice saying this, and this, right? Just like today with the Gappy. Oh, he's lying. He doesn't have proof of that. And then I send it right over the Geo. Like.
Well, I've done that before. I've actually gone back, like, with Zanuck and many people. Like, they'll just blatantly lie. I'll go back. I'm like, I know for a fact I'm quoting this, like, perfectly. They'll say I'm lying. They never said it. And then I'll go, because you prove them wrong, right? And then you go play it. I literally have done it many times, like, play it through my mic. And then they'll just keep going, like, doubling down, saying that, well, they didn't really mean that. And I'm lying. And I'm like, you said you didn't say it. I just played it. You did say it, but I didn't mean that. Okay, but you were wrong. You said you didn't say it. So just say you misspoke or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's really a fascinating phenomenon. Like, yeah, I think they're useful to, if other people can hear it, they're like, wow, bro, like they're lying. But outside of that, man, in the real world, like anyone that's gonna do that, man, I just think, like, here's another thing I've recognized too. It's like, they can't even get their story straight, right? Like the Globers don't agree a lot of the time. Like they'll have different answers, and that's cool or whatever. But they really can't do that because they have one story that they have to stick to because it's a one model, right? Like flat earthers can disagree because we don't have a model that's definitive, but they do. But when the flat earthers disagree, they'll like immediately start debating each other, right? Like they'll be like, I don't know, like Copernicus was calling me out earlier. Right? He was like, I disagree. And like, like immediately flat earthers will kind of disagree with each other and talk it out. Globe earthers will say different answers and then they'll sit back and they won't correct it. Like it's just weird to me, bro. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, willing to say anything.
Right?
Yeah.
You have to support each cult member.
No matter the cost, right?
Yeah. The thing that cracks me up the most is when you guys, every time people mention the astronauts, saying both they can see the stars, they can't see the stars, contradicting each other over and over again. They never say a single word when that's mentioned. They just like completely ignore what was said.
Another answer.
And that just cracks me up.
I always know their answer, bro. So they have an answer for that. That when they said they can't see it, they were just talking about when they're facing the sun. And you can't see it when you're facing the sun. That's what they meant when they said you can't see it. But obviously you can see it whenever you're not facing the sun.
That's not what they said.
I never heard that response.
They're looking into the dark void, right? And it's just black. And then the next one will say, oh, yeah, the stars were everywhere. It was brilliant. Like, that's not looking into the sun.
No. They're misrepresenting what the astronauts say, but there's just enough ambiguity and lack of specificity in the comment that that's their narrative. I mean, it took them a few years to come up with it, I think, and that's just what they all say because they found out, like, oh, someone came up with something. So I'm just saying that is what they say.
Dude, it was hilarious. Me and you were there the other day when the three people used the same exact words.
Go look it up
as a script. Yeah, go look it up.
Every time they're like, you don't understand this. Da, da, da. I'm like, okay, what is it? And they're like, they have no idea, So they're like, go look it up. I'm not gonna do it for you.
Well, they came in at 3 different times. It was Fade National Shield and 2 others. It was hilarious. Fade National Shield is just, I've been calling him out for years, but
what's funny though is
he's too easy.
sorry to interrupt. Just about that new excuse about they're facing the day. A lot of these excuses, they come with new claims as well, which is interesting because then you have to start going into the new claim. Okay, cool. So you're saying that you can actually face the sun in space. I mean, that's kind of sounding like there's day and night in space, and right, which wouldn't be the case, like, because the day and night would surely be a planet phenomena and not a space phenomena, right? So why would that mean that you can't see certain things, you can see certain things if you're not on the quote unquote planet? That's just on its face retarded.
Well, they mean like from the lunar surface, right? So like standing on the moon, like if you're on the bright side of the moon, or the sun's reflecting off the moon, then you can't see the stars from the moon. I think.
Sure, but I mean, there's no atmosphere on the moon according to them. So why would that matter?
No, I agree. That's the problem. Is like, how would that prevent you from seeing stars? Like that makes no
It's
sense.
also it's also the astronauts that are on the space station who say that. And plus, they were talking when they were actually supposedly flying to the moon. They weren't naming. They were talking about the stars too, or the black void.
Do they say
But
they can't
I've
see
actually
it?
I've never heard them. I'm sorry.
The ones on the ISS said that they can see the stars, right?
Both. They people on the ISS they said both. Some said they can't see. It's like it's so brilliant, it's almost blinding, and
The
others said you can't
Ceredelical
see anything.
lights. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that is their answer. I don't know
Yeah,
how you've never heard
I
it.
never heard their excuse.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, every time that's been brought up, and when I'm around, they've never responded. So I've never heard that excuse about looking into the sun or something.
Yeah, they actually self-project that we're being dishonest and intentionally taking out of context because that's not what they meant, and we know it. We're just lying and propagating narratives on purpose to dishonestly represent what they said, and they're talking about the sun.
One of the video that I went and watched of Soundly's, this is what he said about flat earthers doing observations. I think they're purposely going out on days where they know they're going to see further. That's how he thinks, man. I mean, that's on his video that he was posting in chat.
Why would we not do that? Dude, what's crazy is I was saying this in chat. I'm like, every single time a globe earther shows a picture where the horizon is closer, that's super dishonest, because if you truly believe the earth was a globe, you would show where it's the furthest away and explain it on a globe. It makes sense for flat earthers to show it only the pictures where it's the furthest away, right? Because we're trying to see if the curve of the earth is right. That's a correct prediction. So it makes sense for us to look for it being furthest away, but for them to cherry pick when it's close is super dishonest. Like, that makes no sense if they know the earth's a ball.
Measuring over water, low level, and then that's where most of their measurements were done, telling us that we shouldn't do it. We got to get up high and high. It's crazy because B-ball, all of his are low level, like crazy refraction.
Yeah, and it's so obvious. And like when it's clear outside, you can see further. So it's like we get observations when it's like much clearer outside that you can see way. Because I did it, dude. I did it like all over the U.S. I would go out and look at like over water, and when it's clear outside, you can see further, bro. That's just objective. And they say that that's when you have the most refraction. I'm like, oh my god.
I was just going to mention that's just asinine.
Well, you know what you're saying. The cherry picking is actually, it's like they're projecting that onto us, but it's actually what they're doing. They're ignoring the days when it's further.
Exactly.
And then ignoring the days when it's nearer. It's amazing.
Dude, basically this whole debate can be summarized in self-projection. Like, it's almost all the time. They just, when they'll tell you they're being dishonest, you can rest assured that they're lying. At least that's my experience. Or they say stuff like, you just don't want to accept the evidence because you're uncomfortable and you want to believe in this. Like, what What? That's you, bro.
There is
Well, yeah,
nothing more than I would want to just be disproven in a way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so things would go back to normal, or I wouldn't think the whole rest of the world is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want this or need it, you know?
Dude, it just slaughtered my finances, bro, like single-handedly. It's like, I don't know, I don't even capitulate to them anymore. It's just like stupid. Because then dude, I guess because I'm like a content producer that shows my face and stuff, the lies and narratives they come up with about me are insane. It's like impressively dishonest. And then like I don't know, they just double down on it. I don't know. I was saying like I'll say it again because I think crypto's in it now. Like if I ever was to contemplate, like if I was ever like, wait, is the Earth a globe? If I came and talked to a globe earther, they would keep me on flat Earth's side because they can't. They have to straw man everything. So I'm like, oh, I must be right because you can't even respond.
They're sick, dude. That dude, Mark Taylor, the Queen mentioned tonight, he DM'd me every address that I own property, all my rentals, the name of my like boat. He knew everything about me, bro, and was proud to show that he knew it. Like it was like a warning. That was a year and a half ago, but and when I say every, I was like, man, I forgot. I don't, like, like really, yeah, I do own that. That's right. The companies I've been involved
You
with, like, sick, bro.
you own a gun, don't you?
Yeah, but he knows that. I mean,
Okay.
I
Well,
never ever go anywhere without a gun.
Yeah.
I ain't
Actually just
scared of
got
these
out of it.
fools, bro. There's more crazy people in the world. Yeah, these people are crazy, man. That guy Don Watson um at Jose's not only threatened to kill me, but like wish death on me, but threatened to kill me blatantly. I'm gonna do this in that day, right? Like, and
Wow.
Jose reprimanded him for it. It was so bad. But
Yikes.
several of them, the lady tonight, Curved, all of them were wishing death on me for like a long time. It was like a curse. Oh, you woke up today? I wish you wouldn't have. I wish death on you right now. Like that's like 100%. I have text chat, say like 100 of them.
Wow. That's wild.
Sick. Yeah, they're just sick, man. That's the sickness. And since it's chilling here, she came to Cleary's channel every morning for like 2 years, bro. Like being sweet, the sweetest girl. Like she was just a normal chick, you know, nice, polite, giving money to Cleary, support, one asking about our families and work and, just going along with it. And then I know now it's just gather information. And she was proud of it tonight, right? Yeah, troll. It was a great troll. Weird, dude. Who would do that? Who would do that?
Do you remember to be proud of being a professional liar? That's
Yeah,
just sick.
for years, man. That was like 2 years ago, and she did it for 2 years. So 4 years ago, she started and then did it for 2 years, and it's been like 2 years or something like that. That time might be off, but
Do you remember the vitriol and the disgusting things they used to come out with like 6 years, 7 years ago on YouTube? It was like you'd watch the chat and they were like just the most disgusting people. They would say the most disgusting things. I mean, things you wouldn't even dream of saying to another human being. They would do that.
well, she also admitted to trolling the Christian group, right? Because the same people, like the same people that are at gyms or that come here that are just killer globers, they were, trolling the
They used to porn bomb simple, like, flat Earth YouTube things. They used to porn bomb it and try everything. That would make you think. They would almost have to be Luciferian in nature to come out with the things they come out with.
Dude, a lot of flat earthers are like gay, bro. Like, okay, for one, if you I don't know if you remember that guy earlier, he was like literally threatening to behead people, and then I stood up for him. I'm like, I think he's just being like, metaphorical, and he was like, no, and he was like going on about how he wanted to literally behead people, and then anyway, now he's like complaining about being censored. And then you have this Matthias guy who's just a gam in the chat, I guess. But so he's like posting Oakley's videos and he's talking about I'm a Gravity 3.0 dude, right? So now he's like, so because I posted a video means I support him. But he does, right? Because he's like calling me Gravity 3.0, which is what they say, that I'm like promoting pseudoscience and it's basically just gravity and stuff like that. Anyway, not to just bring all kinds of drama here, but I'm just saying, I think it's super funny because he's like, now he's defending the guy who got muted. When everyone asked me to ban him, I just muted him because I asked him 3 times to stop saying he was going to ban people. He kept doing it. And so I muted him because you obviously can't be doing that for obvious reasons, right? And then this other guy's like virtue signaling, talking about, yeah, they just get offended by words, so then they play government. I'm like, dude, you're sitting here like talking trash, promoting Oakley, who literally doesn't let anyone talk and mutes them all and then like strawmans what they say. Anyway, all I'm saying is it's like we have some losers in flat earth too, right? Like flat earth doesn't mean you're cool. I'm just being honest. Like we have some people that are really, really annoying to me. I mean, I'm sure people find me annoying, but I don't know. It's like I would say there are some Globers that I'd rather talk to than some flat earthers, man. And this whole like Oakley thing has really elucidated it. I think that we, whoever wants to take this, whatever it is, like, yeah, we should realize that we don't necessarily have to like unify together as like a singular front of a cult or anything like that. Like some of these people's behavior is super toxic, gamma male, like keyboard warrior, talk crazy, like same problem that we have with some of the anti-flat earthers, right? I think that we should disassociate with dishonest anti-flat earthers and flat earthers. Anyway, there's a little rant. I'm saying I think we have a problem. We have a problem where anti-flat earthers get way too much attention, and that's what they do this for. And then we have a problem with like flat earthers that just, I don't know, they think there's like no accountability and they run wild and think that flat earth makes them like special and they're the truther of all truthers and they can just bash everyone. I think that we need to like kind of set a precedent within our community that you really are going to kind of not be accepted if you're just like super toxic and dishonest and keyboard warrior, like hatred and stuff like that. That's my opinion. But whatever, I'm done. I'm just saying I would hope that people would agree. And by the way, I don't know how to unmute you while you're in the chat, so I don't care to unmute you. You'd have to like jump in VC.
But keep that in mind going forward.
Well, just this whole thing has really elucidated a lot of hypocrisy. It's like, and I'm not trying to start drama with the thing or whatever, but it's like anyone that knows, like if he's making YouTube shorts about me and just so like, what's it matter, right? But like when I was on Oakley's, I'd go to respond or say my actual position, and then he would like immediately cut me off, straw man me, and then ask me a question. I'd go to answer, he'd immediately cut me off. Or sometimes, like when you're talking to someone and you'll respond like, right, okay, and then go on to respond. Like when I'd say, okay, and I'd go to respond, he'd cut me off as if I was like agreeing to whatever he said that was a straw man or whatever it was. So he'd cut me off after okay, and then go on about how he dominated me, and then would beat up a straw man, beat up the straw man, beat up the straw man. What do you got to say for yourself? I'd go to respond, cut me off, beat up the straw man, beat up the straw man, and then I'd start talking. He'd start talking over me, and then I'd wait a few minutes, and then I'd start talking again, and he's like, "Oh, you're just gonna rumpus through the middle of me." I'm like, "Dude, you're just like a Glober, where a Glober will like Xanac, and not trying to fight with him or anything, but like he'll interrupt you in the middle of your sentence, and then like when you can see the floor to him anyway, and then you get impatient, so you jump back in. He's like, "Don't interrupt me." It's like, you interrupted me, bro. It's like we have some lame. I don't know. I'm starting to realize that some of this stuff I like to debate. I think it's good, but it's like some of it's lame, bro. Like some of this is just like really toxic, lame, gay, gamma male behavior where people just get to act reckless on the internet, and I think some of us are becoming like resentful. Like in the community, people are getting like resentful, and like I don't know. We've become desensitized to toxicity because we interact with anti-flat earthers so much.
You know what I just realized? Let me tell you my experience. I realized I actually spoke with Nathan Oakley. Okay, if this is the same guy, yeah, I joined Flat Earth Debates. I was in there for 15 minutes. I asked a question about water, and he started muting me. He insulted me for like 5 minutes. He said, "All right, now's your chance to talk." He unmuted me, and I said, "Wow." And then he muted me again and started insulting. And then I just left. Yeah, it was really like that.
Yeah.
Unrelated.
Yeah, I'm like for example, I'm like, yeah, you can't science ether, you can't scientifically verify it, it's immaterial, so it's not science, it's not quantifiable, it's simply a logical framework of interpretation, it's basically philosophy, it can't be proven. What's your independent variable then? What? I'm saying it's not science. You're claiming that this is science? That's pseudoscience and fanaticism. What's your independent variable and your dependent variable? I'm like, it isn't science, dude. You can't science it. This dude's an idiot and thinks you can science the ether. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and like, he's such an idiot. Then Arwen's like, yeah, he's such an idiot. It just, I don't know,
Is this
man.
real life? Wait,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I have to ask you a question.
What's up?
This guy's channel, Flat Earth Debates, he claims to be was he a flat earther at one point, he claims?
Oh, he is a flat earther.
He claims to be a flat earther?
Oh, yeah.
And I went into his channel. It's not a ball. Flat Earth Debates, brought up the topic of the Pacific Ocean and water being level, and he cursed me out. And this guy's a flat earther? What the hell is that about?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
What's up, brother?
You
Your audio's kind of sketchy. What's up?
Who's that?
Fatsoid.
Are you sure we're talking about the same guy?
Good. That's up.
I'm
even
sure
brought it up,
if
to be
his channel
honest.
is named Flat Earth Debates and he's the guy that's in there like muting everyone, then yeah, I talked to Nathan Oakley for like 5 minutes. It was really unpleasant.
In the same vein, there's a bunch of people that are self-proclaimed, like people with the word queen in their name. I mean, I don't know. I see the same kind of trend. It's just really annoying. Like if they're not going to participate, with authenticity, then just fuck off.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, on my experience, I've been on Nathan Oakley's show, I think, twice, and I've never actually had a bad experience with him personally. But obviously, I've listened to his show, and I understand how he kind of interacts with people. My general attitude towards all of this is like, Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley are hammers in search of nails, right? And so, if you don't want to be a nail, just don't be a nail. Right?
Dude, he was so rude to me. He insulted me for 5 minutes straight that I thought he was a Glober. That's ridiculous. He's a flat earther.
I know the reason for that, and I don't know if you know QE's earlier stuff, right? He was actually a lot more respectful and polite when he first came into this, and someone pointed me to this, and you hear QE talking about it before, and he was a lot more kind of measured and just kind of nicer. But the thing is that Globers knock that out of you because they're just so full of ridicule and pride and ego and all the other shit that some people react in that way, and they then just become. I mean, you could probably describe Oakley and QE as anti-Globers, right? We have the term anti-Globers.
Sorry, I thought I actually
talked. Dude, just before quickly. So if you have anti-flat earthers whose only job is to kind of just talk shit about us and derail us, then I suppose Oakley and QE are anti-globers. And to be honest, I think there's a legitimate space for them in the movement. I'm just being honest. I don't like the way they act, but I think some people, they like that kind of really edgy side to the debate, and I think that they're welcome to enjoy it.
That's like that flat Earth society, like the fake flat earthers stuff right here. Is he a fake flat earther? Is that what
No, he's not a fake flat earther. Crypto, just to respond, I agree with you that there's like an area for it, right? There's a lane for it. That's why I've like gone back and forth between FED and Glowbusters and like kept the peace a lot. Because I got dragged on there one time. Someone asked me to come on there, and I was talking about electrostatics, and I just got like raided, and I'm like, whoa. And then everyone wanted me to like come back at him. I did a stream. I'm like, look, I think Oakley's good at what he does in his own ways, not my style, but I think there's a lane for it, blah blah blah. But this is the problem, man. So it's not like he's like, don't be a no. It's not like I just went looking for beef with them or something, right? Like, so I just jumped on the VC because I was driving one day and I wanted to kill time, and every other Discord was dead. So I just jumped in there, and I guess Dyslo was in there talking about the ether, and he's like, oh, it's just pure coincidence with it. He had just invoked me because they were like bashing Dyslo. He's like, well, Witsit thinks this. You guys seem to like him. And he's like, let Witsit speak for himself, someone said. Like, so anyway, I just happened to come on there right after that. Pure coincidence, because I never go there. And I wasn't planning on talking. I was on my AirPods. Long story short.
Is this supposed to be like a safe space or something like that?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, I wanted to.
Like, who dictates what we can and can't say, right? Like, everyone's talking about
You can't
how
threaten
like,
to kill
everyone else
people,
is talking.
dude. That's right. That's right.
What's your problem with that? What's
It's
your
called
problem with that?
Discord. It's the terms of service of Discord.
Dude, we're not going to
Who's
get
talking?
derailed.
Is one person talking or like 20 people talking?
Well, yeah, but you're derailing the conversation we're having. So either actually have the conversation or just put yourself on mute.
Well, it's how is it derailing the conversation when it's the exact same thing? You're talking about the way QE and Nathan come across.
Okay.
Well,
I
would
them about it.
when he's
The
finished.
exact same thing, Chemo.
Oh God, shut
All
up!
right, I
I'm not
muted him.
keen. What the fuck are you talking
I muted
about?
him. So just to try to wrap it up quickly, like, so anyway, I got dragged into the conversation, and Oakley's like, so what's your opinion on this ether? Do you believe in this ether? And then so I knew where it was going, right? So I tactically said, well, I don't think the ether is like scientifically provable or verifiable or anything. In my opinion, the ether does exist, but it's just like philosophy, in my opinion. And I disagree with any flat earthers that conflate it to the flat earth discussion as needed, or they state it as definitive fact, or they make all kinds of definitive claims about it, because it's not provable. It's not science. It's just philosophy. It's just logic for me. And as I see it, it's kind of a logical axiom. And I do think that there is an ether, right? And then he starts like asking me all these questions about it and screaming at me, cussing at me, and I keep trying to like walk it back. I'm like, dude, I'm just saying that it's like my philosophy, basically. Like, the way I see it is, if you have energy, it has to be sustained within something, and the alternative would be nothing. And well, like, we know there's a metaphysical realm, so like it interacts with the physical world, and it has to be there. And I just call that the ether. It's whatever. That's just my opinion. And it just was like, I couldn't talk. I was getting cussed at, screamed at, all kinds of crazy stuff, and I couldn't talk at all. So I'm like, whatever, all right. So I end up leaving, and then he ends up making YouTube shorts about it. He ends up like chopping out videos and making like short, like 20-minute clips about it. They end up talking about it every day. They end up like making like I said, YouTube shorts for like 10 seconds with me out of context, like ridiculing, making fun of me, calling me an embarrassment to flat earth. He called me like every name you can think of and said everything you can imagine. And then he just kept going on for like many days. And then him and QE decided to declare war on all ether believers, right? And then QE does a whole entire presentation strawmanning my actual position, and like rebutting it. So then I'm trying to talk to them behind the scenes, like, dude, we can agree to disagree. Like I told QE like 3 years ago, like I don't believe that the electron is a piece of matter. I don't believe in quantum mechanics, but I mean we can agree to disagree, I just disagree with you in life. And so they just kept going, waging war, saying that every single person that dare talks about the ether is going to be removed from flat Earth. I'm taking scalps and all this crazy stuff. And so they literally, in their own words, waged war. And so it kind of became this whole thing. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to make it personal. So I let it rest for like 2 weeks. They kept doing it. So I just created like an intellectual response with my presentation on the ether, which is like a presentation, PowerPoint. And I really just laid it out. I'm like, it's either atomism or it's ether. There's really no other proposed thing. They're both philosophy. Anyone accusing someone of pseudoscience when they talk about the ether is wrong, because if you're not claiming it's science, then it's not pseudoscience, because that's what the definition of pseudoscience is, falsely masquerading as science, blah, blah, blah. It's just philosophy. Ironically, if you're claiming the photon and the electron and quantum mechanics and atomism is science, you're the one guilty of pseudoscience. And I break it all down. I'm like, look, it's a logical decision, and here's why I think this one's bankrupt, I think this one's viable. And it just keeps going. It just evolved into this crazy thing. And then I've jumped back on there to try to smooth it over. And then I just, get berated, cussed out, insulted. I'm getting like all kinds of messages from these quote unquote flat earthers talking about how stupid I am and blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of like how we found ourselves here. I've actually still, I think, taken the high road for the most part. Like I haven't stoop down too much. But long story short, I think that's entirely unacceptable, bro. Like, yeah, you might be an anti-glober. You shouldn't be an anti-flat earther. We shouldn't
Sorry, man. That was the point I was actually going to. That was the point I was trying to get to.
Sorry,
hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Right. Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to make one quick comment.
Oh my god.
Okay, I just wanted to. Somebody mentioned QE's earlier stuff being a lot milder. I actually talked to him about that, asked him about it, and he really didn't. He got real quiet. And he says, "I don't know." I said, "Dude, what happened?" I mean, I said I listened to your early stuff, and you're like a completely different person than when you were now, or than you were then. I said, "What happened?" And he got quiet and kind of said, "I don't know," and that was basically it. I'm done.
Look, man, if he wants to take a stylistic decision to do X or Y, I think he's perfectly in his rights to do so. And that was kind of what I was trying to say to Wits as well. I don't even feel like I'm defending them. I'm just saying, like, if you've got Nathan Oakley and QE doing a certain style and people like that style, it's just a free market. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, if he's actually starting to come at you, then you have a right to defend yourself, as it sounds like Witsit's done. But my kind of big regret isn't necessarily that these kind of like beefs would be organic, but that they might be engineered. And the point I was really trying to get to, I had a much longer thing I was going to say, but this is really the essence of what I was going to say. Just be wary of engineered beefs. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's what it clearly is. Admittedly, so pretty much is for clicks, but I don't know. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to apply some wisdom. That's why I'm not going to fully engage with it. But I guess it sucks because, like, me and QE were boys, you know what I'm saying? And I went to Bob at Glowbusters and, like, talked them off the ledge. They were ready to end QE and FED. And some people might want to say they can't. Don't be so sure about that. The last time Glowbusters and Oakley had beef, his sub count cut in half or something, bro. You know what I mean? And it's like, I talked him off the ledge, and then I talked QE off the ledge. I'm like, don't amp it up, please. I'm talking to Bob. I agree with you here and disagree with you here, blah, blah, blah. So I just considered it to be very disrespectful on a personal level. And but yeah, I discovered that Oakley does it for attention, and then he started getting a bunch of kickback how he treated me the first time. So he offered like a half-assed public apology, and he's like, "I'm gonna reach out to Wits and apologize." But he didn't do that. He didn't reach out to me, right? It's just all for show. And I get it. Like, look, dude, you know, you make money doing this, and that's like your living now, and I don't care. That's why I don't care if you scream all day at people talking about the sextant. Like, that's your show, but just like leave my name out of it, dude. I think I've done enough for Flat Earth to kind of earn like minimal respect, where like, you know, you shouldn't be making YouTube shorts about me. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I am. And I'm like on the fence as to where I go about it. Cause I think I could make like hilarious content checking them, but I think you're right. Like if I made a diss track on Oakley, for example, which I consider for like maybe a minute, he would love that. You know what I mean? And so it's like, I'm not going to feed into it anymore. It's just, I still haven't. I just offered an intellectual response, but it's just sad because like I love Chocolate. I love Eli. You know, those are my homies. Everyone else on the panel, I just don't really like anymore. It's sad, but it's like, whatever, bro. It's just kind of, it's frustrating, I guess. I don't want to sound like a little bitch, but I guess I did kind of like, I don't know how to say it without sounding lame, but like get my
Then shut your
feelings hurt.
fucking mouth if you don't want to sound like a little bitch, dude, because you sound like a little bitch, dude.
Very, very
Brilliant
substantive.
input. Thank you for that.
Very substantive remark there.
Yeah.
That's
So
all you
I
did
just
was
wanted to
fucking
clarify
cry
as well.
for fucking 5 minutes
no,
straight, dude.
no one cares, shut up.
Dude.
I just wanted to clarify that I think someone may have thought or interpreted that I was calling QE a fake flat earther. Absolutely not. I don't believe that for a second. In fact, I've spoken with QE enough times to know that that's definitely not the case, and that he is definitely not a fake flat earther. Just for anyone who is going to try and strawman me in that way.
Yeah, Matthias, watch this. I can expose these people. So easy. Matthias, watch this. I'm gonna expose you. Okay.
No, yeah, expose me.
Okay, I'm going to.
Is the ether the container?
No.
With it? No. Okay. Well, I've asked that twice now. Well, 3 times, and you finally answered. I appreciate.
Well, I don't know who you are. I think you have an inflated self-importance.
You don't know who I am, but you're going to try to expose me, huh? Yeah, go on. Come on. Go on.
Well, you're going to have to probably calm down.
So how are you going to expose me if you don't even know who I am?
I'm just saying exposing like the attack, the attack on me in the chat, right? I'm just going to say, look, so you realize I don't say that ether is science. It's just like a logical framework.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Okay, and so you know that ether actually was thrown out because of heliocentrism, because it proved the Earth wasn't spinning.
Who said that?
Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell and Einstein
himself. Was there, so you're relying on history documents.
No, I'm
right?
saying that's what relativity says. The theory of gravity.
So you're relying on historical documents saying that, correct?
No, mainstream academia in 2022.
No, mainstream so historical documents.
So
yeah, you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
No, you sound retarded to me.
Right.
Yeah, the mainstream theory of gravity.
Because I don't just blindly accept everything I read online, especially the historical documents.
I'm not asking you to. It's just the current theory of the heliocentric model.
Yeah, your shit is based on hearsay that you can't verify for yourself. You have no idea if these motherfuckers even existed or not, do you?
That's irrelevant to the point, though, which is
it's not, because you're invoking these fucking fictitious characters that you don't even know are fucking real.
It's not about the characters themselves. It's about the fact that you can do the demonstration yourself to this day. So.
So you've done the demonstration yourself.
I haven't, but it's been replicated.
Oh, okay. Oh, you can do it. Well, that sounds like a globetard.
Okay.
Oh, you can do it. Oh, but whenever you ask them if they've done it themselves, oh no, I chant hearsay from a book.
I've used a gyroscope.
Did exactly what they did.
I've used a gyroscope which literally uses this technology.
So more or less hearsay.
Matthias, can I ask you a question? Why are you coming in so hot, dude? What's wrong?
It's just that I had to hear this little bitch cry for fucking 5 minutes straight and play the victim card. So, are you going to allow me to answer your stupid fucking question, or are you just going to rumpus me midway through?
No. Why would
okay, so you're going to ask me a fucking question, and then fucking whenever your ass starts bleeding, you're going to fucking just rumpus. Okay, I get it.
These are Oakley fans.
Yeah, this is classic.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
I'm answering. You just keep bumping your fucking gums and can't hear the answer.
Yeah, dude. Okay. So again, why are you coming in hot?
Because I had to hear this little bitch cry for 5 minutes and play the victim card. Like I said, and he immediately at the exact same time, he can't fathom to hear his little fucking aether priest fucking get called out like a little bitch.
I don't agree with it on a number of things.
Calm down.
Nah, fuck off, mate. Just fuck off. I'm going to put you on mute if you don't.
Fuck off, mate.
Stop crying and answer my question.
He laughed.
All right. Yeah, Flatsoid, are you your mic was it was a bit quiet, Flatsoid. You were trying to speak?
Yeah, sorry, go on, Flatsoid. What's this Matthias guy? Does anyone know who the fuck this guy is? Because he sounds like a glober to me.
Yeah. Crypto.
I've been dealing with this right here.
Specifically.
I've been dealing with this right here for about 3 weeks, by the way. All the Oakley fanboys have been doing that right there to me for 3 straight weeks. So just so you kind of understand what's going
Oh,
on.
dude, I watched Whitson on Oakley both times, and yeah, dude, it was very strange. In fact, the reaction to the ether is not normal. It's not like, I mean, it's obviously historically important in this discussion. To even propose that it might be something we just don't talk about is ridiculous on its face. Just to begin with, like, to talk about it is totally different than saying you believe in it. And regardless, it's not a belief. It's obvious in so many ways, and it's because of that it seems like almost like they've been told don't allow the ether in the discussion from somebody that could be threatening to them. Almost, that's what it felt like. That's how harsh Nathan was. Did you hear it? Does anybody else hear? Just berated him, wouldn't let him talk, totally strawmanned. I mean, why would you? I mean, it was total baller tactics, to be honest. In my opinion, it was like total strawman, restating what you said and muting you so that he could make it seem like you said something different than you didn't. And this is a flat earther that he's talking to. It didn't make no sense to me. I was astounded, even for Nathan, to have his reaction be like that.
Yeah, a new perspective.
But it's because it goes against quantum physics and all of that too. It's a threat to their platforms in a way. If it's a quantum, QE's quantum dude, the ether can't be allowed in that interpretation for him. So
new perspective. I just wanted to ask you, like, don't you think it's like, I mean, from the point of view of Nathan Oakley and QE, right? That's their platform, that's their show. I totally get it. But why would this that I've just experienced, the Matthias thing, like, if he's a genuine flat earther, why is he wasting his energy attacking another flat earther? That I really don't understand.
He's attacking the ether. He's not attacking the person. It's a full-on assault on anybody, and which it's obviously going to be the one to target at, who's kind of leading the ether discussion right now, and especially if he's coming in there. I mean, it made no sense. It made no sense to repeat what you were saying and make it seem like you were saying something else, unless there was something that they're trying to hide in the discussion that's being said. Like, why would they not hear him out? It makes no sense.
The answer, Crypto, is that the energy that they're giving me, the people that are fans of the show are feeding off of it and then coming and relaying it to me. That's basically what's going on. But anyway.
Right. And it's like this little war between Bob and him too, that is part of the justification that he puts out as the way he's treating you, which isn't fair to begin with. And then the whole thing where you're going back and forth about what Bob said about there's evidence to support, there's scientific experiments that can support the idea of an ether, not there's scientific experiments that prove the ether, which is the way they were making it seem like that was the interpretation over and over again. And then they restated it, as you said, where he's like, well, Bob said that there's science to support the ether, so he thinks he could prove the ether. Like, what? It was like obnoxious baller tat. I was amazed that he would display himself that way and think that he's going to really keep that many perceiving flat earthers just like totally ignorant to that, to the way he treated you unnecessarily. Makes no sense. Well, it does make sense, actually, because the ether is the key. It's very clear.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I know that you guys want to engage on an intellectual level, and I get that. All I'm saying is that my personal experience of what happened with Matthias just now is fucking weird. Like, he's coming hot. Yeah. I've asked him why he's coming hot, and then his response was, because Witsit's a bitch. What? That doesn't answer my question. And then when I said to him,
Crypto, I told you, man.
He then starts to say, oh, why are you talking over me? I'm like, because you didn't answer my question. This whole interaction was a waste of time. And if we've got people in the community who think that is going to get anywhere, then we're already lost. Like, we've got people who think that calling people who disagree with them a little bitch and then not answering questions and just generally acting like Globers, that's going to be a problem.
I think that I think there has to be J-Trig people to some degree making a little bit of extra.
Is my mic just not working?
I'm sorry, Rig. I didn't mean to talk over you. Real quick though, I think there might be people on both sides that are just like trolls, and it's like they put an APB out on the ether and anybody talking about it. That's what it feels like.
Crypto, to answer your question, Wizard didn't know that Matthias was actually listening, and he had spoke about him just moments before. So that's why he came in.
I know it's because I responded to him in the chat because he was personally trying to talk shit about me. That's what happened.
Yeah. And now I'm seeing that I guess Demok is talking shit about the ether in your server with.
Yeah,
So
probably.
I don't know. Like everyone's kind of shit show.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro, because like I try to bridge the gap, right? This is the thing that's so funny though. None of them can debate me about it. I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I'm just saying none of them have presented a coherent argument against my position because I tactically built it bulletproof. I said it's not science. It can't be scientifically proven. It's a philosophical framework of interpretation. And so they don't know what to do because that, and I did it on purpose, obviously, that eliminates the script. And all they have is the script. So then they get emotional, right? But it's like, it's weird. That's why I was saying, it's like, dude, this is very eye-opening for me. There are a lot of people on Flat Earth that are basically the same as anti-Flat Earthers. Like it's insane. Glober tactic is to not let you talk, fundy mute you, straw man you, beat up a straw man, then take your victory lap, act like they're going to let you respond, then mute you again, and then beat the straw man up again, and then laugh about how you're stupid, and then 10 of them all call you names. Like that's literally what like Jim Pandas does. So
that's humanity, right?
A little boy, and like I couldn't even believe it. Like it's saying you're going to teabag somebody for saying that there's good reason to think that the ether might be a thing. I'm not saying I can prove it. He did everything possible to be as nice, in my opinion, as cordial and calm as possible. I couldn't even believe that you took it that long. It was over and over again muting. You could, I mean, you did awesome. I was impressed actually that you were able to get out and finally have some sort of conversation at the very, very end that still made them like, you know, it made them look really bad at the end when they were actually able to converse with you a little bit. And it didn't, and all of the muting up to that point was not justified because there was actually a little bit of a conversation back and forth about it, which was what it should have started with. Didn't have to be this like, oh, you ether believer. I mean, he really, I mean, that's psychotic. It was like, you really are looking for the ratings on this rather than trying to get down to what the actual matter is we're talking about and understand it. It was totally insane. I'm like, I was a fan.
When exactly did this happen? I want to hear it.
a couple days ago, I think I don't remember. Maybe 4 days ago. I know that it's like the show and after show that was posted 2 days ago or yesterday. Yesterday, the one that was posted with the after show. And then the after shows where I actually got to talk a little bit and they got absolutely destroyed. And I wasn't even, I was at that point, I was so exhausted, I didn't even care anymore. And then like they're talking about, they all ridiculed me because I said the light's there before you turn the light on. They're like, and he's like, so it's dark and then there's light. I said, are you saying there's no light when it's dark? And then they all laughed at me. They're like, oh, yeah, you dumbass. Obviously, there's no light when it's dark. I said, there's a non-visible spectrum of light. And he muted me 4 times before I could get that sentence out. And once I said it, they all got super quiet, didn't have anything to say, and then jumped back in and changed the subject. It's so funny, bro.
So that was yesterday's, the one that was posted yesterday?
Higher than it already is.
Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Okay.
It's really hard to listen to, I would imagine.
Is it in the after show or the live show?
The whole, like half of the real show and then the after show. The after show, I just didn't get interrupted as much, but I was just like beyond even talking at that point.
So the one posted yesterday, I'm going to have to listen to that. Thanks.
Sorry, Flatsoid, if you were trying to talk.
Did you say my name?
Yeah. I just remember that I think you were maybe trying to talk, and then we kind of went all over you.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I'm trying to think now what I was going to say. This is the opposite of the usual problem where you know what you want to say and there's no fucking room. Oh, that was it. Yeah. Basically, I was just going. What's really funny though is that like me and you have had many conversations where we've disagreed either partially or entirely on a subject, and this is another one where, I mean, I'm not anti-ether by any stretch, and I've actually said to the guys on 24/7, if I notice any mods banning people just because they're pro-ether, then I'm going to be banning them, sort of thing. But I wouldn't say that I'm pro-ether. I'm undecided, And it's weird how we don't have beef. It's almost like you can be reasonable with people you disagree with, and like it's almost a choice to be unreasonable. It's not the disagreement itself that causes the beef. It's the choice to be unreasonable about the disagreement.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I thought I did a good job with my presentation because I think it was pretty eye opening if you look at it, which is it's it comes
Fuck
down to
yeah,
really
you
two
did.
frameworks.
Great.
It's atomism or it's ether. They're trying to say it's a false dichotomy or it's like comparing apples to oranges, but it's literally not at all. Quantum mechanics requires the atomic theory. So when you say like light's a physical particle and then you have to reify electrons because that's how they say they detect the photon and all this stuff. I laid it all out and I'm getting no substantive response. I'm getting ad homs. I know that QE's working on a rebuttal. It will be all straw mans and all diversions, and it's like, I don't know. I think it's very eye opening. I think it's cool in a way. I'd rather, we'll sift through who can intellectually dissect it. I think it comes down to either you're kind of like, I don't care. I think that this is outside of verifiability and I don't know much about it and blah, blah, blah. Or you can really look into it, be like, well, I guess if I decide to make a logical determination here, let me look at all of it. And if you do that, you're going to be like, oh, damn, I didn't realize that atomism was literally fake and that you can't see an atom. No one's ever verified an atom. You can't see an electron. They claim it's 100 million times smaller. They say that the photon appears from nowhere and disappears and can turn into an electron. They say that one photon goes through two slits, then collides with itself and is sentient and can know if you're going to look at it and can transcend time and alter events that have happened before. They claim that they're superposition, that it's literally in two positions at once. It claims that they can have instantaneous action at a distance with quantum entanglement. They claim that it's a wave and a particle at the same time. Like, you're like, whoa, dude, I did not realize that all this was just made up pseudoscientific bullshit. And in my presentation, I'll show you where it came from, which is from Democritus, a Greek philosopher who claimed that everything came from atoms and that creation had no purpose and everything is infinitely expanding into a void of nothingness. Sounds familiar, huh? And then like it just sounds crazy. Then I say the quantum definition of light is literally from Einstein. And then they threw the ether out because it showed the earth wasn't moving. And so like when you start to look into all this, it's kind of like, wow, dude. I mean, to insinuate for a second that we shouldn't at least look into it is super sketchy. Like what you said, J-Trig, the operation to like discredit flat earth. Like, I mean, if anything,
Yeah,
I don't want
it is. It's weird. It was just strange. I mean, you can't deny that it's a topic that's important to this discussion, like, intrinsically important just to the discussion alone. When you look at the history of it,
like even if it's just to inform yourself about the history, and it seems crazy to me, bro. And it's like,
it's weird,
dude. And then they ran with everything they've said as a straw man. It's like when I debate the Glover. It's like
why?
It just it's
really that's the tactics. You're going tactics. Why use tactics unless there's something that you're not saying?
Bro, it's so crazy. It's like I said, like the Glober strengthened my belief in flat Earth. Well, it's not a belief, right? But they strengthened my position because they can't debate our actual position. It's the same thing here. These people have been for 2.5, 3 weeks straight, all day, every day, trying to figure out the best way to show that I'm wrong about the ether, and they haven't been able to even actually address my real position yet. And that should be all that anyone with any intellect needs to see if they actually are interested in making an intellectual determination, but whatever.
You see those gifs I just put in the live stream?
See.
Oh
yeah, I do.
Yeah, but see, that's all you need is that first GIF there where it just shows the wave going across. Now they're seeing it. Let's say like each of those cross, like where each of those nodes are, that the two lines cross is like a light bulb, right? And it's got a certain luminescence to it. Even if it's dark, it's got a certain frequency to it that's out of the visible spectrum, right? So when say it's turned on from the left to right, well, they're seeing it as particles traveling in that wave rather than the rate at which the things get excited and they all eventually get to that frequency, or all immediately and instantaneously have that frequency, right? It's like a guitar string. If you pluck a guitar string, it's not like the whole thing doesn't vibrate at the same time.
Yeah, and like one of the new things I brought up is can you find me one place in all of existence where light does not exist? And the answer is no, because background radiation exists everywhere, which is light. And so when I say light's already there, it doesn't seem like much of a stretch, huh? Seeing how objectively and verifiably it literally is everywhere. So I told them, I'm like, look, man, just try and like be respectful because I set you guys up. I presented my presentation as if I unloaded the clip. But anyone that knows me should know I have a lot of flaws, but I can debate, and I set my opponent up. That's what I do. So I don't know. Yeah, like
Wait,
that right
the way
there
it's
that I
set
just
up-
said is just like a note. You'll never hear a rebuttal. You'll never hear one because there's
What's the
not
setup
one.
again?
Do what?
What's the setup again?
Like I'm saying, I didn't release all the stuff that just eviscerates the
Oh,
argument.
I see. You're just making the base argument, and then there's further. Yeah.
Yeah, just like further like conclusions. Like I did present a lot of it, right? But and I think that the presentation's irrefutable in my opinion. Like I mean, that's
Absolutely.
my
I
opinion.
mean, I've been looking into the ether like hardcore now, and there's the intrinsic. It's funny. I came in earlier in the discussion, and I was I was listening to it on YouTube. I come in and I'm bringing up water as if you guys weren't already talking about it. It must have sounded weird. I was like, I think water is totally connected, and you guys were like talking about it when I went back to YouTube way before I was. Anyway, but that's the way to see it. Those little gifts, like if it's a field and you see that like everything's netted, like we're resting in the net that's everywhere. Like I don't know how many metaphors would be the best way to put it, but a net or like if you're in a pool of I don't know, I don't want to say balls, plastic balls, but it's almost like it's all encompassing in that same way, and we live within it, even though it's immaterial. That's where I can understand why maybe at least the first reaction might be, oh, well, it's not provable. It doesn't fit into the scientific method. Fine. Okay. But let's talk about what the concept is and why it was important in this discussion and why it's like an etherless world is the fucking main objective, whether Earth is flat or not. It seems like that's the main thing. That's the line you can't cross. It's obvious. It seems.
Yep. And then what's the alternative? See, no one wants to discuss the implications of you like attacking the ether. What's the alternative? It's either A, you ignore all the phenomena. So that being electrostatics, magnetism, light, you have to ignore all of it and just throw your hands up, say, I have no idea. I can't even present a framework to try to understand it. I have no idea. We can't even discuss it. Right? Or you go this route. This is why I ended up making my presentation because they didn't do that. They are making claims. They are claiming the photon. They are claiming quantum mechanics. Right. I'm like, okay, well, that's the actual alternative that's ever been proposed. So let's look at this, right? Because now, okay, this isn't science. It's a model. So your critique about it's not science, well, you can apply that to your same position. So that's out the window. So now we have two like philosophies, two logical frameworks, right? Concepts. So let's see which one is more logically viable. And dude, that's when it gets just, oh my gosh, dude, quantum mechanics is a shit show, bro. It is just like top to bottom, so many contradictions and paradoxes and all this. They're like, I can't understand the double slit. The photon must be a god and can transcend time and knows I'm looking at it. This is top level, quote unquote, science, right? Or there's an ether and it's just already there, right? And that's why you experience it the way you do. And when you detect it, you're basically creating a ripple within the medium that has the disturbance that is the light, and so it messes up the pattern. Wow. It's like they can't acknowledge the ether in mainstream though, because it means the Earth's not moving, and it means relativity isn't true. So it's not even.
And it means there's no speed. The light doesn't have a speed.
Exactly. Exactly, which is the special relativity attributed to constant speed to light, and that's how they got all their distances and stuff in the sky.
Yeah.
So flat earthers should sharpen their sword with this, but the last thing that they should do is have like unelected cult leaders that tell everyone they're not even allowed to utter the word.
You make me. He was saying you make me ashamed to be a flat earther. I mean, it was just so over the top. I couldn't even believe it. I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? You can't even let the guy get his sentence out, and you're treating him like he just killed your dog. He treated you like you just killed his dog, literally.
Yeah, and they're talking about. I mean, and no bashing anyone. I've seen there is some validity to this idea, but then they're talking about like urine therapy and stuff, and I'm like, so we can talk about anything except the ether. Like that is kind of sketchy. Like, I'm not trying to in any way insinuate allegations. I'm really not. I don't think that they're like controlled op or anything like that, but they might as well be in a way. Like it,
You know what? And this gives them. And this is kind of just not saying I think they're controlled op, but I do remember I listened to Nathan for years. You know, obviously, and way back in the day before he was even like really heavy with the show quite yet. I remember a discussion he was in offline or just like a private chat I was in, and he did say something about like there are things about this world that if the common man knew it, it would be dangerous for him to know, and we have to keep that in mind with where we're going with this narrative. And now, like he said, narrative. I don't want to misquote him, but it was something like that. And I hate that he even said it, but it was something along those lines. Like we have to be careful with, you know, some of the things that might be possible if everybody knew everything.
That sounds like a Freemason, something a Freemason would say. Like 200 years ago, nobody knew about Wi-Fi and radio waves and things, invisible things moving through the air and electricity. And suddenly we've got all that. And now,
if you knew you could get free energy from the ether, that's obviously the last thing they want everybody to know about. So it makes sense.
Now suddenly somebody wants to, people want to like take that a little further. Maybe there's other things we can't see, and they fucking bite your head off for it.
Yep.
Yeah. Be one thing if you were saying, "Oh, this is what I believe," and you have to believe it too. That's what he treated you like. He treated you like you were saying that, and you kept saying, "I'm not saying that." That's the first thing. I'm not saying that, but I want to talk about what I think it is instead of what I'm trying to prove it is. And he wouldn't let it go. He wouldn't let it. He wouldn't let that interpretation be the reality that he misconstrued it every single chance he got. It was weird.
Well, that's a blocking move. You shouldn't ever block somebody's free thinking opinion of something.
Dude, I honestly thought I was gonna bridge the gap so well too. I went in there so like naive. I'm like I got this. I'm like, yeah, some flat earthers, they talk out of pocket about the ether. They talk about it like it's definitive. Everyone needs to understand and start with the preface. This is not scientifically provable. It's not science. It's immaterial. It can't be science. It can't be quantified. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? There are things that we know that we cannot science. For example, the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. I cannot independently manipulate and vary the creator through science. It's just, if this place is designed, it had to be designed. It's like if I have consciousness, right? That means that the metaphysical has to exist because the consciousness is not material or physical or scientifically verifiable, right? But we know we have consciousness, which means that the metaphysical interacts with the physical. Like we have dreams, intuition, you name it. Like that. What that means is that the immaterial or the metaphysical interacts with the material world. So we already know that for there to be a material world, then the way I see it, something outside of the material world had to also exist.
You can understand why it's such a threat, right? It's such a threat because if we were like studying ether our whole lives, and there was communities that focused their energy to affect things, and it didn't matter how many people, it mattered how good you are at being in tune with others to have a certain intention and make things happen on a large scale. Because if everything's connected, then they can't rule over you. You have to see everything as separated. So that everything's about separating. Same with biology. Same with like medicine. You know, the allopathic medicine, and compared to holistic medicine, it's the obvious separation of what they cannot have, which is us seeing it all as one thing that's connected, and we can actually affect it, especially in small groups, to a large degree that they cannot have and stay in power. We're etheric beings. We are ether beings.
I mean, Flatsoid, you were going to say something?
I'm saying, I think when it comes to you have to have spiritual before you can have natural, because the spiritual has to create the natural in the first instance. So when they have the ontological primitives, they have to concede that it's first spiritual before natural. So yeah, if you're not claiming science, then why attack it as science?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what's so crazy. I thought I made it bulletproof, bro. Like, I'm like, yo, I don't know. I've never been so perplexed, but honestly, I'm not. Like, I know why. It's just sad. It's sad because Like, I've been kind of holding back on like really amping this up for a long time. Like, dude, this is my honest opinion. I think that when flat earthers do the whole science narrative, it's cool and all. It's cool to check the pseudoscience because the globe earth is claiming science, right? So it's cool to put them in their place and be like, no, this is what science is, right? But dude, there are things that you have to use logic for. In fact, science is useless without logic. And that's why forever philosophy and science were joined at the hip until modern times. Like, you can't interpret information. Like, that's all that science gives you is information. You can't really apply it or interpret it without some framework. And so it's like, I don't know. I seem to think that this should be like a really open and closed conversation. And it's whatever, dude. I mean, maybe I'm tripping or something. But so then I started, anyway, just if you read Tesla, it all starts to really make sense. Like, I've heard the flat earthers, they want to hand wave dismiss it and say he was propped up or whatever. Dude, I don't care. Okay. The point is that you can read it. And dude, it starts to all make sense. He says that light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether, that the electron is the primary, it's like the primary state of matter or substance. It's basically like what he called an ether corpuscle or condensate, like a concentration condensation, like a minute portion of the ether itself, because the primary state of matter he defined as luminiferous ether. And this dude was an electrical field theory genius, dude. And so he says that I had to assume the ether as a matter of fact for all my scientific success. So if he said he had to assume the ether as a matter of fact for all his scientific success, is probably something we should at least consider. And so we're like, okay, should we consider this? And again, you just go back to why was this thrown out? And it's literally because it proved that the earth wasn't moving. It showed it wasn't moving. So they had to throw it out. And then Einstein had to replace it with relativity. And then they ran around saying that it supports relativity, that ether is relativity, and that it's needed to explain how the earth is a ball that spins in space with a vacuum. And it's literally the opposite. And then they misquote Einstein saying, space-time must have physical properties. In this sense, there must exist an ether, saying, but do not treat it as a medium that can have motion applied to it, because it is not. Right? But that's what the electrical field theory ether was. It was a substantive background that would create resistance with the material world. It was a medium that sustained electromagnetic propagation, and it could have motion applied to it. He had to take that out, replace it with the idea of just space and time, because there had to be nothing there with any substance, because that would mean that the earth was stationary. And then he said that space and time didn't work because he still needed his mechanism for motion. So it's like, I don't know. I just don't see, like, we're truth seekers, right? So like we apply pattern recognition and we look for the truth, and like I don't see why this would be any different, and I genuinely don't. And I think I know why this is happening. It's I don't go as far as to say anything about the government or controlled operating. I like just people have staked their flag, for many years, and yeah, pride will get you, man. Like if you have to walk something back.
I think again, I could even call Bob out on this, not in the same way necessarily, but just that he was explaining that that clip was played on 24/7. I was actually there listening live when he was explaining the whole thing about the way he was misquoted or taken out of context for the movie with the Behind the Curve, and about the ether and all that, and something really important that he said, which we all have to agree with to a certain extent. He said that the director said to me that when they looked at what they couldn't make it so flat Earth, because whatever the impression was that people needed to have was too powerful for people at this time, and that there's a paradigm shift at this point would be a threat to society as we know it, to such a degree that that's why he made the film the way he did. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily something I agree with, but you can understand that if there's like a real danger to this happening, or a real danger to the society as we know it, it could be seen as terrorism to give people information that gives them the keys to the land or whatever, gives them some kind of insight that makes them very powerful individually. And that's
the free power aspect
definitely
highlights that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just like the idea that people could individually harness their own free power, it kind of disseminates government and all authority whatsoever. So
Correct. And that would be the number one way that they would ever like pull some like cataclysmic shift to the new world order off, right? Like the first thing to go would be the electrical grid. If all these people could find out that a magnet used properly would power their whole house, then like everything crumbles.
another point I just want to say real quick on the point of Einstein, you said earlier that he had to come up with relativity, but for his contributions, he was offered president of Israel twice, which he declined. But still, it kind of shows you the hidden hand.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Okay, quick question. Did you say if a magnet used properly could charge your entire house?
Yeah.
And this is real.
Maybe more than one magnet. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Ether has a
magnetism.
flow to it, so kind of like a river, you can harness the friction of the river to rotate a magnet and create an electric field. The electric field is part of the ether, so you just harness into that and reverse engineer into the magnet, and therefore you get infinite potential.
Yeah. I've actually seen something that allegedly can power an entire house, and it's like maybe half your keyboard. So I don't know. Like I said, I've never tried that, but I'm just talking about the principle in of itself. And Tesla said he knew for a fact that you could have endless free energy, and that like 1 to 2 towers could give it to the whole world, which is like mind blowing. So yeah, there's definitely something. There's something that you could do on an individual level, as far as I can tell. Because if you look into mainstream and you ask them to define magnetism, they basically throw their hands up and say, "I don't know." Virtual photons, but we know those aren't real, and so when you really look into it, what did they say? What did Tesla and all them say about it? They said that dielectricity and magnetism together coherently as a hybrid effectively is what electricity is, and dielectricity is the ether in pure potential, like unmanifest form. So like the ether is unmanifest pure potential, and like you can say crudely the dielectricity at rest, like the ether at rest is dielectricity, right? Dielectricity is the same as electrostatics. And then the ether in motion is magnetism or electricity. And dude, that's how the simplest way I could come up to say it. And then I found that Tesla said that like 2 days ago. I'm like, bro, like to me, that was like a big confirmation because I did not know that he said that. I was just my understanding of it, like watching Ken Willer and reading like certain people from back in the day, like that's kind of how I understand it. So anyway, long story short, like if you understand that like electrostatics and magnetism are two sides to the same coin, they're just like different manifestations. Like basically whenever energy disappears, quote unquote, it's just like an ice cube melting back into water. It's not like something different, right? The ice and the water are the same thing. And when you start to realize this kind of stuff and it's coming from this endless like background that's all around us, like endless energy isn't really like that far-fetched. It's just about like how do you accurately attain it without loss.
Where do you get all these writings by Tesla? Is it a book, or are they essays that he wrote or something? Where do you read this?
So I do have a couple books about Tesla, but most of them are like just different things that he wrote. Some of them are interviews that he gave. A lot of them will be like diagrams of certain inventions. You can look most of them up online. But basically just read them online. A lot of them were taken away. Like admittedly, the government raided his house, his hotel he lived in after he died and took a lot of his chests, like admittedly. And actually it was Donald Trump's uncle that worked for the FBI that went in there and did it. And they only returned like 12 of the 30 chests or something like that. They kept the rest of it. And one of the biggest things I think they kept was one of his last speeches he gave. He said, "I'm working on a new dynamic theory of gravity, which will definitively dispel the nonsense that is space-time once and for all. And the only reason I haven't released it yet is I'm working on it to perfect it to such an extent that no one will even utter the idea of trying to refute it, basically. And that it will explain everything." And he died shortly after that, and we never got it. So interesting. And of course, gravity, bro. Gravity is not what we've been taught either. Like, gravity's not a bad word just because they lied about it. Gravitas means weight. It's like what gives everything its intrinsic ability to have weight, and that's an electric nature, like the dielectric of the matter. And he's basically explaining, like, if you apply like electricity to the sky, then that would be like the primary form of motion. And he said the only way that you could ever explain like the motion in the sky, which we know is obviously over top of a flat Earth that's stationary, but the only way that you could ever apply it is to know that there's like a field of force within the ether. And he's like he's like and its existence dispenses with spatial curvature. So he said any literature on this subject, being spatial curvature, is futile and destined to oblivion. So yeah, that's kind of what he's talking about, I guess, is like this connection from the sky to us. There's like an intermediary medium, background medium that connects all of it, and it's electric. It's all electric, and where the electric comes from. And he was going to release it to the world, bro, and then we never got it. So that's very interesting. And then you look into the Nazis, and they were pursuing ether physics. And said that they were overcoming the deception of Jewish physics, which is what they're calling Einstein's theory, and that using ether physics,
add that to the list. Wow.
Yeah, using ether physics, they that's how they came up with the electrographite propulsion devices, like the quote unquote UFOs. So I'll drop a PDF of a book about it. There's a section about like an alleged fake space program, so I'm not going to skip that part.
Yeah, all about covering up the ether. That this is like it's such a fucking red-handed fucking clue.
It's crazy, bro. It's called SS Brotherhood of the Bell, because the bell is like their little flying device.
Right. Yep. Little UFOs.
Yeah. Electrographite propulsion.
And it's interesting because Schwaberger, I've heard that Schwaberger was tasked to help with that technology as well, which is, where we get like a lot of the aerodynamic technology from, without the same amount of fuel that they say that they need on those planes and all that. But he dealt with water, a lot in the nature of water. And there's, again, that intrinsic relationship, the swirling of water and the swirling of the ether and the way that can be used. And it makes so much sense. That's great. Yeah. Something can make the thing that makes the most sense cannot be scientifically proven.
Yeah. This is the importance of Occam's razor, right? Like divinity of simplicity, there's a natural order to this place. So like if your current explanation requires like blatant contradictions and paradoxes and dualities, then it's wrong. It can't be right. You know what I mean? And this is just very simple and like logical. It's only complicated in the sense that people don't understand terms that we're trying to use to explain it because we've been so brainwashed. But like that's it. I mean, it's not a complicated idea at all. Like, light doesn't have a speed. It looks like it could be instant. How could that possibly work if it's a photon and it's traveling? And it's not. Okay. It's just already there. Like that's not complicated.
When they say parlor, it's fucking hilarious, the projecting with the parlor trick, because the double slit experiment and the idea that you could shoot a single photon or any particle of light or whatever through this slit. I mean, the whole thing's set up to just totally reinforce the idea that light travels more than anything is the bottom line that it's supposed to depict, regardless of your interpretation.
Yeah,
as long as you realize that light is traveling, right?
Just wait till you see what else is in the clip, bro. Like it's crazy, bro. Like we have some observations, some demonstrations that are like, whoa, like end of conversation, like literally.
Something coming up or something you're posting?
Something coming out relatively soon. Yeah. I didn't do them. Someone reached out to me who's done them, and I'm going to start also doing the same thing. But yeah, it's very interesting. And yeah, just everything they've said about it's complete nonsense. But I agree. That's another thing that's just blatantly hypocritical, right? To call Michelson Morley a parlor trick, which is interferometry, using a mirror, right? Which is lasers, and that's a parlor trick. But shooting light, claiming that you can narrow it down to a single photon, even though you really can't, but you think you got close enough, shooting it through a slit, receiving it on a photographic plate, which reifies the electron, and then claiming it's sentient and photons can transcend time and all this. That's an experiment.
But isn't the Michelson Morley also giving you the idea that light travels because they're shooting like the light beam and they're seeing when the light gets to the other side compared to the other direction?
Right. So quote unquote gets to the other side. But if you understand what light actually is, like the speed of light is a convention that didn't just come out of thin air. There's value to it, right? We quantify the rate of perception, like how quickly we see what's already there. And there's a general rate that happens, like, on Earth. And so that's how we use distance finders, right? Like, because we calibrate it with that quantification. So that's actually a rate of induction. And then they all ridicule me and mute me and say, you're such an idiot. It has no speed. It has
rate's not a speed? Right.
Yeah. You're such an idiot. Light doesn't have a speed, but you're talking about rate. And I'm like,
Not the
dude,
same
you're not listening. Yeah, dude, I'm like, it's not traveling from point A to point B. You're conflating the rate in which we perceive the illumination with what light itself is. It's already there. We just have a rate in which we see what is already there.
Right.
It's like, that took me 15 seconds to say right now. And I couldn't say it for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, they're seeing it.
Okay,
The
well,
light,
something
the
about
light
this.
that you see
Can I say
travels
something?
from A to B, but it's just the light that was there was excited for you to see at the same time, but it was because of the rate of which the thing took to vibrate, whatever it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Vibrate, oscillate. Go ahead, bro.
So the double slit experiment it requires there to be a speed of light, correct?
Well, it
That light
reifies.
is traveling.
It reifies that they assume that I did. It doesn't actually require it. It assumes that I did.
Okay, because that's kind of confusing because I've actually heard QE kind of hint to the idea that light doesn't travel. It's instant. Oh, he says it's instantaneous, not already there. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Well, no, he doesn't say, but he doesn't. That's what's so funny, bro. So just so you know, like QE did not always say that. Me and him went at it toe to toe in 24/7 one time, and everyone's scared of QE, but like I'll debate anyone, So I went toe to toe with him. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and like I went toe to toe with him at 24/7 to the point where he just left because I was just like, he's just arguing in a losing position. So he ends up reaching out to me. And I don't get too messy, but I don't care to say this. He ends up reaching out to me in DMs and saying like, dude, my bad. What's it? I think you may have been right. I think light may be instantaneous. Okay, now this was like 2.5 years ago. And so that's interesting, right? But anyway, so if it's a physical...
That is interesting, especially because if light is instantaneous, then it does require the ether, which is now his platform to kill.
That's what I don't understand. If it's a physical photon, it can't be instant. Like, what are you saying? Yeah. It's like physical particles that are everywhere. Like, I don't...
Right.
Dude, it's so insane. You're claiming it's hitting the plate, but it's instant? Like, what is that?
It's one thing to keep that contradiction to yourself if it's something that you don't feel like you want to be a part of. But another thing to grandstand against it when it's a blatant contradiction and you're obviously wrong just to approach it that way. The approach is so wrong that I can't even believe that someone would go this route. That as a group there would be so many people that would think this way. This group think that's going on about it is amazing to me.
I'm disappointed in flat Earth, dude. And something else that's crazy is you know how they're running with the narrative that I'm just stupid, right? Like
oh my God.
He's not stupid, but he's stupid, And what's so crazy is if my presentation was so stupid, then why have they already changed their entire argument in like 5 different ways? Now they're disavowing atomism. Now they're saying that it's not provable and they're not claiming it's real. Right. And now they won't say the word photon. They just say discrete chunk of information, which is the same thing. Yeah. Now they won't say that the light travels. Now they won't say it. He said, I'm not claiming the light travels. And he says, goes through the slit and hits and impacts. I'm like, you're saying the light travels. He's like, that's just like my futile attempt to use words. Wow, you got such a good argument. Now, as if I'm
You're
just
not
using
even there to
semantics.
debate. Why even treat it like a debate? Just there to explain yourself in the best possible way. If you could have a second to talk, it made no. I couldn't believe it. Honestly,
Yeah.
I've said that 100 times,
But it's crazy, right? Because like, okay, they're saying their critique was like, you're just critiquing the way I'm using words because we don't have words to use. And I'm like, bro, I've been screaming that for 3 weeks because you said I can't say the word medium because Richard Feynman defines medium as material.
As material. Yeah.
Bruh, like you see how hypocritical it is at every turn. Yeah. I don't see how people couldn't see it. I can because I wasn't allowed to say it. So if you just stay on his channel, then maybe you wouldn't see it, right? If you don't go to my channel, if you don't hear me on Discord,
well, it's a social group there where you're judged by. I mean, it really is just like the ballers, where it's just like the whole mindset that keeps people on the ball, where they're afraid to be judged by their peers.
Yeah. It's just crazy. Like honestly, I think a lot of them just like toxicity. Like a lot of people like to hear Oakley berate
I guess,
people.
yeah. I had to listen to Nathan every day, even if he's going after ballers. I had to stop listening just for that very reason. It became like you're doing it for the entertainment, obviously, not for the content.
And I guess I can admit that, like in a way, I've found entertainment in it. Like I said, I've only watched the show like 4 times in
for a while.
life. But yeah, you can find entertainment in it because you're like, yeah, get the Glober. You know what I'm saying? You're like, get him.
Yeah.
What he's saying is stupid because they are claiming science, and it's cool to kind of beat them around.
Yeah.
But I'm not, and this isn't science, and it's a logical axiom. Like I haven't even said my stance boldly because I wanted to keep the peace. But dude, the way I honestly feel is the ether 100% exists, and it's a logical axiom, and there's no alternative, and it's the only logical viable framework that currently exists. Like that's what my honest opinion is, right? But I haven't said it that like definitive just to try to bridge the gap, and it didn't work anyway. So whatever.
It backfired on them. They were hoping that you would just like cry and go away and be like, I don't like fuck flat Earth. I'm out of here. That's what they're hoping for.
Well, I think also they didn't know it's like terrible timing for them. It's like I was just now building my new setup. Like I was just like now coming back to YouTube, right? It's just like very coincidental timing. I'm doing the opposite of going away. Like I'm going like all in full time YouTube. So it's like this is obviously not gonna disappear.
Has Nathan not watched any of your live streams? He has. It must be that he is. It's just about the ether or whatever the ulterior motive is that he's got, or he just hasn't watched any of. Like the fact that he wouldn't realize that you're intelligent enough to know an argument from a fallacious claim, and then to treat you like you're making a fallacious claim makes me think he just has no idea who you are.
Well, and they're still saying like the wave thing. They're like their whole thing is like you have to claim that light's a wave, and I point blank said light's not a particle nor a wave, and they're saying like you have to claim that, which means they don't understand it. So like I truly think that they don't understand it. And then like I know that sucks to say. I don't know how to say. Like I'm not gonna say they're stupid, but they just don't understand it because like or they're being dishonest on purpose, right? But it's like no, light's not a particle nor a wave because waves aren't things in and of themselves. It's just a type of movement. So if you say light's a wave, all you're saying is light is a background medium that's moving. You know what I'm saying? That's like vibrating or something like.
Right.
And I thought of all kinds of analogies.
It's understandable that they could interpret it as similar to the way that ballers talk about space-time, which it makes sense because obviously what they're calling space-time to some degree is what ether is, right? Whatever these effects are, it's because of the ether, not because of the fucking space-time. So because that was hijacked, it gets associated when you mention ether. It was almost like it was devised that way, obviously.
It really was devised that way. They hijacked the ether and called it space-time and ripped out the medium. Like it's crazy.
Well, yeah. I mean, the conversation, like the reaction to it was devised that way. Like they knew that, like if you could call it space-time, and then, I mean, if they were really thinking about the long-term argument of all of it, and if somebody were to say to ether, then they could just say it's space-time. And if you're arguing for flat Earth, then you could say, oh well, it's just like space-time, so it must not exist. It's so funny.
It's just been eye-opening. It's been very dishonest, right? Like because they were taking their victory lap, like, oh, none of the ether proponents are gonna come on here. You guys are scared to come debate, and all this because someone always sends it to me, and I'm like, so I clicked on and listened to it, and I heard that,
right, like the one when they just came in here trying to get you to go over to Jim Panda so they could probably had that guy that came in here and started yelling at you, prepared to go at you in there if you were to take the bait.
Yeah. So they're like, you can't go, like, you're scared. And so I'm like, well, where's Napalm? Where's Dicelo? You know, like, normally they got someone in there defending the ether. So I was curious. So I went over there. And Kai, my wife, was like, don't go back on there, bro. Like, that's all they want is, like, they want your energy. They want your clicks. And then they just want to, like, straw man you for show, like, for entertainment. And she's 100% right, you know. But so I did go in there because I was curious. So I went and clicked on the room and it said, like, you're not allowed in here. It wouldn't let anyone in there. So I'm like, so you guys are bragging about how no one will come in here to defend the ether because you have the room shut off where no one can come in. And so I'm like, wow, that's so dishonest. So I'm like in the chat, like, wow, you guys are bragging, but you won't let anyone in here. Someone sends me the queue room that you go to. So I'm like, okay. So I go wait in the queue to be brought in. I'm in there for like 10 seconds and then someone kicks me out. They kick me out of the queue room. Yeah, and so
I heard you talking about it, so I went and listened to the broadcast, and you were right. The way that Nathan introduced you, he's like, "Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize." Like, he was obviously, you were being ignored for a reason.
Yeah, and you can tell he got real quiet because you could tell he wasn't happy that I was on there. And the only reason he brought me on there was because someone publicly said it on the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, they were like, "What's it trying to get in here?" Dude, that's so dishonest. This is like, this is the saddest part of it is I had to see that.
Ether is. I mean, the only excuse they have is for whatever reason, it's not something that's allowed for a reason. You know, and the reason makes perfect sense because it is like, you know, almost like, okay, we could talk about nuclear power plants, but if nuclear bombs were real, we wouldn't be able to talk about how to make those.
Yo, it's like, and all of a sudden, okay, you can prove the Earth's flat without it, but it isn't completely unrelated to flat Earth, bro. Like, all of a sudden, you have a vortex in the ether, so you can explain the pendulum, you can explain the gyro, you can explain the Sagnac effect, you can explain the sun analemma, you can explain how we have like motion in the sky connected to us that drifts all the way down. You can explain like all kinds of things. You can explain magnetism, you can explain electrostatics, you can explain light. Like, dude, all of a sudden
acceleration.
Dude, you can explain that we live on the inertial plane within the magnetic field. All of a sudden, our natural world becomes much more explicable, right? And it's like, dude, that's so crazy to me that it's like being pushed back against you.
It's so key, but then because it's so key, it has to be the key thing to ignore, even in some of the alternative discussions. It seems almost like there's a fair warning put out because if you're part of a network, I think there are certain things you have to like, that certain notices you're given. Doesn't mean that you're a shell necessarily, but if you're part of a network, it is a network, you know. I mean, we know that those work that way. People get on the network so they get views and they get put up on the recommendations. That's the way it works, right? Why wouldn't it work that way? Of course it works that way. So then there's certain guidelines. Sometimes there might be something like the ether that gets, you know, personal notice put to you that this is off the table.
Yeah, same thing happened today. I jumped on QE's presentation because Arwen and Neil were talking shit. So I jumped on there and I'm like, wait, what were you saying, Arwen? I got destroyed and I know I lost and all that stuff. Wait, what were you saying? And you could tell like the whole vibe chain QE was like upset. Like he was like, oh, it's like they're
so crazy.
scared.
Has he DM'd you? Has he tried to communicate with you personally? Because he was always DMing you and saying you don't check your DMs. But is he like totally on like a no talk basis with you now, like no bro basis almost now?
Well, he messaged me like super upset, and then he hasn't responded or opened my messages since. Because like I said, I always behind the scenes I always try to keep the peace, you know, and like I don't want to get too messy, but like I always try to keep the peace, but it's like whatever, what can you do?
Yeah, it's just strange. I mean, I guess it makes sense in a way because it is that kind of the key information that might be one of those flagged things that you can't even say is flagged. It's so flagged you can't even say it's flagged. You just have to act like you're like it's like it doesn't exist almost. That's your only way out. Otherwise, you're opening that can of worms.
And dude, even in mainstream academia, this is like the one thing you're not allowed to talk about. Like there's a Nobel Prize winner, like a Nobel Prize winning physicist who claimed that the ether was real, and he's like shadow banned, and like they're like kicking him out and blacklisting him. And then like tons of quantum physicists are trying to mention it, and they're just like, it's like saying the bad word. It's like saying Satan in church, like Kim Miller says, like you literally can't say it. Like it's like they're banned. It's the one thing you're not allowed to talk about, dude. As a truther, just that fact alone should make your ears perk up. You should be like,
exactly,
dude, I should have at the least I have to look into this, right, just to see what it's
right.
talking about.
It's so funny, dude. Oh man, what a predicament! What a funny thing to happen. But I mean, and there's going to be probably a lot of subterfuge that is to follow. That did I cut out?
No.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh yeah, there's going to be some subterfuge. They're going to make up a story, about how this kind of information getting out was the reason that something disastrous happened, and that's why we had to hide it or whatever. I'm sure there's going to be lots of little like ways of like explaining it or misrepresenting it, or there's going to be a full-on attack. You can tell just from the reactions you're getting.
Yeah, you're like, dude, I don't know. I'm not gonna say I lost faith in fight or anything like that. Like I never will. And I know a lot of like real OG people that are flat earthers, and like that'll never change. I know a lot of genuine, open-minded people, even people that don't agree with me on the ether. Just like Crypto was saying, like I don't care. It's not like I want to control what you think. Like I know some real people. Like I love them to death. They're like my brothers. Like that. But anyway, this has like ripped a veil back of sorts, where it's like, damn, dude, I am surrounded by a lot of losers, bro. Like I don't know how else to say it, like a lot of toxicity and hatred, and like I thought that flat earth kind of was like above that, where we've all acknowledged that there's a creator, and we've all acknowledged objective morality, and like we're kind of in this together, because we're all being attacked, and like it's a brotherhood, and it's not, bro. It is, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like there's more toxicity in here than I thought, and I think that's a good litmus test. Is you say you have the 200 people that watch my live stream live. If you have those 200 people and you go interact with them, and then go watch the 120 people that watch them live, and like see what the difference is like between those people, like see what see what the conversation's like when you talk to the people that were watching my live stream compared to the other. You're gonna be like, oh wow, like this is great. It's like you can tell, like that guy right here that jumped in, you heard how just like off the rails he was, you know what I mean? And I'm like, that's kind of like,
that's just how he is all the time now.
Right.
Oh, he's like the other one.
I'm just saying that that's the kind of personality that's drawn to FED.
Have you tried using Instagram or TikTok to get your message out? Because it seems like they censor less as far as getting new views.
I actually haven't, and I'm going now that I'm launching everything back up. I'm going to be using Instagram and TikTok. Yeah.
The thing is, you're just kind of, if you're using the same old media, you're wasting your time. I mean, they've shadow banned the shit out of us, so you gotta go to the newer platforms.
Because up to this point, I really haven't cared about like trying to really get it like not get the truth out there, because obviously I tried with you guys, but like I never really cared about trying to blow up the channel. But yeah, now I'm gonna try to do that. So I think TikTok is really glitching the system, so I'm definitely gonna do TikTok and probably IG, and then Odyssey, and maybe Rumble, and BitChute, and I'm gonna do like all the platforms.
Hey, actually, you may want to try Rumble, because hate him or not, but the whole Andrew Tate thing brought over like 250,000 people like very recently. So anybody who goes over there is going to get views quick.
Yeah, I want to try out Rumble for sure.
I just heard Stinky Cash do a live stream recently. In the beginning, he was talking about that dude. What's his name again? That Briggs just mentioned.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. What about him?
Was it? I don't want to say it. Was he the soccer player?
No, he's a IKSA, or I forget the name, but he's a kickboxer.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, he's the guy. Okay, Stinky Cash was saying something about his dad being an agent of some sort.
Oh, so I looked into this. So his dad is probably one of the best chess players of all time, or at least in this recent times, and especially the highest ranked black player. And he would just go missing for like years at a time. And So yeah, there's people talking about how he was an asset for the CIA or something like that. It's really kind of clouded. I mean, I've found a few articles about it, and it's mostly just like people trying to recount their history about the man and their interactions with the man and stories they've been told and stuff. But all I found was just hearsay. I haven't found anything concrete, and looking into the lives of Andrew Tate and his brother and the people they're surrounded with. I mean, they're all very intelligent people, but I haven't found anything that really. Usually you can sniff out something to suspect. I haven't found anything to suspect about this person, so I'm not too worried about
There's
it.
another one. There's actually more reason than I'll post the video by that. I forget his name, but I'll find it for you. I'll post it on Livestream.
Okay. Yeah, whenever there's someone new on the scene, I definitely do my digging, try to figure out, what their angle is, what their influences are, what the fiber of their being are, are they just propped up, those kinds of things. But I haven't found that with him. Like, he is just genuinely a phenomenon and genuinely extremely intelligent. Him and his brother and his father. So. It's funny too, because Andrew and Tristan, they it seems like they've spent some time listening or at least coming across the flat earth debate or argument at some point, because there's a couple clips of them kind of poking fun at it. Not in like any serious discussion, but just from like, oh wow, this is a real phenomenon, haha,
That's how it always starts, bro.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I know for a fact if I could engage in discussion with this man, he would have to accept the argument, because he's a critical thinker like we are. Like, he distrusts government. He knows about conspiracy topics and how money's fake and all this stuff. And I think that if you could get him for any amount of time, he would probably get it pretty quick. The problem is that he's worth so much money and his moral system is skewed because of the globe that, if time is money, it's going to be hard to get his time,
Yeah, what did he get banned for?
He got banned for people posting misogynistic cuts of his he does a lot of like
Women
inspirational
place type
speeching.
thing? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I think you were sparked my memory. I didn't mean to interrupt. My friend was saying like he does like women should know their place type things.
Well, yeah, but it's mostly as like a character to kind of get views and clicks and stuff. Like, he'll do a long form discussion and he'll make an argument for how men and women are different and stuff, and then he'll extrapolate and he'll make a joke out of it, and he'll like it's his real ideas. Like, he really believes a lot of the stuff, but he exaggerates so much and he's so funny that he'll make it sound really bad and really misogynistic when really it's just a joke. Like, he's making funny, and they'll cut that part out and make clips and put it on TikTok and stuff. And but not only that, but he was talking about the the jabba jabba. He was talking out about a lot of that stuff. And so when those clips started coming up really heavy, like, now people are looking back into his history, those clips start coming up again, and he's like, oh yeah, we're just going to ban him completely. So they did.
Wow, that's crazy. I was gonna say if it was just the misogynistic thing, I mean, wow, we're really getting to there now. But that's cool, because I'll say this: I have some connects, and it would be cool if I could pull off a conversation with him, or maybe even a conversation with him and Dave Weiss or something. But while all his eyes are on him, If you can get
Well, it's
flat
funny
Earth,
you say that. So there's this podcast based in Miami called Fresh and Fit, and they're very, very close friends with Andrew. They communicate through WhatsApp or whatever every day. So they're always like pushing their red pill. You know, for whatever reason, red pill is now like some kind of dating agenda, which is totally skewed from what I think red pill is, or because red pill to me is disintegrating the norm into what really is, and they're just coming at it from like a dating perspective. But one of the people bought a super chat the other day asking about flat earth and Dave Weiss, and he's making really good points and stuff, and they're trying to get Dave on Fresh and Fit or making it important, and these guys just kind of like turned it down because they're like, well, if the earth is flat, it doesn't make it doesn't make your bank grow any bigger and stuff, because red pill's all about increasing your value, and flat earth doesn't increase your value.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it does the opposite.
The opposite.
But what I'm saying is that Andrew's aware of the discussion, and Fresh and Fit's aware of the discussion, and if you could maybe get the ear of this Fresh and Fit crew, which is still small and doesn't value their time as much as Andrew, you might be able to get a leg in or a foot in with opening up the discussion, at least at some point,
Just real quick, that video I posted, and I put a screenshot in there too. It's Awaken with JP, cool dude. We all love him, I'm sure. But he says go to Nicole Arbor's Instagram page, and there's a sensitive video that shows him like just beating the shit out of a woman.
Oh, seriously? That's what? Wow.
Yep.
Nice.
Wait. You're talking about Andrew Tate? Okay, so that video is actually a camera that was set up during foreplay. They were doing role play. It was like a sexual thing. And the belt that he was beating her with was felt, and they were playing a role of her being dominated. So
now I have to watch the video to make my decision about this.
Yeah, this is totally like a fake, like a total context is taken out. It's a total.
You watch it?
Yeah. I've watched dude. I've obsessively watched everything about this dude. Yes, it's role play. He's using a felt belt. She's wearing lingerie, and they cut it in such a way that you think he's beating a woman, but really it's his girlfriend. And she came out with 2 or 3 videos explaining that it's just role play and it's not her getting beat or anything. And like
his
people keep
isn't this
going
woman here, that Nicole Arbor I think that's his ex-girlfriend, and she's got it posted on her thing for people to see. Lame. And then she's saying that she's putting out videos saying it was role play too. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know her name. I don't know her name.
Wait, so JP, did you actually watch the video? Because he's like the most sarcastic person ever, right? Like
oh yeah, I love him. It's funny. The first video I saw of his way back in the day, I was like, this guy's trying to make Flat Earth look bad, and then I'm like, wait, he's making good points in this way.
He's trying to
he can get away with it.
He's planting a seed.
This just in. I'll send that video to my dad.
Yeah, this just okay.
Sorry.
What? You referencing one of his videos? This just in. Yeah.
He
does a lot of great videos during the pandemic.
This just in.
Yeah.
He's funny, bro. He's definitely
he
funny, and he glitched the system. I'm all for him. I promote him. One of my biggest pet peeves is flat earthers that just want to shit on everybody, bro. Like, I told a couple flat earthers that this rapper named King Los had reached out to me, and it's like I used to I've thought he was one of the best freestylers ever for like 7-8 years, right? And he just happened to DM me when I was on tour, like saying like 4 or 5 times. And anyway, we've been talking, and he wants to do like this flat earth thing, and he has a Clubhouse app and stuff like that. But anyway, so I told a few flat earthers immediately you start hearing people talk about how like I'm a shill and If I do something
Yeah,
with him,
can't
blah,
talk
blah,
to
blah.
anyone famous. Anyone famous has got to be part of it, right? Yeah.
Bro, and I've talked to Los like many times for long periods of time. He is 100% just being genuine about the Earth, you know? And it's
Right.
like, he's been a flat earther for like 10 years. And now he's like, he's cool just publicly kind of talking about it on his app. And I'm like, dude, this is why flat Earth hasn't grown as much as it should have. Like, yeah, we're censored, but flat Earth should have rallied around other flat earthers a lot more, right? It's like, I can find something wrong with everybody. Like, there's no one, if I watched my videos back, I could probably find 30 things that I'm like, what the hell is wrong with that guy? And it's me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you gotta chill, man. You gotta chill. And if
Yeah,
people are getting the word out there, dude, it's a good thing. Like, I don't even, it blows my mind.
It could be what they want though. Like we talked about, you know, like I don't see flat Earth as like everybody in flat Earth as flat Earth, like the community or the like Go Team Flat Earth. I don't see. I had to stop seeing it just because there's no goal in mind that we can really say makes sense other than like, you know, overthrow the government and have chaos. And
Well, no,
that's
just
probably what they
demand.
want anyway, or whatever. Demand something that they're never going to give us, or they're only going to give us the version that they already planned to give us because they rolled this out on purpose with shows in place and all, which is becoming more apparent. Who knows? But
Well,
Flat Earth
you
already
know what the answer
already
is,
won.
though, right? Like, it's demand to know what else is on the Earth, bro. Like that is the goal.
Well, yeah, but
right?
they don't have but yeah, but they're not going to tell us.
Well,
Like
they're
we're
gonna
going to
stop.
demand
They're
them
gonna
to tell us.
stop. They're gonna stop like 200 million people, right? Like that. I think that's kind of the point. Like, if
You
ever got
think?
out of the bag where everyone wants to see the center, bro, we're gonna see the center, bro. Like, that's my opinion. Like, but I think the game is. Yeah, I don't know. If they
You think people
absorb
are
it,
going to
then
put
they'd
their
have to
cell
show the
phones
center.
down and pick up a gun?
Say again.
Think people will put their cell phones down long enough to pick up a gun and actually do something, or what? I mean, I don't see it that way.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
shit.
that.
I get. It just
What do you
seems
think?
unrealistic to me. This is how I look at it. Like, the government will never take over by force, for example. Like, they never will. And uh, they'd have to take a lot of people out to do that, at least. All right, they'd have to
Right.
like drop
Well, what
bombs
can we
and.
do? What could a massive people? I mean, to get everybody on the same page also is kind of unrealistic. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just saying, like, when you think about it, they are very aware of what people know, and they have their percentages, I'm sure, and know that they're going to have to send people in to infiltrate if they need to, and get everybody confused about what the plan is, if there ever was a plan. You know?
No, yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm just saying, like, in theory, there is an objective, right?
Yeah.
And of course,
I
the
guess.
primary one for me is actually, I agree that that's pretty unrealistic. Like, I would love to see the North. I think there's land outside of the South. Right now, I think there might be like 7 layers to the firmament, and 6 of
But
them
if there's a
touch
treaty,
down.
let's say
and we
there's a
can go.
legal treaty in place, right? Like there's limitations, literally like legal limitations to where we're allowed to go. Even the people that run the country aren't allowed to go there for whatever reason, outer ponder agreement or whatever. They could just say there's an agreement, and you can say that it's against the law. I mean, how could we ever demand to go somewhere that we don't know what the law is, really?
Well, this is one of the things that Los was telling me about. He was telling me about this dude named William Morrison, and it's the idea that there are like almost 200 other like lands outside of our little ring, and they all refer to this as the known lands. And yeah, like, they just, for one, it's so spread out that like it's not like they all go to the 180 whatever lands, right? Like, they stay in their land pretty much, right? And they go from land to land, but just a few of them, and they're not like hyper focused on this the known lands, because it's guarded, and it's like they just know about the known lands, but they're not gonna like go within, because I guess the outer lands are so much nicer and so much more advanced. So they have no real motivation to go here to fight to get us out or something. It just kind of become a thing that they've accepted. That's the story. And the quote unquote elite, they do go, and that there are these different domes, and then they all refer to the greater dome. They refer to it as the greater dome, as in there's like one that's over all of it. Now, again, this is speculation station, man, but
Right.
it
I
is
want to link
interesting.
to where this came from, if there is any.
Yeah, William Morrison. I'll have to find. I haven't found the exact book he was telling me about. But he said someone brought it to him in the know. Because I mean, this dude's got connects, you know, like he was signed by Diddy. So anyway,
Diddy goes there.
I don't know. He didn't say that. I don't think so. I don't know.
Before
Probably
I
not.
forget, Dave Weiss goes over this one argument that I really don't think works. It's that you can't see stars from space. Wayne Kellum put up a balloon with several different cameras on it, and you were able to see stars from space. It just happened to do with like the type of camera or exposure. So at high altitude, you can see the stars. There's extremely few videos or footage of it. And another thing is that when he's doing his debates or arguments, like, and I've watched hundreds of them, he often leads with the whole like, "Hey, yo,
you're roboting a little bit.
Hello."
That's a little better. Yeah. He often leads with what?
He often leads with the whole idea of like multiple domes, multiple lands and stuff. Like, you can't throw that at people who don't know anything about flat Earth. You know, like, I think we should stick to the main arguments, and he just doesn't do that a lot. Which
I actually agree. I actually agree with that. Yeah.
Well, I'm the outer ponder speculator extraordinaire. I always talk about it, but I'm not pushing it or trying to make videos either. I think it's it's the first thing I thought when I realized that we're on a stationary plane. That there must be other people. There must be more land, more people. That was the first thing that came to my mind. Makes a lot of sense, and it also gets rid of the idea. It explains it in a way that totally demolishes the idea that we're on some disk floating in space, or just a disk that's, without anything around it. That makes no sense. How can there be a non-reality surrounding a reality? I don't know.
I think that Dave looks at it like one of the first questions that you always get is like, why would they lie? Like, why would you even lie about that? And so he looks at it like if he addresses that from the beginning as like a speculative thing, that you really obliterate that question. I would agree that that's probably the best answer to someone's initial cognitus, because the truth is there are a million reasons, right? I mean, like literally just controlling you mentally and like getting you to be a nihilist, but that's not going to click with someone the first time they hear it. Like it'll click with you once you find out. And so I think the best one to wait, like to break someone out of cognitus from the beginning, is like there could be a lot more land we don't know about, and they keep like advanced civilizations there, right? Like that really, like I know for me, I would have been like, oh shit, that does make sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this sounds crazy. It's kind of exciting. I would have looked into it, but I was a conspiracy theorist. But anyway, I'm just saying, I think that's what he's thinking. But it's funny you bring him up, because I'm going to start doing what Dave does, where he goes to all those different channels and he gives them their presentation. Like I'm going to start doing that, like trying to get on every big show I can and just constantly do interviews, like a little mini Dave Weiss.
It would be interesting to see how many of them are going to preview your content and realize it's about the ether and then cancel their meeting with you to come on the show. Like how many of them are going to know that it's a flag topic, or do they know, or whatever? It'd be interesting to get in before it becomes.
Well, that would be great. I mean, if that happens, that'd be great. That'd be interesting confirmation that this is like I think it's very obvious that it's like the truth, that they don't want to know.
Yeah. It is.
It gives you too much power, right? Like just from an understanding and knowledge perspective, you start to understand if the ether's real, right? And you understand it, you understand the world way too much for them, bro. Like it's not
right.
Like, even without the energy part, like you don't even have to make a generator that has free energy or some shit. Like you just start to know too much. All of a sudden, you're like on the level with them with understanding the world, and they do not want that shit. Like that's like. Flat Earth is big, but it's not really that big, because they know what the Earth is, and they know like what other land there is, and they know what the real map probably is, and I don't think they can measure the whole Earth, but they know a lot more about it than we do, and like that's why they're like, oh, you can find out about Flat Earth, you still don't know shit, but
they still want you inside a little dome. Yeah, even if it's a flat Earth, as long as there's this amount of land, and you can't go outside the dome. There's like all those things, the outer ponds would be the other big thing, and the next level if there is an outer pond. Oh wait, real quick, thought I was trying to say earlier, connect both things we're talking about is that if there is outer ponders, and they were giving us truth in plain sight with Star Trek, with the